Land of Fire. Konoha Ninja Village. Under the blazing scorching sun within a forest, a youthful child with a delicate appearance swings a wooden sword drenched in sweat. 10:21. 10:22. Left foot steps forward into a bow stance, a deep breath drawn in both hands, gripping the sword, slowly raising it overhead. With a violent burst of breath from his chest, the wooden sword came crashing down upon the wooden training dummy before him. Thud. The fierce collision between sword and dummy produced a thunderous noise. Upon closer inspection, the child's hands at the tiger's mouth between thumb and index finger were already covered with bloody wounds. Miyamoto Kimura slowly sank his consciousness deep into his mind. Host has accumulated a total of 199999878 fully devoted sword swings. Sword Dao System activation progress 199987800. Miyamoto Kimura, an ordinary office worker from the Celestial Empire. His hobby was staying home, his passion was two-dimensional anime, his identity was a corporate slave. Tormented by constant overtime abuse from his boss, he finally dropped dead at 4:53 a.m. one day. Perhaps by the grace of heaven, after his death, he was reborn into the world of Naruto. Coincidentally, an orphan in his previous life, he was reborn as an orphan once again. Recalling the disorientation upon first transmigrating, the thrill of discovering the system for the first time, the excitement of swinging a sword for the first time, the bitter expression upon first seeing how many requirements the system awakening needed. Swing after swing after swing. From a child who could not even lift a 1-foot wooden sword to now wielding a 2-foot one with effortless mastery. From being able to devote only about 5700 fully focused swings per day as a young child, to now constantly pushing his limits, swinging the sword over 7500 fully devoted times every day. From excitement to numbness, and from numbness to a still ancient well without ripples. Until now a deep respect and love for the sword in his hands. For the first time reincarnated into the beloved Naruto world. For the first time obtaining a system after transmigrating. Such an obvious male protagonist wish fulfillment plot should have been two joys overlapping, bringing even greater joy. Why? Why does it require so many sword swings? Miyamoto Kimura sighed, wiping away the sweat from his brow and the corners of his eyes with his hand. Not easy at all, finally almost able to awaken the system. Summoning his spirits, focusing completely on his hands, he swung the sword with absolute concentration. Host has accumulated a total of 20000 fully devoted sword swings. Sword Dao System officially activated. Please wait patiently, Host. Miyamoto Kimura, who had already been approaching his physical limits, seemed to be injected with adrenaline upon hearing the system's notification. Let me see what treasure you are. Host information loading. Miyamoto Kimura, Host chakra 65 adult, 300 strength 150 adult, 300 agility 120 adult, 300 sword force 1 equipment, none talent none skills none evaluation, a grade schooler, who trains both strength and speed. Physical qualities far exceed peers, but sadly this is a world where everyone plays with ninjutsu, who would close combat with you. A large vein popped on Miyamoto Kimura's forehead. Do you think I don't know this is a Naruto world obsessed with ninjutsu? Miyamoto Kimura sighed. It's a pity this body's constitution is too poor. Unlike strength and agility, which can be improved through self-training and exploration. Chakra still depends on innate constitution. Even with training afterward, it's hard to keep up with the talent and training methods passed down through generations in ninjutsu clans. Ding. Detected Host's dissatisfaction with own constitution. Now granting newbie reward, innate sword body. System, you are truly my good baby. Miyamoto Kimura wished he could personify the system and kiss it passionately a few times. Just as he was getting excited, his vision suddenly went black and he stumbled to his knees on the ground. Streams of heat burst forth from his heart, traveling through bone, sinew, flesh, and skin, reaching every part of his body, slowly nourishing Miyamoto Kimura's physical form. The blood scars on Kimura's sword-calloused hands slowly scabbed over and fell away, with new skin and flesh gradually growing in place of the old wounds. Just as Kimura was immersed in the warm nourishment, feeling his body becoming stronger and lighter little by little. It was as though an invisible ghostly claw suddenly gripped Kimura's heart, a sharp pain radiating from the heart outward to every part of his body. As if countless ants were gnawing at every inch of his flesh, Kimura gasped sharply in pain. The sensation of both pain and itching drifted across every part of his body. As if at one moment someone was tickling him with a feather, then, as if at another moment someone was slowly grinding away at every corner of his body with a rusty iron saw. This system is poisonous. With a speechless soft groan, Kimura rolled his eyes and collapsed weakly onto the ground. Unknown how long past the sun had begun to slant toward the west. Kimura suddenly struggled to rise from the ground. Hiss. I think I just fainted from the pain. But now it feels great. Kimura clenched his fists tightly, his entire body seeming to possess the strength to shatter a small mountain with a single punch. Thinking of this, Kimura quickly summoned the system. Miyamoto Kimura, Host chakra 300 adult, 300, strength 300 adult, 300, agility 300 adult, 300 talent, innate sword body, sword force, 1 equipment, none skills, sword heart, passive evaluation, a grade schooler, who trains both strength and speed, has now surpassed most adults in strength and agility. Please ruthlessly crush those beginner ninja kids. Looking at the renewed evaluation, Kimura could not help but roll his eyes again. Why are you always picking on grade schoolers? System, you didn't get trolled by kids playing King of Glory in your past life, did you, eh? Then looking at the attribute points and talent. Innate sword body sounds so powerful, but the attribute values don't seem to have increased much, just reaching the adult standard early. Normally speaking, with such a difficult awakening plus the innate sword body, shouldn't I be able to comprehend something like the 9 swords of solitary defiance at the start, and then become invincible, eh? Kimura scratched his head, then shifted his attention to the sword force value and skills. Sword force value is easy to understand, like, if I fully focus train with the sword once, when reaching 2 times, I can accumulate 1 point of sword force. The sword force values later should be tied to system rewards. But this skill, Sword Heart passive, what is it? Before Kimura could figure it out. Hey, Kimura. A flash of gold could be seen rapidly approaching in the distance. Golden hair shining exceptionally bright under the sun. Naruto. Naruto was seen rushing over in a hurry. Kimura, I knew you'd be here. Huh, why did your hair turn white? Naruto stared blankly at the white-haired Kimura for a moment, then his face suddenly tightened. Almost forgot. Don't just stand there. We're gonna be late. Saying this, Naruto urgently grabbed Kimura's hand and ran toward the ninja academy. Reminded by Naruto, Kimura was suddenly startled. Not good. Today is the day Irika-sensei tests the clone technique. If we're late again, we'll get scolded. Thinking of this, looking at Naruto's back before him. Good thing Naruto came to get me. Uzumaki Naruto, like himself, a war orphan, both had suffered exclusion since young. Expired milk, broken ninja tools, these were all normal occurrences. Past life memories combined with this life's personal experience made Miyamoto Kimura care more deeply for the golden-haired boy before him, quietly taking care of Naruto since childhood. The scorching wind brushed through their hair. With desperate running, they finally arrived at the ninja academy. Indeed, heaven helps those who help themselves. You two stand still. Seeing Museyuin and Ming Run, who had been late for quite a while, Iluka's face showed a large cross mark. Don't you two know that today is the clone technique test? And you still dared to be late. Thinking of this, Iluka wished he could drill his fists into the temples of these two latecomers. Seeing Iluka's angry expression, Museyuin and Ming Ren shivered. They exchanged a glance. In their hearts they thought, Iluka-sensei is so terrifying. Just as Iluka was about to say something, a few untimely voices rang out. Iluka-sensei, I don't think they were late by accident, do you? Another voice chimed in. That's right, everyone knows that those two have no talent for ninjutsu at all. They've been at this school for years and can't even learn the simplest clone technique. From the 59th year of Konoha to the 62nd year, during these 3 years, although Ming Ren could transform into a beautiful woman using the sexy technique, he was completely unable to master the clone technique. As for Museyuin, he had never successfully used the clone technique even once. I bet they were afraid of today's clone technique test, so scared they wanted to skip it, but they were also afraid of being punished by Iluka-sensei, and after much deliberation, they ended up being late. Ruthless snickers came from their back and forth. Iluka frowned, looking at Risyangbu Ning and Risyangbu Fu, who had just finished the clone technique test. Ming Ren clenched his fists and shouted angrily at the two. Who are you calling a coward? Want to start a fight? Ming Ren feared nothing in the world, but he dreaded being looked down upon. Risyangbu Fu's eyes flashed with mockery. Ha, loser. Do you want to be knocked down by me again? Is that so? Then what about me? Having listened to the two's incessant chatter, Museyuin grew impatient. He held a wooden sword at his left waist, and his right thumb and forefinger slightly grasped the hilt. He stepped forward with his left foot. His gaze locked onto Risyangbu Fu. In an instant, Risyangbu Fu felt as if he had been targeted by a fierce beast. The Museyuin before him seemed to transform into a sword about to be unsheathed. Once drawn, it would draw blood. The hairs on the back of his hand stood on end. His throat involuntarily swallowed dryly. Terror and unease instantly surged into Risyangbu Fu's heart. As if facing a life or death decision, it urged him to unconsciously guide the flow of chakra and form the hand seals for the clone technique. In that moment, Risyangbu Fu performed the fastest clone technique of his life. Enough! Suddenly, Iluka-sensei roared and reached out to shield Museyuin. Risyangbu Fu, do you no longer see me as your teacher? Startled by Iluka-sensei's roar, Risyangbu Fu snapped out of Museyuin's pressure. The interrupted jutsu left cold sweat streaming down his face. Damn, how did he seem so much stronger? Thinking this, Risyangbu Fu quickly said to Iluka-sensei, "Oh no, sensei. Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. No matter what grudge you have between you, I never want to see you use ninjutsu against your classmates again." Iluka stared at Risyangbu Fu for a second, whether it's on or off campus. Risyangbu Fu gave an awkward smile. He quickly said, No, I won't do it again. This is the last time. Then he shot Museyuin a vicious glare. He thought to himself, even if your strength has increased, as long as you can't use ninjutsu, I will surely have my day of revenge. Buning, let's go. Then he turned and walked out of the classroom. Risyangbu Ning responded and hurriedly followed. In Museyuin's mind, every movement of Risyangbu Fu replayed. The path of chakra flowing through his body, and each corresponding hand seal gesture appeared in his thoughts. He had a premonition that he might know how to use the clone technique. And even better than Risyangbu Fu, Iluka watched the retreating figures of Ri Xiangbu Ning and Ri Xiangbu Fu frowned and sighed inwardly. Then he turned to face Mu Siyuan and Ming Ren. He gave each of them a light tap on the head. Mu Siyuan, still immersed in the feeling of having learned the clone technique, was interrupted by the sudden tap. Ow! Ow ow! Ignoring Ming Ren, who was playfully shouting in pain, Iluka gently patted Mu Sin's shoulder, brushing off the yellow dirt and weeds on his clothes. You were late because you lost track of time while training, right? So are you confident about the clone technique now? Iluka looked at Mu Siyuan with eyes full of concern. He had always known Mu Siyuan, a war orphan. Compared to the mischievous Ming Ren, he was more mature and reserved. Growing up without parental care, he was like a lone weed sprouting silently in a barren land. Every morning and afternoon in class, you could always see this child's arms trembling slightly after overtraining, as if carrying something heavy. Thinking of this, Iluka gripped the registration form in his hand and encouraged Mu Siyuan, "It's okay if you can't do it. Take your time. There was once a student at this school." "Hey Iluka-sensei, you're being too biased. Why aren't you caring about me?" Ming Ren angrily interrupted Iluka's impulse to continue speaking. "Then let you be the first to take the test, Ming Ren." Facing the interrupting Ming Ren, Iluka responded with a dark face. "In that case, watch me." Ming Ren guided the flow of chakra and formed hand seals. Clone technique. With Ming Ren's shout, a puff of white smoke burst beside him, and a clone that looked exactly like him appeared. Strangely, Ming Ren's clone was different from others. It was limp and wilted, as if it had lost its core, like a banana peel that had been hollowed out. Seeing this, Iluka sighed, rubbed his forehead, and drew a big cross on the record sheet in his hand. Then he said, "Ming Ren failed. How could this be?" Ignoring Ming Ren's deflated state, Iluka turned to Mu Siyuan. Then, "Next, Mu Siyuan, are you ready?" Mu Siyuan looked at the disheartened Ming Ren and helplessly scratched the back of his head. He thought, "Tonight begins your protagonist journey of turning the tables, Ming Ren." Then he replied to Iluka, "Yes, no problem." Mu Siyuan recalled every step of the clone technique that Ri Xiangbu Fu had just performed. The path of chakra flow in his body. Every detail of the hand seals. Each nuance of the clone technique deepened in his mind. Guided by his inner instinct, the words "sword heart" slowly emerged. Mu Siyuan formed hand seals and shouted, "Clone technique." With a puff of white smoke, countless clones appeared around him. "What?" Irika was startled, for he had originally thought that Kimura would not pass the clone technique test. Kimura is very impressive with so many clones. His chakra reserves have already reached the level of an adult. Hearing this abrupt voice, Irika turned to look. "Mizuki, have you finished your tests over there?" Mizuki casually made an okay gesture. "I finished my tests, so I came over to see how you're doing." Then Mizuki scratched his head again. "I didn't expect to discover a genius." As he uttered the word genius, a flicker of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing Mizuki, Kimura thought to himself, "Is the gear of fate finally about to turn?" Hearing Mizuki's compliment, Irika was also somewhat pleased. "I didn't expect Kimura's clone technique to be so high level either." Irika glanced at Kimura. "Were you deliberately holding back before?" Kimura grinned sheepishly and scratched his head, thinking, "I can't exactly tell you that my cheat code just arrived today, can I? Nightfall. Add Ichiraku ramen. It's okay, Naruto. You'll definitely pass the test next time." Kimura slurped his noodles while mumbling. "No wonder Ichiraku ramen is both cheap and delicious. No wonder Naruto comes here often." Seeing Naruto still looking downcast. "It's okay, Naruto. After tonight, your cheat code will arrive too." Kimura thought this to himself, casually placing a 100 Ryo bill on the counter. "Uncle Ichiraku, I've left the money for my and Naruto's ramen here." "All right." Hearing Uncle Ichiraku's reply, Kimura patted Naruto on the shoulder. "Naruto, I'm heading off first." Without waiting for Naruto's response, he walked out of the shop. Kimura, why did you eat so fast and not wait for me?" Seeing Kimura's figure disappear at the shop entrance, Naruto's complaint was stifled before it could escape. Helpless, he could only furiously stab at his noodles with his chopsticks. "Really, Kimura suddenly learned the clone technique without telling me. Now I'm going to be alone again." Naruto stared blankly at the Narutomaki in his bowl, feeling as if he was about to be sucked into the vortex of solitude once more. I still need to leave some room for Mizuki to do his thing. If I stay with Naruto any longer, I might accidentally change the plot. Atop the Hokage monument, Konoha, Kimura rested his hands behind his head, overlooking the entire village from above. Then he casually opened the system panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 300, strength 300, agility 300, talent, innate sword body, sword power 1, equipment none, skills, sword heart, passive clone technique evaluation, an elementary school student, with dual cultivation in strength and speed, already surpassing most adults in strength and agility. Go ahead and ruthlessly crush those elementary school students who are just learning ninjutsu. The chakra I consumed during this afternoon's test has been replenished. Thinking this, Kimura paused. Now that I've finally learned ninjutsu, I need to find some time to observe the chakra consumption during jutsu execution and my chakra recovery rate. As for the skills panel, I've gained a clone technique. It seems the passive skill Sword Heart allows me to learn any ninjutsu I've seen. Thinking this, Kimura couldn't help but complain. It's like a bootleg Sharingan, just not sure what its limits are. What exactly are sword power and the Sword Dao System? They feel so vague. If only I had a system that lets me get stronger by learning genius level ninjutsu, or splitting. Ding. Detected host's dissatisfaction with the Sword Dao system. Please note that this system is the most suitable one selected based on the host's innate abilities. If unsatisfied, the system will self-destruct. Agree? Why disagree? And holy crap. Kimura was startled and quickly pressed disagree. Seriously, are all systems these days this hot-tempered? In recognition of the host's trust, the system will unlock the sword mirror and trial modules ahead of schedule. Please check them. Is it really trust? Or are you just threatening me? Kimura muttered softly. He opened the sword mirror module. Are you still troubled by the slow accumulation of sword power? Are you frustrated by delays in cultivation due to sleep or other matters? Your needs are our motivation to move forward. Alright, stop with the nonsense. The system stuttered, interrupted by Kimura's bluntness. Always subtly pressuring me, huh? Kimura whispered. Simply consume 10 chakra points daily to summon a clone that will swing a sword for you in the sword mirror. According to system detection, one clone can fully focus on swinging a sword 1,000 times per day. 2 million swings accumulate 1 sword power. Whoa. So this is an automatic cultivation cheat. But can these 10 chakra points be recovered? Oi. Kimura rested his chin on his hand. From the description, it seems similar to Naruto's shadow clone technique. My current chakra is 300. Let me try a portion first. Seeming to know Kimura's choice, host can independently choose how much chakra to invest in the sword mirror by clicking the system panel. Such an old-fashioned system design, just like a player template in a game. Kimura complained, then clicked the system panel and input 200 chakra into the sword mirror. Sword mirror officially activated. Host clone creation in progress. Then through the system, Kimura's gaze saw a vast empty training ground. 20 white-haired handsome clones identical to him appeared in the training ground. Each clone held a wooden sword, their stance exactly matching his own sword practice posture. Left foot forward in a lunge, inhale, grip the sword with both hands, slowly raise it above the head. The wooden sword in their hands came crashing down fiercely on the wooden training dummies. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the sword mirror and begun training. As a reward, you receive 1 sword power. Hope the host continues to work hard and reaches 10 sword power soon. Kimura scratched his head. Not bad at all. A few complaints not only unlocked a new function, but also earned me 1 sword power. After all, to activate this system and gain that little bit of sword power, he had tirelessly swung a sword 2 million times from childhood to now fully focused just to earn that single point. Because casual swinging wouldn't count toward the total. Now I need to check my chakra situation. Feeling that 2/3 of his chakra had been drained by the system, though he didn't feel weak, it was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Kimura opened his system panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 100,300, strength 300, agility 300, talent innate, sword body, sword power 2, equipment none, skills sword heart, passive clone technique evaluation, an elementary school student with dual cultivation in strength and speed. Although your chakra is low, your physique allows you to fear no elementary school student. But if you encounter a glaucoma or pink eye elementary school student, let's run. Resisting the urge to comment on the evaluation, Kimura waited quietly for a moment. Sensing no sign of chakra recovery. It seems my guess is correct. That portion of chakra is permanently retained in the sword mirror. The advantage is that I can use a portion of chakra to cultivate automatically, but the downside is that I need to carefully allocate the remaining chakra. Thinking this, since his main focus is swordsmanship, he decided to reserve 1/3 of his chakra for combat and invest the rest into the sword mirror. With 20 clones now each swinging a sword 100 times per day, it will take 10 days to accumulate 1 sword power. Thinking this, Kimura couldn't help but gasp. Then to accumulate 10 sword power, I need another 80 days. Kimura gave a bitter smile. If only I could get more system rewards. Just then the system suddenly vibrated. Ding. Trial activated. Trial, I help Uzumaki Naruto fend off Mizuki's attack. Kimura's eyes narrowed. Was the plot finally about to begin? Outside the gates of Konoha, within a dense forest, Irika leaned against a wall, supporting his wounded right arm, with his left hand, his body peppered with shuriken. Naruto, burdened with a scroll on his back, and Mizuki, wielding an enormous, oversized shuriken, stood locked in tense standoff. Naruto, hand over that scroll. Stripping away his hypocritical mask, Mizuki appeared grotesquely vicious at this moment. I will never give it to you. Why would you harm Teacher Irika? Head Teacher Irika. What an affectionate way to address him. Mizuki's sinister gaze swept back and forth between Irika and Naruto. Do you even know your true nature? Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki let out a cold sneer. Irika's pupils constricted sharply. No, Mizuki. You are the murderer who slaughtered Irika's parents. The nine-tailed demon fox. As Mizuki spoke, his right hand silently drifted toward the massive shuriken resting behind him. What? I am. The Nine-Tails. Seizing the moment of Naruto's stunned hesitation, Mizuki hurlingly threw the giant shuriken from his back. As expected, an untested rookie, so easily diverted by mere words. Mizuki sneered coldly, and everything was unfolding precisely as he had planned. Naruto, witnessing this, Irika endured his injuries and urgently straightened himself, lunging toward Naruto. Whoosh. The massive shuriken aimed directly at Naruto was suddenly struck away by something invisible. Hey Naruto, you alright? Mukii brushed dust off his clothes. A little late perhaps. The newcomer was none other than Mukii, who had just completed his trial. Squinting, Miyuki glanced over Iruka and Naruto. Still too late, teacher Iruka had been injured. He then turned a chilling gaze toward Mizuki. Under Miyuki's piercing stare, Mizuki felt as though stalked by some indescribable eldritch horror in the dead of night, a creeping numbness spreading through his chest. Damn it. Is this brat really this formidable? Just one look, and I feel such suffocating pressure. Miyuki, what are you doing here? Hurry, and take Naruto back to the village for reinforcements. I'll hold him off. Seeing Miyuki's arrival, Iruka had not even a moment to feel relief that Naruto was saved before urgent concern overtook him. He straightened his frame, slightly unsteady. Miyuki, fight alongside me to defeat Mizuki. He hurt teacher Iruka. Naruto's reddened eyes could focus on nothing else. Only vengeance drove him now. Miyuki frowned, studying Naruto, sensing something deeply off about his state. He then turned to face Mizuki. Naruto, protect teacher Iruka. I'll handle this. But Mizuki isn't like Hyuga Fubuki, someone you can defeat without relying on ninjutsu, right? Naruto hesitated. Leave it to me. After all, you haven't mastered any ninjutsu yet. Just look after teacher Iruka. Miyuki offered a confident smile. Then be careful. Miyuki, fully aware he could only be a hindrance, Naruto scooped up the injured Iruka and carried him to the side. Iruka immediately struggled to free himself. Naruto, how could you abandon Miyuki? Trust him. Miyuki is incredibly strong, far stronger than me. Naruto's right hand tightly gripped Iruka, preventing him from rushing toward Miyuki. Naruto clenched his left fist until his nails pierced the flesh, crimson blood soaking through the surrounding skin. Damn it, when will I become strong enough to protect others? At that moment, he remembered the scroll on his back. You insolent brat, looking down on others because you have a shred of talent, do you know this? This great ninja, have completed 128 B-rank missions. As he spoke, Mizuki violently flung a barrage of shuriken toward Miyuki. Miyuki cast a brief glance at the wooden sword in his hand, the same one that had just deflected the giant shuriken. His brow furrowed as he noticed a deep crack already running along the blade. Indeed, this wooden sword suited practice, not actual combat. I'll make do for now then. Miyuki watched the incoming storm of shuriken, intending to rely on his prior training in evading projectiles. For reasons unknown, the incoming shuriken seemed to slow in his vision, as though an 8K film had been pressed to pause, each one becoming perfectly clear in its trajectory. Instinct guided his movements, and his wrists twisted left and right. Swish, swish, swish. Every shuriken headed toward Miyuki was deflected and sent clattering to the ground. What a... Mizuki's eyes bulged wide. Damn brat, is he truly capable of this level? Miyuki is incredible. Naruto gasped from the sidelines. Iruka, witnessing this, slowly relaxed his rigid posture, unable to believe Miyuki was so powerful. If this is all you have, then it ends here. Miyuki locked eyes with Mizuki. Come on, I've given you the opening. Release some ninjutsu, so I can see the limits of this sword heart. After deflecting the shuriken, Miyuki had intended to press his attack directly. But then he reconsidered. Against an opponent like Mizuki, whose strength was not exceptional, wasn't this a perfect opportunity to learn firsthand? One after another, still children after all, failing to seize such a fine offensive opportunity. Too naive. While speaking, Mizuki's hands never stopped. Clone jutsu. Amidst a cloud of white smoke, 4 identical copies of Mizuki materialized beside him. All 5 Mizukis simultaneously reached toward their waists, feigning the motion of drawing ninja tools. Be careful. Watch out. Reacting to the shouts from Naruto and Iruka. Whoosh. Miyuki was suddenly alarmed as a giant shuriken flew toward him from his right. Mizuki had used the smoke from his clone jutsu as cover, disguised himself, and quietly crept behind Miyuki. His intent had been a rear ambush, but since he had been discovered, he would strike early. Mizuki thought to himself, and his hands quickly launched a continuous barrage of shuriken. He then ordered his clones to flank Miyuki while he surged forward himself. Miyuki, I'll come help you. This sudden shift in circumstances left Naruto and Iruka with no choice but to charge toward Miyuki and Mizuki without hesitation. Seeing the shuriken and Mizuki closing in from both front and rear, Miyuki steeled his mind, formed hand seals, and declared clone jutsu. Bang! 5 clones erupted beside him. He then calmly gripped his wooden sword tightly. Disguise jutsu is it? Thank you, teacher Mizuki. With a powerful flick of his right hand, he struck the oncoming giant shuriken head on. The violent impact split the wooden sword in two, and its sharp tip hurtled directly toward Mizuki. You're unarmed. How do you plan to fight me now, Miyuki's destroyed weapon combined with the surrounding encirclement made Mizuki feel as though the dawn of victory was waving at him. He was about to casually deflect the incoming blade tip. It's over. The flying blade tip suddenly transformed into Miyuki's figure. Take this, Lushan Ascending Dragon Fist. Miyuki formed his right hand into a fist and struck Mizuki's jaw with devastating force from below. As darkness swam before his eyes, Mizuki slowly collapsed. Phew! Watching Mizuki fall to the ground, Miyuki gradually exhaled in relief. It appeared that at least with basic techniques like clone jutsu, all it took was one glance aided by sword heart for him to master them. Miyuki, you're so amazing. Naruto and Iruka, who had been frantically worried about Miyuki being attacked, finally arrived. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he stared at Miyuki. Miyuki, is this truly your first time fighting a ninja? Your combat instincts are extraordinary. Irika looked at Mukei with deep relief and admiration. Mukei scratched his head bashfully at their praise. Ding. Congratulations, host. Trial I completed helping Uzumaki Naruto defend against Mizuki's attack. Inside the Konoha Hokage Hall, an elderly man with graying whiskers, a face etched with wrinkles and age spots scattered across his body. He was slightly hunched, holding a pipe in his mouth while intently studying the crystal ball in his hands. Kimura, a diligent boy without talent, yet in a single day he mastered the transformation jutsu and the clone jutsu. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha, the longest-serving Hokage, revered as the professor of ninjutsu for his immense power. Even without the ability to learn ninjutsu, he never ceased his arduous training. Suspected latent talent for ninjutsu unleashed through accumulated effort. The concern and anger he showed when his comrades were injured. The battle instinct that allowed him to adapt flexibly during his first encounter with a ninja. Perseverance, talent, combat awareness, and above all the care for his comrades. At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. Truly a fine seedling of the will of fire. Elephant. Yes. In response to the third Hokage's call, a man wearing a mask and clad in a uniform that concealed his figure leaped into the Hokage hall through the window. He knelt on one knee, fists clasped in salute. Go and conceal the records and battle details of Miyamoto Kimura. Do not let Root find out. Speaking of Root, the third Hokage's left hand holding the pipe tightened slightly. Also bring me the files of Team 7. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Elephant, the Umbu member, formed hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, he vanished before the third Hokage. Danzo, I hope you won't do anything foolish. Don't harm these seeds of the will of fire, or else. A cold glint flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his usually benevolent face revealing a chilling murderous intent. Kimura's house. Reward, what is the reward? Kimura hummed a nameless tune lightly, while washing his hands and face at the sink, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. He looked at himself in the mirror. His once jet-black hair had turned silver white, his skin had become delicate and smooth, and his face remained as handsome and refined as ever. Kimura indulged in a brief moment of vanity, then clasped his hands together and bowed piously. Almighty God of luck, please grant me an SSR. Then he opened the system. Confirm claim. Trial, I help Uzumaki Naruto repel Mizuki's attack. Reward, a very hard wooden sword. Staring at the wooden sword that suddenly appeared in his hand, Kimura was a little speechless. Seriously, dude, this wooden sword looks exactly like the one I just picked up, doesn't it? Kimura struck the wooden sword fiercely with the middle finger of his right hand from top to bottom. Warning. Host has entered a paralyzed state. Hiss. It's really hard. I hit the funny bone. Kimura swung the wooden sword left and right. You know, it actually feels quite comfortable in my hand. I just wonder how hard it really is. Then he hung the wooden sword at his waist. Casually, he took out the item that Naruto had secretly slipped into his hand after they parted ways with Irika-sensei and Naruto. It was a small scroll. When unrolled, it revealed only a spiral sealing mark. Prompt. Forbidden Jutsu detected, multiple shadow clone jutsu. This technique aligns with the system's functions. Does the host wish to learn it? Kimura's pupils contracted slightly. So Naruto had indeed learned the multiple shadow clone jutsu and secretly made a copy for him. That's good. I was worried that my reckless intervention might have affected the course of the plot. But why is it that I can learn the transformation jutsu and clone jutsu just by looking at them, while the forbidden jutsu requires a system prompt and a decision to learn? Kimura stroked his chin. In the world of Naruto, there are 6 levels of ninjutsu, EDCBA and S, corresponding to the proficiency of academy students, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Quasi-Kage, and Kage-level ninjas. As for the transformation jutsu and clone jutsu, he had learned earlier they fell under the D-level category. Whether a technique is classified as forbidden depends not on its level, but on the stringent requirements for learning it or the impact it causes. So maybe the sword heart isn't sufficient to help me learn techniques of this level, but my system meets the requirements for learning this technique. Kimura scratched his head and let out a wry smile. He had originally hoped to rely on the sword heart to learn all the ninjutsu in the world, but it seemed that plan had fallen through. But if I get the chance, I still need to find out the sword heart's learning limit. Is it D level? C level? Never mind that for now. With a flick of his mind, Kimura selected Confirm Learn in the system. Ding. Multiple shadow clone jutsu aligns with system functions. Congratulations, host. Learning successful. Sword mirror enhancement. Now the host only needs to consume 5 chakra points per day to summon a clone that will swing the sword for you in the sword mirror. Hope the host works hard to reach a sword power value of 10 as soon as possible. Compared to before, creating a clone in the sword mirror now only costs 5 chakra points per day. So that means I can accumulate 1 sword power value every 5 days, eh? At this thought, a grin spread across Kimura's face. Originally, I needed 80 days to accumulate 10 points of sword power, but now it only takes 40 days. If I can get system rewards or find ways to increase chakra, the speed could be even faster. Thinking this, Kimura couldn't help but start fantasizing about what reward he would get when he accumulated 10 sword power points. After all, the system had been reminding him to reach 10 points as soon as possible. Kimura waved his hand casually and opened the system interface. Miyamoto Kimura host. Chakra 200,400. Strength 400. Agility 400. Talent innate sword body. Sword power 2. Equipment very hard wooden sword. Skills sword heart passive clone jutsu, transformation jutsu. Evaluation a primary school student with balanced power and speed. Though your chakra is low, your physique makes you unafraid of any other primary schooler. But if you encounter a primary schooler with glaucoma or pink eye, let's run. Hiss. Why did my chakra strength and agility each increase by 100 points? Apologies. Due to system lag, the previous display was incorrect. Prompt. Each increase of one sword power point will correspondingly increase chakra strength and agility by 100 points. Hope the host works hard to reach a sword power value of 10 as soon as possible. Is this system some kind of third-rate software that can lag and display errors? Kimura couldn't help but complain, but the system seemed to be telling him to focus on increasing his sword power. I won't invest the extra chakra into the sword mirror for now, since tomorrow is the day of team assignments. I don't know which team I'll be assigned to. If it's Team 7, I'll have to pass Kakashi's test. Better to keep some chakra in reserve. At this thought, Kimura couldn't help but grumble again. According to the plot, each team consists of 3 people. Where could he possibly go? He couldn't be the hidden 4th member, could he? After claiming his reward and tidying up, Kimura thought about tomorrow's team assignments. He temporarily set aside the idea of sword practice and silently made his way to the Genkan. Sitting on the steps, gazing at the distant moon, Kimura stretched his right hand toward it. 12 years have passed. Countless thoughts were carried away by the wind rustling through the leaves and drifting toward the entire Konoha village. Konoha Village. Ninja Academy. Creak. The boisterous chatter in the classroom was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. What's the matter, Kimura? You're late again. Ignoring the sudden silence, Naruto spoke nonchalantly. The newcomer was none other than Kimura. He slowly exhaled. I was training and lost track of time. Luckily, Irika-sensei hasn't arrived yet. Sakura. Look at Kimura. When did he dye his hair white? It's so cool. A blonde-haired girl in trendy clothes nudged the pink-haired girl beside her, whispering excitedly. I still think Sasuke. Well, both are equally cool. The pink-haired girl with a broad forehead replied uncertainly. Behind them, a cute girl with light blue hair quietly hid among the crowd, stealing glances at Kimura and murmuring in a voice as soft as a mosquito, so handsome, Kimura-kun. What was intriguing was the white hue of her pupils. Oh, isn't this our duo of dead last? The atmosphere, which had been warming up after Kimura's arrival, was suddenly plunged back into an icy silence by that remark. Kimura's gaze swept past the crowd toward the back of the classroom. 2 boys with short black hair and white pupils stood at the back. The one in front crossed his arms, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The newcomers were none other than Hyuga Bufu and Hyuga Buning. Hyuga Bufu's eyes widened, veins bulging around them. He glanced at Naruto. Naruto's chakra reserves have increased. He might barely pass the clone technique test. Then he turned his gaze to Kimura. And you, the notorious dead last. You don't even have a shred of chakra now. Are you trying to sneak in and pretend to pass the test? Believing he had guessed the truth, Hyuga Bufu grinned smugly. Kimura frowned. No chakra. What's going on? Notification. To ensure its own safety, the system will block all attempts to probe the host. I see. Another great function for hiding one's strength. Kimura stroked his chin. Damn it. Ignoring me again. Seeing Kimura disregard him, the veins on Hyuga Bufu's forehead tightened, and a large vein mark appeared on his brow. Kimura, I challenge you to a duel. Hyuga Bufu slammed the table. Hyuga Buning quickly pulled him back, whispering, Bufu, haven't you lost to him many times already? You're going to get beaten again. Hyuga Bufu glanced at Hyuga Buning and muttered. I see no chakra in him at all. He might have failed in a jutsu training recently. His body is probably injured. If I don't take revenge now, once we become ninjas, we won't be allowed to attack villagers anymore. Ding. The host has received a provocation from the outside. Trial triggered. Trial 2. The dignity of a swordsman. A swordsman's shame must be washed with blood. Reward sword power value 1. Kimura, who had been lost in thought analyzing the system's new functions, was abruptly snapped back to reality by the notification. Alright, I accept your. Kimura was about to accept Hyuga Bufu's duel challenge. No. The light blue-haired girl suddenly stood up from behind the crowd, her eyes fixed on Hyuga Bufu. Though her body trembled slightly under the direct gaze of many, she forced herself to stand straight. You cannot challenge Kimura-kun. Lady Hinata. Hyuga Bufu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the light blue-haired girl. Then he shot Kimura a glare filled with jealousy and anger. Why? He's just a dead last commoner. Hyuga Bufu said indignantly. Kimura's expression turned complex as he looked at Hinata. Who would have thought that the little girl who once approached him wanting to train together was actually Hinata? He had thought she was just an ordinary member of the Hyuga clan. Because of this, he had been targeted by a group of Hyuga children, the most troublesome of whom were the brothers Hyuga Bufu and Hyuga Buning. Kimura, why are you standing at the door and not entering? Irika arrived at the classroom door, frowning as he scanned the students. Seeing Hinata and Hyuga Bufu, Irika understood the situation. He casually patted Kimura on the shoulder, pointed to the empty seat beside Hinata, and said, Kimura, go sit next to Hinata. I'll announce the team assignments for the ninja squads. Kimura nodded slightly and walked toward Hinata. The duel wasn't urgent. After all, Hyuga Bufu challenged him every few days. As Kimura approached step by step, Hinata nervously fidgeted with her sleeves. Hey Kimura-kun. Seeing Hinata's cheeks flush with shyness, Kimura couldn't help but think how adorable. Luckily, I've already helped her overcome her shyness, or she would have fainted by now. Watching Kimura sit beside Hinata, whose face was red with embarrassment, Hyuga Bufu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and widened his eyes, as if he wanted to devour Kimura. Thump! Thump! Irika placed the documents on the desk, producing a dull sound. Everyone stared intently at the papers, praying to be assigned to a ninja squad. Team 10 members. Yamanaka Ino. Here the blonde fashionista who had been discussing Kimura raised her right hand eagerly, her gaze still flickering toward Kimura. Team 7 members. Uzumaki Naruto. Huh, here. Naruto, surprised to be assigned to a ninja squad, jumped up excitedly. Uchiha Sasuke. By the window, a boy with short black hair rested his chin on his left hand, staring coldly outside. He raised his hand slightly to indicate he had heard. Irika shook his head helplessly. Such a cold child. Haruno Sakura. Huh, me. Sakura, unable to believe her wish had come true, stared excitedly at Sasuke's back, already daydreaming about their ninja journey together. The last member of Team 7. Miyamoto Kimura. What? No way, Irika-sensei. Before Kimura could respond, Hyuga Bufu stared at Irika with blazing eyes. Putting aside the fact that a ninja squad consists of 3 genin and 1 jonin, Kimura doesn't even have a trace of chakra. How could he possibly become a ninja? Hyuga Bufu grew more agitated, even slamming the table hard. Irika frowned and glanced at him, saying calmly, "This is the Hokage's arrangement. If you disagree, you can take it up with him." Hyuga Bufu was momentarily speechless. But, the Hokage's arrangement. However, the Hokage also said that anyone who objects to Kimura becoming the 4th member of Team 7 can challenge him. Irika paused. The winner will replace Miyamoto Kimura as the 4th member of Team 7. Irika announced the 3rd Hokage's instructions with some bewilderment. Why did Kimura have to face a challenge to join the team? Perhaps the old man had his own reasons. But among all these people, could anyone really defeat Kimura, who had already beaten a genin? Irika was puzzled. Everyone had initially been excited at the prospect of replacing Kimura by defeating him, but their enthusiasm waned when they saw Hyuga Bufu cracking his knuckles. Yeah, forget about beating Kimura, there's still Hyuga Bufu. We definitely can't beat him. The crowd grew disheartened. Forgive me, Lady Hinata, but I can't follow your orders this time. This is a golden opportunity to change my life by joining a ninja squad. Hyuga Bufu clasped his hands toward Hinata. Then he turned to face Kimura. Miyamoto Kimura, I challenge you to a duel. Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage's office. A white-haired man stood in front of a desk. His ninja headband was slanted across his left eye, completely covering it, as if hiding a secret within. From the nose downward, his face was entirely concealed by his collar. The only exposed right eye appeared somewhat vacant, and his entire demeanor exuded a lazy, lackadaisical air. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of the 3rd Hokage, "Why is Miyamoto Kimura assigned to Team 7? Normally a jonin is only required, and permitted, to lead 3 genin, is that not so?" The man paused, then continued, "Moreover, you are inserting a civilian with decent physical talent, but mediocre ninjutsu aptitude into a ninja squad. Do the others agree? A so-called ninja squad is meant to concentrate the village's resources on a few talented individuals, nurturing seeds that can grow into Jonin Kage level, or even Super Kage level existences. Am I correct in saying this, Kakashi?" The 3rd Hokage lightly tapped his pipe against his lips, standing by the window and gazing outward. "You are not mistaken, Lord Hokage," Kakashi replied respectfully. Outside the window, the large tree rustled its leaves, each drop pattering softly into the soil, nourishing and fostering the growth of the next sapling. "You are not mistaken, Lord Hokage," Kakashi replied respectfully. Kimura's efforts have been evident to all, but what he has displayed thus far is solely physical talent. He has managed to train his 12-year-old physique to match that of a normal adult. How remarkable is that? The 3rd Hokage spoke calmly, but we all know his ninjutsu talent is truly abysmal. Just like Naruto, he took the Ninja Academy exam 3 times before passing. Kakashi scratched his head thoughtfully. And Naruto failed because his chakra reserves were too vast, making precise control difficult. But Kimura. I originally thought all of Kimura's talent was concentrated in his physique, but the 3rd Hokage squinted, a sly smile playing on his lips. "But I won't tell you yet." Kakashi felt a twinge of exasperation. What a damnable twisted taste. Why did the older generation always love keeping people in suspense? Why is Kimura part of the ninja squad? The 3rd Hokage turned to face Kakashi. Let Kimura's performance speak for itself. Konoha Village. Ninja Academy Training Ground. "Kimura-kun, are you sure about this?" Hinata asked in a low voice, her face flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly from being so close to Kimura. "Hey, it's easy enough," Kimura said without even glancing at Hyuga Bufu. The direction of the plot had shifted. The 4th member of Team 7. If someone objected, could they challenge him? If they won, could they replace him? Kimura pondered for a moment. Everything was as he expected. From the moment he defeated Mizuki, he had likely caught the attention of the 3rd Hokage, and now this duel was also orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage. Do they want me to demonstrate my strength to quell the dissatisfaction of others? A slight smirk curled at the corner of Kimura's mouth. Then open your eyes wide and watch closely. Beneath the sunlight, Kimura's smile radiated an extraordinary confidence and brilliance. So handsome, Hinata and Yamanaka Ino murmured involuntarily. Seeing Hinata's rosy cheeks, Hyuga Bufu's eyes blazed with a devouring jealousy. He glared fiercely at Kimura for a moment, then turned to face Irika. "Irika-sensei, may we begin?" Irika nodded and looked around. "Then Kimura and Bufu stand on my left and right respectively. Everyone else move to a safe area nearby. The rules of the match are in the absence of severe injury. If one side loses the ability to fight, that side is considered defeated. If anyone surrenders in advance, I as the teacher will step in to stop the match." Irika paused, then continued. "However, I hope you two will exercise restraint. After all, you are comrades from the same village. Don't worry, Irika-sensei. I'll only inflict some superficial injuries on Kimura." Hyuga Bufu twisted his wrists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Then he fixed his gaze on Kimura. "Miyamoto Kimura, do you think I would enter a duel unprepared? Not to mention that just a few days ago, I completed my training in the 8 trigrams 16 palms. My strength has greatly improved. Just looking at your physical condition, without any chakra, I only need to use ninjutsu to wear you down and surely exhaust you to death. Besides, standing in the squad assignment classroom, you had no chakra on you. Did you forcibly channel chakra to perform the clone technique for the test? The meridians in your body must be injured, right? Advantage is mine. I've already won." Kimura. Watching Hyuga Bufu suddenly become so excited, Kimura felt a bit puzzled. This kid was quite strange. Why was he amusing himself like that? But this is fine too. If the opponent has no fighting spirit, it would be too dull. Kimura stretched his arms upward, arching his back, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from his entire body. "Come on, show me your full strength." Kimura drew the wooden sword from his waist and shouted. "Let me see if the sword heart can comprehend the ninjutsu of the Hyuga clan." Seeing the two ready, Irika raised his right hand. Then, the duel begins. Byakugan. Hearing Irika's voice, Hyuga Bufu activated his Byakugan first. The veins around his eyes bulged, and his temples protruded on both sides. "Warning. Host detected under surveillance. System has automatically isolated. Byakugan, huh? It can see through flesh and observe the flow of chakra. How what a convenient ability." Kimura was momentarily startled. "But it seems completely useless against me. As expected, his body hasn't recovered yet. There's no trace of chakra at all." After confirming Kimura's condition, Hyuga Bufu's uneasy heart gradually calmed. "This wave is in my favor. How can I lose?" Hyuga Bufu stepped his right leg sideways, assumed a bow stance, and quickly formed hand seals. Clone technique. With a boom, 4 identical clones appeared beside him. Without further explanation, Hyuga Bufu, accompanied by the 5 clones, charged directly at Kimura. "I still have 250 points of chakra. I'll reserve 100 for the substitution technique as a defense, and the rest can be used for offense." Hyuga Bufu estimated his remaining chakra in his mind. While running, he concealed his hands behind his back and quietly formed hand seals. Such a boring little trick. Kimura brought his left hand to his mouth and yawned. Then he swiftly kicked a pebble at his feet toward the area behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Hyuga Bufu's pupils contracted slightly. Hyuga Bufu intended to draw attention from the front, while secretly using a combination of clone technique and transformation technique to launch a sneak attack. The third Hokage silently watched the duel between Miyamoto Kimura and Hyuga Bufu through a crystal ball, casually explaining to Kakashi beside him. "But the lethality of Kimura's pebble." Kakashi frowned. "Kimura's physical condition seems to far exceed that of his peers." The third Hokage squinted and smiled. Kimura has never neglected physical training since he was young. At 12 years old, his physical ability surpasses that of many ordinary adult ninjas. And what's even more astonishing, Kimura has yet to reveal it. "Amazing. Kimura, you're incredible. Go for it, Kimura." Hearing the cheers from Hinata, Ino, and Naruto, Kimura smiled faintly. "If you have no other tricks, then this is the end. Come on, let me see what other ninjutsu the Hyuga clan possesses, and whether my sword heart can comprehend and learn them," Kimura thought to himself. Hyuga Bufu bit his lip. Damn it, how can his physical prowess be so formidable? Normally a clone should be able to withstand at least one attack from a ninja of the same level. How could my clone vanish just from being struck by a pebble he kicked? With the chakra consumed by the clone and the transformation technique, I now have about 200 chakra points left. Hyuga Bufu lowered his head and looked at his hands. "Since the clone won't work, then I'll use the 8 trigrams palms to defeat you head on." Thought moved far faster than action. The moment Hyuga Bufu lowered his head, he had already changed his battle plan. In that instant, Hyuga Bufu halted his forward lunge, planted both feet on the ground, and assumed a horse stance. His upper body leaned slightly forward due to inertia. 8 trigrams empty palm. Hyuga Bufu pulled his left side forward, slowly drew his right elbow back, then thrust his palm forward, striking swiftly toward Kimura. The high-speed fist wind carrying the air quickly flew toward Kimura. Due to the extreme velocity, the surrounding air became slightly distorted. So this is the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms. Kimura squinted slightly. In the past, he had sparred with Hyuga clan members, but those opponents had only used their physical bodies and gentle fist. This was Kimura's first time fighting a Hyuga clan member who utilized ninjutsu. "I'm not done yet, Kimura. Hugo Bufu took a deep breath, his chest slowly swelling as air flowed and then expelled it all in a sudden burst. Aura, 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 aura. Hugo Bufu struck out wildly with both palms, unleashing a fierce barrage toward Kimura. 200, 180, 150, 100. As Hugo Bufu's chakra rapidly depleted, countless 8 trigrams empty palms mingled with air waves closed in on Kimura. Boom, boom, boom. Countless air waves seemed to strike against solid objects. Kimura twisted his right hand, gripping the sword, slicing through the incoming air waves one by one. Strangely, the air waves that appeared incredibly fast to others moved like slow-moving targets in Kimura's eyes, breaking apart with the slightest touch. How can this be? Hugo Bufu was stunned. He had expected to overwhelm Kimura with a barrage of long-range attacks. Can physical strength alone achieve this level? He seems even stronger than when he fought Mizuki. Irika muttered, his pupils contracting slightly. Well done, Kimura. Defeat him just like that. Naruto, standing behind Irika, jumped up and cheered excitedly. How cool, Kimura. Go for it. Beat him. A group of girls, seeing Kimura's impressive display, began cheering like a cheerleading squad. Behind the group of girls, Hinata, hidden in the crowd, clenched her fists, nervously worried that Kimura might have been injured in the onslaught. Hang in there, Kimura. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Kimura quickly glanced at his system panel. Then he frowned slightly. The skill he learned wasn't the 8 trigrams empty palm. Without thinking too much, Kimura swiftly slashed his right hand, holding the sword from lower left to upper right. The blade cut through the air, wrapping a large amount of gas, and flew rapidly toward Hugo Bufu. What? How did you learn that? Hugo Bufu exclaimed in surprise. Then he realized something was wrong, because Kimura's airwave seemed far more spectacular than his own 8 trigrams empty palm. It not only cut through the air, but also tore up the ground and falling leaves around the airwave. Not good. Hugo Bufu quickly assumed the 8 trigrams palm stance. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. With the high-speed fist wind, a solid, slightly slanted shield seemed to materialize before Hugo Bufu's eyes. Shoo! Kimura's air slash struck the air wall of Hugo Bufu without pause, then flew past him. Ding! The deflected air slash grazed Hugo Bufu's cheek before embedding itself into a nearby tree, leaving a gash about 3 feet long. Sigh! How is this so terrifying? Irika gasped in awe. Kimura was a bit surprised. Although the 8 trigrams empty palm he should have learned had turned into a strange sword technique, its power seemed quite high. Hugo Bufu wiped his trembling left hand across the deep, bloody gash on his cheek left by the air slash. Blood and pain stimulated his nerves, while resentment and the frustration of impending failure gnawed at his soul. Why did you learn the 8 trigrams empty palms? Did the main house teach you? Resentment and jealousy made Hugo Bufu clench his fists. The fingers worn down from training, gentle fist dug deeply into his palms. The physical pain was far less unbearable than the torment of his soul being torn apart. The repeated frustration of being defeated by Kimura, the anger of being despised by the main house and denied membership in the ninja squad because of his branch family status. All these emotions surged and erupted within Hugo Bufu, distorting his face. Off. Hugo Bufu stepped forward quickly, his left palm facing forward, and rapidly closed in on Kimura. He originally thought I had no chakra, so he used mid-range 8 trigrams empty palms to wear me down. Now why did he suddenly abandon that plan? Kimura stared at Hugo Bufu and frowned slightly. Looking at Hugo Bufu's ferocious face, had he lost his composure and given up? No, that's wrong. Hugo Bufu's main attacking hand is his right, but now he's presenting his left. He still has a killing move. 8 trigrams, 16 palms, Lionheart. The rapid palm wind held out. The violent air turbulence around Hugo Bufu's palm formed a lion that seemed ready to devour, enveloping him. I still have a chance to win. Just this one strike. Just this one strike must land. Hugo Bufu's ferocious face concealed a heart exulting with joy. He used the performance of a mental breakdown to conceal his main attacking hand, using himself as bait to suddenly close in on Miyamoto Kimura. I almost fell for it. Luckily, the technique I just released wasn't yet complete. Kimura murmured, then lowered his body and leaned slightly forward. He slowly slid the wooden sword back into its sheath. Is Kimura giving up? The onlookers were surprised. Irika even quietly moved closer to the two fighters, ready to stop the duel at any moment. Batajutsu sword slash. With his shoulders driving his elbows and then his wrist using the power of his waist, Kimura suddenly stepped forward to the right. Swoosh. The wooden sword rubbed violently against the scabbard, slicing through the air and struck Hugo Bufu. The collision of flesh and wood drew a line of blood across his neck. As their figures passed each other, Hugo Bufu fell heavily to the ground. What? Irika, who had been waiting nearby, saw that Kimura was unharmed and quickly ran toward Hugo Bufu. It's fine, Irika-sensei. I used the blunt edge of the sword, Kimura said slowly as he returned the wooden sword to its sheath. Why can I never defeat you? I've worked so hard. Is it because of the help from the main house? Hugo Bufu, who had fallen, struggled to get up and sat on the ground. Having exhausted all his chakra, he could no longer stand. Sitting facing Kimura was the best he could manage. First, being able to cut out a sword aura is not because the main house or Hinata taught me the 8 trigrams empty palm. It's a sword technique I created myself. Kimura silently added, though it was a technique I created after just stealing from you. Second, can you really claim to have worked hard? Kimura looked straight into Hyuga Bufu's eyes. I am an orphan from the battlefield. I grew up relying on the village's charity. Although my family background was poor, I never gave up on hard work. From the age of 5, when I could lift things, I began to lift a sword and train. From the day I could swing a sword. Excluding class time, I spent all my free time swinging the sword. 3500, 5200, 7500 swings every day. Until the pain in my tendons tore at my nerves, until my body had no strength left. Only then did I stop. How dare you speak of hard work in front of me? As each sentence overpowered the previous, the light in Kimura's eyes grew brighter. Congratulations, host, on completing the trial. Trial 2, a swordsman's dignity, a swordsman's shame must be washed away with blood. Reward sword power value 1. Congratulations, host, on completing an achievement. Achievement enlightenment of the sword heart. Reward sword power value 2. Congratulations, host, your sword power value has reached 5. Awakening in advance. My village. Inside the Hokage's office. Truly remarkable, with exceptional physical talent, leading combat awareness, and extraordinary comprehension. Not only can he learn an opponent's ninjutsu with a single glance, but he can also adapt it into his own technique. Kakashi paused for a moment, speaking with some uncertainty. His eyes seemed somewhat special. The third Hokage grinned and nodded slightly in affirmation. Mutsuin's eyes seemed to be able to slow down the speed of all attacks, just like the dynamic capture of the Sharingan. He added slowly, but you just missed the most crucial point. Whether it was the furious outburst when Irika was injured or the leniency shown toward Hinata Futsuin earlier. Mutsuin's will of fire to protect his comrades. That is the most important thing. Kakashi looked at the neck of Hinata Bufu, grazed by the back of the blade in the crystal ball, and his eyes softened slightly. Yes, in the ninja world, those who do not follow or break the rules should be considered trash. But no matter what, those who can easily ignore their comrades are even worse than trash. The third Hokage took over the conversation. Kakashi, you were previously worried that a single jonin leading 4 genin might not have enough energy to teach them well, nor be able to protect all 4 completely. After watching Mutsuin's battle, you should be reassured, right? Mutsuin's learning talent and self-discipline ensure he can efficiently learn your skills. Moreover, his physical strength and combat talent guarantee he has a certain ability to protect himself. Kakashi nodded slightly in agreement. Talent, comprehension, and most importantly, concern for comrades. The third Hokage stood by the table, gently tapping it. What a fine seedling of the will of fire. This time I will never allow anyone to cut down the village's young sprouts. The third Hokage's smiling eyes flashed with a sharp gaze. A sharp aura suddenly burst from his aged body. I leave it to you, Kakashi. If possible, let him see the Hitaki clan's swordsmanship and kenjutsu. The third Hokage withdrew his sharp aura, hunched slightly, and said with a smile to Kakashi. Understood, Lord Hokage. Kakashi clasped his fists and responded solemnly. Night. Inside my training ground. The bright moonlight spilled across the training ground, and Mutsuin's shadow was stretched somewhat lonely. He gently waved his sore arm after swinging the sword. After sensing the change in his physical condition, Mutsuin slowly opened the system panel. Gongbin Mutsuin host. Chakra 600,800. Strength 800. Agility 800. Talent innate, sword body, sword intent germinating. Sword power 5. Equipment very hard wooden sword. Skills sword heart passive quick draw, sword, / 3 body techniques. Evaluation superb, physical fitness, extraordinary comprehension ability, exceptional combat awareness, be proud. Ranked first, 100th among elementary school students. Mutsuin scratched his chin and shifted his gaze to the skills and evaluation. How strange, instead of learning 8 trigrams vacuum palm, it turned into a sword technique. Tip. All offensive ninjutsu will be automatically identified and converted into sword techniques by the system. Tip. The way of the sword encompasses all. As long as the host's strength meets the requirements, whether it's breaking the void with a sword or reversing time, it's no problem, let alone mere attribute sword techniques. Hiss. That's too overpowered, isn't it? Breaking time and space and time travel in the Naruto world. Mutsuin gasped, then frowned in dissatisfaction. The 100th among elementary school students. Do these elementary school students include Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama? Recalling that Uchiha Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy early at age 7 with top honors, and solo cleared the Chunin exam at age 10. Can't compare, they are all big shots. Mutsuin shrugged helplessly. As for the attributes, as always, every increase of 1 point in sword power adds 100 points to attributes. And before activating the system, my attribute values had already reached 300 points. Calculated according to 300-5100, it's exactly right. Mutsuin glanced over the attributes and casually invested 200 points of excess chakra into the sword mirror, reserving 400 points for self-defense. Now I just need to practice for 2.5 days to accumulate 1 point of sword power. Mutsuin estimated the number of sword power uses the sword mirror generates per day. Sword techniques also consume chakra, and according to teacher Irika, we will meet our squad leader in 3 days. If I remember correctly. Kakashi, right? And then, there's also Kakashi's. Well, test. Mutsuin shook his head and put aside the matter of Kakaxi's test for now. Regarding the system, he still had many questions. Today he triggered Trial 2 with Hinata Futsuin. Why Trial 2? Is there a Trial I? If so, what is the difference between the two? And is it that as long as someone initiates a duel request, I can trigger Trial 2? If I actively provoke others to make them initiate a duel against me, can I trigger Trial 2 and thus farm sword power points? Thousands of thoughts rushed through Mutsuin's mind, pulling him toward the last goal. This was a talent triggered by the system when his sword power reached 5 today. Sword intent germinating. To test what this sword intent really is, Mutsuin deliberately put aside other training and swung his sword all night in the training ground. But besides feeling that the wooden sword seemed a bit sharper, there was no other change. Mutsuin looked up at the moon. The bright moonlight fell on his face, making his features appear hazy. Not far away, Hinata, who was secretly hiding behind a tree, watching Mutsuin, blushed again. The hearts in her eyes seemed to drift away with the breeze. Along with it, a faint whisper faded away. Mutsuin-kun. Forget it, let's practice the sword first. Mutsuin shook his head to clear his thoughts, raised his sword, and swung forward. Accompanied by the swishing sound of the sword, the forest not far from the training ground also echoed with thumping sounds. The moonlight scattered the sounds of the two, reflecting each other on the moon. My village. On the rooftop where they agreed to meet. Yo, young ones, good morning. Your teacher just got lost on the path of life. Kakashi, with his right eye exposed outside his mask, greeted Mutsuin, Naruto, and the other two. Looking at Kakashi, who had a chalkboard eraser on his head, Naruto's prank, and spoke in a very unserious manner, Mutsuin sighed helplessly. He really looked like an unreliable adult. Is this teacher really reliable? Sakura and Naruto exchanged glances. Ignoring the suspicious looks, Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes. Well, since you've passed the Ninja Academy test, you can be considered young men and women who can stand on your own. So how about introducing yourselves? Hey. Like dreams, interests, and such. Kakashi spread his arms lazily. Then he looked at everyone with dead fish eyes. By the way, your teacher's name is Hataki Kakashi. Likes and dislikes are secret. As for dreams, I don't seem to have any. Interests? Quite a lot. Alright, it's your turn. Kakashi seemed to have lost interest in continuing, leaning lazily against the rooftop railing like a salted fish. Breaking the dull atmosphere, first Naruto stepped forward. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like the Ichiraku ramen that Mutsuin and teacher Irika treat me to. What I hate is instant noodles soaked for more than 3 minutes, soft and mushy. As for my dream, surpass the Hokage. I want everyone in the village to acknowledge me. Kakashi looked at Naruto, slightly dazed. Hokage has such a familiar tone. Uchiha Sasuke, no interests, many things I hate. My dream is to revive the Uchiha clan, and to kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke turned his back to the sun, hiding his face in the shadows as he spoke calmly. Looking at the handsome boy with black short hair, Mutsuin was slightly stunned. Such a dense and fierce killing intent. Then Mutsuin licked his lips. The son of the Uchiha clan, bearer of the Sharingan. I really want to fight you and see my current level. Seeing Sakura and Naruto intimidated by Sasuke, Kakashi said to Sakura, Yo, what about you? Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura was intimidated by Sasuke's killing intent, her voice trembling for a moment. After a moment to calm down, Haruno Sakura spoke hesitantly. What I like is, my dream is. Her originally fluctuating voice always suddenly weakened, and at this moment Haruno Sakura would always sneak a glance at Sasuke. Then the last one is. Kakashi nodded slightly and turned to Mutsuin. My name is Gongbin Mutsuin. My interest is practicing swordsmanship. What I hate is defeat. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Mutsuin's eyes glowed slightly. At that moment, he seemed to have determined his direction forward. Tip. Host has achieved achievement where the heart is where the sword goes. Tip. Host has gained sword power 5. Tip. Host sword power has reached 10 points. Tip. Sword intent germination successful. Congratulations, host has gained talent sword intent, level 1. Countless scenes of his past sword practice flashed before his eyes. He seemed to have gained a higher level of understanding of swordsmanship. Seeing Mutsuin's suddenly rising momentum, Kakashi couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that the teaching questions his father liked to emphasize could really help someone break through. Such strong momentum. Sasuke's eyes became sharp, staring intently at Mutsuin. Hiss. Mutsuin has gotten stronger again. No, I have to work hard to catch up to him. Naruto secretly encouraged himself. There's another expert. Haruno Sakura's gaze wandered between Sasuke and Mutsuin. Kakashi clapped his hands to draw back the attention of everyone attracted by Mutsuin's momentum. Since you've all finished introducing yourselves, I'll announce your squad entrance test. Within 10 minutes, work together to wound me. Kakashi's tone changed from the initial lightness to a bit cold. If you can't do it, everyone returns to the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Kakashi's originally squinted dead fish eyes suddenly widened. Like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, a powerful pressure suddenly weighed down on the four of them. Suddenly the thick air relaxed. Well, by the way, the noontime is for you to get used to each other. Teacher is going to rest first. Kakashi's previously opened right eye squinted again. Konoha Village. In the shady corner of the training ground. What? Seriously? I'm going to fight Kakashi. You must be joking. Sakura kicked the pebbles at her feet in anger and said, It's okay, Sakura. Didn't Kakashi-sensei just fail to dodge my blackboard eraser? If we work together as a team, we can definitely hurt Kakashi-sensei, right? Kimura. Naruto said, comforting Sakura while asking Kimura with a slightly uneasy tone. I'm fine enough on my own. I don't need you losers. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over the group, and he spoke indifferently. Damn it. What did you say? Arrogant jerk. Sakura quickly pulled the angry Naruto back, occasionally glancing worriedly at Sasuke, afraid that the two would start fighting before Kakashi's test even began. Ignoring the noisy trio, Kimura set aside the question of why Kakashi had suddenly changed the test content, and sat nearby, silently tallying his recent gains. After answering Kakashi's questions, he not only achieved a new accomplishment, but also pushed his sword force value to 10 points. Kimura casually opened the system. Miyamoto Kimura host. Chakra 900-1300. Physical strength 1300. Agility 1300. Talent innate sword body. Sword force value 10. Equipment very hard wooden sword. Skills sword heart passive sword intent layer 1 clone technique transformation technique draw sword technique sword slash. Evaluation both physical body and chakra amount are about 4 times that of a normal adult. You are already a qualified genin. Keep up and catch up to the steps of the great elementary school students. An adult's body and chakra amount are between 280 and 300. I've reached 4 times the level of an adult, yet in the system's comprehensive evaluation, I'm just a qualified genin. Kimura muttered to himself. Then he casually poured the extra 600 points of chakra into the sword mirror. Prompt. Host chakra remaining 300-1300. Prompt. Sword mirror automatically generates clones. Prompt. The sword mirror currently has 200 clones producing 1 point of sword force per day. Kimura slowly stood up, clasped his hands, and stretched upward. With a series of pops and cracks, his entire body emitted a crisp sound. A team definitely needs a leader. Since no one is convinced by the others, how about a fight? Whoever wins becomes the leader, Kimura said as he slowly approached Sasuke and the others. With each step, Kimura was like a sword gradually being drawn from its sheath. The sharp sword light and oppressive aura pressed down on Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, making it hard for them to breathe. Yo, quite impressive. Kakashi squinted at the calm and composed Kimura, the bruised and swollen Naruto, and Sasuke beside him, and the trembling Sakura. He thought these four would be at a standstill for a while, but unexpectedly Kimura had forcibly brought them together within a single lunch break. Kakashi scratched his head and said, if you're ready, then your teacher will begin the test. Friendly reminder, if you don't have the resolve to kill me, you won't be able to hurt your teacher. Kakashi squinted, smiling as he spoke these terrifying words. What did you say, sensei? You couldn't even dodge a blackboard eraser. Naruto, with his bruised face, tried to articulate each word clearly. Disrespecting your teacher is not a good habit, Naruto. Seeing the eager group, Kakashi clapped his hands, squinted, and smiled. Then, begin. Hearing the call to start the test, Kimura, Sasuke, and Sakura quickly ran to the edges of the training ground, hiding in the grass or behind trees, each finding a safe spot. A ninja is one who hides, gathers information, and then delivers a fatal blow to the enemy. You're doing quite well. Kakashi looked at the three who had hidden themselves and nodded slightly. Then frowning, he turned sideways to face Naruto, who was charging straight at him. Too reckless, Naruto. Didn't Irika teach you to hide first when facing an unknown enemy? Kakashi crouched down and quickly formed hand seals. This is the tiger seal. Sakura covered her mouth in surprise. Was such a high-level technique necessary for Naruto? Sasuke frowned. It was the same starting hand sign as the fire release. Not good. His body tensed slightly, leaning forward, ready to dash in at any moment. This familiar scene. Could it be that technique? Kimura covered his face with his hands. This idiot Naruto, he was supposed to draw Kakashi-sensei's attention, but why did he use his real body instead of a clone? Konoha Ninja Art Secret Technique. 1,000 Years of Death. Kakashi teleported behind Naruto, formed his hands into a sword shape, and struck upward, fiercely hitting Naruto. Oh! Under the intense impact, Naruto flew straight forward. With a splash, he fell into the water. Hiss! Seeing this unexpected attack, Kimura, Sasuke, and Sakura gasped and instinctively tightened their legs. Such fast speed. Truly worthy of Kakashi the Quasi-Ka. Kimura nodded to himself. Hatake Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, could use various ninjutsu, especially excelling in lightning release. While balancing his ninjutsu training, his physical speed was also astonishing. Kimura filtered through all of Kakashi's official information in his mind. Foolish Naruto, next time you see an enemy, don't be so hasty. As he spoke, Kakashi was a bit puzzled. According to the situation just now, the four of them should have already established a captain. If the captain was Kimura, why would he let Naruto launch such a suicidal attack? As he thought, Kakashi's brows gradually furrowed. Ready? Kimura lightly patted Sasuke's shoulder and asked. Sasuke nodded, indicating everything was ready. Then begin the operation. With the command, numerous clones of Kimura and Sasuke appeared around the trees near Kakashi. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sword slash. Sizzle. Countless great fireballs aided by the airflow from the sword slash rapidly expanded, igniting the surrounding grass and trees. With the quickly rising flames, they accelerated toward Kakashi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Not bad. First send someone to attract my attention, then secretly use the clone technique to hide many clones around me, then use the great fireball and sword slash using the wind to fuel the fire, trying to limit my speed with flames. As expected of you, Kimura. Kakashi nodded in appreciation and quickly formed hand seals. Too bad you haven't seen the true power of a super ninja, have you? Water release water dragon bullet. The stream where Naruto was located was enveloped by Kakashi's chakra. The gurgling flow of water was dragged by a mighty force. It was lifted against the current into the sky, then condensed into spheres. Then it shot toward all the places where the flames had spread. Naruto, who had just gurgled to the surface from the bottom, was thrown along with the water into a nearby bush. Seeing this, the distant Sakura quietly crept over. So what do you intend to do now? The collision of vast amounts of water and fire within the training grounds forest birthed a thick white smoke enveloping Kakashi and Kimura's group. Kakashi stared at the somewhat hazy white smoke as he spoke. In the smoke directly ahead of him, a faint silhouette flickered past. Suddenly, he sensed a strange movement behind him. A petty diversionary tactic. Kakashi slightly hunched forward using his upper body to block the line of sight, while his hands swiftly formed seals. The surrounding air currents gathered rapidly with a whooshing sound. Then he spun around quickly. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball technique. Sasuke, hidden behind Kakashi, clasped his hands in seals and unhesitatingly unleashed the most powerful jutsu he had mastered directly at Kakashi. Boom. Kakashi gathered all the surrounding air currents into a powerful vortex that struck the fireball head-on. The fierce wind dispersed the fireball completely, and the residual force slammed into Sasuke, hurling him against a large tree. Before Kakashi could catch his breath, countless sword auras burst forth from the white smoke. So that's it. Using the smoke to obscure vision, feigning a frontal assault, while having Sasuke strike from behind with his strongest jutsu. But this was merely the second layer of deception. The real main attacker is you, Kimura. If it were an ordinary jonin, they would likely have been injured by now, Kimura, Kakashi said with a smile, feeling the aching pain in his chakra pathways from overuse. But unfortunately for you, your teacher isn't an ordinary jonin. Kakashi stood motionless amidst Kimura's countless sword auras, as if stunned. Kimura, meanwhile, was panting slightly, having used a large number of shadow clones and released a barrage of sword auras in quick succession, a true challenge even for him. Can we win? Naruto, who had been retrieved by Sakura in the distance, exchanged a glance with Sasuke, their eyes filled with anxiety and unease. 8 gates, gate of opening. Kakashi channeled chakra through numerous acupuncture points in his body. As the chakra burst through the gate of opening, countless points responded in unison, forcing chakra out of the body's meridians and forming a dense barrier around him. Leaf whirlwind. Immediately, Kakashi lowered his body and swept his right leg across the ground with incredible speed. From a distance, Kakashi's rapid spinning form resembled a tornado, scattering all the incoming sword auras. Is he a monster? Sakura, hidden nearby, gasped in astonishment, then quickly covered her mouth. So this is the power of the 8 gates. Kimura nodded silently, slowly sheathing his wooden sword. He leaned forward and charged at Kakashi, drawing the blade in a swift, decisive slash. Sword drawing technique, slash. The violently drawn sheath trembled, and a fierce sword aura laden with killing intent struck directly at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the formidable killing intent. He then withdrew a kunai from his tool pouch, twirled it in his hand, and charged at Kimura in a reverse grip stance. Clang! The wooden sword and kunai clashed violently, producing a piercing sound. Hiya! Kimura twisted every muscle in his body, channeling all his strength into his wrist. Using the power from his legs, waist, elbow, and wrist, he delivered one slash after another at Kakashi. Kakashi remained purely on the defensive, wielding the small kunai as if it were an absolute shield. With each consecutive clash, he deflected every one of Kimura's strikes. Is Kimura's attack getting stronger? Kakashi's lazy, lackluster right eye widened slightly in surprise. Why does the wooden sword feel more and more natural in my hand? No. My sword techniques are becoming more fluid. Kimura's sword aura accumulated with each strike, building like waves, each one higher than the last. Within the system panel, Kimura had not noticed the sword intent skill was faintly glowing. Let me see your limits, Kimura. Kakashi smiled, slightly growing curious about just how far Kimura could push himself. 50, 100, 200. Kakashi silently counted the number of slashes Kimura unleashed, marveling that an ordinary person would have exhausted after 10, yet Kimura had performed so many. Truly a physical talent beyond ordinary reach, Kimura. Kakashi glanced appreciatively at the still striking youth, but then noted, no, perhaps his perseverance is even more remarkable. Kakashi noticed that Kimura's wrist, elbow, and entire body were trembling uncontrollably. Have you reached your limit? Kakashi sighed. Pity, still not able to. So sore. So painful. Though his entire being had reached its limit, Kimura persisted. Every ounce of strength had been drained from his body, which trembled ceaselessly, while his soul groaned in agony. Kimura gripped the wooden sword firmly, forcing his body to stop shaking, and took a deep breath. He slowly sheathed the wooden sword, memories of his past training flashing through his mind. Is this the final strike? Kakashi gazed straight at Kimura, his body slightly leaned forward, right hand holding the kunai in reverse grip before him. He slowly concentrated chakra onto the blade, not attacking, but silently watching Kimura complete his charge. How could I have reached my limit? Kimura shouted, dashing toward Kakashi. Sword drawing technique. The wooden sword was drawn from its sheath at lightning speed. The intense friction and powerful sword aura shredded the sheath the moment the sword was drawn. What a formidable strike, Kakashi murmured, widening his right eye, then accelerated the chakra flow into his kunai. Clang! The ferocious slash struck Kakashi's kunai with such force that it sent him flying into the distance. Did we win? Naruto, not far away, clenched his fists in tension. Sasuke too stared intently at Kakashi's tumbling figure. Kimura's aura has grown much stronger. It seems the backup plan won't be needed. That was indeed a fine technique, but the charging time was far too long. A real enemy would never wait for you to finish Kimura. Kakashi, having been blasted away, stood on a tree branch looking down at Kimura with a beaming, appreciative gaze. Just then strands of threads suddenly appeared on Kakashi's body. In the shadowy undergrowth where sunlight could not reach, the hidden threads gleamed with murderous intent, like predators stalking their prey. A faint prickle ran across his skin. The usually languid Kakashi suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi lifted his left eye patch directly. 3 crimson tomo appeared within his pupil. Like a magnificent yet eerie blood-red bridal veil, the Sharingan abruptly bloomed with its own beauty. The swiftly flying threads crawled in slow motion before Kakashi's left eye like a sloth. Those he could dodge, he evaded. Those he could not, he severed one by one with the shuriken in his hand. SSSSS. Clang. SSSSS. Countless iron wires and threads were severed by Kakashi in succession. Can't even injure Kakashi-sensei like this. Having secretly laid the wire trap, Sakura sat helplessly on the ground. Damn it. Naruto punched the tree beside him hard. Sasuke's expression turned grim. Silently sensing his dwindling chakra, he said, "Stop daydreaming, dead last. It's our turn." He turned and spoke gravely to Naruto. Huff, huff, huff. His lungs inflated and deflated like a crumpled bellows. Kimura thrust his wooden sword into the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands, straining to steady his trembling body and stand. So this is the power of a quasi-kage. Kimura's pupils contracted slightly. Think. Is there any other way? Gritting his teeth, he tried to squeeze out the last vestiges of strength from his body. I need to finish this quickly, Kakashi murmured, sensing the rapid depletion of his chakra due to the activated Sharingan. Naruto vision technique. Kakashi whispered softly, and a dreamlike, bewitching aura emanated from him, as if countless invisible hands were flying toward Kimura and the others. Genjutsu! Sakura exclaimed in shock. Before she could react, the flow of her chakra was suddenly disrupted, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Sakura! Seeing Sakura fall inexplicably, Naruto rushed over. Damn! Why can't I move my body? Naruto's vision swam with dark rings. The chaotic chakra in his body, no longer under control, surged like rolling waves, pounding relentlessly against the seal within him. The Sharingan. That damned clan. In a place no one could see, a terrifying growl rumbled from within Naruto's body. A colossal beast lay on the ground, squinting in boredom. How do you have the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Beside him, Sasuke crushed the bark of the tree he had been leaning on. Spurred by the shock, a faint tinge of red appeared in his eyes. Then the red deepened. A single crimson tomo spun in his eye, and then fixed. A bone-chilling killing intent erupted from Sasuke, locking onto Kakashi. Sai, what are these things? Watching countless translucent, ethereal arms burst forth from Kakashi's body, like invisible hands hurtling toward him. Kimura was taken aback. Although in his eyes these invisible hands moved at a sluggish pace, like a paper airplane drifting in slow motion, easily dodged with a slight sidestep. Still not enough pressure. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, who were barely holding on, and Kimura, who seemed to be dodging left and right as if he could see his genjutsu. Impossible. How can anyone see the traces of a genjutsu? Kakashi glanced suspiciously at Kimura, then quickly formed hand seals, increasing the output of his chakra. Naruto. Vision technique. Countless invisible hands thickened and accelerated, seizing Sasuke, Naruto, and Kimura directly. Naruto had been on the verge of collapsing, only the intense pain from the violent clashes of chakra throughout his body had kept him upright. Now he fell straight to the ground. With Naruto's fall, the chakra within him slowly calmed, and the giant beast inside him gradually closed its eyes. The seal is on the verge of breaking. One day I will get out. Damn. Sasuke, who desperately wanted to confront Kakashi and demand why he possessed the Uchiha's exclusive bloodline limit, the Sharingan, could no longer hold on. Under the assault of countless invisible hands, he slowly slumped against the tree. After dealing with Naruto and Sasuke, the countless invisible hands flew straight toward Kimura. Innumerable hands surrounded him, leaving no room to escape. When the first hand passed through Kimura, the world before his eyes seemed to waver. The second, the fifth, the 10th, the 353rd. Countless arms, upon touching Kimura, instantly merged into his body, stirring the chakra in every part of him. The world before Kimura's eyes began to sway left and right, as if his body and mind were divorced. Standing still yet feeling like he was violently rocking on a waterway, he couldn't stop retching. Warning, warning. The host is under attack. Hey, you've done well to reach this point, Kimura. But you've reached your limit, haven't you? Looking at Kimura, who was gripping the sword hilt with both hands, desperately supporting his body so it wouldn't fall. Both your body and spirit have reached their limits, Kimura. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly controlled the rampaging chakra, letting it calm down. He slightly relaxed his battle stance, preparing to use the clone technique to take Kimura, Sakura, and the others away. Not yet. The swaying, turbulent world clawed at Kimura's throat, and a violent nausea burned in his mouth. Kimura bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain between his teeth mingled with the taste of blood, gave him a momentary surge of clarity. He strained to drain the last ounce of strength from his body. Toes, knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, wrists. He struggled to mobilize every part of his body. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, he swung it from left to right, unleashing a final slash with all his might. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, a silver flash crossed the vast space between Kimura and Kakashi. What? The fear of death made Kakashi's hair stand on end. It felt as if a hand had reached into his body and clenched his heart, a suffocating dread overwhelming him. At the critical moment, his battle-hardened body overrode his lazy, relaxed mind, yanking his upper body back sharply. The beautiful, mysterious silver light grazed the white hair on Kakashi's forehead, shearing off a lock of hair. Kakashi, who had quickly straightened up to counterattack, suddenly lowered his guard. Before him, Kimura stood upright, head bowed, both hands on the sword, hilt the blade, thrust vertically into the ground. Sensing that Kimura's chakra was completely depleted and his aura had subsided, Kakashi finally let out a full breath. What a terrifying monster. According to the Hokage's description, could he have reached this level in just 3 days? Did he awaken some kind of Kekkei Jinkai? Kakashi touched his forehead where a lock of hair was missing and adjusted his ninja headband to cover his left eye again. The system's prompt sounded continuously, but the unconscious Kimura could not hear it. Where the sword goes, the heart follows. How can the sword heart be sullied? Prompt. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the skill 1 Thought Cuts Dust passive. Prompt. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the skill space / Prompt. Congratulations, host, you have achieved the achievement Sword Heart Unsoiled. Prompt. Host has gained sword power value 10. In the Hidden Leaf Village beneath the tree of the training ground, a clamor of voices roused Kimura. Frowning, he opened his eyes to the sound of someone calling his name. He found himself lying in the shade of a large tree, with Xiao Ying excitedly waving before him. Awake. Teacher Kakashi just told us, we passed the test. Zuizhu approached slowly, his expression complex. Stepping into the shade, he spoke with an uncertain tone. I truly wonder how you managed it. Zuizhu took a deep breath, the complexity in his face turning sincere. If you can recover, I would ask for a full power battle with me. Unlike the fight to decide the team leader this time, you can use your sword techniques and ninjutsu, and I will use these eyes of mine. A hint of blood red emerged from the depths of Zuizhu's eyes, deepening gradually into a single tomo. Xia Luinyan. Kimura raised his head slightly, about to accept the duel invitation. No way, Zuizhu. Teacher Kakashi just checked Kimura's body. He's reached his limit. Xiao Ying interrupted hastily before Kimura could speak. TCH. Ignoring Xiao Ying's words, Zuizhu resumed, his expressionless face looking straight at Kimura. You are a strong one, but I will become stronger than you. Then, without waiting for a response, Zuizhu turned and walked directly toward a large wooden stake exposed in the sunlight nearby. Under the scorching sun, the stake appeared somewhat hazy and blurred, with something vaguely visible tied to it. All right, Kimura, don't mind Zuizhu. First, recover your strength. Here, this is the bento from Teacher Kakashi. He said after you eat it, you, Xiao Ying and Zuizhu, will be members of Team 7. Xiao Ying said with a smile. You, me, and Zuizhu. And Ming Ren. Kimura frowned slightly, speaking calmly. Xiao Ying froze for a second, then turned and pointed in the direction Zuizhu had gone. There was a stake in the open, and Ming Ren was tied to it. Teacher Kakashi said that the 3 of us cooperated to successfully injure him, while Ming Ren's combat contribution was almost 0. So this time the 3 of us passed the test, and Ming Ren needs to return to the Ninja Academy to retake the exam. And Ming Ren was too reckless. Teacher Kakashi said he needed a warning, so he tied him to the stake to let him think about how a ninja should fight. Xiao Ying added, Oh Kimura, this bento is a reward for passing the test. Since Ming Ren didn't pass Teacher Kakashi said we can't give him any. Give it here, Kimura said calmly. Huh. Xiao Ying was puzzled. Without giving her time to react, Kimura took the bento from her hand and walked straight after Zuizhu. Hey Kimura, aren't you going to rest? Wait for me. Xiao Ying hurriedly got up. A familiar blonde-haired boy was tied to the stake, barely able to move, with a shadow clone of Zuizhu beside him, slowly feeding him half of the bento. Next to them, a boy with short black hair sat on the ground, eating the other half of the bento expressionlessly. Yo, you're slow, Kimura. Ming Ren struggled left and right trying to greet Kimura, but was tied tightly and couldn't move. Hurry, give me some bento, I'm starving. Ming Ren said carelessly and casually. Looking at Ming Ren before him, Kimura's eyes softened. In the past, at the post-war orphanage, Kimura and Ming Ren were often ostracized by other war orphans, and they often shared a single meal and wore the same clothes. When the Hidden Leaf Village was rebuilt, he and Ming Ren were assigned to the same dormitory and lived together for a time. Later, for convenience and training, Kimura moved to the forest near the training ground, and that was when they separated. Recalling the time spent with Ming Ren, Kimura slowly transferred half of the bento into Ming Ren's lunchbox. Xiaoying must have told you right. Sharing food with Ming Ren will get you disqualified from passing the test. Zhuozhu sat nearby speaking calmly. Disqualified from passing the test. Ming Ren trembled, cough, choking on the food as he spoke. Kimura quickly patted his back. I know, Kimura said calmly. But what does that matter? Zhuozhu looked up in surprise, staring at Kimura again. To comrades, could he really go this far? You've given all your bento to Ming Ren. Won't you have enough to eat? I haven't touched mine yet. Why don't you take some? Ming Ren, do you want this char siu? Let me share some with you. Xiaoying rushed over carrying her bento, wiping sweat from her forehead as she hurriedly spoke. Earlier, despite wanting to share her bento with Ming Ren, Xiaoying had been afraid to defy the teacher's authority and had not acted. Everyone will be sent back to the ninja academy. Tears glistened in Ming Ren's eyes. In his dark, twisted memories, besides the few lights like Kimura and teacher Irika, this was the first time he felt a beam of light slowly seeping through the cracks of his closed heart. It's okay, just a ninja squad. If we really can't, we can retake the exam. If that fails, we can join the village's ninja guard. Kimura patted Ming Ren's shoulder to ease his mind. But, Ming Ren's tears grew more evident. He quickly shook his head. No, I can't drag you down. He strained to turn his head towards Zhuozhu. If the teacher asks later, just say I stole the food myself. Ming Ren's face, which had been full of smiles, became extremely resolute, as if the sky were falling and he would bear it all alone. Yo, what are you all discussing? Kakashi, who had been hiding nearby, observing them, suddenly appeared before the group. He shielded his eyes from the sun with an orange book and greeted them with a squinting smile. Oh, the sun is so strong it almost woke up the teacher's lost soul. What are you chatting about so lively? Kakashi asked with a smile, then his gaze swept over the four of them, their lunchboxes, and the food residue at the corner of Ming Ren's mouth. His formerly smiling face turned into a pair of dull dead fish eyes staring intently at the four before him. The powerful aura of a jonin burst forth from Kakashi, pressing down heavily on Kimura and the others. The teacher said, didn't he? Those who didn't pass the test can't eat the bento. All four of you. Test results unsatisfactory. Upon hearing Kakashi's cold words, everyone's hearts sank. They had feared this worst-case scenario would come to pass. And yet, even the timid Sakura did not move an inch. They stood firm before Naruto. Witnessing Mutsumi, Sakura, and Sasuke standing before him with unwavering courage, shielding their comrade at their backs, Kakashi smiled faintly beneath his mask. Everyone, this is all my fault, Sensei Kakashi. Just blame me and let them go. Naruto's voice trembled with suppressed tears. He then spoke resolutely to Kakashi. Oh, I was only joking. All four of you have passed the test. Kakashi narrowed his dead fish eyes and grinned again. In the ninja world, the most useless ninjas are those who fail their missions. But those who abandon their comrades for the sake of completing a mission are not even worth calling trash. Kakashi's piercing words penetrated the eardrums of the four and struck deep within their hearts. Since you've all passed, remember to follow me tomorrow morning for Team 7's mission. Got it? After cheerfully announcing their success, Kakashi waved lightly and vanished before their eyes. Konohagakure, near the training grounds in the Mutsumi residence. The usual sounds of thudding punches and swishing swords were absent. Instead, the chirping of insects filled the air, hosting their concert. Mutsumi sat in the courtyard reviewing the entire day's events. By midday, while conserving his chakra, he had defeated Naruto and Sasuke without using ninjutsu or sword techniques and had become the captain of Team 7. During Kakashi's test, he had ordered Naruto to draw the teacher's attention first. At the thought, Mutsumi buried his face in his hand. Naruto had literally charged out to aggro the enemy. With Naruto drawing attention, Mutsumi and Sasuke lay in ambush nearby, secretly deploying clone jutsu to surround Kakashi. Then, fed by the wind, they used fire to encircle Kakashi, limiting his terrifying speed. But recalling the staggering amount of chakra required to lift an entire stream, Mutsumi's expression grew grave. Although Kakashi extinguished the flames with water, the massive white mist allowed him and Sasuke to remain concealed from one another. They used the smoke to launch coordinated feints from different directions. If that failed, they still had a backup plan. Sakura. Just as in the original story, Sakura possessed an extraordinary talent for Jinjutsu. Guided by Mutsumi, she quickly mastered chakra control. Sakura quietly concealed her chakra and laid a wire trap. Mutsumi and Sasuke's role was to maneuver Kakashi toward the trap, even if they could not defeat him directly. Their strategy was simple, even a single scratch on Kakashi would suffice. Realizing Kakashi had countered each of their plans, Mutsumi's face darkened. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Taijutsu 8 gates. Jinjutsu infinite, Tsukuyami. The more Mutsumi thought about it, the more unnerved he became. Kakashi had not unleashed even a fraction of his true power, not 1%. Recalling his memories before transmigrating, Kakashi's Sharingan could perfectly track an opponent's chakra flow. He could have prevented Mutsumi and his team from casting a single jutsu. Worse, Kakashi hadn't even used his signature lightning release. Throughout the entire test, he had only defended, never attacked. He had merely watched them play their cards and countered accordingly. Was he testing how far we could go? Mutsumi sighed wryly. The gap is enormous. He then casually opened his system panel. Miyamoto Mutsumi host chakra 13002-300 power, 2300 agility, 2300 talent, innate sword body sword value 20 equipment, a sturdy wooden sword skills, sword heart passive 1 thought, severs dust passive sword intent layer, 1 clone jutsu transformation, jutsu, iajutsu, spatial / rating and advanced chunin, at best nothing to brag about. Especially when young Madara could kill you with a single glare. Wait. Why did my sword value jump to 20? And where did all these skills come from? Having nearly exhausted himself, unleashing spatial / Mutsumi had collapsed immediately afterward. He had no memory of what happened next. Ignoring the teasing rating, Mutsumi quickly checked his system notifications. Wherever the sword points, the heart follows. How could a sword heart ever be tarnished? System notice. Congratulations host on awakening the skill 1 thought severs dust passive. System notice. Congratulations host on awakening the skill spatial / System notice. Congratulations host on achieving the feat, a sword heart shall not be tarnished. System notice. Host has gained 10 sword value points. Staring at the cascading notifications, Mutsumi felt dizzy. He browsed through the skill section. 1 thought severs dust. Mutsumi recalled the battle against Kakashi, uncertain about the details. The skill seemed capable of dynamically tracking various ranged attacks and materializing invisible genjutsu. Provided one's physical conditioning was sufficient, it could allow the user to dodge genjutsu entirely. However, its limits remained unclear. Since he had ultimately fallen to Kakashi's genjutsu, Mutsumi wondered how it would fare against a true master like Itachi Uchiha. Likely instant death on first encounter. Then glancing at spatial / Mutsumi couldn't help but mutter, Master Maguro's job is just to deal with the strong enemies and split them in two, while I, the one protected in the back, have way too many things to do. If spatial / were replaced with help me Master Maguro, that would be an absolute finisher. Mutsumi's imagination ran wild. Pity I can't change it. Mutsumi casually poured an extra 1,000 chakra points into his sword mirror. System notice. Host remaining chakra 300-2300. System notice. Sword mirror has automatically generated clones. System notice. The sword domain now hosts 400 clones, generating 2 sword value points per day. Recalling the mere glimpse of Kakashi's iceberg-like strength, Mutsumi quickly dispelled any faint pride brought on by his rapid growth. Mutsumi slowly rose to his feet. I still haven't trained hard enough. Night. Inside the training ground of my village. The sound of schwa schwa, of swords swinging, echoed in the environment of insect chirping, breaking the tranquility of nature. Musi Yuen sometimes held the sword with both hands and slashed diagonally from bottom left to top right. He performed space slash. Sometimes he inserted the wooden sword into the scabbard and then quickly drew it out. He performed sword drawing technique. Since during the previous duel with Rishiang Bufu he accidentally tore the scabbard, Musi Yuen asked Kakashi to forge a new iron scabbard. Strange. Musi Yuen stared fixedly at the scarred target in front of him. The sword drawing technique hasn't changed much, but its power has increased a lot. Musi Yuen cupped his chin, lost in thought. Strangely, this space slash seems different from the one used by Su Nuo. It doesn't have the ability to cut through space, it only allows the sword aura to pass through space and teleport to the target. Musi Yuen couldn't help but complain. A counterfeit. Just as Musi Yuen was deep in thought about how to combine and improve his skills, a weak voice came from the shade of a tree not far away. Musi Yuen, I heard from Xiaoying that you were injured today. Chutian looked at Musi Yuen, her cheeks flushed, speaking weakly. In that case, maybe you should rest instead of training. Looking at the beautiful girl before him, Musi Yuen's expression was slightly complicated. Rishiang Chutian, the eldest daughter of the main family of the Rishiang clan, with a fair face, delicate skin, and eyes as soft and moving as a fawn. In Musi Yuen's previous life, she was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. What a pity this is the world of Naruto. Musi Yuen sighed inwardly. Beauty cannot bring respect. Kindness and weakness only bring contempt and exclusion. When Musi Yuen was 6 years old, he started moving his training to the training ground of my village. When he was 7, he often saw a little girl with the Byakugan practicing punches alone in the woods near the training ground. He originally thought she was just an ordinary member of the Rishiang clan, who like him preferred solitude. The two trained at opposite ends of the training ground, each practicing their own, not disturbing each other. Later, when Musi Yuen was 10 years old, Chutian's younger sister Rishiang Huahua turned 5. In the Rishiang clan, the eldest child belongs to the main family, and the second child belongs to the branch family. However, there was a way to change this fact. It was the rule of the strong. Unfortunately, Rishiang Huahua possessed far greater talent than her elder sister. In that year, Rishiang Huahua challenged her sister to a duel. Perhaps because of weakness, or perhaps because she couldn't bear to hurt her own younger sister. Rishiang Chutian was defeated. The price was that she lost her father's regard and the regard of the entire Rishiang clan. That very night, Rishiang Chutian ran away from home. She dragged her injured body to the place where she used to train. 1, 2. She kept hitting the tree. Countless wood chips flew out, cutting across her cheeks, arms, legs, and other places, leaving wounds. Some splinters even pierced deeply into her palms and body. Her body groaned, countless blood twisted around the wounds, breathing heavily. But Chutian seemed to have lost the sense of pain. She felt her body drained and her soul sucked dry, only wanting to keep swinging the gentle fist she had practiced since childhood. Until death. At that time, Musiyuan at the other end of the training ground heard the more violent hitting sounds than usual and secretly competed. He squeezed every ounce of strength from his body and swung his sword vigorously until the hitting sound stopped for a while, until he himself reached his limit and surpassed it. Only then did Musiyuan smile slightly and put away his wooden sword. Then he dragged his exhausted body home. On the way, he saw a blood-stained scarred tree and a girl in white lying under the tree. The tired Musiyuan was startled by the sight. He quickly dropped his wooden sword and ran over to check the girl's injuries. Fortunately, the girl had only overexerted herself and lost some blood, which caused her to faint. Unfortunately, if Musiyuan had not handled it in time and simply left the girl lying there after the next day, he might never see her again. This what a hassle. Musiyuan bit his lip, worried about getting into trouble. Forget it, saving a life is more important. Musiyuan took Chutian to the woods near the training ground. His home was there. Since he often trained alone, Musiyuan's home was stocked with many medicines. Since he often fainted after reaching his physical limit, he also had some countermeasures. Musiyuan gently placed Chutian on the bed. He used a hot towel to gently wipe the exposed skin outside her clothes, removing the wood chips that had stuck to her body. Then he used medical alcohol to gently apply to the wounds for disinfection. Although he had lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had been so intimately close to a girl. He was somewhat nervous, gently reducing the strength of every movement, afraid of hurting the girl before him. It hurts. Rishiang Chutian felt herself first entering a warm and soft place. Her body had just relaxed from the exhaustion of overexertion. Then waves of stinging pain and discomfort came from her wounds. Rishiang Chutian opened her eyes. What met her eyes was a strange room, and beside her a black-haired boy was applying some kind of potion to her body. Without time to think, she turned her waist and swung her elbow instinctively, using gentle fist to protect herself. Am I using too much force? Will I hurt him? Chutian, who was throwing a punch, was a bit worried. The next moment a pain came from her forehead. Musiyuan gently tapped her forehead with a knife hand strike, interrupting her gentle fist. Then he said impatiently, "Can the injured person please stop moving? The wounds you just helped me apply healing ointment to will split open." Having said that, Musiyuan added, "You fainted at the training ground just now, so I brought you here to treat your injuries." Chutian stared at Musiyuan. She realized that this was the boy from the same village who always trained at the other end of the training ground. She often saw him still training before she went home. Thinking this, Chutian felt a bit relieved. Thank you, my name is Rishiang Chutian." The girl lowered her head, blushing, and said shyly. Musiyuan looked at the delicate girl before him and was slightly distracted. When he came to his senses, he quickly said, "I've already treated the wounds on the exposed parts of your clothes. But there are some wounds that I'm not comfortable treating, so you should do it yourself." Chutian lowered her head, blushing, and whispered, "Okay." She reached out to take the healing ointment from Musiyuan's hand. It hurts. At that moment, a pain stabbed from inside her body. Her overtaxed body made her unable to grip the ointment firmly. A glimmer of tears flashed in Chutian's eyes, and she lowered her head helplessly. Then she lifted her head again, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Musiyuan, and she whispered with a sob, "Musiyuan-kun, could you please apply the ointment for me? Damn it, I'm not some lowly con." Looking at the girl before him, tears welling in her eyes, appearing so fragile and pitiful, Kimura, who had never had a girlfriend across 2 lifetimes, felt his heart stir profoundly. Surge after surge of attraction pounded against Kimura's chest. "Calm down, she's just a child." Forcing his trembling hands to steady, Kimura gently lifted Hinata's clothes. He slowly wiped the remaining wounds, then disinfected and applied ointment. All done. Struggling to compose himself, Kimura finished treating all of Hinata's injuries. Upon seeing Hinata's flushed face and glistening tears, Kimura still couldn't help but swallow. "Oh, Kimura-kun." Hinata stood quietly before Kimura, giving a gentle wave. For a moment, Kimura's vision blurred. The Hinata of his childhood overlapped with the girl before him now. Why are you spacing out all of a sudden, Kimura-kun?" Hinata placed her hands on her hips and pouted, somewhat displeased. Kimura scratched his head, offering a foolish grin, at a loss for how to respond. Eventually, he gently rested his hand on Hinata's head, stroking it from side to side. Hinata was startled by Kimura's bold gesture. Yet she did not resist much, simply blushing and remaining where she stood. After a while, Kimura himself grew embarrassed and quietly withdrew his hand. To his surprise, Hinata blushed and nuzzled against Kimura's palm, her eyes brimming with warmth. She gazed at him with glistening, affectionate eyes, seeming somewhat reluctant for the moment to end. "I was actually thinking that since you're injured, I could give you a massage," Hinata said, blushing. "I know you often push your body to its limits, then strive for breakthroughs beyond those limits. So I looked up some books on promoting circulation and blood flow at home." Hinata, like a child eager to show off to adults, gently tapped her right fingers against her left palm as she explained everything in detail. Kimura's gaze swept over Hinata, a soft expression touching his face. "Let me try your skills then, Hinata." "Okay," Hinata replied cheerfully. "No matter what happened in my past life in this world, if Hinata likes me, then I absolutely won't yield her to you. Sorry about this, Naruto." Kimura looked at the cute girl before him, silently saying these words in his heart. The next morning, Inside the training ground of Kanehagakure at the Kimura residence. Kimura rose from bed and stretched broadly. Thanks to Hinata, I finally got a good night's sleep. Kimura moved his body around, stretching in every direction. After Hinata's massage, his previously stiff body had indeed relaxed. Kimura casually opened the system. Tip. After a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 2 points of sword power value for you. Now displaying personal panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 500, 2500 Dao power, 2500 agility, 2500 talent, innate sword body, sword power value, 22 equipment, sturdy wooden sword skills, sword heart passive 1 thought, severs dust passive, sword intent layer 2 clone technique, transformation technique, drawing sword technique, space, / evaluation. The strength of an upper chunin, pretty decent I suppose. After all, young Madara could kill you with just 1 glare. Indeed gained 2 sword power points. Kimura nodded slightly, then closed the system panel. I wonder if the extra 500 chakra points will be enough. I'll save them for now. After washing and having a meal, Kimura slowly walked toward the meeting place he had agreed upon with teacher Kakashi. You're so slow, Kimura. Naruto furrowed his brows, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Exactly why are you as sluggish as teacher Kakashi? Being late isn't a good habit, Kimura. Sakura stood by with her hands on her hips, echoing his sentiment. Sasuke remained silent, simply standing aside with his eyes closed, lost in thought, or perhaps daydreaming. Well, my cute students arrived so early. Kakashi scratched the back of his head with his right hand, a smirk playing across his face as he lazily approached. You're the one who was late. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura complained in unison. Alright. Kakashi waved it off nonchalantly. I was originally planning to have you start with basic D-rank missions, but since your coordination during the last test was quite good, your teacher here just picked up a C-rank mission from the Hokage. Kakashi said with a grin. C-rank? Woo. Naruto jumped up excitedly. C-rank? That's not right. Teacher Kakashi, I think we should start with D-rank missions. Sakura waved her hands repeatedly, her face filled with terror. Sasuke beside them opened his eyes slightly, eyebrows raised, seemingly interested. Kakashi observed the three with their different expressions, then turned to look at Kimura, who seemed completely unfazed. Well, no need to worry. Your teacher is here, and if all else fails, there's Kimura, right? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, casually reassuring Sakura. Seeing Sakura wanted to say something else, Kakashi quickly clapped his hands. Alright, before we start the C-rank mission, the teacher needs to teach you something first. Looking at the stream before them, Naruto looked at Kakashi dissatisfied. What kind of training is this? Just walking on water? You're underestimating us. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Naruto seems quite capable. Want to demonstrate first. Just need to walk 20 steps on the stream. Kakashi added. Then let's try. Prodded by Kakashi, Naruto was immediately ignited and rushed straight toward the stream. 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps. Just as Naruto's face was filled with delight, about to turn around to show off. Splash. Gulp, gulp. Naruto fell into the water. How did I end up on a team with an idiot? Sakura covered her face with both hands, looking utterly hopeless. Ignoring Naruto, the idiot Kakashi looked at the three of them. Sasuke, your current chakra amount is around 1500, right? Sasuke nodded slightly. A C-rank Great Fireball technique consumes about 30 points, and a clone technique consumes about 10 points. Normally, you could release 37 clones, and then cast 37 Great Fireball techniques. Sasuke's expression grew more serious. Kakashi did not pause, continuing his explanation. But during the test, you only used the clone technique 25 times, and then only released the Great Fireball technique 27 times, correct? Watching Sasuke's grave expression, Kakashi delivered the final verdict. Because your chakra control is insufficient. An excellent ninja can produce 8 tenths output from 10 tenths chakra. And right now you can barely manage half of that. Kakashi paused. Whether it's you, Sakura, or Naruto, your chakra control is all too weak. So today's training topic is water walking and tree climbing. Sasuke, still somewhat skeptical, didn't hesitate and ran straight toward the stream. Hey, wait for me, Sasuke. Seeing this, Sakura beside them also hurriedly ran over. Kimura scratched his head, wanting to follow. At this moment, Kakashi reached out and stopped him. Kimura, if I'm not mistaken, your chakra control is perfect, is it not? Kakashi said with a smile. So your training plan for today is different. Come now, let's spar with your teacher. Not far from Sasuke and his companions, there lay a flat grassy clearing. Kimura and Kakashi faced off against each other. Kakashi stood with one hand resting on his hip, carefully flipping through a copy of Makeout Paradise, occasionally making appreciative sounds at the more exciting passages. Observing Kakashi's languid posture, Kimura's expression grew grave. His left hand hooked onto the sword scabbard, his right hand gripped the hilt tightly, his right foot stepped forward, and his body leaned slightly ahead, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hey, relax, it's just training, not a battle to the death. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and said with a grin. Ignoring Kakashi's response, Kimura maintained his combat stance. If my guess is correct, your Kekkei Genkai allows you to continuously enhance your physical abilities and replicate, rather comprehend, the ninjutsu you witness, correct? Moreover, your area of comprehension seems to lean towards swordsmanship. Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. Kimura's eyes widened slightly. Aside from Kakashi mistaking his system for a Kekkei Genkai, everything else had been guessed correctly. Seeing Kimura's wide-eyed reaction, Kakashi knew his deduction was right. Well then, for our first training step today, let's see how far your comprehension can take you. In a corner beyond Kimura's notice, Kakashi's clone quietly hung a crystal sphere on a nearby tree branch. On the other end of the connected crystal sphere, numerous high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered. Miboru-in, one of the 6 guardian ninja of the second Hokage. Tunden Kosuna, one of the 6 guardian ninja of the second Hokage, and the leader of Konoha, the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, you summoned us. What matters do you wish to discuss? Miboru-in and Tunden Kosuna bowed respectfully to the third Hokage. Notably absent was Danzo Shimura. It seemed the third Hokage truly had grown distant from Danzo. Miboru-in speculated silently within his expression, betraying nothing. The third Hokage studied the faces of Miboru-in and Tunden Kosuna for a moment, then spoke calmly. I have called you here today to show you another new genius of our village. Come confirm whether he qualifies. Miboru-in's expression changed. Lord Hokage, isn't this a bit too hasty? The third Hokage waved his hand without further explanation. Just watch first. Then he channeled a stream of chakra into the crystal sphere. Kakashi's clone sensed the crystal sphere's movement and immediately relayed it to the original. Kakashi slowly tucked away Make Out Paradise, his ordinarily lethargic deadfish eyes revealing a glint of sharpness. Ready, Kimura? Let's begin. Before Kimura could respond, Kakashi's hands formed hand seals rapidly. Lightning release. Raihun Reiju no Jutsu. In the clear blue sky, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck, hurtling straight toward Kimura. Before Kimura could react. Earth release. Chijinka. The soil surrounding Kimura's feet instantly surged upward, then twisted violently. The earth writhed like subterranean dragons coiling forward, grasping directly at Kimura's ankles. This isn't over yet, Kimura. Don't die to a C-rank jutsu. Kakashi warned, continuing to form hand seals. Water release. Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Various disparate ninjutsu rushed directly toward Kimura. Kimura's eyes narrowed slightly. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. All 5 elemental releases. In the ninja world, these 5 constituted the fundamental ninjutsu types. Most people, due to their chakra attributes, typically trained only in a few elements. To think teacher Kakashi was such a rare, all-attribute ninja. With no time to dwell on it, Kimura strained to focus on the incoming jutsu. As the ninjutsu slowed, he dodged whatever he could. For those he couldn't evade, he split them with the wooden sword in his hand. Could teacher Kakashi be deliberately seeking revenge from yesterday? He seems to be venting his frustration. Kimura watched Kakashi holding a horse stance in the distance, endlessly releasing jutsu, and offered a bitter smile. At that moment, the system panel suddenly flooded with notifications. Notice, you have learned the C-rank jutsu, Lightning Beast Fong. Notice, you have learned the C-rank jutsu, Thousand Earth Flowers. Notice, you have learned the C-rank jutsu, Water Bullet Technique. Kimura, who was exerting himself to handle Kakashi's jutsu, took a brief moment to glance at the system. Seeing the string of pop-up notifications, Kimura was nearly stunned into dropping his jaw. In his moment of shock, he almost got hit by one of Kakashi's jutsu. How is it, Kimura? Have you learned them? Do you need your teacher to slow down? Kakashi called out loudly, while simultaneously controlling the speed of his hand seals. He tried to give Kimura some breathing room. No problem. Teacher Kakashi, released the jutsu at your fastest pace. This youth is perhaps a bit too arrogant, don't you think? Miboru-in frowned slightly across the crystal sphere. Humph. The third Hokage offered no elaborate explanation, merely a faint smile. Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, in that case I won't hold back. With that, Kakashi set aside his concerns. Single speed, double speed, triple speed. After confirming Kimura could endure, Kakashi continuously increased the speed of his hand seals. Understanding Kakashi's considerate intentions, Kimura returned his wooden sword to its scabbard. He gazed intently at Kakashi, watching every one of his movements, then forming the same hand seals as Kakashi. Ox, horse, tiger, fire release, phoenix flower jutsu. Kimura appeared to be replicating each of Kakashi's jutsu with only a 0.2-second delay. On the other half of the crystal sphere, Miboru-in fiercely slammed the table, then rose to his feet with an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? He learns the jutsu the moment he witnesses it, then immediately releases it. The bizarre scene before him washed over his understanding. Tunden Kosuna beside him was equally astonished. During his first encounter, his jutsu proficiency can already reach the same smooth level as Kakashi's. Tunden Kosuna then subtly glanced sideways at the third Hokage. Could this youth have pre-learned the jutsu, and is merely pretending to learn and use them on the spot? That doesn't make sense either. He doesn't know we're watching him, no need to deceive us. Everything proceeds as I anticipated. The third Hokage looked at Miboru-in and Tunden Kosuna with a calm expression. However, the document he held accidentally crumpled in his grip seemed to tell of his inner unrest. On the other end of the crystal, Kakashi was racing through his mind, considering which jutsu he hadn't released, yet while simultaneously accelerating his hand seals. Suddenly, an unusual thought struck him. Could it be? Kakashi silently released a jutsu he had never shown Kimura before. Indeed, Kakashi's mouth under his mask gaped wide. A feeling of world-shattering shock assaulted his mind. Can he learn any jutsu just by looking at it once? Kakashi murmured to himself. Kimura, on the opposite side, paid no attention to Kakashi's reaction. He was simply immersed in the rapid improvement of his strength. Prompt. You have learned Fire Release Great Fireball. Prompt. You have learned Wind Release Airblade. Prompt. The host's accumulation of C-rank ninjutsu has reached a bottleneck. Prompt. The host has learned the skill, 5 Elements Ninjutsu C-rank. Kimura, immersed in the barrage of prompts, was momentarily stunned when the system stopped notifying. That's it, Kimura muttered. I haven't had enough fun yet. Taking advantage of the moment when Kakashi was catching his breath, Kimura hurriedly opened the system panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 500, 2500 daily, 2500 agility, 2500 talent, innate sword body, sword power value, 22 equipment, very hard wooden sword skills, sword heart passive 1 thought cuts, dust passive sword intense second layer basic ninjutsu, 5 elements, ninjutsu C rank, drawing blade technique space, / evaluation, simple chakra daily, and agility, can no longer describe your strength. With a little more effort you'll soon surpass Kakashi. Note young Kakashi Kimura looked at the newly added basic ninjutsu and 5 elements ninjutsu in the skill section. He recalled the notifications he had just seen. After learning transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, clone jutsu, and some unranked jutsus, like escape techniques, the system automatically categorized them as basic ninjutsu. And the many 5 elements ninjutsu I just learned from teacher Kakashi are automatically categorized as 5 elements ninjutsu. Kimura pondered slightly. I recall that in the original work there are also yang release and in release. Prompt. The host's mastery of 5 elements ninjutsu is insufficient. The system cannot auto-deduce. At the other end of the crystal ball, Mito Monin and Udatain Koharu looked at the third Hokage with complex expressions. As expected of the Hokage-sama, your insight is truly excellent. Seeing Kimura, we feel we have grown old, and the new era no longer has a ship that can carry us. Ignoring the two somewhat desolate figures, the third Hokage was slightly dazed, seemingly also immersed in shock over Kimura, not yet recovered. In a place unseen by Mito Monin, and the other, the third Hokage had already crushed the corner of a document. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Ahaha, that's true. I've always had high hopes for that child Kimura. Saying this, the third Hokage became slightly serious. This child Kimura's talent lies not only in ninjutsu, in fact his talent in physical training and swordsmanship is even higher. The third Hokage paused for a moment. Perhaps a new Kekkei Genkai has awakened in Kimura. Thinking this, the third Hokage quickly said to Mito Monin and the others. You saw Kimura's performance, didn't you? I want to reserve a special Chunin spot for him this year. The third Hokage said seriously. I will discuss with Nara Shikaku from the Nara clan. I have smelled the scent of an approaching storm. We must accelerate the training of this generation. I propose making Kimura the primary training target. Mito Monin and Udatain Koharu exchanged glances. They spoke to each other. Agreed. Don't speak of today's matters, especially to Danzo. Saying this, a sharp glint flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. Mito Monin and the other showed complex expressions. Yes. The third Hokage waved his hand, dismissing them. Then he stepped past the crystal ball and came to the window. Looking at the falling leaves and somewhat withered trees outside, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Kimura, I hope you can bear the future of the village. I have a premonition that the storm will come soon. The third Hokage's weak eyes gradually sharpened, and a powerful aura burst from within him. At this moment he seemed no longer the aged third Hokage, but the one who tore through the storm of blood and rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let this old man see who else wants to destroy the peace of Konoha. Kakashi inwardly complained. Kimura is a monster, not only strong in ninjutsu comprehension, but also extremely strong in chakra control. That's right, although Kimura's chakra amount is superior to his peers, it's only a few times greater. Being able to continuously exchange ninjutsu with Kakashi is mainly due to his superb chakra control. We can stop Kakashi-sensei. At this moment Kimura's voice came like a heavenly sound. Phew phew phew. Kakashi quickly stopped outputting chakra. Suppressing the urge to collapse and rest on the spot, he pretended to be nonchalant. Kimura, you're ending it like this. I still have thousands of C-rank ninjutsu I haven't used. Kakashi pretended to still have plenty of energy. Thanks for the trouble, Kakashi-sensei, but it seems I don't need to learn any more C-rank ninjutsu. Kimura scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Kakashi frowned slightly. Kimura, I know that learning hundreds of C-rank ninjutsu at once is something to be proud of. But, before Kakashi could finish, he suddenly saw a red light shoot from Kimura's hand, followed by blue, yellow, purple, and green. Hey! Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Now C-rank ninjutsu seems to have no challenge for me. Kimura scratched his head. I don't know why, but after learning hundreds of C-rank ninjutsu, countless knowledge of ninjutsu flew through my mind, and then connected together. Kimura said uncertainly. It's like I've grasped the essence of C-rank ninjutsu. I can directly use the corresponding elemental attacks without being bound to the release of the jutsu. Kakashi swallowed hard, staring wide-eyed at Kimura. Aha, I didn't expect you to learn it so quickly. I was planning to give you some pointers. Aha. Kakashi laughed hollowly. But his heart was very bitter. What kind of demon is this? I've trained so many C-rank ninjutsu, and I haven't even touched this threshold. Unexpectedly, Kimura easily stepped over it, directly learning the essence of C-rank ninjutsu. This is truly terrifying. Now for him, C-rank ninjutsu no longer needs to be bound by jutsu release. Kimura, you've been training for a long time. Take a rest now, let your teacher. Oh no, let your own body relax. Kimura nodded slightly, just as well he felt that C-rank ninjutsu had reached the peak of what he could currently master. The B-rank ninjutsu above might not be so easy to master. Kakashi slowly turned his back to Kimura and walked toward a shaded tree, watching Kakashi, whose figure seemed to turn gray as if struck down. Kimura scratched his head in confusion. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura dragged their weary bodies to Kakashi's side, observing his pale and bewildered appearance. Sasuke cast a suspicious glance at Kimura, wondering what had happened. Why did Kakashi look so utterly shaken and doubtful of life itself? Kimura scratched his cheek lightly, his expression innocent. After a long while, Kakashi finally regained his composure and said to Kimura with a complex look, I don't know the full extent of your Kekkei Genkai's capabilities, but at least at your current stage you can be considered invincible. Kakashi paused briefly. For now you're close to being a top-tier genin. Kakashi murmured softly, inaudible to the other three. Perhaps you can surpass the teacher and reach that realm. Just as Kakashi was still lost in recollection, Naruto suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts. Kakashi-sensei. What is a top-tier genin? Kakashi scratched his head. I forgot to explain that to you. There's a rough power classification in the Ninja World Academy: student Genin, Shunin, Jonin, Kage level candidate, and Kage. Someone like Naruto with your half-baked skills is at most an academy student. He then looked at Naruto with a disgusted expression. Damn it, who are you looking down on? Naruto roared in anger, trying to jump up and punch Kakashi. But Kakashi held him down by the head and pushed him away firmly. Ignoring the fussing Naruto, Kakashi continued his explanation. When a person has the physical constitution and chakra reserves of an adult and can learn a certain number of D-rank ninjutsu, they can be called an academy student. When a person has 10 times the adult-level physical qualities and can learn a certain number of C-rank ninjutsu, they can be called a genin. Sakura was puzzled. Kakashi-sensei, what level are you? That's a bit hard to say. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. Then Kakashi pointed to his left eye, covered by the ninja headband. This eye of mine carries the Sharingan, the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. With its help I can go toe-to-toe with a Kage-level candidate. Kakashi spread his 5 fingers and said with a grin. Hataki 5-5 open ha. Kimura muttered under his breath. Alright, you all should be ready. Kakashi clapped his hands. Then let's set off. Hey sensei. I think we could use a bit more training. Sakura quickly interrupted, raising her hand and shouting. Let's just go. Unlike the worried Sakura, Naruto was unusually excited. I have no objections. Sasuke shrugged coldly, his face expressionless. Kimura nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. Then let's depart now. Kakashi raised his arm. Hey Kakashi-sensei, it's already quite late. How about we leave tomorrow morning? Sakura looked at the setting sun slanting in the sky and felt a little anxious. Ignoring her worries, Naruto draped his arm around Kimura's shoulder and strode ahead. Sasuke and Kakashi followed behind in turn. Kakashi turned around. Sakura, aren't you coming? Oh, you guys really are something. Sakura replied with a helpless expression. Outside Konoha village. On the road to the land of waves. Hey Kakashi-sensei, why did you choose to travel at night? Naruto, noticing the darkening sky, asked a little belatedly. Well, traveling at night is cool and saves energy. No need to worry about heat stroke. And it's also good for hiding our tracks. Kakashi said calmly. Hiding tracks? Is that necessary, Kakashi-sensei? Only the people in the village know we've set out. Naruto asked in confusion. Kakashi hesitated. He wasn't sure whether to reveal the dark side of the ninja world to these children. Dead, last, do you really think people in the village won't harm you? A thick killing intent flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and a murderous aura burst uncontrollably from within him, startling both Naruto and Sakura. Did Sasuke know some inside information about the night of the Uchiha massacre? Kimura frowned slightly, realizing that this world's development didn't follow the original plot. Was it because of my appearance that some changes had been brought about? In the land of waves, inside a secluded wooden house, a strange white-haired man wrapped entirely in bandages with only his eyes exposed lay on a bed. Beside him was a girl dressed plainly, but with a remarkably beautiful and delicate appearance. The girl spoke with full respect and a hint of worry to the man on the bed. Zabuza-sama, your body. Creak. The wooden door was suddenly pushed open. A group of heavily tattooed, intimidating-looking men barged in. TCH got taken out again and came crawling back like a beaten dog. The ninja of the land of water are really useless. A short man surrounded by the crowd spoke loudly. He was dressed in a gentlemanly suit, but had no trace of gentlemanly manners. What did you say? The girl beside Zabuza shouted angrily. Ignoring her anger. Hey, Gato boss is asking you a question. Answer quickly. A one-eyed thug beside the short man reached directly toward the bandaged man on the bed. Stop. The girl's expression went cold as countless ice needles materialized around the necks of the group. Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hands. F.A. Faraji, get back here. Gato, the short man, quickly stopped him upon seeing this. The girl stared intently at Faraji, the one-eyed man. Faraji gave an awkward smile, stiffened his neck, and slowly withdrew his right hand from reaching towards Zabuza. The ice needles floating around Gato's group gradually vanished. Zabuza, I'll give you one last chance. If you fail again, there will be no place for you in this world. Gato said viciously, his face dark. Though his words were fierce, his body was already moving toward the door with his men. The moment they stepped out, the group hurriedly fled, surrounding Gato. You were too hasty, Haku. Zabuza, still on the bed, frowned and said calmly. There's no need to reveal our hostility toward Gato yet. It's not the right time. Those people are still searching for us. Haku bowed respectfully. I understand, Zabuza-sama. If he weren't still useful, I would have. Haku made a snapping gesture. Ha ha ha. Zabuza on the bed nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Not far away, Faraji hurriedly asked Gato with a frown. Gato-sama, if we don't find a way to get rid of these two soon, they might take over our land of waves. Gato glanced back indifferently. Don't worry. I've already contacted Konoha. Coincidentally, they seem to have a target of their own, and they're heading to the land of waves now. I've already sent a group to attack them. If that fails, we'll deal with them and Zabuza's pair together. Gato also made a slashing gesture across his throat. Achu. Kakashi sneezed and wiped his nose with his hand. Strange, is someone thinking of me? Kakashi wondered. At that moment, countless shuriken suddenly flew out from the treetops. Countless shuriken pierced straight into Kakashi's body, turning him into a pincushion. Countless shuriken pierced straight through, impaling Kakashi's body. Vivid, still warm blood splattered onto the faces of Sakura and the other three. Kakashi-sensei. In an instant, an indescribable terror spread across Sakura and Naruto's faces. Damn it, who is it? Naruto, suppressing the trembling of his body, clenched his fists and shouted fiercely. Stop daydreaming, dead last. Get ready to fight. Sasuke, his face dark, scanned the surrounding environment. He held a kunai in his hand, crouched low, ready to strike at any moment. Something feels off, whether by system inspection or according to Kakashi-sensei's described strength. Could a Quasi-Kage level be killed so easily? Musi-Yuen frowned deep in thought. Before the group could fully recover, countless kunai and shuriken flew out from the trees on both sides of the road. Clang, clang. Musi-Yuen and Sasuke swung their wooden sword and kunai respectively, knocking down the incoming projectiles one by one. What are you doing, dead last? Sasuke growled in dissatisfaction. I am coming. Naruto's pupils slightly contracted. Intense unease and fear gripped his heart tightly. A hint of vertical pupils appeared deep in Naruto's eyes. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails, as if stimulated, kept growing and pierced his skin. Blood soaked Naruto's shirt. When the projectiles were all knocked down, an eerie silence fell around them. As if some fierce beast lurked in the forest, silencing all other creatures. Crack! Behind Musi-Yuen, the sound of a breaking branch suddenly came. Then a black figure rushed swiftly toward Musi-Yuen. A silvery glint flashed in his hand. Musi-Yuen's eyes narrowed slightly. He twisted the wooden sword in his right hand into a flourish and casually slapped away the attacking assassin. So weak. Musi-Yuen frowned. Then with 4 swift strikes, he hit the assassin's arms and thighs. The heavy blows caused the sound of bones cracking from the body. The assassin's body collapsed limply to the ground, as if completely paralyzed. Inside the forest, the assassin's accomplice's legs trembled, growing weak. Damn it, didn't they say that apart from the white-haired ninja, the rest were just kids with no combat ability? Trembling, he wanted to abandon his companion and sneak away quietly. Just then a dry, powerful hand gently landed on his shoulder. You're trying to slip away after killing me. Kakashi knocked him out with a chop, then lifted the unconscious black-clad man and turned his head toward a patch of grass. See the strength of these kids. Are you reassured now, Tazuna? An old man with a straw hat and a large travel backpack slowly walked out. He frowned. The white-haired youth you've been praising, Musi-Yuen, does have some skill. But the others? Follow me. Without much response, Kakashi simply said indifferently and walked straight toward Musi-Yuen. What are you going to do with this person? Sasuke looked straight at Musi-Yuen and spoke calmly. You noticed too, didn't you? The Kakashi-sensei who was hit was a fake. Musi-Yuen nodded slightly, indicating he knew. Huh, the one hit was a fake. Sakura and Naruto looked incredulous, then their faces lit up with joy. We have a hostage now. Does anyone know how to interrogate? Musi-Yuen said calmly. Just then a chilling, killing intent came from behind Musi-Yuen. Every hair on his body stood on end. Watch out. Sasuke's eyes tightened, and his face suddenly changed as he rushed toward Musi-Yuen. A black shadow slashed toward Musi-Yuen's neck. Musi-Yuen narrowed his eyes and immediately drew his wooden sword. Clang. The wooden sword fiercely deflected the shadow. Musi-Yuen intended to press forward and counterattack fiercely. However, upon seeing the true form of the shadow and sensing the familiar chakra, Musi-Yuen slowly loosened his grip on the wooden sword. Where did you go just now, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke gradually slowed his sprint and came to a stop. Naruto and Sakura had just realized they had been attacked, yet the person they faced might not be an enemy. The black shadow didn't respond much and continued to attack the unsuspecting Musi-Yuen. A sharp pain shot through Musi-Yuen's forehead. Ow, that hurts. Kakashi gave Musi-Yuen a firm chop on the forehead. You reacted to my attack just now, 1 point. But you dropped your guard upon seeing my face. Deduct 1 point. Kakashi's face turned serious. You know, ninjas have many strange techniques. What if your sensei was under control? As he said this, his expression twisted slightly, as if recalling a painful memory. All right. Mu Siyuan rubbed his aching forehead, verbally agreeing, but thinking to himself that he had just used the system to confirm the other's identity, which was why he lowered his guard. Kakashi tossed the assassin in his hand toward the one Mu Siyuan had injured earlier. Then he pushed up the forehead protector over his left eye, revealing a crimson hue from within. As a blood-red tomo appeared, Kakashi's voice grew slightly deeper. Let me use this eye to interrogate them. After obtaining all the answers he wanted, Kakashi turned coldly to the mission's target, Tazuna. The task given to us by the Hokage-sama is a C-rank mission, to escort you to the Land of Waves and protect you until you finish building the bridge. Attacks are normal, but why do the attackers carry tokens from the Land of Mist? The four of them, Mu Siyuan, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, stood on either side of Kakashi, listening intently. He had originally planned to feign death, giving Mu Siyuan and the others a combat training environment. But he hadn't expected that the attacking assassins weren't just ordinary people. They actually carried tokens from the Land of Mist. Thinking of that country, Kakashi shivered. If they were ordinary Jinin, Mu Siyuan and the others could win. If they were ordinary Chunin, even if they couldn't win, they could hold out until he arrived. But if they were ninjas from the Land of Mist? Thinking this, Kakashi's face filled with anger as he glared at Tazuna. Do you realize that hiding mission details is a major taboo for ninja villages? Aren't you afraid that Konoha will issue a punitive order against you? As if imagining that terrifying scene, Tazuna shivered. He couldn't help but bow, speaking somewhat incoherently. I don't know either, but our country really needs this bridge. Tazuna's voice trembled, tinged with tears. Slap. A red mark appeared on Tazuna's face. Mu Siyuan gently wiped his wooden sword with a soft cloth as if it had been stained with some filth. What does that have to do with me? Tazuna glared at Mu Siyuan resentfully. He said nothing, but a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Naruto and Sakura, the kindest and most forgiving, remained silent at this moment. They knew that if not for Kakashi and Mu Siyuan's exceptional skills, if the enemy they faced had been beyond their limits, then they... As this thought crossed their minds, a trace of fear flickered across their faces. Kakashi shot a glare at Tazuna, his gaze sweeping over Mu Siyuan, Sasuke, and the others. Noticing the fleeting fear on Sakura and Naruto's faces, Kakashi let out a soft sigh. Then, seeing the calm expressions on Mu Siyuan and Sasuke, a flicker of admiration crossed Kakashi's mind. Based on my assessment, this mission should be upgraded to B rank. He observed his students' expressions and continued, continue or withdraw. I personally suggest we withdraw from this mission. Kakashi spoke slowly. Hey, what are you all doing? Tazuna, standing nearby, showed a fearful expression and tried to speak. Shut up. Mu Siyuan cut him off directly. His gaze swept coldly over Tazuna, giving no good grace to the client, who had concealed the mission details. Withdraw? Withdraw from a C-rank mission on the first try, like just now, trembling at the sight of an enemy and losing the will to fight. Countless thoughts raced through Naruto's mind. Damn it. His nails dug deep into his palms, tearing open the nearly healed wounds, and blood seeped from his palms. No, I absolutely cannot lose to Sasuke. I don't want to be the dead last anymore. A hoarse voice burst from his throat. Continue. Kakashi-sensei, I don't want to give up this mission. A flicker of hesitation passed through Naruto's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of determination. Oh. Kakashi was slightly surprised that the first to propose continuing was Naruto. Then what about the three of you? Mu Siyuan, Sasuke, and Sakura? What are your choices? No problem for me. Mu Siyuan raised his head slightly. Regardless of the original plot, where Kakashi and his team had passed through Zabuza without danger. Just for these system prompts alone, he had to find a way to go to the Land of Waves. To meet that man, the rogue ninja of the Hidden Mist Village, the demon, Zabuza Momochi. Sasuke nodded slightly, his face expressionless. Sigh. I knew it. Sakura's face showed some helplessness, but she didn't say she wanted to withdraw from the mission. Kakashi's gaze swept over everyone, and he nodded slightly with a hint of a smile. Then his face darkened, and he turned to Tazuna and said coldly, If you continue to conceal the mission details, and something goes wrong, don't blame me. A clear look of panic flashed across Tazuna's face, then he quickly forced a smile and nodded. Tazuna, who had originally downgraded the B-rank mission to C-rank due to financial issues, now had no choice but to divulge all the information he knew. Your mission is to escort me to the Land of Waves and protect me until I finish building the bridge. Our enemy this time should be the wealthy magnate of the Land of Waves, Gato. We're not on your side, Sakura said flatly. You. Tazuna, his words repeatedly cut off, widened his eyes, then quickly composed himself. He let out a helpless, bitter laugh. He never expected that concealing the mission details would make him so resented by these ninja. He wondered if it would affect the completion of the bridge. Tazuna felt immense regret, bitterness seeping into his heart. Putting aside his bitter emotions, Tazuna continued to explain. Gato controls the waterways of the Land of Waves. In this island nation surrounded by sea, he has used this to drain the vast majority of the country's wealth and power. At this, Tazuna glanced guiltily at everyone and lowered his voice. Perhaps he used his money to hire ninja from the Mist Country. The Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village. Kakashi muttered to himself, a look of gravity spreading across his face. The ninja of that country were currently in a post-war recovery state. If they were domestic ninja, there was no need to worry too much about high-level combat power. But if they were rogue ninja, the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi sighed softly, hoping it wouldn't be those 7, or else it would be a bit troublesome. Then Kakashi's gaze swept over Mu Siyuin and the others. It's fine, don't worry. We'll win. Kakashi gave everyone a confident smile. He did not reveal his unfavorable speculations to the public, but silently bore the pressure for his students. After confirming Tezuna's information, Kakashi silently set aside his lax attitude towards C-rank missions. Silently, he dispatched multiple shadow clones to the surroundings to scout the situation. Then he led Mu Siyuin and the others along the safe route that the clones had discovered. Unfortunately, in a corner, he didn't notice a pair of eyes was silently observing everyone's every move. The Land of Waves. Inside a remote wooden house. Useless trash. How did you fail again? Gato stood beside a cloaked man roaring at Zabuza, who was leaning against a chair, his arrogance extremely high. The young girl beside him, Haku, wore an increasingly grim expression. The temperature inside the room slowly dropped, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Finally, a young thug beside Gato, unable to bear the tense atmosphere, swallowed nervously and accidentally released the bowstring in his hand. An iron arrow flew straight towards Zabuza on the chair. Clang! An ice crystal materialized and deflected the arrow. Then countless ice crystals appeared around the young thug. I. Before the nervous thug could explain, Haku waved his hand and countless ice crystals thrust viciously into the thug's body, skewering him like an ice hedgehog. Drip, drip, blood slowly dripped from the tips of the ice crystals onto the ground. Without a pause, Haku waved his hand again. Countless ice crystals flew toward Gato and the others. Seeing the countless ice crystals speeding toward him, Gato's face was full of terror, and he couldn't help but scream. Oomph! The cloaked man beside Gato snorted softly. A deep male voice emerged from within the cloak. Fire release, great fire dragon. A devastating energy suddenly converged from all directions. A massive fire dragon erupted from the cloaked man's mouth. It instantly melted all the ice crystals and came directly before Haku. Gazing at the enormous fire dragon, Haku's eyes narrowed slightly. Enough! A silver-white light flashed from the fire dragon's forehead. In an instant, the dragon was cleaved apart by a strange force and sent spiraling toward both sides of the wooden cabin. Raging flames instantly engulfed the entire wooden cabin. Paying no mind to his long-held habitat being destroyed, Zabuza stared coldly at the hooded man before him. An AMBU captain. What Kato do you wish to declare war on me? Zabuza lightly lifted his massive sword from his grip, resting it across his shoulder. A dismissive sneer curled his lips. Damn it! Gazing upon Zabuza and his peculiar giant blade, a deep ripple of fear flashed through Kato's eyes. Momochi Zabuza, the rogue ninja of the Mist Village, the man who had survived that bloody fog incident. His strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of an elite jonin. Even injured as he was now, Kato shook his head. No matter, he was still wounded, but as long as he held that blade. The executioner's blade, a grotesque iron sword riddled with 2 perfect notches along its blade, capable of drawing the iron from an enemy's blood to continuously repair its own damage. Moreover, it could even siphon an opponent's vitality to replenish its wielder. Realizing this, Kato hastily turned his gaze toward the hooded figure beside him. Konoha. Oh no, my lord, what are your plans now? A cold, piercing gaze shot from beneath the hood, fixing squarely upon Kato. Kato was forced to correct himself. Konoha. Village. Humph. Zabuza gave a soft, derisive snort. Though Kato spoke in a barely audible whisper, his training in the Mist Village allowed him to read lips effortlessly. Even by watching only Kato's lips, he could discern the words without effort. The hooded man fell silent for a moment, then a peculiar baritone emerged from within his cloak. The voice sounded deliberately distorted, as though crafted to disguise one's true identity. Our objectives align with Zabuza's. There is no need for conflict. Zabuza raised an eyebrow slightly. Konoha's internal strife, huh? How interesting. As expected, those so-called gleaming villages harbor only shameful, despicable machinations behind their shining facades. Zabuza muttered under his breath, low enough that only he could hear. We have no intention of attacking you, Zabuza, the hooded man explained calmly. That earlier encounter was merely a misunderstanding. As compensation, Kato's forces will serve as vanguard to exhaust Konoha's strength first. Once you recover, we shall join forces and eliminate Kakashi together. My lord, would that not be unwise? Upon hearing that his own troops would be sent to die, first to deplete their strength, Kato barely restrained his trembling body and spoke in a low voice. At that moment, 2 cold gazes pinned Kato in place. Both the hooded man and Zabuza regarded him with icy looks. I understand. No problem. Kato shivered and reluctantly agreed. His men beside him dared not voice their anger or dissent. At the border of Land of Waves, far from the opposite shore, a small boat drifted through thick, white mist enveloping its passengers. Sigh. How much longer until we reach the Land of Waves? Naruto rested his arms on the gunwale, thoroughly bored. Almost. We just need to see that broken bridge, then travel a short distance past it. You've said that many times already, old man. Naruto said wearily. Naruto, if you keep hanging over the side like that, aren't you afraid of sea monsters? Bored Kakashi let a mischievous impulse take over. Monsters? Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief beside him. That's right, I heard that once a Kage from another country had his left arm bitten off by a sea monster during a trip. Kimura spoke with feigned seriousness. If I recall correctly, it was bitten by a beast called the King of the Coastal Seas. For real? Naruto shivered. Staring at the pitch-black bottomless ocean beside him, unease stirred within his heart. Old man, can't you rev up the engine a bit? Sakura's body trembled as she spoke in a quivering voice. See, coward. Naruto, you're not afraid, are you? Ignoring the foolhardy pair, Tazuna spoke quietly. We can't start the engine. Kato controls all waterways in this country. Any noise at all, and his militia will surround us immediately. Just then, as though Tazuna's words had summoned it, a wooden boat appeared before them, as Naruto and the others moved into a ready stance. Tazuna waved his hand, gently signaling them to relax. As the wooden boat drew near, he lowered his voice. Hey, is our secret passage still there? Still in the same place. Kato hasn't found out yet. A dark, lean, middle-aged man on the wooden boat responded in a similarly hushed tone. The two boats brushed past each other. Tazuna lowered his voice to explain. To survive, we must venture to sea. That secret passage is something we maintain together. All this humiliation. As long as the bridge is built. Tazuna's voice brimmed with endless hope. Watching Tazuna's face filled with longing, Kimura and the others did nothing to crush his dreams. Concealment and deception were simply the way small nations survived. Perhaps the great nations could seize their land and wealth at will, but they could never strip away a small nation's will to live. Given even the smallest sliver of breathing room, they would sprout like tenacious weeds bursting forth with new life. Tazuna's wooden boat pushed slowly through the dense white fog inch by inch. A magnificent broken bridge suddenly came into view before Kimura and the others. Amazing. Naruto and Sakura's jaws dropped in astonishment. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Kakashi and Kimura, however, remained composed. The former was accustomed to remaining calm before anything dramatic. The latter had seen too many grand structures in his past life in the great Celestial Empire. This modest stone bridge could hardly impress him. Tazuna was still immersed in Naruto and Sakura's astonishment when he suddenly noticed Kakashi and Kimura's serene expressions. He could only offer a helpless smile. Of course, a small nation's full effort cannot impress the great nations. Setting aside his pride, Tazuna turned despondently and focused on steering the boat. Everything proceeded exactly as Tazuna had described. After passing the broken bridge, they soon arrived at the land of waves. Tazuna led everyone directly to his home, a dilapidated little wooden cabin. Outside, a plainly dressed woman and a frail boy waited anxiously. Upon seeing Tazuna, the boy's face lit up with excitement. He ran straight toward him. Grandpa! In the land of waves. On a lawn near the entrance of the bridge. 5 days had already passed. According to the original plot, Zaibujan should have attacked them once. But such a situation did not occur. However, Mutsuin was happy to have the leisure. After all, with each passing day his strength would increase by several points. Mutsuin casually swiped the system panel. Gongben Mutsuin host. Chakra 15003500. Strength 3500. Agility 3500. Talent innate sword body. Sword power value 32. Equipment very hard wooden sword. Skills sword heart passive 1 thought / dust passive sword intent. Level 2 clone technique transformation technique sword drawing technique space / evaluation shocked. Everyone else is relaxing. How did you suddenly become so close to being a Chunin? Seeing this evaluation, Mutsuin couldn't help but chuckle. Close to Chunin. Mutsuin pondered slightly. In the Land of Waves dungeon, the two hardest opponents were Zaibujan and Bai. Zaibujan's strength should not be as formidable as Kakashi-sensei's, but he had reached the level of Quasi-Kage. As for Bai, she could trade blows with the inexperienced Suizhu and the others, but eventually lost. It seemed that even if her strength was above Suizhu and the others, it wouldn't be by much. At most, she was at the level of an advanced genin. Thinking of this, Mutsuin's eyes lit up slightly, wondering if he could encounter Bai here earlier. He had been trying his luck on the lawns near the Land of Waves for several days. He just wanted to meet Bai once earlier. It was out of curiosity about the bloodline limit, ice release. It was also to capture her earlier. After a while, the sun slowly approached the zenith. Mutsuin had moved to the nearby shade. Bored, he yawned. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a figure in white approached slowly from afar. Upon seeing the delicate face, Mutsuin was slightly startled. She was indeed a girl who looked quite delicate and cute. There was no cold feeling at all. She was like the girl next door. However, the subsequent development was beyond his expectations. The girl's delicate face was slightly furrowed, as if she were about to do something against her will. Then countless ice crystals gathered around her and swiftly flew toward Mutsuin. What's going on? Mutsuin's eyes narrowed slightly. Why did she attack directly? In the original story, didn't she chat with Ming Ran for a while? Clang. Without time to think, Mutsuin hurriedly knocked away the nearby ice crystals. Bai raised her hands, palms facing Mutsuin's direction. A huge ice crystal slowly materialized before her. Then it swiftly flew toward Mutsuin. In that case, let's fight directly. The successive changes in the plot made Mutsuin's originally relaxed mind become somewhat excited. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement of battle. He forcefully swung the wooden sword in his hand. An invisible slash was gently cleaved open. No one could see its existence, only the distorted space could prove that such a slash indeed existed. It teleported to Bai's front. Bai's eyes narrowed. She was somewhat surprised by this teleporting slash. Then she generated an ice shield and continuously thickened it. Finally, she barely managed to withstand the attack. If I can kill this person in advance. Definitely can help Lord Zaibujan reduce the pressure against Kakashi. Thinking this, the girl bit her finger fiercely. Crimson blood smeared on her palm. Ice crystals continued to fly toward Mutsuin around her. She, who had been releasing ninjutsu without hand seals, began to form hand seals rapidly. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat. Mutsuin, who was continuously deflecting the ice crystals and preparing to attack. Upon seeing Bai's gestures, he sensed something was wrong. He was about to use Space Slash to directly attack Bai. At that moment, Bai's figure suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Around countless ice mirrors directly surrounded Bai. Bai's figure also appeared within the ice mirrors. Without much explanation, Bai's figure quickly flickered among the ice mirrors. From above, below, left, and right, countless ice crystals shot out from the mirrors. Clang, clang. Mutsuin tried his best to deflect the ice crystals, but still some extra ice crystals pierced him. Countless blood flowed down Mutsuin's body. Through the torn clothes, his robust physique was faintly visible. Damn, this won't do like this. Mutsuin took a deep breath, summoned several clones to surround himself. He used the clones to help him block for a while. He himself then sank the wooden sword into the sheath. Bai saw this and frowned slightly. What's going on? Is he giving up? A sharp sword aura gradually emanated from Mutsuin's body. Wrong. Bai accelerated her attack. Countless ice crystals fiercely pierced through Mutsuin's clones. Some even pierced into Mutsuin's body. But Mutsuin's face was indifferent, as if the injured body was not his. He slowly drew the wooden sword from the sheath. Due to the intensity of the sword aura, the sheath trembled violently. Even though it was made of rare high-grade steel from my village, specially ordered by Kakashi, under Mutsuin's sharp sword aura, the sheath seemed as if it would be shattered at any moment. A glimmer of light flashed from the sheath. Even though this move had not yet appeared, Bai faintly felt an indescribable fear. Lord Zaibujan. She silently suppressed the terror deep within her heart. After closing her eyes slightly, what took over her face was an icy coldness. Countless ice crystals mixed with howling blizzards converged on Mutsuin. Sword drawing. Technique. The wooden sword was finally drawn. Accompanied by a wave of fear. Countless ice mirrors were severed by a single sword stroke. With the shattering of the ice mirrors, Bai's figure stumbled into Mutsuin's view. Compared to her initial white attire, Bai now had a deep sword wound on her body. Blood spilled everywhere on her. Cough. Cough. She coughed out blood from her mouth fiercely. Bai casually wiped the corner of her mouth. She was about to form hand seals and continue attacking Mutsuin. At this moment, a cold sensation crossed Bai's neck. Mutsuin's wooden sword was resting on it. Don't move, or I can't guarantee whether this wooden sword in my hand will be gentle or not. Seeing Bai, who seemed to have given up struggling, Mutsuin casually pulled and dislocated Bai's hands. Then, using the ninjutsu learned from Kakashi, he gently sealed the chakra on Bai's body. SSS. The intense pain made Bai's eyes widen, and she couldn't help but let out a sound. The voice, distorted by pain combined with her beautiful appearance, made Bai at this moment look like a wounded skylark. Well, although doing this is too cruel to a girl. But your ability to cast spells without hand seals forces me to take precautions. Mutsuin scratched his head and smiled slightly. Then Mutsuin narrowed his eyes. Now can you tell me why you attacked me as soon as we met? Was it Lord Zaibujan who sent you? Zaibujan. Lord. Bai's face was stunned. Whoosh. A shuriken suddenly flew from the nearby woods. The target was exactly Bai. In the Blue Country, not far from the Great Bridge. A chilling, sharp, killing intent locked onto the cloaked figure. Did you send Haku to assassinate Mutsuin alone? Zabuza fixed his gaze on the cloaked man before him. An uncontrollable surge of anger and bloodlust twisted his inner being. Are you really that concerned about a comrade's life? That doesn't suit you, Zabuza Momochi. A flat, indifferent voice slowly drifted from beneath the cloak. After all, you were the one who killed all your comrades, the ones you'd lived with for over a decade, just to graduate from the Ninja Academy. The corner of the man's mouth twitched beneath the cloak, curling into a sneer. Zabuza's eyes widened slightly. He ignored the provocation. There were more pressing matters at hand. A hoarse voice rasped from his throat. Where did you send Haku to find Mutsuin? After receiving the information, Zabuza turned and left without looking back. Better not let anything happen to Haku, or else. Before he could finish, Zabuza was already far away, clutching the note Haku had left before departing. Bitterness flooded Zabuza's heart. Haku, you must not come to harm. For this subordinate who had been by his side so long. In his heart, Haku was no longer just a subordinate. She was his sister. Oh. Mutsuin raised an eyebrow, casually flicking away the incoming kunai. Watching the cloaked figure attack from afar, Mutsuin scratched the back of his head. Why is there suddenly a cloaked figure that wasn't in the original story? Is it Zabuza? If it's him, he should be protecting Haku, not attacking her. As Mutsuin sank into thought, the distant cloaked figure trembled slightly, suppressing his inner shock. Terrifying. How can there be such a monstrous existence? Wasn't he supposed to be just an ordinary genin? How did he reach near Chunin level in just a few days? I thought following Lord Kogo would make it easy to assassinate a mere child of Genin rank even with Kakashi by his side. Sensing an overwhelming aura rapidly approaching, the cloaked figure suppressed his shock, his hands forming seals swiftly. Poof! With a burst of white smoke he vanished from the scene. What's going on? Come and go in a flash. According to the system's hint, he should be a Chunin. Why did he run when he saw me? Filled with confusion and doubt, Mutsuin released a signal flare into the sky, a distress call for any nearby leaf ninja to respond. A bright red light shot from Mutsuin's hand into the sky. Shine. The sound of something slicing through space reached his ears. But the one who arrived wasn't the familiar Naruto trio, or Kakashi. Instead it was a bandaged freak, Zabuza Momochi. Warning. A chakra far exceeding the host's is rapidly approaching. Hint. The 7 ninja swordsman's blade, the decapitating carving knife, is near the host. Hint. Trial 2 survives Zabuza's onslaught. Mutsuin's eyes went wide. What? I'm supposed to fight Zabuza. The successive twists left Mutsuin in a daze. But Zabuza facing him paid no mind to his thoughts. When he saw Haku lying on the ground beside Mutsuin, a deep gash torn into her body, Zabuza could hardly believe it. Pain and rage consumed him. Controlling his rapid approach, he raised his right hand, grasped the decapitating carving knife behind him, and hurled it with all his might. The massive blade streaked toward Mutsuin. Without a moment to think, clang! The wooden sword and the decapitating carving knife collided violently. A crack appeared on the wooden sword. Mutsuin's eyes widened. Wait, this wooden sword can actually break. Before he could ponder what to do if it snapped, Zabuza, who had been far away, had already teleported right in front of him. Hey! Mutsuin strained to move his body. With a light thrust of his right hand, Zabuza drove a kunai into Mutsuin's body. Cough! Mutsuin's eyes bulged. How was he so fast? Even with his immediate dodge, Zabuza's kunai still struck him. Thankfully, it missed the vital spot. A searing pain wrenched at Mutsuin's heart. Zabuza frowned slightly, as if displeased that the simple strike hadn't been fatal, or perhaps annoyed at his own sluggishness after his injury. Retrieve all chakra. Hint. You have extracted all chakra from the sword mirror. Hint. The sword mirror will now generate no sword force points. The sudden surge of chakra blasted Zabuza back. Mutsuin stared at Zabuza, one hand lightly pressing his wound. So this is the power of a quasi-kage. Mutsuin tore a strip from his clothes and bound the wound. A fierce fighting spirit blazed within him. Oh, not afraid are you? Zabuza raised an eyebrow, surprised. Then he glanced at Haku, whom he had retrieved during the attack. His ordinarily calm face twisted into a cold, sinister smile. Soon you'll realize how much you should have wished to die in that first attack. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. Zabuza and Haku vanished from Mutsuin's sight. Billowing mist surged from all directions, engulfing him. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, and subclavian vein. Kidneys, liver, heart. Guess where I'll strike? Faint, disorienting voices echoed from all around. Seriously, he's using verbal interference against a genin. Despite the bitter smile on his face, Mutsuin strained his eyes to pierce the thick mist, trying to discern Zabuza's point of attack. Here it comes. In Mutsuin's vision, a patch of mist distorted slightly. A massive water dragon roared forward, sweeping everything in its path. Damn, there's a big river right next to us. Mutsuin's pupils contracted. The colossal water dragon shattered countless trees as it surged toward him. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Mutsuin hastily used the fire technique he'd secretly learned from Kakashi. Sizzle, sizzle. The clash of water and fire produced a harsh hissing sound. Plummeting chakra reserves and physical exhaustion tortured Mutsuin. The water dragon finally dissipated. Before he could catch his breath, a flash of silver darted through the mist. With no time to gather strength, Mutsuin could only make a hasty defense. Crack. The wooden sword, already bearing a crack, snapped in two. Within the wave country, near the bridge. What's happening? The sky suddenly blazed with crimson light, casting its glow upon the faces of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Not good. Kakashi's expression shifted as he vanished from Naruto's sight in an instant. You must not fall, Kimura. Kakashi's figure darted through the forest with incredible speed, leaping from treetop to treetop. You and Sakura protect the employer. I'll go help them. Sasuke spoke coldly, his expression indifferent, then vanished from Naruto and Sakura's sight. Damn it, what are they thinking, one after another? Naruto's eyes widened in mild frustration. Sakura silently began to gather chakra, her senses sharpening to the surroundings. Within the wave country, in the forest where Kimura and Zabuza clashed, Kimura stared at the broken wooden sword in his hand, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. System, did you give me some defective product? How did it break after just 2 strikes? A wave of speechless exasperation washed over Kimura's mind, paying no heed to his thoughts. Zabuza did not relent in his assault. Countless water dragons, interwoven with kunai and shuriken, flew at Kimura from all directions. From time to time, Zabuza would stealthily approach for a surprise attack. A torrent of attacks surrounded Kimura. Strangely, the intensity of Zabuza's assault had diminished from its initial ferocity. Moreover, he had not once used the executioner's blade in his hand. Even so, Zabuza's attacks remained exceptionally sharp. Forced into a corner, Kimura drew the scabbard from his waist. With the scabbard in his left hand and the broken sword in his right, he crossed them, barely managing to fend off Zabuza's onslaught. Oh! Even without exerting my peak strength, I never expected this boy to reach such a level. Zabuza was somewhat astonished. His still unhealed wounds had diminished his performance to some extent. As Zabuza assessed the remaining chakra within him, contemplating what technique to unleash next. Before him, Kimura's aura grew sharper, a faint sword aura emerging from the broken wooden blade. The extending aura lengthened the cutting range of the fractured sword. And Kimura's sword swing was accelerating. The broken wooden sword seemed to gradually grow, a new tip barely visible. This, a power that can automatically repair the blade. Is this the executioner's blade? Zabuza faintly sensed the existence of his original body. After confirming that the executioner's blade was indeed still on his original body, he found the situation almost unbelievable. An external sword aura that allows others to see the soul of the blade with their naked eyes. Zabuza's eyes widened. Just how old is this boy? He's not even 12 years old, is he? And he's already cultivated sword intent to such a level. Zabuza suppressed his shock. His original body had already fled far with the dying Haku. He had no further need to hold back. Thus he resolved to drain every last bit of chakra from this water clone, to deliver the final fatal blow to Kimura. The moment the thought settled, countless water vapors surged from all directions. The wind howled. The great river by the bridge roared. Wave after wave of river water driven by hidden currents surged onto the shore. It rolled straight toward Kimura. What's going on? Naruto and Sakura cried out in unease on the bridge. They had already fled to the shore with Tazuna and the others. An endless torrent of water seemed to be pulled by a tremendous force, continuously surging onto the bank, washing away the soil. Then, in the distance, a massive yellow dragon formed, spinning rapidly. No, the place where the yellow dragon formed was precisely the direction Kakashi-sensei and the others had headed. Naruto and Sakura's hearts jolted. Kimura, locked in battle with Zabuza, was completely unaware of the water vapors gathering around him or the intensifying aura of Zabuza's water clone before him. He was utterly immersed in his own world. What? So this is how a sword can be wielded. Is this the true essence of sword intent? Have I never truly understood how to use a sword? Countless epiphanies and realizations surfaced in Kimura's mind. Notification. The host has truly comprehended the usage of sword intent. Notification. Skill transformation, sword intent passive, sword intent third layer. Kimura closed his eyes completely. He let his insights guide his hands, swinging the blade freely. Though his eyes were shut, his five senses seemed to become extraordinarily acute. His soul seemed to float above, overlooking the entire battlefield from a god's perspective. Dodging, Kimura tilted his head slightly, evading every attack from Zabuza. Attacking, Kimura flicked his wrist, lightly deflecting every kunai thrown by Zabuza. As Kimura remained immersed in a peculiar enlightenment. Notification. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill dual-wielding passive. Crack. The scabbard, which had already been strained from several draw cuts, under the relentless assault from Zabuza, emitted a crisp sound of fracture, then shattered into countless metal shards strewn through the air. At that moment, the massive water vapor drew closer. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly damp, as if dry clothes entering this place would be instantly soaked. Sensing two powerful chakra signatures accelerating toward them from afar, Zabuza curled his lips. Oh, reinforcements finally here. But it's too late. Zabuza glared fiercely at Kimura, expending the last trace of chakra in this water clone. The pain of meridians being torn apart did not make this man flinch. Water Release Dragon King descends. Behind Zabuza, a colossal water dragon carrying countless trees and mud came rushing forth. It was like the wrath of a god. The massive water dragon blotted out the entire sky. Everything around turned pitch black. No way. How is this possible? Near the edge of the forest, not far from Kimura, Sasuke's face was filled with shock. Staring at the giant water dragon, he muttered to himself. Kakashi ahead of him was frantic with worry, even lifting the eye patch over his left eye. As 1, 2, 3. Tomo formed, an immense sense of spatial distortion spread around him, as if he too was about to unleash some terrifying jutsu. Just then he saw a flash near the water dragon. Facing the oncoming colossal water dragon, Kimura slowly exhaled. Regret. Fear. Such emotions had never existed in his heart. If a man comes, cut him down. If a demon comes, cut it down. If the heavens themselves press down, then slice through the sky. It doesn't matter that the scabbard is shattered. It doesn't matter that the sword is broken. Because what matters most to a swordsman is a heart that will never yield. Kimura closed his eyes and lowered his stance. He made a fist with his left hand, then slowly inserted the broken sword into it. Fierce sword aura tore through flesh and blood. Blood drenched the entire broken blade. He opened his eyes. A powerful sword intent surged skyward. A fierce slash cut straight through Zabuza and the water dragon behind him. The intense slash completely tore open the flesh of Kimura's left palm, revealing the white bone beneath. It cleaved Zabuza and the water dragon cleanly in two. It even carved a distinct line across the entire sky. What? Zabuza sliced apart, splattered countless droplets of water. Before the water clone dissipated, one could still glimpse the infinite shock in his eyes. As Kimura finally collapsed, unable to hold on any longer, he vaguely saw two dark figures rapidly approaching in the distance. Wave Country. In Kato's former office. Beside a pile of corpses, a cloaked figure sat on the chair behind the desk. Beside him Kato was trembling incessantly. In front of the desk, another cloaked figure knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Lord Jiawu, I have successfully lured the ninja Haku into fighting Kimura. The chair behind the desk slowly turned. A tall figure hidden in a cloak bulging the entire cloak. Well done, Binger. And then, the kneeling cloaked figure Binger paused slightly. Kimura's strength is terrifying. According to the intelligence, he was originally a junior genin. But he defeated Haku who had elite genin strength. He was stunned then somewhat shocked. In just 3 or 4 days, he had transformed from a junior genin to an elite genin. His progress was as rapid as Kakashi's back in the day. Binger continued respectfully. Originally after seeing Haku captured, I wanted to silence him, but I failed. Feeling a displeased gaze, Binger quickly added. At that time I sensed Zabuza's aura rapidly approaching. Afraid of exposing our plan, I retreated in advance. Oomph. Jiawu snorted coldly, his voice full of displeasure. You know our main plan is not about Kimura, but that man. At this critical juncture you must not make any mistakes. Otherwise. A sharp glint flashed in Jiawu's eyes, and a cold, eerie aura slowly emanated from his body. Yes. The bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed Binger's entire body, making him tremble uncontrollably. What a pity. No matter how talented this Kimura is when he encounters Zabuza, if he truly survives then he will have the potential to be taken under Lord Danzo's command. The leather chair slowly turned back. Binger knelt respectfully on the ground. The arrangements by the bridge were all in place now, he just needed to wait quietly. Wave Country. At Tazuna's house. Kimura lay quietly on the bed. He gently opened his eyes. Phew, another unfamiliar ceiling. Looks like What are you talking about? Sakura beside him frowned slightly and asked softly. Hey Kimura, you're finally awake. At the door Naruto shouted excitedly. Shoo, don't disturb the injured person's rest. Kakashi beside him gently kicked him. Since Kimura is awake, let him rest alone for a while. After saying that, Kakashi pulled Naruto and slowly walked out of the room. Sasuke was not there, probably protecting Tazuna at the bridge. Seeming to read his confusion, Sakura explained while tidying up the tools used to care for Kimura. Well, maybe thanks to you. Since your last battle, aside from a few thugs interfering with the bridge construction, few people have come to cause trouble. During the days you were unconscious, teacher Kakashi has been training us. Sasuke should be training tree climbing by the forest nearby. Sakura gently cupped her chin with her hand, tilting her head uncertainly. Alright Kimura, take a rest alone for now. I'll leave you be. After saying that, Sakura gently walked out of the room and softly closed the door. Kimura frowned, puzzled. It had already been a few days. Have I been unconscious that long? So he slowly opened the system panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 4500-4500, tally 4500, agility 4500, talent innate sword body, sword force value 42, equipment very hard wooden sword, skills sword heart, passive 1 thought / dust, passive dual wielding, passive sword intent layer 4, clone technique, transformation technique, sword draw technique, space / evaluation close to Chunin level. Not bad, you've escaped the level of a rookie ninja, considered a decent low-end combatant. Kimura was slightly stunned. 42 sword force value. And sword intent passive has become sword intent layer 4. Kimura checked the system notifications. Warning. Host has entered a critically injured state. Prompt. Trial 2 completed, survive from Zabuza's hands. Prompt. Congratulations, host obtained sword force value 10. Prompt. System automatically repaired host state. Prompt. Host skill sword intent layer 3 has become sword intent layer 4. Again, it's trial 2 instead of trial I. Could it be that the distinction between trial 1 and 2 is for this reason? The change in sword intent seems related to sword force value. Is it because of my breakthrough during the fight with Zabuza? If the sword force value reaches 100,000, will sword intent change? Kimura pondered silently. Then he casually poured all 4,000 points of chakra into the sword mirror. Prompt. Host remaining chakra 500-4500. Prompt. Sword mirror automatically generates clones. Prompt. The sword mirror currently has 400 clones, producing 4 points of sword force value per day. He had a premonition that once the sword force value reached 50 points, the breakthrough would not be just a simple increase in paper strength to Chunin. It was as if 50 sword force value was some kind of threshold. Suddenly Kimura anxiously looked at his left palm. He remembered. During the fight with Zabuza at the end of his rope, he used his left palm as a sword sheath. Finally, he executed a sword draw. He remembered that his left palm had been somewhat severed at that time. The palm clearly showed the stark white bone. Oh no, am I going to become half a Guadashia? Kimura worriedly slowly moved his left hand out from under the covers. What came into view was a clean, flawless left palm. What's going on? How did my left palm completely recover? Kimura's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly flipped through the previous system notifications. He knew that such a strange occurrence must be related to the system. After seeing the system notifications, Kimura was a bit dazed. Earlier he hadn't looked carefully, but now he noticed. First the prompt about body injury, then obtaining 10 points of sword force value, then the body being restored by the system. What? As long as he obtained 10 points of sword force value each time, the system would automatically restore his body state once. Previously the amount of sword force value obtained was too small. He couldn't be sure about the state recovery. If it really was like this. Kimura's mouth fell open. If one day he could obtain 10 points of sword force value in a single day, then wouldn't he be full of energy every day? 3 days later, the land of waves. On the lawn beside the bridge, Kimura lay listlessly under the shade of a tree. Since his battle with Zabuza, he had found that training seemed to hold little meaning for him. His body had already been pushed to its absolute limit. All he could do now was wait patiently for the system's rewards. Or perhaps, search for that elusive spark of insight. Kimura yawned and casually opened the system panel. Miyamoto Kimura host. Chakra 1700-5700. Doli 5700. Agility 5700. Talent innate sword physique. Sword power 54. Equipment a hard wooden sword broken. Skills sword heart passive 1 thought severs dust passive twin blade style passive sword intent 5th stage clone jutsu transformation jutsu iajutsu spatial slash. Evaluation finally reached the level of a chunin. Congratulations host. You have become a mid-tier cannon fodder in the Great Ninja Village Wars. Notification. After a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 12 points of sword power for you. You can't wish me any good fortune, can you? Kimura was speechless and rolled his eyes at the system. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. As I suspected, for every 10 additional points of sword power, the sword intent increases by 1 stage. And my injuries. To verify whether the system automatically repairs his body every time sword power increased by 10 points. Kimura had deliberately battered his body until it was covered in wounds the night before. Now, he took a closer look and found his skin as smooth and fair as jade with not a single scratch. Indeed, Kimura nodded slightly. A surge of battle fervor ignited within his heart. The bridge was about to be completed. Gato Zabuza and that mysterious hooded figure whose background was unknown. If they ever crossed paths again, he would make them pay. A sharp glint flashed in Kimura's eyes. Hey idiot Naruto. Don't just rely on brute force. Use your head and think about how to precisely control your chakra. Not far from Kimura, Kakashi was training Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in their chakra control. After Kimura's battle with Zabuza, Kimura had mentioned the existence of an unknown hooded figure. Kakashi had always had a vague feeling that someone was watching them. Now he truly felt something was amiss. It was as if a massive trap awaited them, slowly closing in. And at this moment, they had already reached the center of it. An inexplicable panic stimulated Kakashi's nerves. So these past few days he had clones around the bridge. Meanwhile, his main body stayed close to his students, protecting them, training them. Damn it, I don't know why the signal flares won't launch. All we can do now is wait for Tazuna and the others to finish building the bridge. Otherwise, if we're attacked on the water route, we'll be in an even worse position. Thinking this, Kakashi grew increasingly anxious. He wished Naruto could be like Kimura. Oh no. As long as he was like Sakura or Sasuke. Too slow, too slow. They had been practicing for days. Naruto still couldn't control his own chakra. Seeing Kakashi's dissatisfied expression, Naruto's eyes showed a hint of grievance. Why couldn't he master it as quickly as Sasuke and the others? Why did he feel such a massive amount of chakra surging within him? But he simply couldn't tap into it. He could feel that he was capable of controlling chakra precisely. Yet a strange rebellious chakra within him constantly held him back. A mixture of bewilderment and discomfort weighed on Naruto's heart. Kakashi saw Naruto's grievance and exhaustion, then sensed Kimura slowly approaching. He sighed inwardly, I've been too impatient, Naruto, but I'm truly afraid that in a few days. Shaking off all emotions, Kakashi slowly clapped his hands, drawing Kimura, Sasuke, and the others' attention to himself. He spoke slowly. You are still growing. If you encounter ninja whose strength far surpasses your own, run. Do not fight to the death. Having said that, Kakashi cast a slow glance at Kimura. Last time Kimura got lucky. For some reason, Zabuza only left a water clone to fight him. If it had been his real self. Speaking of which, Kakashi paused briefly. The Ninja Academy certainly never told you about the power hierarchy in the ninja world. Kakashi cleared his throat slightly. When a person's physical prowess, chakra reserves, and ninjutsu proficiency all meet the standard of an ordinary adult, they can be called a genin. When a person reaches 10 times the standard of an ordinary adult in any one of those areas, they can be called a chunin. When a person reaches 50 times the standard in any one area, they can be called a jonin. When a person reaches 100 times the standard in any one area, they can be called a Kage-level ninja quasi-Kage. And when a person achieves 100 times the standard in all 3 areas, they can be called a Kage. However, many have reached Kage-level strength, but few actually become Kage. Kakashi scratched his head, adding, of course these are general standards. If someone excels exceptionally in one particular area, they must be evaluated differently. Kakashi pointed to his left eye beneath his ninja headband. For instance, many from the Uchiha clan can use the Sharingan to defeat enemies far above their rank. However, most people are trained to specialize in one direction. For example, the Hyuga clan focuses on taijutsu and chakra cultivation. Few people train all 3 directions simultaneously. Speaking of which, Kakashi glanced over at Kimura. He chuckled to himself. Kimura is a monster, don't bother comparing yourselves to him. Just as everyone was discussing this. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions rang out near the bridge. Countless flying stones rained down indiscriminately. A section of the bridge was severed midway by the blast. Then it slid diagonally toward the great river. Countless screams echoed on the bridge. Kakashi's clones desperately tried to rescue the workers. Unfortunately, they were overwhelmed. Some flying stones smashed brutally into the workers' bodies, crushing them flat and piercing through. Other workers wailed as they fell from the bridge, sinking completely into the vast river. In an instant, thick fog surged from all directions. Beneath the bridge, countless wooden ships had quietly gathered at some point. Dense silhouettes poured out from the boats, climbing up the bridge's span. Sharp sword pressure and cold killing intent emanated from Kimura and Kakashi. They spoke in unison. The final duel begins. Move faster. Kakashi gazed at the dense crowd on the bridge. Frowning slightly, he instructed in a low voice. Then with a flicker of his body, he vanished before everyone's eyes. Museyuin waved the iron sword he had temporarily borrowed from Kakashi a few days ago. Without a word, he followed Kakashi's steps. Sasuke followed closely behind. Hey, wait for us. Naruto and Sakura, who were a step behind, hurriedly caught up. On the bridge, corpses scattered everywhere in the wailing of the living. Blood and rubble were strewn about like weeds. Watching a large group of thugs slowly climbing up from under the bridge, they were drawing their blades and heading straight for the injured workers. Musuin's eyes turned cold and a fierce aura burst from his body. Damn bastards. Countless silver lights flashed from the iron sword in his hand. Blades of sword light crossed the space and struck the thugs directly. A single scream was all they managed. The beautiful sword light swept through the thugs, neatly cleaving them in two. Hiss. Sasuke behind him witnessed this. His hands trembled slightly. Such thick killing intent. Just like that night. That damned person. A raging hatred flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Don't just stand there, go help the workers, Museyuin said to Sasuke indifferently. I'm not your subordinate, why should I? Before he could finish his retort, Museyuin's powerful aura swept over Sasuke, startling him. How could this be? How had Museyuin's strength grown so quickly? Such a powerful pressure. This had already reached the level of a Chunin, hadn't it? Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, Museyuin frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Teacher Kakashi was right in front of me, just now. How is he suddenly nowhere to be found? Before he could think further, the temperature around slowly dropped, and a piercing chill erupted around him. Yo, an old rival it seems. Museyuin gave a faint smile. Countless ice shards materialized around him. At the end of the bridge, a figure slowly pushed through the dense fog. A delicate face wore a cold, murderous expression. This time I will not disappoint, Zabuza-sama. By the bridge, Kakashi was sensing the fluctuation of chakra around him. Something was off, very off. Why were the sounds around growing quieter? And there was a faint, elusive killing intent approaching. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Kakashi looked at the cloaked figure before him, frowning slightly. Was it an assassin? If it were an assassin, why would they appear so openly? And such a familiar voice. The cloaked figure suddenly flung open his cloak, revealing a bear-like sturdy physique. On his face was a hideous scar winding from his collarbone all the way to his temple. Long time no see, Kakashi. Remember this scar? Jiao Wu's words shimmered with icy killing intent. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. It was him. That's right, the previous bearer of the title, Jiao Wu Kakashi. This scar has been twisting and torturing my nerves every day, every night, every moment. Every night I recall that scene of utter defeat. Jiao Wu's face gradually twisted. Suddenly he slowly calmed down, and the killing intent on him began to recede. He gently twisted his neck and wrists, producing cracking sounds. Finally, I've seized this opportunity. With that, Jiao Wu's body instantly vanished before Kakashi's eyes. Before he could react, Jiao Wu's expressionless face suddenly appeared right in front of him. Twisting his waist, raising his elbow a straight punch. Jiao Wu threw a punch. In haste, Kakashi could only cross his arms over his body, trying to block the attack. Bam! His body collided violently with a large tree. Kakashi was sent flying by the punch and slammed heavily into the tree. Using the impact, Kakashi quickly flipped onto the tree. Standing on the tree, his hands rapidly formed hand seals. By the great river, water was strong, fire weak. He could borrow water or generate lightning. Various countermeasures flashed through Kakashi's mind. Water release, water dragon bullet. Silence. Nothing happened. Normally countless water dragons should have appeared before Kakashi. But now there was nothing. Kakashi couldn't even produce a wisp of water vapor. Jiao Wu's hands hung loosely at his waist, waving carelessly like a slithering snake. His toes continuously tapped the ground lightly. Do you feel it, Kakashi? This is the 5 elements chaos seal I prepared especially for you. Don't think about using your damned ninjutsu. Jiao Wu looked at Kakashi's bitter expression and couldn't help but grin, laughing recklessly. His ordinary smile caused the scar on his face to writhe. The originally honest-looking face grew more ferocious. I don't mind catching up with you, but I hope your students can hold on. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. He really cares about those students, doesn't he? Having successfully distracted Kakashi, Jiao Wu vanished before him again with a flicker. Damn it. Kakashi could no longer afford to conserve his strength to guard against Zabuza. He had to take this man down. And quickly. Deep in Kakashi's left eye, countless blood-red hues emerged, swirling and coalescing into 3 seductive tomo. The Sharingan again. Jiao Wu, who was constantly flickering around Kakashi, licked his lips and muttered to himself. He was probing. He was wary of any special techniques Kakashi might have. Kakashi watched the figure flickering and darting around, feeling somewhat helpless. Such speed. Even the dynamic vision of the Sharingan could only vaguely catch a glimpse. Kakashi's eyes darted around, tracking Jia Wu's movements. As expected, your right eye is still your blind spot, isn't it, Kakashi? After several tests, Jia Wu could no longer hold back. He struck directly from Kakashi's right side. He flickered closer to Kakashi. The tips of his feet stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The tremendous impact left a deep footprint on the ground. Twisting his waist, raising his shoulder, lifting his elbow, twisting his wrist. Jia Wu's right hand was like a cold, venomous snake constantly writhing before suddenly launching a fierce attack. Bam! A strike like a spring thunderclap slammed into Kakashi. What a... Kakashi was sent flying by the blow. Pain jolted through his muscles. His hair stood on end. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth, using the hand as a whip. Such formidable Tongbei boxing. Jia Wu made no comment. After learning Kakashi's weakness, a trace of disdain flashed in his mind. For revenge, he had trained night after night, while this Kakashi before him. Back, waist, thighs, arms. Jia Wu kept flickering, landing fierce attacks on Kakashi's body. Finally, for some unknown reason, Kakashi, who only focused on defense without attacking, was sent flying by Jia Wu's blow. This time he was thrown far away to the foot of a large tree. Escape. No, his speed was far slower than mine. Only defend and not attack. Was it because his taijutsu couldn't match mine? But was defense useful? Countless doubts flashed through Jia Wu's mind. He slowly stepped forward, approaching the motionless Kakashi, who had been knocked to the tree. Kakashi sat under the tree, leaning against the trunk, completely still. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. In a place no one could see Kakashi's left eye. The three blood-red tomo were spinning rapidly. Then, as the blood red deepened, it seemed as if a vortex was continuously gathering. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Mu Siyuan gently flicked away the ice crystals around him, scanning the system notifications. Prompt. Trial triggered. Even the humblest weed has the courage and determination to survive. Prompt. Trial. I protect Tazuna and the workers, ensure the successful completion of the Great Bridge in the Wave Country. Prompt. The 7 ninja swords of the mist. The broken blade, executioner's blade, is near the host. A long-lost trial. And the executioner's blade. Mu Siyuan furrowed his brows slightly. Since it was nearby, why wasn't Zabuza showing himself? Don't ignore me. A cold, clear voice rang out from the young girl before him. The girl's aura grew increasingly icy. The temperature around Mu Siyuan plummeted. Countless mirrors of ice materialized around Mu Siyuan. Bai's figure flickered within the mirrors. Unlike the previous time, ice giants emerged one after another from the mirrors, towering figures bone-chilling cold. All of this made the nearby workers and thugs tremble uncontrollably. A monster. Sasuke, standing beside Mu Siyuan, also frowned slightly. He was about to help. Mu Siyuan waved his hand lightly. No need to help. Naruto and Sakura are coming. Go with them to protect Tazuna and the workers. Mu Siyuan flicked away the ice crystals, closing in on him. He gestured slightly to Sasuke. In the distance, Naruto and Sakura were rushing over. Well, no matter what Zabuza is planning, if I take too long to deal with you, the trial might fail. Mu Siyuan reached his left hand to his waist. Slowly he drew the broken wooden sword. With the broken sword in his left hand and the iron sword in his right, he assumed a dual-wielding stance. In an instant, countless flashes of silver light burst forth from around Mu Siyuan. They flew straight toward the ice giants. Crack, crack. The sound of slashing echoed from the countless ice giants and mirrors. What a... Bai within the mirror was utterly shocked. In just a few days, how had his power become so terrifying? Damn it, no. I have to buy more time for Zabuza-sama. Bai bit her lip hard. A fierce expression crossed her face. Blood trickled uncontrollably from her lip. Her cold face paired with the vivid red lips looked exceptionally striking. Not far from Mu Siyuan and Bai, Zabuza stood atop the great river. Strangely, his face was pale. His right arm was missing and the shoulder wound was perfectly smooth, as if it had been cleanly severed by some sharp blade. He was making hand signs rapidly with one hand. Countless surging currents churned around him. Beneath the great river, countless massive water dragons could be seen writhing. This was unmistakably the Dragon King descends. For some reason around Zabuza, a figure lurked silently in the water. Damn it, if Zabuza disrupts the 5 elements chaotic seal technique, I'll have to stop him. Bitterness welled up in Bing Air's heart. He was merely a chunin. He had originally thought that with the great river in the wave country, he could use it as a foundation to perform the 5 elements chaotic seal. He had planned to use this sealing technique along with Jia Wu-sama to eliminate one of the Hokage's trusted aides, the copy ninja Kakashi. Then with this achievement, he would be promoted to the rank of B class. But now things didn't seem to be going well. Hiss. Hopefully Jia Wu-sama can successfully eliminate Kakashi. Bing Air continued to watch Zabuza's movements, always ensuring that his water-style techniques would not interfere with the 5 elements chaotic seal. Well, I didn't want to bother with you, but don't get too cocky. Just as he sent by flying out of the barrier, he noticed that Naruto and the others were surrounded by thugs. To protect Tazuna and the workers, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke had sustained some injuries. Seeing the red cloak continuously emerging on Naruto's body, seeing Sasuke's bloodshot eyes with a faint single tomo appearing, and the bloodstained blades in the hands of those thugs. A cold gleam flashed in Museyuen's eyes. Countless silver lights then flew from his sword. Crack! The silver blades sliced straight across their necks. Heads soared into the air. Gushes of blood spurted out one after another, drenching Sasuke and the others. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. His power is so terrifying. Naruto's fingernails grew rapidly. Red chakra enveloped him like a cat's coat. From a distance he looked like a cat demon. His nails dug deep into his palms. Blood oozed out. Why do I always need others to save me? Why am I so useless? Naruto struggled to control his chakra, but his entire body seemed to be controlled by a strange chakra. Forced into a corner, Naruto could only use this strange red chakra to fight. Heh! Within Naruto's body a strange voice echoed. In the depths of Naruto's being, unseen by him, a very sturdy seal lay. A massive oppressive beast lay within it. Its eyes were half closed as if deep in thought. Countless streams of chakra surged from its body, flowing into Naruto. A red, highly aggressive chakra. You've already lost Zabuza. Still not coming out. Museyuen spoke calmly to Bai before him. For some reason a strange sensation, as if being watched by a giant beast, lingered in his heart. It wasn't exactly irritating, but he really wanted to cut off this strange feeling. Museyuen muttered to himself. Then he lightly swung the swords in his hands. In an instant countless blades of light flashed through Bai's body. Clang! What a... Lines of blood appeared on Bai's body. Even with 100 layers of ice stacked on her body, couldn't it block your attack? Bai let out a helpless bitter laugh. This is too terrifying. In just a few days he had far surpassed me. Bai was racking her brains for another way to deal with Museyuen. Suddenly, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. A mist of water appeared on her right arm. This was Zabuza-sama's signal. It's done, isn't it? Bai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her hands as if about to attack. In the distance Museyuen looked slightly serious, assuming a defensive stance. Ice style, starry sky. Bai's entire body turned into countless snowflakes, slowly scattering around. Then Bai vanished before Museyuen's eyes. After waiting for a long time with no sign of action, Museyuen silently let out a question mark. Did she escape? Well, it doesn't matter. Museyuen scratched his head lazily. After all, he had achieved his goal. He slowly opened the system notification. Prompt. Since the host has reached the Chunin level, the system will unlock the Jutsu fusion function. Prompt. The host has encountered Ice style. The system is analyzing. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning Ice style. Why did he waste so much time with Bai instead of cutting her down with one sword stroke? It was all to let the system analyze this Ice style more thoroughly. Otherwise he would have struck her down with a single slash long ago. Museyuen shook his head lightly. A heart without a woman. The sword draws itself naturally. Did we win? The workers on the bridge saw the bloody scene. Though trembling with fear, they could not stop shaking. But they still supported each other and straightened up. Everyone felt a long-lost tranquility. Suddenly a cheer erupted from the crowd. We won. We won. No one can stop us from finishing the bridge anymore. My child can finally come and go freely from the wave country. Excitement and joy filled the workers' faces. Dezina too curved his lips into a smile after a long time. Did we really win like this? Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances. Confusion and uncertainty were written on each other's faces. Sasuke stared coldly at Kimura. A hint of bewilderment hung on Kimura's face. If it was already over, then trial, I should have indicated completion. But now, a notification flashed through Kimura's mind. Hint. The 7 ninja swordsman's blade, the decapitation blade, is near the host. No, that's not right. Kimura's heart jolted. The workers who had been cheering suddenly seemed to have their throats clutched. The clamorous environment fell into dead silence. The surrounding mist grew denser, so thick that even an ordinary person could sense something amiss. The heavy moisture along with the dark clouds pressed down. To ordinary eyes it seemed as if the sky were collapsing. 1-2. Countless giant water dragons encircled the entire bridge like a scene of the apocalypse. Some workers fell to their knees in fear. Why? We just want to survive. To have a home of our own. Kneeling on the ground, a worker muttered, his face full of helplessness and despair. Stand up. Wiping away the liquid, whether sweat or rain, from his face. Dezina gritted his teeth. Stand up. Whether it's Gato or this heaven. No one can stop us. For our home. For our children. If Gato tries to stop us, we'll overthrow him. If it's this heaven that tries to stop us, then we'll cut it down. Dezina, holding a notched greatsword he had found somewhere, stood by the bridge and shouted fiercely at the workers. Why? Why could Gato arbitrarily plunder everyone's wealth? Why were we born unable to access the world beyond the wave country? Why must our children grow up in a world full of constraints? Why can't we build a home of our own? The workers wiped away their resentment and pain. What if it's Gato? What if it's this heaven? No one can stop us from building the bridge. No one can stop us from freely coming and going from the wave country. The workers raised their weapons. Some held hammers, some held shovels. They looked as if they were ready to die. They strained their necks, faces flushed red, and shouted loudly. At this moment, they were not celebrating victory, but to resist. For our home. For our children. The workers' cries echoed across the entire bridge. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were filled with shock. For survival and freedom, could the citizens of a small nation truly unite as one? Kimura nodded with slight appreciation. While difficulties would always exist, even if they could solve the problem for the people of the Wave Country this time, what about the next time and the time after that? Fortunately, these people seemed unwilling to yield to oppression. With this thought, Kimura took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Since they can muster the courage to stand tall, let me handle the rest. Open his eyes. Swing his sword. Swing relentlessly. Try this move. Countless slashes poured out from the sword light, overlapping one after another like unending river waves, each wave higher than the last. The endless sword strikes stacked into massive sword beams. Whoosh! A dazzling sword aura swept across the giant water dragons surrounding the bridge. Not a sound was heard. All noise seemed severed by the sword aura. The water dragons, some at their brows, some on their bodies, each showed huge cracks. Can it really reach such a level? Zabuzi's eyes widened as if they would fly out of their sockets. All the water dragons he had painstakingly gathered under these sword lights seemed to become bubbles. Along with his dream of settling in the Wave Country with Haku, it also seemed to become an illusory fantasy. What a joke! Zabuzi gritted his teeth fiercely, countless bloodshot veins filling his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead. I won't allow it, I absolutely won't allow it. He pulled the decapitation blade from behind with his remaining left hand, staring fixedly at Kimura. As if sensing Zabuzi's gaze, Kimura stood at the edge of the bridge looking toward the middle of the river. So you're here, Zabuzi? Sensing that Zabuzi's aura had weakened considerably compared to a few days ago, as if he were gravely wounded, Kimura used the system to check and confirmed his judgment. Kimura licked his lips, his eyes fixed on Zabuzi in the middle of the river. Come on, let me test my limits after reaching Chunin. In the river's center, Zabuzi's lips moved slightly as if saying, don't get cocky, brat. Then he swung the decapitation blade with force. Whoosh! The decapitation blade spun and whirled through the air, flying straight toward Kimura. Kimura calmly watched the blade approaching. Then, ignoring Zabuzi still in the river, he said, a trick like that won't fool me, you know. He sidestepped slightly and swung his sword. The sharp sword aura struck beside the decapitation blade. While dodging the blade strike, Kimura delivered a heavy blow to the air beside it. Unexpectedly, the collision of sword and air produced a crisp clang. Where Kimura had struck, Zabuzi's figure slowly emerged. The Zabuzi in the river's center vanished with a puff of white smoke. Zabuzi had transformed into a drop of water and flown in with the decapitation blade. His face dark, he held the decapitation blade with his remaining left hand. Perhaps because it wasn't his dominant hand, Zabuzi's grip on the blade was slightly awkward. Damn brat, damn missed Hunter Neen if it weren't for my injuries. Zabuzi thought darkly, his murderous intent growing even more sinister and cold. Oh, in just a few days you've managed to lose your right hand. Kimura raised an eyebrow slightly at the one-armed Zabuzi. You damn brat. As if his wound had been touched, a strange sharp voice erupted from Zabuzi's throat. His cold, murderous gaze swept over Kimura's entire body, as if searching for a place to cut, just as the two were locked in a stalemate. Not far away, Sasuke and the others snapped back to reality. Momoichi, Zabuzi, Sakura exclaimed. Kimura, don't be afraid. We'll help you. Naruto shouted urgently. Only Sasuke remained cold-faced, constantly vigilant. He remembered that Zabuzi should have another ninja by his side. I can't let you disturb Lord Zabuzi. As if responding to Sasuke's speculation, a cold voice accompanied countless sharp, icy needles shooting from all directions toward Naruto and the others. Well, Naruto and Sasuke plus Sakura the cheerleader. The three of them should be able to handle Haku, right? Kimura slowly withdrew his wandering thoughts. He focused intently on Zabuza before him. The cold, killing intent like a venomous snake. The oppressive aura like a ferocious beast. Kimura licked his lips. Truly a rare, formidable enemy. Without much thought, he leaned forward, sank his waist, and stamped his foot. This was different from previous battles. This time Kimura chose to attack first. Seeing this, Zabuza also twisted his face in a snarl and swung the executioner's blade in retaliation. Crack! Though severely wounded and using his unfamiliar left hand, Zabuza could not exert much strength. But relying on the sharpness of the executioner's blade, Zabuza effortlessly sliced through the iron sword in Kimura's right hand. Kimura casually discarded the sword hilt from his right hand. He transferred the broken sword from his left hand to his right. A slight frown creased his brow. Fortunately, the wooden sword given by the system was still reliable, otherwise he would have been injured just now. A flicker of disbelief crossed Kimura's mind. Zabuza's training should have been oriented toward ninjutsu and chakra. But even with his right hand, which formed hand seals, disabled, and despite being severely wounded, he could still suppress Kimura with his unfamiliar left hand. Kimura was a genuine mid-level chunin in physical training. Moreover, he specialized in swordsmanship. Kimura licked the corner of his mouth. How fascinating. The will to fight blazed fiercely in Kimura's pupils. Without any pause, Kimura raised his sword in his right hand and closed in. Zabuza responded in kind, stomping the ground and charging forward. Clang, clang, clang. Their figures flashed rapidly along the bridge's edge. Apart from the sound of clashing weapons which proved they were continuously colliding, the others on the bridge could not see their movements clearly. After confirming that Zabuza could not use his left hand to break his wooden sword again, Kimura cast aside his last shred of hesitation. He curled the corners of his mouth and grinned excitedly at Zabuza. "Come on, Zabuza, let's fight to our heart's content," as his power rapidly soared. With every battle's sweat and blood, Kimura discovered that he was increasingly drawn to life and death combat. Damn it, this brat. Zabuza's pupils contracted slightly. He realized that the fighting spirit of the boy before him was growing ever stronger. Seizing a brief opening, Zabuza stole a glance at Haku and Naruto's group, not far away. After confirming Haku's safety, Zabuza breathed a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cold, indifferent face appeared before Zabuza. Diverting your attention during a fight is not a wise move. Kimura raised his shoulder, twisted his elbow, and then drove his wrist. From below upward, he swung the wooden sword in a powerful upward slash. A sharp sword aura deeply pierced Zabuza's body. The hairs on the back of Zabuza's hand stood on end. A bright light emerged from the sword about to strike his neck. Whoosh! At this speed he could dodge. Just as Zabuza tilted his head to the right and twisted his body to evade the slash, the strike seemed to be fast-forwarded. It skipped the tiny spatial gap and plunged straight into Zabuza's body. Howie! Zabuza's pupils contracted sharply as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Despite Zabuza's desperate dodge, Kimura's attack still cleaved through him. From the collarbone to the chest, 30 centimeters from the heart. A massive wound appeared on Zabuza's body. "Zabuza-sama." Haku not far away saw this, and her face twisted in terror. She immediately tried to break away from the battle and rushed to Zabuza's side. "Your opponent is me. I won't let you pass." Two voices came from beside her. At that moment, Sasuke's eyes were bloodshot with the eerie single tomo spinning in his pupils. Beside him, Naruto's face kept contorting as if two souls were vying for control of his body. His chakra cloak flickered between blue and red. A fluctuating aura, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, changed incessantly on him. In a wooden boat under the bridge, a cold gaze swept over Kimura and Zabuza. "Damn ninja. Damn Zabuza." Not far away underwater, a figure was anxiously thinking. "What's going on? Why hasn't Jawu sent me a signal yet?" Damn it, Zabuza couldn't be losing to a Jinin, could he? Binger observed the situation on the bridge while maintaining the 5 elements chaos sealing technique. Fear and unease filled his heart. Suddenly a kunai was placed against his neck. "Don't move." Kakashi, covered in blood, was now beside him. And in his left hand, he was carrying Jawu. Binger's pupils contracted sharply. Then a giant blood-red shuriken appeared in his field of vision. "No good, this is Jinjutsu." Looking at Binger, who had fallen into the illusion, Kakashi frowned slightly and looked up toward the bridge. "To be able to do this, Kimura?" Zabuza frowned deeply, staring fixedly at Kimura. His face showed no distortion from the injury, as if it were not him who was wounded. He leaned against the bridge railing and slammed hard, fusing the severed flesh together. Then a red glow slowly flickered in his left hand. He slowly passed his left hand over the wounded area. Sizzle, sizzle. It sounded like flesh being seared. The places where Zabuza's left hand passed were all charred and fused. This cauterizing the wound with fire release. Kimura's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was too harsh on himself, using fire release to forcibly glue the severed flesh together. But what about this? Kimura's expression grew more solemn as he slowly swung his wooden sword. Zabuza, however, lightly twisted his neck. While he could hold on a little longer, right? Zabuza silently assessed his condition. Then he forcefully raised the executioner's blade. The effort slightly separated the fused flesh, but he only frowned slightly. Then he sneered at Kimura. "Don't get too cocky, brat. The real fight is only beginning." "No, the fight is already over." Kimura smiled lightly. He would not wait quietly for Zabuza to adjust his state, then unleash all his potential. The battle should be enjoyed, but unnecessary risks, of course, should be avoided. Kimura swung his wooden sword continuously. Beams of sword light gradually converged and stacked before him. A slash more terrifying than the one that cut the water dragon formed. "Though I have already shown you this technique, I will still use it to send you off. This technique which I learned from you." Thousandfold waves. Countless sword lights advanced like a tide. Then they merged into a single colossal sword beam. The massive sword beam flew straight towards Zabuza. "Zabuza-sama." Haku, who had been watching, saw this, and her eyes widened in rage. She endured the attacks from Sasuke and Naruto, paying the price of a broken right hand and left foot, and dashed straight towards Zabuza. The fragile, by like a butterfly, strained with all her might to fly before Zabujan. Musiyuen's slash cleaved straight through her body. Then, along with the splattering blood, it struck Zabujan heavily. The blade tore through his body, severing his remaining left hand. Subsequently, a violent shockwave sent him flying far away. Zabujan felt a hint of disbelief, though he had foreseen this day's arrival. For wandering rogue ninjas like them, death was never far away. Nonetheless, when it truly happened, he could not help but freeze. An inexplicable ache gripped his heart. Bai's blood splattered across Zabujan's face. Grief and disbelief lingered in his heart. He, who never flinched at any pain, now sobbed faintly like an abandoned cub. A hoarse voice escaped his throat. "Bai, Bai." Zabujan, having lost both hands, gazed at the familiar figure not far away. but she once lively and restless, now lay on the cold ground, breathing her last. Zai Bujan struggled with his shattered body, his forehead striking the ground heavily. Then he bent his back, lifted himself, and crawled forward slowly like a worm in an extremely humiliating posture. Blood streamed endlessly from his body, leaving a deep trail of crimson on the ground he had crawled over. Faster, just a little faster. Zai Bujan squeezed every last ounce of strength from his body, wanting to see by one last time. Just then, countless iron arrows shot from the shadows by the bridge, piercing into Zai Bujan's body at an angle, pinning him to the ground. Unnoticed by the crowd, a hideous-faced dwarf slowly emerged. "All you damned ninjas must die." The right side of his face was unnaturally smooth. It was clearly where his entire right ear had been severed. He raised his right hand. "Continue shooting." One after another, Ka Duo's thugs drew their bows and shot arrows. "How annoying." Mu Siyuan frowned slightly. What were they thinking? That we were all exhausted and could be wiped out? Ridiculous. A cold gleam flashed in Mu Siyuan's eyes. Countless sword lights were born from his wooden blade again. Oh. Ka Duo's eyes widened as he saw the last scene of his life, the sword light that suddenly appeared before his eyes, and his own headless body. Headless. I dead. Doubt clung to Ka Duo, but he had no strength left to answer. His vision went black. Then he lost consciousness forever, gazing at the scattered headless corpses. What a clown. Mu Siyuan wiped his wooden blade gently with his clothes. Then he saw Zai Bujan covered in arrows crawling toward Bai at an ever-slowing pace. Mu Siyuan sighed softly, a complex emotion crossing his heart. He stepped forward silently. Lifting Bai's body, he saw that Mu Siyuan's slash had taken away most of her torso. Her pupils were slightly unfocused. She looked as if her life was ebbing away. Mu Siyuan gently placed her in Zai Bujan's arms. Zai Bujan trembled with agitation, his eyes wide as if stunned by Mu Siyuan's gesture. Thank you. His Adam's apple moved slowly, and he uttered a faint, weak sound. He looked at the Bai in his arms with a tender expression, and Bai, as if in a final flash of vitality, a faint blush appeared on her pale face. Lord Zai Bujan, do you think I was a qualified tool? Bai's eyes gazed at Zai Bujan with a look of hope. You are not. The hope in Bai's eyes was extinguished like a candle blown out by the wind. Without keeping Bai waiting, Zai Bujan continued. You are not my tool. You are my family. Like a candle relit, an inexplicable emotion flared in Bai's eyes. Fam. Fam. She raised her right hand high as if wanting to touch Zai Bujan's face. Zai Bujan hurriedly leaned his cheek toward her. So I am Lord Zai Bujan's family. Bai's voice was intermittent as if each word drained her last strength. How wonderful. Bai curled her lips, slightly revealing a smile. In that instant, like ice melting, her cold face bloomed with a spring-like smile. This moment was forever frozen in Zai Bujan's sight. He held Bai tightly, resting his chin on her forehead, feeling the warmth in his arms slowly fade. Zai Bujan couldn't help but tremble. Bai, he called softly. This time Bai did not respond. The gloomy sky began to glow with a faint blue light. Flakes of fine snow drifted down, landing on Zai Bujan's brows and shoulders, as if bidding him farewell. The snowflakes fell lightly on him. Not cold, rather a little warm. Zai Bujan's vision blurred. Dimly, as if through the snow, he saw the Bai of the past. Back then she was still a child. She lived in a place covered in white snow. Because of her bloodline limit, she was seen as a monster by the villagers. Bullied, cursed. One day he met her. He severely taught her bullies a lesson. At Bai's request, he did not kill anyone that day. At first, Zai Bujan merely saw her as a convenient tool. Later, they came to know each other, spent time together, and went on missions together. They fled the Mist Ninja's pursuit together. Zai Bujan gradually came to regard Bai as his most important partner, his most important family, his dearest little sister. Although Bai still saw herself only as Zai Bujan's tool, Zai Bujan did not think so. The village hidden in the mist, the land of water, the land of waves. How many places had they drifted to? Zai Bujan could not recall nor remember. All he knew was that he and Bai had been on the run, ever journeying. But he only wanted a home where he could settle down with Bai. He just wanted to stop wandering. He just wanted to sleep soundly in peace. He just wanted someone to greet him when he came home. Even dragging his severely wounded body, he had to return to the land of waves. He had to try to contend with the Leaf Ninja, because they truly had nowhere else to go. Already homeless. I have to say, goodbye forever. Bai, thank you for everything along the way. I'm sorry. So sorry. In the next life. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his body. His vision blurred. How long had he anticipated this end? Oh, perhaps from the day he defected from the village hidden in the mist. Drizzling snowflakes scattered over Zai Bujan and Bai as if seeing them off. The broken bridge, the falling snow, the two embracing. Mu Siyuan stood on the bridge listening to the clamorous celebrations behind him. He watched the two gradually losing their warmth before him, his face full of complex emotions. Family. 3 days later, in the woods by the bridge, 2 grave mounds. One large, one small. 2 wooden boards were planted on the mounds. Delicately engraved on the boards were Tomb of Momochi Zabuza, Tomb of Haku. Sitting beneath a tree, Mutsuin silently stared at the 2 grave mounds before him, occasionally tossing the decapitating broadsword in his hand. His expression was somewhat complex. Spending a lifetime running around for the sake of family. In the end, you're trapped within these two small mounds. Was it worth it? He then shook his head left and right, casting aside the negative emotions. Slowly opening his system panel. Notice, after a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 15 points of sword force for you. Miyamoto Mutsuin host. Chakra 300, 7300. Dao power 7300. Agility 7300. Talent innate sword body. Sword force 70. Equipment very hard wooden sword broken blade decapitating broadsword sunrise moonfall. Skills sword heart passive 1 thought cuts the dust passive dual wield style passive sword intent. Level 7 quick draw space / basic ninjutsu 5 elements ninjutsu pseudo intermediate 1000 layered waves. Updating. Evaluation mid-level Chinin. Congratulations host, you are still a mid-level cannon fodder from the Ninja Village War. Mutsuin furrowed his brows slightly. After the battle with Zabuza, the system had inexplicably entered an updating state. Some of the earlier entry-level techniques like transformation and clone had been automatically categorized as basic ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the fire, lightning, and water releases learned from Kakashi and Zabuza were grouped under 5 elements ninjutsu. As for 1000-layered waves, it was a technique Mutsuin had comprehended by observing the surging waves when Zabuza unleashed the water dragon. He could continuously accumulate sword energy and then unleash it with a powerful slash. However, with his current level, he could only stack it about 70 to 80 times. If only he could combine 1000-layered waves with space slash. Mutsuin thought to himself. Unlimited stacking firepower combined with instant teleportation. Hiss. Mutsuin inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. Over the past few days, Mutsuin had poured nearly all of his chakra into the sword mirror. In just 3 days, the sword mirror had provided him with about 15 points of sword force. Mutsuin gently clenched his right hand. Crack. The air squeezed by his right hand emitted a noisy sound. Mutsuin raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad, this feeling. He opened the system notification. Notice. Congratulations host for passing trial. I protect Tazuna and the workers, ensuring the successful completion of the Great Naruto Bridge. Reward sunrise. Reward moonfall. 2 sharp swords suddenly appeared beside Mutsuin. In his right hand, sunrise, the blade as white as jade, occasionally flickering with fiery red light like the rising sun, majestic and righteous. In his left hand, moonfall, the blade obscure and hazy as if veiled by clouds, of faint glimmer of sword light revealing its edge. Mutsuin slowly set down the wooden sword and the decapitating broadsword. Gently picking up sunrise and moonfall, he weighed them in his hands. Pretty good feel, but I wonder how sharp they are. Then holding both swords, he lightly swept them across 2 large trees beside him. Boom. The 2 trees fell to the ground instantly. Without any effort, the swords cut through the trees like a knife through tofu. On the stump left by sunrise in the right hand, the sword scar glowed with scorching light. The next moment, the stump burst into blazing flames. Mutsuin hastily released a water release to extinguish the fire, but he found that once ignited, the flames were completely uncontrollable. With a thought, he extended the sunrise in his right hand toward the flames. The flames, as if summoned, flickered toward sunrise, then were absorbed into it. Mutsuin was somewhat astonished. He then looked at the tree on his left. The stump left by moonfall was perfectly smooth, showing no sign of having been cut by a blade. Mutsuin stared intently for a moment. He noticed that the roots beneath the stump were withering rapidly, as if their life force was being drained by some eerie entity. Meanwhile, the moonfall in his left hand was faintly shimmering, like a baby rejoicing after receiving a favorite toy. One feels suited for upright open confrontation, the other is perfect for sneak attacks with space slash in the shadows. Mutsuin nodded slightly, concluding. Then with a complex gaze, he swept over the broken wooden sword before him. His right hand gently brushed the broken blade. My good companion, can you no longer follow me? Toward this wooden sword that had accompanied him through his weak days, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. Ding. System update complete. Mutsuin's expression froze. Finally updated. Please restart the system. Mutsuin quickly reopened the system panel. Notice. System has released the equipment reforge function. Notice. System has released the equipment enchantment function. Notice. System has released the summoning contract function. Skipping the unchanged parts. Mutsuin stared straight at the new content after the update. Sword Mirror, currently 1400 clones are serving you. Daily production of 7 points of sword force. Equipment very hard wooden sword broken blade decapitating broadsword sunrise moonfall. Equipment reforge function. Mutsuin vaguely felt he knew how to handle this wooden sword. He quickly opened the equipment reforge function. Notice. Since the host is activating the equipment reforge function for the first time, a chance to choose the reforge direction is granted. Truly, when it rains it pours, when your sleepy a pillow arrives. Mutsuin's face lit up with excitement, and he used this opportunity on the very hard wooden sword. His sword energy was becoming increasingly sharp, and he had just acquired 2 fine blades. Without a good scabbard, he might have to replace it after every battle. Given the strange hardness of this wooden sword, it might be perfect for making a scabbard. Thinking this, Mutsuin hesitated no longer. He applied the directional reforging chance to the very hard wooden sword. With a thought from Mutsuin. Select Reforge, very hard wooden sword, reforge direction scabbard. Notice. Equipment reforging in progress. Notice. Equipment reforging successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Yin-Yang Scabbard. Yin-Yang Scabbard. Mutsuin's eyes filled with confusion. Before he could ponder, the system automatically provided an answer. Solitary Yin does not grow, solitary Yang does not flourish. Yin and Yang in harmony is the true Tao. Yin-Yang Scabbard matches the host's sunrise and moonfall. The Yang sword can nourish the Yin sword, and the Yin sword can replenish the Yang sword. From Yin arises Yang, from Yang returns to Yin. Yin and Yang alternate, endlessly regenerating. Hiss. Seems quite extraordinary. Mutsuin curled his lips and raised an eyebrow. As if he had found a treasure. Excited, he continued to open the next function. Equipment enchantment. Equipment enchantment allows all characteristics of the obtained weapon to be enchanted onto a weapon. Equipment enchantment. Mutsuin frowned slightly. Can it only be enchanted onto system weapons? Or can it be enchanted onto any weapon? Does this enchantment have a chance of failure? Mutsuin's eyes swept over the recently acquired sunrise and moonfall. They were not like the wooden sword, which was already broken. Unless he tried reforging, there was no use for them later. These two sharp blades had just been obtained. Host, please don't worry. The system's enchantment success rate is 100. System products guaranteed premium. Was it his imagination? Mutsuin's eyes flickered with suspicion. It felt like after the update the system had become much smarter. Like an old computer suddenly connected to artificial intelligence. It left him slightly disoriented. Since the system had given its guarantee, Mutsuin slowly placed sunrise and moonfall into the enchantment function. Do you wish to enchant sunrise and moonfall? Kimura shook his head slightly. He retracted the thought of just praising it as artificial intelligence. It seemed only slightly more intelligent. Then he confirmed the enchantment. Warning. The system lacks sufficient power. Prompt. Host must provide equipment that can be decomposed into power. What? What is power? Kimura was momentarily stunned. Before his eyes, the decapitation blade slowly rose into the air without anyone touching it. Is the decapitation blade haunted? Watching the blade suddenly levitate, Kimura was filled with shock. Decomposing the ninja tool, decapitation blade. Hey, wait. Why is it suddenly being decomposed? Before he could make a decision, the system proceeded to decompose the decapitation blade on its own. Kimura grew anxious. After all, although he wasn't accustomed to using a blade, it was still a ninja tool and quite sharp at that. Decomposition successful. Decapitation blade provides power, sharpness absorption, can absorb the opponent's stamina to replenish the host, regeneration, can automatically absorb enemy blood to repair the damaged blade. Kimura felt somewhat forced into it. But since the decapitation blade had already been decomposed, he could only reluctantly continue enchanting sunrise and moonfall. Prompt. System power sufficient. Please select the power to enchant the target. Kimura rubbed his chin. If he could select all, he certainly would. Then he directly chose to enchant all. Enchantment successful. Sunrise sharpness absorption, regeneration. Moonfall sharpness absorption, regeneration. Kimura took the twin blades. He gently swung them. The twin blades traced a light arc in the air. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice that the space where they passed trembled slightly. Seems the enchantment effects aren't bad. Kimura nodded in satisfaction. It's a pity I can't test the effects of absorption and regeneration right now. With that, Kimura picked up 2 pebbles from the ground. He threw one with force at a nearby large tree. Bang! The pebble struck the tree violently. Due to Kimura's strength, the pebble and the tree collided fiercely. Kimura focused his gaze. A dent had appeared in the tree. Kimura nodded slightly. Then he enchanted the remaining pebble in his hand. Please select the power to enchant the target. Enchantment successful. Ordinary pebble sharpness. Next, Kimura threw it with the same force at another large tree. Thump, thump, thump. The pebble collided with the tree. It pierced through 3 or 4 trees in succession. Kimura's eyes were filled with shock. On each tree it passed through, there was a hole slightly larger than the pebble. An ordinary little pebble. After enchanting, it can achieve this. Kimura flashed to the last tree the pebble hit. There a freshly made hole remained. Kimura peered inside. The hole contained some stone debris. For now it seems anything can be enchanted. But the object's own quality affects its usage. If it's something ordinary like a pebble, it can only be used as a disposable item. Kimura pondered deeply. He examined every detail of the system's functions. Finding no answer, he silently opened the final update content. Summoning contract. Summoning contract. Summoning. Can summon spiritual pets or phantom beasts deemed useful by the system. Contract. Can contract those who acknowledge you or enemies you have defeated. What? 1 second they were your enemy, and the next I contract them, and they become my ally. Kimura complained. Isn't that just cuckoldry? Complaints aside, when the system offers good features, one should still praise it. Kimura scanned all the introductions and functions within the summoning contract. Summoning none. Prompt. There is a tailed beast of summonable level nearby. Tailed beast. Kimura was momentarily stunned. You mean the 9 tails inside Naruto? Give me a break. Kimura smiled bitterly and shrugged. I'm not even a jonin, yet challenging a tailed beast is still too early. Kimura decisively abandoned the suicidal thought of taming the 9 tails. He turned his attention to another function. Contract. Prompt. Host's overall level is Chunin U. Currently, you can contract characters of Chunin level. Available contract character by. So much for system products are always top-notch. Why so many restrictions? Kimura sighed. Only this one person to choose from. Kimura sighed again. It seemed the contract function could only help with trivial matters. When facing strong enemies, he would have to rely on himself. I choose to contract by. Prompt. Target does not exist in the current world. Implementing secondary measures. Prompt. Capturing Bai's soul. Shaping Bai's body. Character contract successful. A girl with a delicate face suddenly appeared before him. The moment she saw Kimura, Bai's eyes erupted with boundless hatred and pain. It was him. He had killed Zabuza-sama. It was him. He had destroyed their dream, just to have a home to live in peace. Warning. The sword slave harbors strong hatred toward the host. The system is now implementing compulsory sedative measures. Kimura expected the hate-filled girl to do something drastic, but instead she suddenly went limp, sitting dazed on the ground. Feeling the weakness in her entire body and the warning of an unknown voice in her mind, the light in Bai's eyes slowly faded. She looked like a lifeless puppet. Was she under a curse? Not even able to avenge Zabuza-sama. Though death was something she and Zabuza-sama had long considered. Though she and Zabuza had always known. Building a home was just their delusion, she still deeply hated the young man who had taken everything from them. Serve me, and I can revive Zabuza. Looking at the walking corpse like by Kimura frowned slightly. He didn't want a marionette. What he wanted was a loyal, obedient, and never betraying subordinate. What? Bai's previously indifferent expression suddenly stiffened. Her dull eyes gradually regained color. I said I can revive Zabuza. Kimura repeated word by word with a serious face. Had I died once before? Had I been revived by this young man? Then that means could this young man truly have the power to resurrect the dead? She suddenly realized that she herself had been brought back to life. For Zabuza-sama. I can take this gamble. Fine. As long as you can revive Zabuza-sama, whatever you want. I'll do anything. Bai showed an extremely earnest expression. Her slightly flushed face spoke of her shyness, but her furrowed brows also revealed her inner conflict and resolve. Bai, you wouldn't want Zabuza to. Kimura shook his head, casting aside some strange thoughts. He extended his left hand. Gently he clasped Bai's right hand. With utmost seriousness he said, when I promise something, I will definitely fulfill it. After finishing organizing all the newly updated functions of the system, the sun had already slanted to the west, and the twilight glow enveloped the woods. Mutsuin withdrew Bai into the spirit contract space, a pitch-black, silent, empty void. Seeing Bai quietly staying inside without any complaint, a pang of heartache flashed through Mutsuin's heart. After obtaining confirmation from the system by asking, he quickly changed the spatial environment inside. He transformed it into an ancient village blanketed with fine goose-feather snow. Watching the abruptly changed surroundings, Bai's heart was immensely shaken. This ability, like that of a creator, could he really revive Lord Zaibujan? Thinking of this, a complex emotion flashed through Bai's heart. How gentle. Even though they were enemies not long ago, now he can care about me like this. Hey Mutsuin. Unable to hear Bai's inner voice, but Mutsuin suddenly heard someone calling him. I knew you were around here. Warning. There is a tailed beast that has reached the level of a spirit beast near the host. A golden spiky hedgehog head emerged from the grass. Naruto. Mutsuin was somewhat surprised. Why would Naruto come to him at this time? Naruto was scratching the back of his head slightly, with a serious expression. Mutsuin. There seems to be a monster inside me. Naruto looked earnest. Only his eyes occasionally darted away, not daring to meet Mutsuin's gaze, revealing his worry and unease. Since the battle with Bai, Naruto had discovered a strange chakra inside him, fierce and bloody. Why did he have such a huge amount of chakra inside him, yet he couldn't use it? Why did he train so hard in chakra control? But it was useless. That day Naruto finally understood. Because there was a monster inside him. This monster occasionally leaked his chakra. This strange chakra constantly tugged at Naruto's own chakra. He was like a sealed container. Not only did he have to seal this monster with his body, but he was also constantly affected and disturbed. If only this monster didn't exist, he would be able to control his chakra as easily as moving his own arm. There's a monster in my stomach. Naruto placed his right hand on his stomach. He clenched it tightly. Pain and fear flickered on his face. Why? Why was this monster sealed inside him? So the reason he had been ostracized since childhood was because of this. Tears glistened in Naruto's eyes. Can you help me? Mutsuin. Helpless Naruto seemed to recall that day in his childhood. Expired milk. Unacceptable abuse. As a child, Naruto simply didn't understand. Why was he ostracized from birth? Why did others call him a monster? He didn't know how to attract attention. He didn't know how to make others like him. In his childhood, only pranks seemed to work. Only pranks. It was both a way to express his dissatisfaction and also Naruto's way of wanting others to look at him, to notice him. He didn't want to be like a lonely worm, suddenly dying in some damp corner unnoticed. No one would even sigh over his passing. Ah, that child is already gone. At that time, only Mutsuin had reached out his hand to him. Yo, what are you doing alone? So when he discovered there was a monster inside him, the first person he wanted to ask for help was not the third Hokage, not Kakashi-sensei, but his childhood friend, Mutsuin. Naruto looked at Mutsuin timidly. He was very scared. Would this childhood friend, upon knowing that there was a monster inside him, discriminate against him and isolate him like others? At the thought, Naruto's breathing became involuntarily rapid. Prompt. Trial triggered. A child isolated since childhood who didn't know what a monster was actually discovered the monster inside him. Coexist or resolve? That is the question. Prompt. Trial 2. Help Uzumaki Naruto eliminate the nine tails inside him. Eliminate the nine tails. The original plot has changed too much, hasn't it? Mutsuin was slightly stunned, frowning. As I thought. Seeing Mutsuin's frown, Naruto couldn't help but feel sad. His fingernails dug deeply into his palm. It hurt, but not as much as here. Naruto gently placed his right hand over his heart, as if feeling a sharp pain there. Well, actually I was just kidding, Mutsuin. Naruto twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile that was both a smile and a crying face. I'll help you. Mutsuin saw through Naruto's disguise at a glance. Although it was strange why Naruto would choose to eliminate the nine tails inside him, Naruto was his friend. As long as Naruto needed it, Mutsuin would definitely help him. Wah. What? Naruto found it hard to believe. I said I'll help you. Mutsuin was full of sincerity. Thank you. Seeing Naruto trembling all over as if about to cry at any moment, Mutsuin quickly interrupted. Naruto, why come to me? Why not Kakashi-sensei? Mutsuin was a bit puzzled. After all, he was only a chunin. For something like having a demon beast inside the body, even if confirmed, one should seek a Kage level. Or at least a near Kage level ninja for help, right? Why not the third Hokage? Why not Kakashi? Why come to me, who just reached the level of chunin? Full of doubt, Mutsuin wondered. Well, actually I had a vague feeling that something was strange inside me before. Naruto hesitated. Every time I use chakra or practice chakra control, I always feel a strange force pulling at me. Out of fear, I searched for information on sealing techniques, wild demons, summon beasts, etc. Then in a book on sealing techniques I saw, if I want to seal a demon beast, I would need to use yin release and yang release. Naruto said seriously. Yin release and yang release. Mutsuin was taken aback. He found that his skills only included the 5 elements ninjutsu. He didn't have yin release or yang release as in the original work. Mutsuin, you know the chakra natures fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, right? Naruto counted on his fingers, enumerating them. Mutsuin nodded slightly. Of course he knew. His skills listed the 5 elements ninjutsu. Blazing fire gives rise to wind, hurricane calls lightning, thunder draws water, surging water becomes earth. That's yang release. Naruto paused. Muddy water covers earth, black water obscures thunder, hidden thunder veils wind, dark wind extinguishes fire. That's yin release. Only when yin and yang are combined can the corresponding sealing technique be released. Mutsuin was slightly stunned. Is that how it works? First time hearing these strange things. Mutsuin felt a bit confused and odd. Well, among my friends, you're the only one who knows the 5 elements ninjutsu. Naruto grinned, returning to his usual smile. So Mutsuin, if you learn yin release and yang release, be sure to come and help me deal with the monster inside me. Naruto's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Then he patted Mutsuin on the shoulder. Alright, actually there's another reason I came to find you. It seems like we've talked a bit too late. The celebration in the Land of Waves is about to start. Naruto glanced at the sky and suddenly his expression changed. He quickly grabbed Mutsuin and ran towards the Land of Waves. On the way to my village. How much longer, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto, who was always restless, yawned out of boredom. The one who had looked fragile in front of Mukun now wore his usual smile again. The dead last is always a bother. Zuiju said coldly with a stoic face. What did you say? Naruto's forehead bulged with veins, looking like he was about to fight Zuiju. Hey, enough. Xiaoying quickly intervened to calm the two. Ignoring the noisy trio, Mukun frowned, silently pondering the new items he had obtained from last night's celebration in Bo Country. Recalling the scene from last night, the moment he and Naruto had just arrived at the celebration, Dazuna stood at the center, and upon seeing Mukun and Naruto, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly called out loudly, "Our heroes are here." Then he led the villagers in a deep bow toward Mukun. After that, a notification popped up in Mukun's system. Congratulations to the host for receiving genuine respect and admiration. Tip. Host has gained 10 prestige. Mukun casually swiped open the system panel. Tip. After a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 77 sword power for you. Gongbin Mutsuin host chakra 10008000 physical power 8000 agility 8000 prestige 10 talent innate divine sword body sword power 77 equipment reforge enchant mother sun sword sheath sunrise moonfall skills sword heart passive 1 thought cuts dust passive dual blade style passive sword intent 7 layers sword draw spatial / basic ninjutsu 5 elements ninjutsu pseudo intermediate 1000 layered wave summoning contract by contract evaluation high level Chunin level. Congratulations host. You will die 0.1 seconds later in the Great Ninja War. Mutsuin had no idea what these 10 prestige points were for. Mutsuin scratched the back of his head. Amid the laughter and playfulness of the trio, before long at the end of the road the sight of my village came into their eyes. Ho! Naruto quickened his pace, excitedly running toward my village. As for Kakashi, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No other attacks. He gently pinched the scroll in his ninja pouch. It contained Jiao Wu and Bing Er along with the files related to the two. After the battle in Bo Country, he had interrogated the two cloaked figures Jiao Wu and Bing Er using Jinjutsu, due to the cursed seals inside their bodies. Although they answered everything under Kakaxi's Jinjutsu, they would become paralyzed and collapse whenever the questions involved classified information. Kakaxi did his best to extract all the information they could reveal and analyzed it. Root. Zamura Tawanze. A cold gleam flashed in Kakaxi's eyes. Then he put on a smile and said cheerfully to the group, we're almost at my village. Sensei still has some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Don't worry about the mission. I'll go talk to the Huang-sama later. Remember to meet at the barbecue restaurant in the village center tonight. With that, without waiting for a response, bang. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Kakaxi vanished on the spot. What's with him disappearing like that? So unreliable. Xiaoying crossed her arms, pouting with dissatisfaction. Come on, we're almost at the village. Naruto quickly tried to comfort her. Yo, isn't this our great genius, Mutsuin? Amid the commotion, a discordant, sarcastic voice rang out. Several people emerged from the underbrush of the forest. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a dignified square face. Behind him stood Mutsuin's old acquaintances, Rishiang Buning and Rishiang Bufu. At that moment, Rishiang Bufu had some bloodstains on his clothes, and his face wore a provocative expression. Genius kids from the ninja team out for a picnic. Our enforcement squad here just finished a C-rank mission. Hunting down rogue ninjas fighting for our lives. You've never experienced that, have you? Laughter erupted from behind Rishiang Bufu. His teammates all sneered at Mutsuin's group, as if venting their frustration at not being selected for the ninja team. As if releasing the fear and panic they had just endured in a life-and-death battle. Ordinary graduates not selected for the ninja team were assigned to patrol squads, enforcement squads, or gate guards for training, while most clan ninjas chose to return to their clans. Waiting for their clan's arrangements. Mutsuin hadn't expected that Rishiang Bufu, a member of the Rishiang clan, would choose the most dangerous enforcement squad. And he had just completed a C-rank mission. That meant he had just taken down a ninja of Chunin level. After all, targets that the enforcement squad went after were no pushovers. The weak had long been killed. Only the stronger ones repeatedly escaped capture and were then put on the enforcement squad's bounty list. But was defeating a Chunin really that impressive? Get to the point if you have something to say. Mutsuin said, indifferently, looking impatient. My subordinate, Rishiang Bufu, wants to duel you again. I'll be the witness. No problem. The square-faced man frowned at the impatient teenager before him. So arrogant. Was being on the ninja team such a big deal? The square-faced man felt a surge of indignation. Ignoring the excited Rishiang Bufu behind the square-faced man, Mutsuin nodded calmly. The crowd slowly made space. Rishiang Bufu stared intently at Mutsuin, sticking out his tongue to lightly lick the corner of his mouth. Lambs living in an ivory tower. How would you know the hardships of the enforcement squad? Then, the challenge begins. The moment the challenge started, Rishiang Bufu rushed forward. This time I won't lose again. A cold, sharp, killing intent burst from within him. Pressing down on Mutsuin. Seeing Mutsuin standing there as if stunned, Rishiang Bufu sneered inwardly. Truly a lamb in the ivory tower, paralyzed by a mere killing intent. Rishiang Bufu's eyes were fixed solely on his opponent, completely missing that behind Mutsuin, Zhuaju and the others had already silently declared his defeat. Faster, faster. Rishiang Bufu rapidly closed in on Gongbin Mutsuin. Boys, don't get so close to me. When Rishiang Bufu reached Mutsuin, he suddenly heard Mutsuin speak calmly. A shock ran through Rishiang Bufu. The boy before him, with lightning speed, drew his sword and swung. Then everything went dark and he lost consciousness. Terrifying strength. The square-faced man's pupils sharply contracted. Shock and awe overwhelmed him. Could a freshly graduated student reach this level? The square-faced man hurried to the knockdown Rishiang Bufu, placing his hand under Rishiang Bufu's nose. Fortunately, it was the flat of the blade. He was just unconscious. The square-faced man breathed a sigh of relief. Then his face darkened as he turned to face Mutsuin. Using such force against a fellow villager, isn't that going too far? Let me teach you a lesson in your teacher's place. Boom. He stomped hard on the ground, his figure rapidly closing in on Mutsuin. As he advanced, the square-faced man quickly formed hand seals. Too noisy, Mutsuin said, indifferently, staring coldly at the man before him. Twisting his elbow, flicking his wrist, swinging his sword. Countless sword lights enveloped the square-faced man, who hastily stopped his advance and scrambled to defend. Suddenly a heavy strike landed on his stomach, sending him flying with great force, right next to Rishiang Bufu. Gongbin Mutsuin slowly turned around, facing the enforcement squad, his face expressionless. Don't worry about death, I only used the flat of the blade. So anyone else want to try it? In my village. Inside the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. Kakaxi respectfully bowed to the third Hokage. The third Hokage merely waved his hand, offering no reply. He merely pointed at the crystal ball before him, staring intently, without blinking. Hiss! Could this old man be peeping at the women's bathhouse again? Witnessing this scene, Kakaxi entertained a mischievous conjecture. The third Hokage shot a glance at Kakaxi and gave a soft cough. As if aware of his thoughts, the third Hokage offered no explanation, simply beckoning Kakaxi closer. He directed Kakaxi's gaze to the scene within the crystal ball. Outside my village, Mu Siyuan stood in confrontation with Rishiang Bufu. How many moves do you think Mu Siyuan will need to win this duel? The third Hokage asked calmly. In his view, Mu Siyuan's victory over Rishiang Bufu was a foregone conclusion. The only uncertainty was the number of moves it would take. Well, probably just one move. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, his face radiant with confidence in his student. One move? The third Hokage's face showed some shock. In just a few days away had Mu Siyuan's strength grown so rapidly. Within the crystal ball, Rishiang Bufu was swiftly closing in on Mu Siyuan. Then, a subtle flash of sword light suddenly appeared on him, sending him flying. Watching Rishiang Bufu collapse unconscious to the ground. A look of astonishment flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. I never expected. It seemed he was stunned by Mu Siyuan's growth. The third Hokage stammered slightly. Kakashi, standing by, watched the scene with a beaming smile, his face wearing an expression of pride for his student. Next, when the square-faced man made his move, the third Hokage's expression abruptly changed. Jitsuin Tianzhong. Kakashi, on the other hand, spread his hands and said relaxedly, easy. A mere chunin. Even if Mu Siyuan can't beat him, Jitsuin Tianzhong can't do anything to him, right? Was that so? The third Hokage frowned. He did not want his chosen seed for the Hokage position to get hurt. The third Hokage's face turned cold. He clenched his fist tightly, the old, thin knuckles crackling. Seeing this, Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly. The Jitsuin clan has been increasingly reckless lately. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do something to him? Jitsuin Tuanzang. The third Hokage's voice was exceptionally icy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Slowly withdrawing his aura, the third Hokage continued watching the scene in the crystal ball. When he saw Jitsuin Tianzhong also sent flying by Mu Siyuan, he couldn't help but clap softly. Truly remarkable. What a promising talent. The third Hokage's eyes were filled with uncontainable praise for Mu Siyuan. Kakashi, have Mu Siyuan come see me when he's free. The third Hokage smiled, his eyes narrowing like a kindly old man. Are you thinking? Kakashi was somewhat surprised. I am old. While I still have some strength left, this old bones of mine should make a contribution to the seeds. The third Hokage took a draw from his pipe, slowly exhaling a plume of white smoke. Kakashi's face darkened slightly. He clenched his fists. He forced an unnatural smile. How could that be? Lord Hokage. The third Hokage gently waved his hand, cutting off Kakashi. Alright, I know my own body. By the way, Kakashi, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Is there something urgent? A hint of doubt appeared in the third Hokage's eyes. Normally, upon completing a mission, the first thing one does upon returning to the village is to report to him. That was correct. But to rush straight to him right after escorting his student to the vicinity of the village's defense perimeter. Was there some very urgent intelligence? The third Hokage gently tapped the ash from his pipe, unable to stop guessing and pondering. Kakashi took out a scroll from his belt, holding it with both hands and gently handing it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly, taking the scroll and unrolling it. Upon seeing the intelligence and the space storage jutsu within, his already furrowed brow deepened. He pressed both hands on the scroll and gently released the space jutsu within it. Boom! 2 corpses fell to the ground. The third Hokage's pupils sharply contracted. He quickly stepped forward to examine them, gently scanning their faces. Then, gripping their chins, he pressed downward, revealing their tongues before the third Hokage. The difference from ordinary tongues. Inside the tongues of the 2 corpses, the marks of a sealing jutsu were clearly visible. This is the tongue cutter seal, eh? The third Hokage's face crumpled. Did he attack you in the land of waves? The third Hokage asked softly, his expression unreadable. A hoarse voice emerged from his throat. After receiving Kakashi's slight nod, his figure seemed to stoop a little. Over the years, Jitsuin Tuanzang's actions had become increasingly blatant. Though he had thought Jitsuin Tuanzang might have changed, that he was no longer the same Jitsuin Tuanzang as before. But he never imagined that Jitsuin Tuanzang would dare to lay hands on the village's root. How dare he? They had grown up together, sworn to compete for the title of Hokage. Jinin Shunin Jonin Quasi-Kage. Countless years had passed. Yuzibo Jing. Chiodao Tsufeng. Shuehu Minyan. Teacher Feijian. Countless familiar names flickered through the third Hokage's mind. So few remained. Why did he have to do this? The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. The bitter, pungent medicinal herbs choked him, causing him to cough incessantly. Are you alright, Lord Hokage? Kakashi stood by. His face showed concern, but he was somewhat at a loss. Pain, complexity, sorrow. All sorts of emotions surged through. The third Hokage lowered his head, not letting Kakashi see his turmoil. He struggled to suppress his emotions. What of Jitsuin Tuanzang? What of the Jitsuin clan? Even if many outside were still eyeing my village, what of it? As long as I am still in my village, as long as I still have a breath left in me, I will never let you. A sharp glint flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. He slowly straightened his stooped figure. In that moment, Kakashi seemed to see the Hokage of old. The one who wielded an iron staff and swept through the ninja world, instilling fear in the 5 great ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It was as if he saw a vibrant spring within the aged body before him. Ignoring Kakashi's wandering thoughts, the third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe. Then he held it in his hand, expressionless, and said calmly to Kakashi, there may be a traitor in our ranks. Precisely in response to the demands of the other clans, let us hold a martial tournament in my village. Night. In Konoha's barbecue restaurant. What's this? We agreed to celebrate at the barbecue place, so why is the teacher late again? Sakura pouted somewhat displeased. That's right, I'm so hungry. Naruto, who usually comforted Sakura and defended Kakashi, was also expressing his dissatisfaction at this moment. The teacher is so slow. I even skipped lunch on purpose for tonight's feast. He kept rubbing his stomach from time to time, and his stomach was growling loudly. Beside him, Sasuke also wore a cold expression. He furrowed his brows and glanced at the door from time to time, as if hoping that the next person to enter would be Kakashi. As for Museyuin, he was silently chatting with Haku in the contract space. Do you feel hungry inside? Has the amount of chakra in your body increased? Does your body get tired? After receiving a series of replies from Haku, Museyuin silently stroked his chin. The chakra amount still increases, and the body doesn't get tired or feel hungry. It seems like an advanced version of Edo Tensei. But the contract conditions are a bit too complicated. Museyuin rubbed the back of his head with a headache, just as Museyuin was still puzzling over the system. Ring. Accompanied by the wooden door being pushed open, the bell on the door let out a crisp sound. A beautiful figure burst in. A face as pure and beautiful as an angel, with a hot and sexy figure. On her face, a pair of phoenix eyes and bright red lips added a touch of allure. Behind her was a girl who completely concealed her figure under a coat, with a purple ponytail tied back, and a bamboo skewer held in her mouth like a delinquent. On the skewer there were still faint remnants of something like dumplings. She looked like a sloppy old man. Well, Kurenai, do you really not like a suma? As the purple-haired girl spoke, the bamboo skewer in her mouth wobbled. The girl beside her, Kurenai Yuhi, frowned deeply. Stop trying to persuade me, Anko. You know I only see him as a friend. Kurenai sighed deeply, seeing that her best friend didn't want to discuss this topic. Yo, barbecue uncle. The usual dishes. First a dozen of sake. After ordering, Anko Mitarashi quickly nudged Kurenai's shoulder. The two walked toward the corner of the barbecue restaurant. Are those Anko Mitarashi and Kurenai Yuhi? They look much better than in the manga and anime. Museyuin watched the noisy pair. He muttered silently in his heart. Although he had lived in Konoha for over a decade, many of these acquaintances from his past life he had never met before. Shortly after Kurenai and the other entered, yet another large group of people came in. They were exactly the enforcement team that had just been defeated by Museyuin. The group walked into the barbecue restaurant chatting and laughing, each boasting about their performance in completing tasks. The lively atmosphere ceased the moment they saw Museyuin. The members of the enforcement team, like mice seeing a cat, silently shut their mouths and walked to the farthest corner of the restaurant. Then seeing that Museyuin didn't react, they dared to speak a little louder. Well, the teacher won't be too late, right? Just when even Museyuin was getting a bit impatient, Kakashi suddenly appeared before everyone. He smiled with his eyes narrowed, looking like a teacher who had just gotten lost. Suppressing the urge to punch Kakashi in the face, Sakura said irritably, "You're too late, Kakashi-sensei. Hurry up and order some food. Today we're going to EQ broke." Naruto beside Sakura agreed with sparkling eyes. EQ broke. Then, without waiting for Kakashi's reaction, Naruto directly picked up the menu on the table and started ordering, choosing the most expensive items. Kakashi endured the pain of his wallet thinning. Pretending to be nonchalant, he said, it's fine. Order whatever you want. Teacher will pay." But in his heart, he was silently lamenting. I'll have to postpone buying the next volume of Aika Paradise again. Forgive me, Lord Jiraiya. I'll have to support you later. Museyuin's table ate quickly, but they ate a lot. By the time everyone was full and satisfied, the sky had already darkened. Kurenai and Anko had finished eating early and left the shop. The barbecue restaurant now only had the enforcement team and Museyuin's group. Oh no. Seeing that Museyuin and his group were about to finish, the enforcement team rushed out of the shop hastily, as if afraid to run into Museyuin again. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Kakashi silently put away the pain of his empty wallet. He clapped his hands and cleared his throat. Ahem. First of all, this mission was very successful. The biggest contributor is of course Museyuin. Kakashi's gaze swept over everyone. Musein's eyes were glazed as if he was a bit drunk. He had always been curious about the taste of Japanese sake, so he had just tried some. The other three hadn't drunk any alcohol, so their eyes were especially clear. All three nodded without exception. They were all certain that without Museyuin on this mission, not to mention whether it could be completed, they didn't even know if they could return to the village safely. Thinking this, Sakura looked at Kakashi with great dissatisfaction. You're too slow, Kakashi-sensei. You're always late for gatherings, and the last time we were attacked by Zabuza. Kakashi nodded silently. Then he laughed it off. Well, besides this, there's a second matter. Starting tomorrow, the third Hokage should announce. The first Konoha tournament will be held in 5 days. Seeing the panic in Sakura's eyes, Kakashi quickly added, well, in this tournament the participants will only be your graduating class and the previous graduating class. There won't be any ninja like me participating, so you don't have to worry. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and laughed reassuringly. Even so, but the previous class. Sakura couldn't help but worry. Alright, this is a voluntary sign-up. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. I'll go, Sasuke said coldly, directly interrupting Kakashi. I'm going too. I'll take first. Second place. Seeing this, Naruto quickly raised his hand. But after glancing at Musi Yuen beside him, he hastily changed first to second. As for Musi Yuen, he nodded dully, as if already drunk. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Don't like is don't like, there's no why. Why do they have to force others to persuade me? After parting with Anko, Kurenai was feeling quite irritated. She quietly bought a few dozen bottles of sake and went to the roof of a remote corner in Konoha, drinking alone in melancholy. Although she had experienced drinking outside before, this time she drank exceptionally much. After finishing half of it, she thought dizzily, am I drinking too much? Shouldn't get too drunk outside. So she staggered toward the way home. In a place she didn't notice, a pair of eyes was drunkenly staring at her. The moonlight fell on the girl. Behind her, in the dark corner where the light couldn't reach, a beast was lurking. Yuhi Kurenai stumbled drowsily toward her home. When she reached a secluded spot, the silence around her made her heart race. Despite being a top-tier jonin who had completed countless harrowing missions, fear crept into her heart. Though she had vanquished many formidable foes, the alcohol clouded her judgment, leaving her mind hazy and vulnerable. An uncontrollable dread surged within her. A chill wind swept through the alley, rattling the windows of the houses on either side. The windows creaked and swayed. The nearby trees, which seemed poetic by day, now cast sinister shadows, their branches like ghostly hands trembling in the dark. Kurenai shivered uncontrollably. Don't think about it, don't think about it, she told herself. Suddenly a figure darted out from the shadows before her. Oh! Startled, Kurenai screamed. What's that noise? Not far away, Kimura was stumbling along with a frown. Hearing Kurenai's scream, he swayed toward her direction, puzzled. On his left hip hung a mother-and-child sword scabbard containing both the rising sun and the setting moon. On his right hip dangled a large gourd. He had just sampled some sake at the barbecue restaurant. The system inexplicably sent a notification hint. Drunkenness seems to unlock the host's creative inspiration. So he filled a large gourd with sake, planning to test it at home. Kimura swayed his head, gently removed the soft cork from the gourd, and took another gulp of sake. Oddly, though the liquor was strong, it was quite pleasant. His legs crossed back and forth, his footprints alternately shallow and deep. To an observer it seemed like a strange footwork. After the scream, Kurenai recognized the figure before her. You, isn't that Jitsuin Tianzhong? What do you want it? Kurenai's brows furrowed fiercely, her whole demeanor like a hunting leopard. I. Having drunk at the barbecue, Jitsuin was barely coherent. Yet the moment he saw Kurenai's form, he couldn't control himself and followed her. Why? We grew up together as comrades. Why have you never once looked me straight in the eye? Is it something I did wrong? Is it because the Jitsuin clan can't compare to the Yuanfei clan? Twisted thoughts gradually warped Jitsuin Tianzhong. Resentment and love morphed into a storm of fury and lust. He became a beast ruled by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, charging straight at Kurenai. Watching him close in, Kurenai's pupils contracted sharply. She formed hand seals, channeling chakra. But the alcohol made her dizzy. Her hand seal speed and chakra manipulation were sluggish. Yet relying on battle-hardened instincts, she managed to complete the seals and channel chakra. Illusion art supreme lotus blossom. A myriad of beautiful lotuses should have bloomed before her eyes, to trap Jitsuin Tianzhong utterly. But nothing happened. Damn, it wouldn't release. Kurenai's face filled with terror. Was it because she was too drunk? Dizzy and terrified, Kurenai looked like a lamb waiting for slaughter, which only fueled Jitsuin's desire. He quickened his pace, closing in on her. Just as he was about to reach her, a slash materialized beside Jitsuin, hurling him violently away. He crashed heavily into a house. A cloud of dust enveloped him, leaving him dirty and disheveled. Fueled by alcohol and hatred, Jitsuin's eyes turned red. Hey, it's that square-faced uncle again. Kimura staggered out of the shadows. This youth, wasn't he Gongben Mutsuin from Kakashi's team? Kurenai was startled. She had seen this youth at the barbecue restaurant earlier. Moreover, her student Rishiang Chutian often mentioned him. Gongben Mutsuin. Jitsuin Tianzhong scrambled to his feet, glaring. He charged at Mutsuin. This kid was clearly drunk too. Setting aside that the slash that hit me earlier was far weaker than this afternoon's in a drunken state. A drunk swordsman's technique weakens by 70 to 80%, but a drunk boxer can perform drunken fist. And I happen to know it. Though his mind was fogged by alcohol, years of combat experience allowed Jitsuin to instantly analyze the situation. I can win. Jitsuin thought, his eyes bloodshot like an enraged bull. Perhaps he was still brooding over his afternoon defeat. Well. Watching Jitsuin charge, Mutsuin mumbled incoherently. It felt like stepping on clouds. No pain, just a floating sensation. Mutsuin swayed, then abruptly tilted his head back. He lifted the gourd from his waist. He poured it into his mouth. A torrent of sake rushed down from the gourd's mouth. Some went into his mouth, some spilled out, soaking his clothes and the ground beneath him. Already tipsy after just a few drinks. What a greenhorn. Seeing this, Jitsuin's dizzy mind sneered. He quickened his pace, a fierce glint in his eyes. What a perfect opportunity. I've caught it. He lowered his left shoulder, twisted his waist, and raised his right shoulder and elbow with force. His target, Mutsuin's head. He aimed for a fatal blow. Not good. Kurenai prepared to intervene. Damn, would he use such a lethal move on a youth? I have a flask of wine. As if oblivious to the imminent danger, Mutsuin swayed his head and body trembling. To console the dust of the world, he raised the gourd unsteadily toward the moon. Pour it into the river and see. It seemed an immortal in the heavens was drinking with him. Soft moonlight bathed Mutsuin. A toast to all under heaven. He suddenly crushed the gourd in his hand, sending wine splashing everywhere. The pure moonlight refracted through the droplets onto Mutsuin's face, illuminating his delicate features. Then countless sword lights burst from his body. What? Before he could react, the sword lights shrouded Jitsuin, his brow, cheeks, arms. As the lights landed, blood spurted from every part of Jitsuin's body. Despite his drunkenness, Mutsuin remembered to use the flat of the blade on a fellow villager. Yet the fierce strikes still wounded Jitsuin. Under the relentless slashes, he bled profusely and lost all strength. His clothes were shredded by the youth's blades, leaving him like a beggar. To be so humiliated before his beloved, and defeated twice by the same youth. Overwhelmed by emotions, Jitsuin's face burned crimson, his head swelling like a balloon about to burst. Crack. Finally overwhelmed by shame, a crack sounded in his mind. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. The bright moonlight, the handsome youth, the sword danced, swaying in the lunar glow. This moment would linger in Kurenai's heart for a long, long time. So handsome. Watching Kimura dance gracefully under the moonlight, Kurenai's heart was profoundly stirred by an inexplicable emotion. Why is it beating so fast? Kurenai gently placed her hand over her left chest. Her heart raced wildly. A strange emotion leaped within her heart. She had never felt this way before. A blush crept across Kurenai's cheeks. Bang! Kimura suddenly collapsed heavily onto the ground. What's wrong? Kurenai's pupils contracted sharply. She hurried over to check on Kimura. It turned out he had drunk too much and fallen asleep. Really? Kurenai cast a sidelong glance at Kimura on the ground, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her eyes. She gently brushed the dust off his clothes. Heave-ho! She draped his arm over her shoulder and lifted him onto her back. As she passed by the unconscious Shimura Tanaka lying on the ground, Kurenai angrily kicked him. Good thing Kimura was here. Otherwise, the more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. With a fierce expression, she took out a kunai. She carved a deep gash across his face. Though he had tried to assault her, he was still a fellow villager. Kurenai couldn't bring herself to kill him outright. After that, she delivered a few more vicious kicks. Finally, she carried Kimura on her back and headed toward her own home. Whether it was because she didn't know where Kimura lived, or because she couldn't bear to leave her savior lying on the ground, or because that inexplicable emotion was quietly stirring within her, Kurenai decided to let Kimura rest at her place for the night. She gently laid the young man down on the bed. Gazing at the boy's delicate features, a strange voice whispered in her mind, just touch him once. Just once. Is the drunkenness coming back? Kurenai shook her head lightly, as if trying to shake off the strange emotion. Her parents had fallen in the Nine-Tails battle long ago. So now the house was empty with only the sound of her footsteps and Kimura's breathing. It feels like my clothes are a bit dirty. Kurenai swayed as she walked to the changing room. The rustling sound of undressing filled the room. A sliver of pure white was exposed to the air. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness this stunning sight. Looking at her own impressive figure, a hint of melancholy dimmed Kurenai's eyes. Since father and mother left, this home has been empty for so long. Should I find someone to keep me company? Her usual indifference began to waver under the influence of the traumatic attack and intoxication. At this moment, Kurenai felt vulnerable and longed for someone to comfort and embrace her. Without overthinking, Kurenai skillfully picked up a bright red yukata nightgown and gently wrapped her body in it. The room's enticing spring scenery was instantly concealed beneath the fabric. Then a thought suddenly popped into Kurenai's tipsy mind. Maybe Kimura would like to change clothes too. After all, he just fell on the ground. He must have gotten his clothes dirty. If Kurenai were sober, she would have found this incredibly astonishing and embarrassing. For she, who usually treated men with cold indifference, was now so concerned about a young man. They had only met for the second time, though she had heard Hinata mention him before. Here it is. Kurenai rummaged around and finally found a set of men's clothes in a corner of the wardrobe. Looking at the clothes in her hand, a sorrowful look flashed in Kurenai's eyes. Father. She picked up her father's clothes and went to Kimura's side. Gently she lifted the blanket. She compared the clothes with Kimura's build. They were indeed a bit large. Years of training had given Kimura a physique close to that of an adult. But after all, he was still a boy under 14, while these were the clothes of a middle-aged man. Naturally, they would be somewhat ill-fitting. Kurenai gently lifted Kimura's shirt. Soft moonlight streamed through the window, slowly creeping onto the bed. Bathed in the moonlight, Kimura's robust body appeared particularly alluring. A flush of crimson crept onto Kurenai's face. She gently ran her hand over Kimura's chest, his abs. A flicker of infatuation and tenderness shone in her eyes. To have trained his body to this extent at such a young age, with traces of injuries and exertion all over, this boy must have endured a lot of hardship, hadn't he? For some reason, Kurenai, who had never been interested in men before, now felt a surge of affection and compassion for the boy before her. Suddenly, the lying Kimura snapped his eyes open. Indeed, he had drunk too much. He felt someone touching his body. He struggled to clear his mind, to force himself to move and act. Kurenai. Sensei. The moment he recognized the person before him, Kimura was stunned. How could this be? Why was Kurenai-sensei sitting on top of him, pulling at his clothes? Though confused, the moment he saw a familiar face, Kimura's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. A wave of intoxication and drowsiness surged back. Don't fall asleep. Kimura closed his eyes and drifted off again. The boy's sudden awakening startled Yuhi Kurenai greatly. Seeing the boy suddenly wake and then fall back asleep, Kurenai pat her chest in shock like a trembling jelly, causing a surge of waves. Few good thing he's asleep. For some reason, Kurenai felt a sense of embarrassment and reluctance. A strange emotion tugged at her, making her feel as if she had been bewitched. After this incident, Kurenai quickly finished changing Kimura's clothes. When she had finished, gazing at Kimura's handsome face in the moonlight, Kurenai recalled the beautiful scene of him dancing with a sword that evening. Her right hand brushed over his face. She gently lifted the bangs from his forehead. As if possessed, she kissed Kimura's forehead. The bold gesture made her heart pound wildly. A joy like a butterfly sipping nectar thrilled her heart. Under the influence of alcohol and excitement, Kurenai's head felt increasingly dizzy. Whether driven by some strange motive or because she was drunk and had already done many things, Kurenai's body felt extremely weak. She fell straight down beside Kimura. Slightly raising her phoenix eyes, she stared at the delicate face so close to her. Kurenai buried her head deeply into Kimura's neck. A wave of masculine scent washed over her. Her hands trembling slightly, she gently wrapped her arms around Kimura's waist, drawing her legs inward. She curled up her whole body, reverting to a fetal state. So warm, so safe, soothing in the long-lost warmth. Kurenai's frozen heart felt as if a corner had melted. Just for a moment. I'll just hold him for a moment. Then I'll move away. With that thought, Kurenai slowly closed her eyes. Soon she fell asleep. The quiet room, accompanied by the occasional faint chirping of insects and the soft breathing of two people. The girl curled up, gently holding the boy. Morning. At Yuhi Kurenai's residence. Ah, it hurts. Holding his forehead. Kimura frowned, squinting his eyes, unable to help drawing a sharp breath. The pain of the hangover forced Kimura to squint. This, an unfamiliar ceiling. Kimura rubbed his dizzy head. A slight stuffiness. The memories of last night were fragmented, lost in the haze of his mind. Last night, I heard a girl scream. I went over and found it was Teacher Kurenai. Then I saw that square-faced man about to attack her. And then, Kimura struggled to piece together the memories in his mind. Before he could fully wake, a soft murmur came from the blanket. It was as languid as a cat stretching. Wait. Seeing that his clothes had been changed, Kimura's pupils sharply contracted. Was Teacher Kurenai sitting on me last night? Did I spend the night at Teacher Kurenai's house? This voice, this touch. Somewhat slow to react, Kimura realized his right hand seemed to be resting in a soft warmth. With his left hand, Kimura suddenly threw off the blanket. There lay Yuhi Kurenai, curled up like a little kitten nestled in his arms. Disheveled pajamas, bare radiant skin, flushed cheeks and body. No way. Could it be that last night? Kimura's pupils constricted sharply. What are you doing? As if feeling the chill after the blanket was lifted, Kurenai rubbed her eyes, murmuring, Why are you awake so soon? I haven't mentally prepared yet. Kimura's body stiffened at this sudden situation. His mind went blank. Kurenai finally opened her eyes, and the moment she saw Kimura, she was startled. Her body stiffened. As the memories of last night surged back, Yuhi Kurenai's cheeks flushed crimson. Ow, Kurenai, how could you be like this? How could you do such a thing? Shame and mortification made Kurenai wish she could crawl into a hole in the ground. In her embarrassment, Kurenai instinctively hugged the object in her arms even tighter. Holding something, she looked at Kimura, whose face bore a hint of shyness. Kurenai's mind momentarily blanked. She quickly looked down. She was actually holding Kimura's right hand. An even deeper blush spread across Kurenai's face. For some reason, when the shy Kurenai saw that Kimura was also quite embarrassed, she suddenly felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by a demonic claw. A strange thought dominated her. So cute. I want to devour him. Kurenai did not let go of Kimura's right hand. Instead, she held it tighter, as if trying to merge it into her embrace. Not only that, she leaned her whole body against Kimura's. A blend of a girl's fragrance and a mature woman's allure lingered around Kimura's nose. Hiss. What should I do? Facing such a situation for the first time, Kimura was at a loss. Seeing the flustered, shy Kimura, Yuhi Kurenai suppressed her own embarrassment. With a flushed face, she gently leaned against the side of his neck, breathing softly against his earlobe. Kimura. You. Last night you called me Teacher Kurenai. How did you know my name was Kurenai? Kurenai's eyes sparkled. For some reason, she eagerly awaited Kimura's answer like a love-struck maiden hoping for special attention from her beloved. You. Many people in Konoha think Teacher Kurenai is very beautiful. I looked into it. Kurenai's relentless advance left Kimura momentarily unable to cope. His eyes spun in circles, his mind dazed. Kimura felt his thoughts tangled, his tongue seemingly wrestling with his mouth. Beautiful. Kurenai's eyes turned into hearts, though she had heard such praise countless times. Though men flattered her every day for some reason, hearing the word beautiful from Kimura made her heart leap uncontrollably. So strange. Kurenai furrowed her brows, slightly gently biting her lip. Her left hand gently pressed against her chest, feeling her heart race. Watching Yuhi Kurenai shy as a maiden, Kimura's heart gave a violent throb. Hiss. So cute. Kimura restrained his racing heart and withdrew his right hand from her embrace. With a soft moan, Kurenai gave him a charming glare. What a temptress. Kimura silently repeated 6 roots pure in his mind, then gently pushed her away. Well, teacher Kurenai, the Hokage wants to see me. I'll be going now. Watching Kimura flee in panic, eventually choosing to escape through the window, Kurenai let out a silly laugh. Feeling the warmth still lingering in the bed, she gently hugged the blanket and buried her face in it. As if savoring the residual scent of Kimura. How strange. Kurenai frowned, slightly puzzled by this unfamiliar feeling. Yet it feels pretty good. Slowly lifting her face from the blanket, she smiled faintly. In that instant, the entire room seemed to brighten. Hiss. So terrifying, teacher Kurenai. I almost. Walking on the road, Kimura felt a lingering fear. After confirming that his body felt fine and there was no strange odor, he let out a slow sigh of relief. Good. I am destined to become the strongest man in the ninja world. How could I be trapped by a beauty's charm? Kimura gently patted his chest. As usual, he checked the system notifications. Notification. Under the moon, you have comprehended. Congratulations, host, for gaining the Sword Soul early. Notification. Skill Sword Heart, level 7, has evolved into Sword Soul. Quasi-notification. After a period of training, the Sword Mirror has accumulated 7 sword power points for you. Sword Soul. Kimura frowned slightly. Sword Heart turned into Sword Soul, and it's quasi. Kimura was puzzled and confused. Pushing his doubts aside for the moment, Kimura quickened his pace home. He needed to freshen up and then go see the 3rd Hokage. He hadn't lied to Kurenai. When they parted at the barbecue restaurant last night, Kakashi had secretly slipped him a note. The note said to see the Hokage alone within the next few days. What could it be about? Kimura wondered. He had barely exchanged words with the Hokage. Was it because of Kakashi-sensei that he was being summoned? Or was it because he was too close to Konoha's Jinchuriki? A cold glint flashed in Kimura's eyes. Take things as they come. When he meets the Hokage soon, everything will become clear. Morning. Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. Mu Siyuen respectfully bowed to the 3rd Hokage. Well, no need to be so formal. The children of Muyi village are like my own children. You can just talk to me as if you were chatting with your own grandfather. The 3rd Hokage smiled warmly, his eyes narrowing as he nodded at Mu Siyuen. Although the 3rd Hokage before him appeared frail and amiable, Mu Siyuen dared not be presumptuous. In his past life, having only read the manga and watched the anime, he had little understanding of the 3rd Hokage's true strength. In this life, when he was young, he had personally overheard others discussing this formidable man. Even at the age of 60, the 3rd Hokage could still rely on his physical prowess to forcefully drive the 9 tails from the village to the outskirts. And that was the most terrifying tailed beast. Moreover, the 3rd Hokage's greatest strength was not his physical body, but his mastery of ninjutsu. Regarding the young man before him, the 3rd Hokage could not suppress a surge of satisfaction. What a good child. Not only was he talented, but he also showed great respect for his teachers. This clean attire had he just washed up before coming. The more the 3rd Hokage looked at Mu Siyuen, the more pleased he became. And the 3rd Hokage raised an eyebrow slightly. This strength seemed almost that of a jonin, and not just an ordinary jonin, right? Had he trained his taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra reserves all to the level of a near jonin? The 3rd Hokage gazed at Mu Siyuen with an appreciative eye, occasionally clicking his tongue in wonder. What a promising seedling. If I were 10 years younger. No, if I were just 5 years younger. How could Kakashi have been the instructor? Thinking this, the 3rd Hokage's eyes dimmed slightly, watching the 3rd Hokage, who had been clicking his tongue in admiration and then suddenly looked troubled. Mu Siyuen felt a little puzzled. This old man couldn't be going through menopause. Why was he so erratic? Slowly reining in his complex emotions. The 3rd Hokage put his smile back on. Beaming at Mu Siyuen, he said, Mu Siyuen Kaka, she must have told you right. We plan to hold a Muyi village martial arts exhibition before the Chunin exams. At that time, only your generation and the previous generation will participate. As for the champion's reward, you may choose any forbidden technique from Muyi village. Mu Siyuen nodded slightly. Kakashi had already told them all this last night. Seeing Mu Siyuen nod, the 3rd Hokage continued with a smile. This old man believes you will definitely win the championship. But I hope you can win this martial arts exhibition in an invincible manner. Mu Siyuen's pupils contracted slightly. Was this martial arts exhibition, which was outside the original plot, held because of him? Why was that? Your strength is already close to that of a jonin, isn't it? The martial arts exhibition will be held 3 days from now and the Chunin exams a week later. During this time, you can come to me to learn. Or you can also become my disciple. Seeing Mu Siyuen's hesitation, the 3rd Hokage added unhurriedly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Originally, he had only wanted to help Mu Siyuen and protect him, thinking that later he might become a seed for the position of Hokage. But after meeting him today, seeing Mu Siyuen's respectful demeanor and his terrifying talent, the 3rd Hokage was moved by a desire to nurture talent. He wanted to take one last disciple in his lifetime. A true, final disciple. The third Hokage's face was all smiles. But inwardly he was nervous about Mu Siyuan's reaction. Was it because of his talent? Or because of those two from Bo Jigua? Ji Siyuan Tuanzong. Countless doubts flashed through Mu Siyuan's mind. Temporarily suppressing his doubts, Mu Siyuan nodded gently. No matter what special purpose the third Hokage had, becoming his disciple would definitely bring more benefits than harm. Good. The third Hokage's face lit up again with a smile. His face was full of relief, and he couldn't help clapping his hands. Then as a gift for meeting you, your teacher will demonstrate all the ninjutsu he knows one by one. How much you can learn will depend on your talent. Yes, teacher. Looking at the somewhat restrained young man before him, the third Hokage's eyes grew slightly distant. Zilai, Gangshou, the Shiwan. Without dwelling too long on past memories, the third Hokage composed himself and smiled at Mu Siyuan. Are you ready? Without waiting for Mu Siyuan's response, he transmitted a message to the guard outside the window, Umbu Xiang. With a single shunshin, he directly brought Mu Siyuan outside the village. This is a... Mu Siyuan looked at the towering trees all around. Wasn't this outside the village? In just 10 seconds he had been taken from the center of the village to the outskirts. Seeing the astonished Mu Siyuan, the third Hokage nodded in satisfaction inwardly. It was worth deliberately using the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, showing off in front of a disciple felt great. The third Hokage forcibly suppressed the wrinkles forming on his face from pleasure. He picked up his pipe and took a deep drag. Then he gave a soft cough. Since you are now my disciple, and we are outside the village, your teacher won't hide things from you. The third Hokage stared straight at Mu Siyuan. Actually, we originally had no plans for the Mu Yi martial arts exhibition. But your appearance changed our plans. We originally intended to recommend the most intelligent heir of the Niliang clan, Niliang Lu Wan, as a special chunin. But we changed our minds. The third Hokage smiled slightly. We need you to cleanly defeat all your opponents and prove your strength. As for the champion's reward, your teacher has already selected it for you. It is the ninjutsu I just used, the Flying Thunder God technique. What do you think? It suits you, doesn't it? The third Hokage winked at Mu Siyuan. Special chunin. Spatial talent. So in his past life, Niliang Lu Wan being recommended as a special chunin was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. Mu Siyuan's pupils contracted slightly. He seemed to have glimpsed the truth of something. But that truth was shrouded in mist, unclear and unfathomable. Looking at his disciple lost in thought, the third Hokage took a drag from his pipe and narrowed his eyes. This disciple of his was good in every way. But he was too clever. Alas, it was his own fault. He couldn't bear all the darkness, could not let the children bask in the sunlight. Free from worry and grow up healthy and successful. Silently putting away all plans regarding the martial arts exhibition, and Ji Siyuan, Tuanzong the third Hokage, gently put down his pipe. He placed his withered thin hand on Mu Siyuan's head and gave it a gentle pat. His face was full of kindness. Alright, don't think too much. Your teacher will handle everything. Today's task is mainly to teach you some ninjutsu techniques. With that, the third Hokage leaped back and landed on a large tree behind him. Looking down at Mu Siyuan, he casually tore off his Hokage robe and threw it on the ground, revealing the battle attire he wore underneath. Alright, stop daydreaming. The battle is about to begin. The dazzling sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a glow on the third Hokage's armor. The refracted light shimmered in Mu Siyuan's eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see the formidable man who once dominated the ninja world, Yuan Fei Rijan. The third Hokage stood motionless upon the tree branch. Though it was merely a lesson, his body instinctively positioned itself on the sunlit side, for in doing so an enemy would be momentarily blinded by the sunlight upon first sight. He waited quietly for Mu Siyuan to compose himself. Then the third Hokage began his movements. Slowly, deliberately, his hands formed hand seals. He made sure Mu Siyuan could see every motion clearly. Then with a peculiar technique, he made the path of his chakra glow. He let Mu Siyuan observe every step of the chakra flow. At one speed, double speed, triple speed. After confirming Mu Siyuan could keep up, the third Hokage gradually accelerated his actions. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A miniature ferocious fire dragon shot from his mouth, its feet treading on flames as it swiftly swam toward Mu Siyuan. Mu Siyuan responded by unleashing the same jutsu. An even larger fire dragon burst from his mouth. After annihilating the dragon released by the third Hokage, it flew straight toward the third Hokage. Oh, truly remarkable talent. A glint of admiration flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. Previously, the jutsus Mu Siyuan had copied from Kakashi were all C rank. This time, after witnessing a B rank technique, Mu Siyuan managed to instantly learn and even apply it. The third Hokage's heart grew ever more satisfied with this disciple. Fire release, great flame technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release, thunderclap. No words were exchanged between master and apprentice. They moved like mirrors of each other. The third Hokage unleashed a jutsu, and Mu Siyuan immediately responded with the same. Their techniques clashed incessantly within the forest. The deafening noise echoed through the entire woods. Yet no one would know what transpired here. The third Hokage had set up a ceiling barrier in advance to prevent any spectators. Unlike the experience of learning from Kakashi, the third Hokage seemed to understand Mu Seiyuen's condition perfectly. He calibrated the power of his jutsus to Mu Seiyuen's current recovery limit. After all, Mu Seiyuen had stored the vast majority of his chakra within the sword mirror, leaving only less than 2,000 units in his body. Watching the rapid stream of notifications from the system, Mu Seiyuen had only one word in his heart: euphoria. Notification. Congratulations, host, on learning B-rank ninjutsu fire release blazing skies technique. Notification. Congratulations, host, on learning B-rank ninjutsu wind release great breakthrough technique. Notification. Congratulations, host, on learning B-rank ninjutsu lightning release thunderhound. Notification. Congratulations, host, on learning B-rank ninjutsu water release water serpent binding. Notification. Congratulations, host, on learning B-rank ninjutsu earth release earth dragon. Immersed in learning, Mu Seiyuen completely overlooked the special notification. Notification. Host's ninjutsu proficiency has reached the required level. Begin deduction of yang release and yin release. Across from Mu Seiyuen, the third Hokage watched the boy lost in the world of ninjutsu, the admiration in his eyes growing ever deeper. This youth hadn't yet realized it. Although the Hokage was deliberately guiding him through fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth releases without explicit instruction, the boy had vaguely discerned the connections between the natures. Flames stir wind, gale calls lightning, thunder summons rain, torrents shape earth. Solid earth smothers water, dark water masks lightning, hidden lightning veils wind, shadowed wind quenches flame. The third Hokage spoke softly, guiding Mu Seiyuen. These were no random words. They were the crucial phrase within the forbidden techniques passed down through generations of Hokages. The key to deducing and comprehending yang release and yin release. Naruto hadn't stumbled upon those words in some cheap stall. The Hokage had deliberately let him know. Naruto, thinking of that golden-haired boy. A trace of tenderness crossed the third Hokage's eyes. Minato's child had been so small back then. How old was he now? It was time for him to take charge of his own destiny. Let this old man take the final step for you all. Lost in recollection. The old man and the boy, absorbed in learning ninjutsu amidst the strange silence, resounded the diverse clamor of techniques. At the Nara residence, two men with black pineapple-shaped hair were playing shogi. Their nearly identical faces clearly marked them as father and son. Shikamaru, the middle-aged man on the right side of the shogi board, his face bearing a few wrinkles and scars, frowned with some displeasure. Do you have any idea how many resources and manpower our Ino-Shikicho clans expended for this slot? Why are you still so nonchalant? Don't you care about the special Chunin slot? That's the Hokage candidate seed, a position the Ino-Shikicho clans have never touched. The middle-aged man grew more agitated with each word. Across from him, the boy said nothing, simply yawning out of boredom. Then he used his right pinky to pick his ear, blew lightly, and looked utterly indifferent. He casually picked up a piece. Checkmate. Dead game. The middle-aged man was like a duck with its neck squeezed, momentarily at a loss. He stared at his excellent board position, only to realize he had unknowingly fallen into his son's trap, completely ensnared and dead. All right, Dad, why worry so much? Shikamaru stood up, clasped his hands, and stretched. The Nara clan had always only excelled in intelligence. In terms of combat prowess, they were far behind other clans. Even with the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans, they were merely mid-tier combatants. On the high-end battlefield, they were nowhere near as intimidating as prestigious clans like the Hyuga or Uchiha. In the world of shinobi, wisdom and strategy took a back seat. Strength was paramount. Shikamaru gently bit his thumbnail. Moreover, why did the third Hokage suddenly announce the martial arts tournament at this time? Was it because of Mu Seiyuen? He had heard of this boy. His partner Ino Yamanaka had been chattering about him non-stop to him and Shoji Akimichi. Out of curiosity, he had looked into Mu Seiyuen's background. He had been utterly unknown until half a month before graduation from the Ninja Academy. After graduation, just a few days before, he had begun to display talent. Physical prowess, ninjutsu skill, Kakashi's praise. And in the recent mission to the Land of Waves, it was said he had made even greater contributions than Kakashi. Had he awakened a bloodline limit? Doubt flickered in Shikamaru's eyes. No, whether it was willpower or combat instinct, this guy seemed to be on a monster level. Shikamaru's nail-biting intensified. The Chunin exams. The aging Hokage about to step down. The unprecedented Konoha martial arts tournament. The more he thought, the more uneasy Shikamaru felt. The entire Hidden Leaf village seemed to be caught in a massive vortex, as if something was brewing. But he didn't tell his father. A sharp gleam flashed in Shikamaru's eyes. Then he slumped back, looking listless. What a drag. Gazing at the Kimura before him, the third Hokage couldn't conceal his shock and admiration. B rank, A rank. In just half a day, no matter what jutsu he performed, this youth could learn it instantly. Moreover, his limits seemed far beyond this. He hadn't yet truly reached the level of a jonin. Slowly he ceased his hand seals. Strangely, the third's jutsu release did not slow down because of the cessation of hand seals. On the contrary, it grew faster. Moreover, not only did chakra consumption decrease, the power of the jutsu increased. Not noticing the third Hokage's expression, Kimura furrowed his brow. No, this wasn't right. Although he could correctly release A-ranked jutsu, But why did it feel like it lacked a certain flavor? As if it lacked a soul. Kimura felt that his jutsu release was perfectly accurate 100%. Yet it bore an inexplicable sense of formula. It felt too rigid. Kimura glanced at the third Hokage, seeing him release jutsu without hand seals. Kimura's pupils contracted slightly. His mouth slightly agape. He was somewhat shocked. Was this seal-less release? Spiritual energy and physical energy could condense into chakra. After chakra within the body followed a specific path with the aid of hand seals, it could communicate with the power of heaven and earth, borrowing the might of heaven and earth for one's own use. The very act of hand seals was due to one's chakra having insufficient affinity for the power of heaven and earth. But would his own chakra affinity be insufficient? Never having considered this matter, Kimura's pupils suddenly contracted, his breathing becoming slightly rapid. Let's try it. Act on the thought. Kimura also stopped his hand seals, slowly guiding his chakra to flow along the same path as the third Hokage's chakra. No problem. A surge of joy washed over Kimura's heart. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled slightly. He had succeeded in mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Next, Kimura's mind conjured the power of flames. Overbearing, unending. Fire release. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Countless flames coalesced around Kimura into tiny bird shapes, then slowly gathered into a massive phoenix. With a screech as if bestowed with life, the colossal phoenix slowly opened its eyes, coldly staring at the third Hokage. After letting out a cry, it flew straight toward the third Hokage. Oh, you've already grasped the meaning of seal-less jutsu. And even created your own new jutsu. What a remarkable genius. The third Hokage's eyes were filled with admiration. How many years had it been? How many years since he had seen such a genius? But this is far from enough. The third Hokage recalled all the experience and techniques he had learned and taught in his youth. He wanted to entrust everything to this disciple. His final closed-door disciple. Kimura, watch how I perform this technique. The third Hokage called out loudly to Kimura. Sweat beads continuously seeped from his forehead, as if his aged body was reaching its limits. A ferocious dragon emerged from behind the third Hokage. A fierce Qilin galloped from above his head. Countless savage beasts, as if painted by a peerless hand, appeared around him. Like 100 beasts unleashed, they continuously manifested around the third Hokage. Suddenly, it was as if an eraser swept across the sky near the third Hokage. All the beasts vanished. The form of beasts, though able to borrow power, is a low-level technique. The wrinkles on the third Hokage's face became more pronounced, but his eyes shone brighter than ever. Power may have form, but the heart leaves no trace. A simple solid iron rod materialized behind the third Hokage. This is a... Kimura's mouth fell slightly open. Within the day of studying under the third Hokage, in just a few hours he had been shocked several times. Know this. In the ninja world, ordinary ninjas release jutsu using the forms of beasts or pure elements. This is because beast and pure element forms best mobilize the greatest power of heaven and earth with the least chakra. But ultimately, when chakra mobilizes the power of heaven and earth, there is loss. Yet now Kimura's understanding was overturned. An unremarkable little iron rod. It could fully mobilize the power of heaven and earth with 100% efficiency. No, not only that. 200%, 300%. Kimura's eyes widened further, his mouth agape. At this moment, he finally understood why the old man before him was called the professor of ninjutsu. This single technique of perfectly mobilizing the power of heaven and earth without relying on beast forms was already a power that many Kage-level experts could not attain. A solid round iron rod floated behind the third Hokage. Its surface, originally smooth, now bore many ancient majestic patterns. The more intricate the patterns, the heavier and more solid the rod's aura became. The surrounding heaven and earth around the third Hokage twisted slightly, as if a vast expanse of heaven and earth had its energy drawn away. Kimura's fire phoenix had long reached the third Hokage, but it seemed restrained by some mysterious force. A mere inch, yet like an insurmountable chasm. Mountains and rivers were not far, but an inch was a horizon. A golden glint flashed in the third Hokage's eyes. His aura climbed steadily. In Kimura's eyes, the third Hokage seemed like a giant growing taller. The iron rod, and he were like Sun Wukong and his golden cudgel. One performed the heaven and earth transformation. The rod used the technique of expanding and shrinking. The ever-expanding giant filled Kimura's entire vision, even expanding to the height of the sky and the width of the earth. No, it wasn't like that. Kimura looked closely. The man hadn't changed. The iron rod hadn't changed. Everything he had just seen seemed like an illusion. Yet it also seemed not an illusion. The third Hokage gradually restrained his aura. Sweat beads densely covered his forehead, and his wrinkles deepened. He appeared to have aged a few more years. Behind him, the iron rod became even more solid and ancient. Slowly, the iron rod floated from behind the third Hokage toward Kimura. It passed straight through the fire phoenix. With a hiss, the massive fire phoenix, a colossus before the rod, vanished without a trace as the rod passed through. The iron rod continued its leisurely flight toward Kimura. In Kimura's pupils, the rod moved like a snail, slowed 100,000 times, step by step, extraordinarily slow. But Kimura found he couldn't dodge at all. Large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. He felt as if locked by a needle-sharp killing intent. Completely frozen. The iron rod grew closer and larger in his pupils. Kimura's face paled and cold sweat streamed endlessly. No. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Mu Siyuan's hands trembled incessantly. This was the first time he had felt the threat of death since entering the ninja world. Even when facing Zaibu Zhan, he had never felt this way before. It was as if he was abandoned by the entire world. The iron rod carrying the power of heaven and earth pressed down slowly. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to go. He had to do something. Beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on his forehead. Veins bulged at his temples. Mu Siyuan's expression turned slightly ferocious. Move. Move. He struggled to control his trembling body. How could I die here? I am the man who will become the strongest in the ninja world. The third Hokage's lips moved slightly, as if he was muttering something. Blazing fire gives rise to wind, hurricane summons thunder, startling thunder, draws water, surging waters become earth. Muddy earth covers water, black water obscures thunder, hidden thunder shields wind, dark wind extinguishes fire. Who? Like an ancient mural emerging from the stone walls as a traveler explores, these lines slowly surfaced in his mind. These two lines slowly surfaced in Mu Siyuan's mind. His eyes suddenly lost their focus. His pupils appeared hazy and ethereal. He slowly raised his hands. His right hand slowly emitted a scorching red, then a light green, a domineering purple, an all-encompassing blue, a solid yellow, while his left hand displayed the colors in reverse order. Yellow, blue, purple, green, red. As if with endless insights, a torrent of fragmented thoughts flashed through Mu Siyuan's mind. On the opposite side, the third Hokage took deep breaths. He seemed to have expended a great deal of energy. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Watching the slightly bewildered Mu Siyuan, the third Hokage continued to move his lips. Though force has formed, the heart leaves no trace. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. A thunderclap resounded in Mu Siyuan's heart. In an instant the mist parted, revealing the clarity. Mu Siyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Sword come. As if answering the call, sunrise and sunset from the mother and child scabbard rose up and landed in Mu Siyuan's hands. An utterly dark black flowed from Mu Siyuan's left hand into sunset, while an utterly bright white flowed from his right hand into sunrise. Two completely opposing energies appeared in one person at the same time. A tremendous gravitational pull continuously emanated from Mu Siyuan, fiercely absorbing the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Around Mu Siyuan's space seemed like kneaded dough, appearing abnormally distorted to outsiders. Mu Siyuan crossed the two swords and slowly raised them to his left shoulder. Endless energy from his body and from the heavens and earth flowed into the swords. The blades trembled violently, as if reaching their limit. Without a word, Mu Siyuan lightly flicked his wrist and slammed the swords heavily downward. Boom, boom, boom. A massive shockwave violently swept across the ground, leaving a hideous scar on the earth as it roared. SSSHH. SSSHH. Like sharp nails scraping violently across a blackboard. Mu Siyuan's slash struck the iron rod, fiercely producing an extremely piercing noise. Then it cut through the iron rod fiercely and flew straight toward the third Hokage. Not good. Mu Siyuan's pupils contracted. Teacher. He hurriedly called out, then moved his body forward. However, that attack had already consumed all his strength. Both physically and mentally his state had reached its limit. Well, don't worry about me. The third Hokage smiled and squinted. He then looked at his disciple with relief, completely ignoring the slash that was about to hit his face. The slash flew rapidly toward the third Hokage. Then, pop, like a drop of water falling into a vast ocean. Without a sound, Mu Siyuan's all-out slash suddenly vanished. Looking at Mu Siyuan, whose clothes were drenched in sweat, and who was completely exhausted, the third Hokage smiled and stroked his beard. Sometimes a young man being too calm and composed is not a good thing. If he hadn't used Genjutsu to stimulate him, he probably wouldn't have awoken his true talent. The third Hokage smiled and squinted. The violent psychological fluctuations in Mu Siyuan's heart just now were actually the result of the third Hokage secretly using Genjutsu. Well, although my Genjutsu is not as powerful as the Uchiha clan's, with a bit of psychological suggestion and a little chakra, it can still stir others' emotions effectively. The third Hokage squinted, looking like a cunning fox. Blinking his eyes slightly, the third Hokage found something very surprising about Mu Siyuan. Inside Mu Siyuan's body there seemed to be a power that could resist Genjutsu. Although compared to a Kage-level Genjutsu this resistance was somewhat weak, but Mu Siyuan would grow. Thinking this, the third Hokage became even more astonished. The last disciple he had taken was truly a monster, a prodigy. The third Hokage let out a wry smile, his face full of resignation. With such terrifying learning talent, it seemed he would soon master everything the old man had. Then a look of relief appeared on the third Hokage's face. Truly worthy of being the Hokage candidate I had my eye on. How wonderful. Konohagakure. Ji Siyuan family. What? You said Reborn is taking Mu Siyuan outside the village for training. Damn, where did this Mu Siyuan suddenly come from? And that Reborn actually supports him so directly. Ji Siyuan, Tuansang's face turned gloomy. Damn Reborn. He wants to pass the Hokage title to Mu Siyuan. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What exactly is all that I've done for Konohagakure over the years? Involving his lifelong pursuit, the usually expressionless Ji-Seiyun Tuansong now showed a ferocious look. Suddenly, clan leader, outside a room a ragged-looking middle-aged man with a square face shouted loudly. Inside the room, Ji-Seiyun Tuansong frowned slightly. His already gloomy face turned even darker. Go down first, continue to monitor that region. Tuansong waved his hand lightly. Without a word, the figure hidden in the corner bowed slightly and vanished from the room. Composing himself, his originally angry and ferocious face became indifferent and aloof. A gust of wind blew and the door slowly opened. Ji-Seiyun Tianzhong entered the room nervously. He saw Ji-Seiyun Tuansong sitting on a chair behind the desk. His face was unreadable. Ji-Seiyun Tuansong was entirely hidden in the shadows. For this uncle, Ji-Seiyun Tuansong, Ji-Seiyun Tianzhong had always felt great fear, because everyone in the Ji-Seiyun clan seemed to be under his control from birth. They were like Tuansong's pawns, one by one, constantly inserted into important positions in Konohagakure, as if planning something. You said you were injured by Mu-Seiyun. Looking at the ragged Ji-Seiyun Tianzhong, who was sniffling and crying, Ji-Seiyun Tuansong grew impatient. He furrowed his brows slightly. Uncle, you must avenge me. That Mu-Seiyun, he went too far. Yesterday afternoon, after he sparred with that Rixiang kid, I hit him a few times. Then at night he took advantage of my drunkenness to ambush me, and he even cut a scar on my face. How can I command respect in the enforcement squad like this? Ji-Seiyun Tianzhong pretended to wipe his tears, but was secretly observing Ji-Seiyun Tuansong's reaction. Tap, tap, tap. No response. Ji-Seiyun Tuansong tapped the table. Then the tapping suddenly stopped. Ji-Seiyun Tuansong's somewhat surprised voice came from across the table. You mean, the scar on your face was left by Mu-Seiyun? Ji-Seiyun Tuansong slowly stood up from his chair and walked to Ji-Seiyun Tianzhong. Somehow Ji-Seiyun Tuansong's face remained hidden in the shadows. His expression could not be seen clearly. Listening to the footsteps of Shimura Danzo drawing closer, Shimura Tanaka swallowed hard. A chill shot up from the depths of his heart. Years of experience on the enforcement squad told him. This man is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He dared not lift his face. Gently wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Shimura Tanaka struggled to control his voice, trying to keep it from trembling too much. Actually, I'm not really sure. He felt the surrounding atmosphere growing colder and more oppressive. Finally, Shimura Tanaka's voice still could not stop trembling. At that time, at that place, there was also Yuhi Kurenai. The increasingly heavy atmosphere and pressure made Shimura Tanaka's body tremble. Under these circumstances, he dared not conceal that his beloved was also there. On the contrary, he even wished for Danzo to cause trouble for Yuhi Kurenai and Kimura. Yuhi Kurenai, you dared to reject me. Soon you will know what hell is. A flash of viciousness crossed Shimura Tanaka's eyes. Then he lowered his head, even further facing Shimura Danzo, with utmost deference. Lord Danzo, the wound on my face looks like it was made by a kunai. That kid Kimura uses a sword. Given a swordsman's pride, he would have no reason to switch to a kunai to slash my face. So, this scar on my face must have been caused by that woman Yuhi Kurenai. The hideous wound on Shimura Tanaka's face twisted slightly. It looked like a vicious, ugly centipede writhing. Yuhi Kurenai. No, it was that kid Kimura. Shimura Danzo paced lightly, slowly approaching Shimura Tanaka. Oh, Lord Danzo, what are you? Shimura Tanaka raised his head, slightly trembling with fear. He asked cautiously. Ignoring Shimura Tanaka's question, Shimura Danzo stepped out of the shadows and came before him. A kindly old man's smiling face appeared before Tanaka. It seems different from what the clan said. Lord Danzo looks quite kind, doesn't he? Is it because I am his own nephew? Even though he is Lord Danzo's own nephew, they rarely meet. Not only himself, it seems that every blood relative of Lord Danzo rarely interacts with him. No, it is Lord Danzo who rarely interacts with them. He always remains alone in his room, silently planning and scheming for the Shimura clan, planning for himself. For some reason, many random thoughts suddenly crowded into his mind. It felt as if his mind was slipping out of control. Was it because he had been in the cold wind all night? Shimura Tanaka struggled to keep his thoughts from straying. Danzo leaned down, gently patting Tanaka's shoulder. Then he helped the kneeling Tanaka to his feet. Shimura Tanaka shivered, a bit startled. As if not noticing the surprise in Tanaka's eyes, Danzo spoke slowly. Tanaka, over the years becoming the captain of the second unit of the enforcement squad hasn't been easy, has it? Danzo smiled with narrowed eyes, his palm gently patting Tanaka's shoulder. This? Shimura Tanaka felt flattered. He quickly clasped his hands in salute. All of this is for the clan. As if satisfied with the answer, Danzo grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Sharp teeth. Shimura Tanaka's pupils constricted sharply. Do normal humans have such teeth? Not giving him time to think, the kindly smiling face uttered cold words. But you who have been repeatedly defeated by a young boy still have the qualifications to strive for the captaincy of the first unit. Better to dedicate everything you have left to the clan to me. The kindly face instantly turned indifferent. The right hand that had been gently patting Tanaka's shoulder suddenly struck toward Tanaka's face. In the last moment of his consciousness, he saw an eyeball slowly open from the palm of Shimura Danzo's hand. TCH, what a useless waste. Shimura Danzo's indifferent face faintly revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. I wasted so many resources to get you to captain of the second unit of the enforcement squad. What use are you if you can't become captain of the first unit? Shimura Danzo took out a silk handkerchief from inside his robe and gently wiped his right hand. Then he threw the handkerchief directly onto Shimura Tanaka's corpse. Yuhi Kurenai. Kimura. Enforcement squad. Hyuga clan. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and walked back behind his desk, sinking back into the shadows like a deadly viper once again lying in ambush waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Hyuga clan. At the training ground, a young man in training clothes with pale eyes and bulging veins at his temples was continuously striking the wooden dummy before him. Beside him, a middle-aged man in a white kimono, also with pale eyes, frowned slightly. Niji, are you really not going to attend the martial arts tournament? A middle-aged man in a white kimono with pale eyes showed displeasure on his face. A bird with broken wings cannot soar in a sky that is not its own. The young man replied coldly with an indifferent face using a proverb. You. The middle-aged man's eyes widened slightly in anger. Then, like a deflating balloon, he slowly dropped his shoulders. Forget it. Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Sigh. The middle-aged man was full of helplessness, after all, towards this nephew. He truly owed him too much. He really couldn't force him. While the Hyuga clan already controlled most of the enforcement squad and a small portion of the Uchiha clan's reserve guard units, it would indeed be unwise to covet the position of Hokage. Otherwise, they would definitely become a target for everyone. But, even so, without the Hokage seat, we could compete for a special jonin. Later, being promoted to the Elder Council would also be a good thing. The middle-aged man's heart was filled with regret. Konohagakure. Inside the training ground. Kimura-kun. I feel like I haven't seen Kimura-kun in a long time. Hinata sat on the steps, somewhat bored with her chin in her hands. She stared blankly at the sky, chin in hands. That kid Kimura again. Not far away, a young boy gritted his teeth upon seeing this. The boy had 2 red markings painted on his cheeks, looking like the fangs of a fierce dog. The boy's face twitched slightly. From afar, it looked like a wild beast bearing its fangs. Kimura. Not far from the two, a gorgeous figure sat on a tree. Her beautiful face occasionally flickered with a maiden's silly smile and a hint of confusion. Apart from these 3, a young boy wearing sunglasses was completely shrouded in a large coat. He glanced at Hinata for a moment, then at Yuhi Kurenai. What a couple of strange women. After a while, he glanced at Kiba hiding by the tree. And one strange man. Panting heavily. After seeing that teacher Hiruzen was safe, Musiyuin leaned against a tree, gasping for air. His body and mind were unusually exhausted. But Musiyuin's eyes shone with an unusual brightness. He felt an overwhelming excitement at this moment. He lowered his head, watching his fists clench and unclench repeatedly. An irrepressible excitement spread across his face. Red, green, purple, blue, yellow. Different colors flickered and danced across his fingertips in an unending sequence. Is this the true essence of ninjutsu? Musiyuin curled his lips and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. Seeing Musiyuin so thrilled, he looked like a child who had found a beloved toy. The third Hokage smiled with narrowed eyes. Slowly stroking the grayish beard under his chin, the arm that caressed his beard trembled incessantly. As if his body was reaching its limit, Musiyuin snapped out of his excitement. He gazed at the old man before him with graying hair and a hunched figure. His eyes stung slightly. He hurried forward. Teacher, are you all right? Musiyuin asked with a hint of caution. Only when he came to his senses did he understand. The elderly man with his aged body must have overexerted himself multiple times to help Musiyuin grasp the secrets of ninjutsu. Well, I'm fine. Just an old frame that hasn't moved in too long. The third Hokage coughed softly a few times. Then he looked at the young man before him with a face full of gratification. What a wonderful child. Not only in talent, but also in temperament. Truly exceptional. The third Hokage spoke slowly. Musiyuin, now that you have grasped the essence of ninjutsu, I won't teach you any extra B rank or A rank techniques for now. Biting off more than you can chew won't do. When you truly master the essence of ninjutsu, the true application of elemental power, I believe these low and mid-level techniques will no longer require my instruction. The third Hokage spoke with a gentle smile. Musiyuin nodded. Indeed, he also felt that if he could truly enter the gate of the essence of ninjutsu, the power of elements, he would indeed be able to deduce and simulate B rank, even A rank techniques. But don't get too arrogant, the third Hokage interrupted with a faint smile. Comprehending the power of elements is the necessary path to surpass the Kage level. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Madara before me all understood this. Then they embarked on the path of transcendence. But what you have learned now is merely a trivial shred of knowledge. The third Hokage feared that his disciple might become complacent and proud. He quickly cautioned him. However, to have achieved this much at your age is already outstanding. In history, fewer than 5 have surpassed you. The third Hokage smiled as he opened his palm. Even though he feared his disciple might become arrogant, he simply couldn't help but praise him. He was truly too remarkable. When you feel you have entered the realm of elemental power, come find me. I will teach you S-rank techniques. These involve advanced applications of elemental power. The third Hokage looked like a cunning fox patiently guiding Smiling with narrowed eyes, he lured Mu Siyuan onto the path of growth. One thing to emphasize. With your talent, there's no need to learn forbidden techniques. When the words forbidden techniques were mentioned, a flicker of sorrow and confusion passed through the old man's eyes. Those forbidden techniques. Their uncertainty and side effects are too great. Moreover, some forbidden techniques are vaguely connected to other dimensional spaces. The third Hokage's expression was unusually serious. Dimensional spaces. Mu Siyuan frowned slightly. Were there other worlds beyond the world of Naruto? The third Hokage showed no intention of explaining further. He continued, I know Naruto gave you the multi-shadow clone forbidden technique. It was originally meant to compensate him, but since he gave it to you, you may use it. At this point, a trace of sadness appeared in the old man's eyes. I have failed that child. I had hoped he would grow up as an ordinary healthy child. But I never knew. The third Hokage let out a deep sigh. Naruto. An image of a spiky golden head flashed in his mind. Mu Siyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Damn, he had almost forgotten. Teacher. Mu Siyuan hurriedly called out. 5 colors of light suddenly flickered at the tips of his right fingers. I know what you want to say. The third Hokage looked at him kindly and interrupted. Do whatever you want. I will support you. Nothing more was said. Those few brief words showed the third Hokage's boundless support for Mu Siyuan. The monster inside Naruto. Or rather, it should be called a tailed beast. The 9 tails. The third Hokage slowly added it was sealed inside Naruto by his father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage blinked at Mu Siyuan, gradually recounting the buried history of Konoha. The fourth Hokage fell. Countless new and core forces also fell. Even I suffered a hidden injury in that battle. The third Hokage silently added in his heart. After that war, Konoha was in ruins with everything awaiting reconstruction. Compensating the martyrs, adopting orphans, rebuilding homes. At that time I had already retired for many years, but was forced to take up the post again. The third Hokage's eyes were filled with sorrow, his face etched with reminiscence. At that time, none of my 3 disciples were by my side. I had to handle everything myself. But I neglected to care for Naruto. His voice trembled slightly, full of pain and shame. One thing you must pay attention to. Beware of Shimura Danzo. His tone suddenly changed. The third Hokage raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, looking like an angry Vajra. Shimura Danzo. Hearing this familiar name, Mu Siyuan frowned slightly. The 2 people who attacked you and Kakashi in the Land of Waves should be Danzo's subordinates. The third Hokage's face was stern, his tone somewhat angry. Shimura Danzo. Mu Siyuan's expression did not change much. He had previously suspected this person. But don't worry too much, your teacher is still here. The third Hokage's expression gradually softened, and he comforted the young man before him. After briefly mentioning that his disciple should be cautious of Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage did not delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he turned back to Naruto. The tailed beast seal on Naruto is the 4-symbol seal. When the seal is undone, the 4th Hokage, or Kushina, may appear in the living world. Show this to him, and he won't harm you. The third Hokage slowly added, handing a special kunai to Mu Siyuan. But don't touch that seal for now. Wait until you are confident in controlling the 9 tails or capable of destroying it. The third Hokage's eyes flickered slightly, as if struggling with whether this was right or wrong. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. He stopped worrying about it. A massive vortex had already enveloped Konoha. At least entrusting it to this disciple, he could feel a little at ease. Based on his years of observation of Mu Siyuan, he believed he would not be mistaken. That's enough for today's lesson. Rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's martial arts tournament. Remember, you must make a name for yourself and gain fame. The third Hokage emphasized earnestly. Night. The Kimura residence. After bathing, Kimura gently lifted his clothes and placed them in the wardrobe. His emotions toward this set of clothes were somewhat complicated. He had taken a set of clothes from teacher Kurenai. Should he return them to her? He felt it would be awkward to meet again. If he didn't return them, he would seem like a freeloader who mooshed off others. Tormented by indecision, he simply stopped thinking about it. Kimura slowly walked to the corridor outside the courtyard. Then he sat down on the floor of the corridor, stretching lazily in boredom. With the night breeze blowing, his entire body and mind seemed to relax completely. Tomorrow is the martial arts tournament. Let me check my status first. Kimura casually opened the system panel. Kimura Miyamoto host chakra 24009, 400 strength, 9400 agility, 9400 reputation, 10 talent, innate sword body sword power, 91 equipment, reforge enchant mother child sword, sheath, sunrise moonfall, special kunai skills, sword heart passive 1 slash, to dust passive, dual wielding passive, elemental power quasi entry, sword soul quasi, sword drawing, art spatial slash. 1000 layered waves summoning contract Haku contract evaluation, nearly reaching the level of a Jonin. Keep it up, host. Soon you'll become a high-level cannon fodder in the Great Ninja War. Well, this elemental power is today's harvest. Kimura squinted, feeling drowsy under the night breeze. As for Sword Soul, he frowned. He briefly checked the system notifications and compared the time. This happened on the night I helped teacher Yuhi Kurenai. He mentioned Kurenai again. Kimura's expression flickered with complexity. In both this life and his previous one, he had never tasted the pleasures of women. For the first time, he had been so intimate with a young girl. He was somewhat concerned about her. Kimura took a deep breath, then patted his cheeks. Forget about that for now. Kimura slowly clicked on the system panel. Summoning contracted character, Haku. A young girl in a white kimono with a beautiful face suddenly appeared before Kimura. The girl sat upright, staring blankly ahead as if lost in thought, not yet realizing the change in environment. Haku's eyes were vacant and dull. A trace of shame crept onto Kimura's face. In the contract space, there was nothing. All one could do was daydream or train. Kimura thought about it and found it painful. A world where you could do nothing alone. This was the cruelest punishment in the world, wasn't it? Kimura bit his lip and spoke slowly. Haku. The girl seemed to realize she was back in the real world. She slowly turned her head, staring blankly at Kimura. Doubt, fear, confusion, joy. A myriad of complex emotions flickered across her face. Her beautiful face twitched slightly, then returned to calm. Haku faced Kimura and spoke earnestly. It's okay. For Zabuza-sama, I can endure. As if to strengthen her resolve. Or to remind herself of her purpose, Haku murmured. Seeing the sensible girl before him, a trace of pity stirred in Kimura's heart. Although they had been enemies not long ago, Haku was now his subordinate. Kimura frowned. Was there a way to let Haku move freely in the real world? Without exposing her identity. Hint. The contracted character has been stripped of their identity in this world. The host can freely summon them and turn them into a spirit form. Hint. A spirit form character cannot attack others and cannot be detected by others, most people. This was truly a godsend. While pleased, Kimura also felt a hint of doubt. This world. He grew increasingly curious about whether there were other worlds beyond this one. Kimura sighed softly. These matters were still too early for him. He gently placed his hand on Haku's head, stroking it. It's okay, Haku. I just learned how to turn you into a spirit. Next time you can move freely in the real world. As his palm approached her head, Haku suppressed the trembling of her body, resisting the urge to pull away. When his hand gently touched her head, it was so warm. Haku's expression froze. Even Zabuza-sama had never made such an intimate gesture. Haku slowly raised her head, meeting Kimura's eyes. Haku saw pity and shame. Shame. Pity. For me. Besides Zabuza-sama, was this the first time someone had cared for her? Haku's heart trembled. She was about to speak when Kimura's eyes suddenly sharpened. His lazy demeanor vanished. Like a drawn sword, a sharp aura locked onto a corner of the yard. He instantly turned Haku into a spirit. Kimura sprang to his feet. Was I discovered? By the wall outside the yard, a masked man in black night clothes was startled. He immediately turned and ran toward the outer edge of the village. One ran ahead, the other chased. Their after images flickered across the rooftops. Suddenly, Kimura frowned and stopped. The opponent seemed only at the Chunin level. Why couldn't he catch up? Kimura felt puzzled, as if this man in black had trained only in concealment and escape. He hoped it wasn't one of your men again, Danzo. A sharp glint flashed in Kimura's eyes, time and time again disturbing his life. Even if he were at the Kage level, he would bite back fiercely. Konoha, the Hyuga clan. A black figure darted across the eaves and landed lightly in a large courtyard. Inside, a middle-aged man in a white kimono with pale eyes stood quietly by the corridor. He was none other than the man who had urged Niji to participate in the martial arts tournament. Hinata, where have you been again? Looking at the sneaky Hinata, Hyuga dressed in black. Hayashi Hyuga frowned deeply, raising his voice. What are you doing out in this outfit so late at night? The sharp words made the figure pause. She slowly removed the black mask, revealing a delicate, timid face. It was Hinata Hyuga. That's none of your business, father. Hinata Hyuga replied coldly, then brushed past Hayashi Hyuga. You. As if enraged, Hayashi pointed at Hinata's back, his chest heaving. Then, like a deflated balloon, he collapsed. Hayashi drooped his head like a defeated rooster. Sigh. His own nephew didn't respect him. His own daughter didn't respect him either. He was a failure as a father. Hayashi slowly leaned against the wall. The cold moonlight cast his shadow, making him look especially desolate. Humph. He hadn't cared about her feelings on the night she defeated her sister. Now he was pretending to be concerned. She didn't want such a family member. She only wanted. Hinata slowly entered her room. Just as she closed the door, a faint gleam appeared in her eyes. As if two hearts had appeared. She slowly took out the thing hidden in her collar. The clothes Kimura had just changed after bathing. Hinata spread the clothes on her palm, then slowly brought them to her face. She took a deep breath. I only need Kimura-kun. Suddenly, Hinata's movement froze. She frowned slightly, a trace of suspicion in her half-closed eyes. Why did Kimura-kun's clothes have the scent of a woman? Good morning, bye. Kimura climbed out of bed, yawning drowsily. Then he stretched his limbs wide. After realizing last night that his house was not safe or secure, Kimura quietly set up some thread-like traps around the area. He also had Bai in her spirit form patrol the vicinity. Bai nodded gently in response. She began to drift around Kimura once more. Well, it seems one advantage of being a spirit is having boundless energy, Kimura mused while washing up. Konohagakure, Hokage Conference Hall. Why change the competition rules at this point? He demanded, staring directly at the Shimura Danzo before him. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, asking with irritation. Humph. Shimura Danzo gave a light snort. His cane tapped softly against the floor. Pairing them up in order and having them fight. This format takes far too long, even if there are only 11 participants this time. Miyamoto Kimura, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. When mentioning Sasuke, a cold gleam flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. Rock Lee Tintin Hyuga Hinata Inazuka Kiba Aburame Shino. Shimura Danzo paused slightly. And the heirs of the three Ino Shikacho clans. These 11 people, if we count buys, they would have to fight 10 matches in total. Whether they fight one after another or multiple matches simultaneously. It would take them at least 5 days. Shimura Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the floor. Lord Hokage, you surely aren't unaware that our Chunin exams begin in 7 days, are you? Or could it be our Lord Hokage? Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. The third Hokage's brow furrowed even tighter. Damn it, this Danzo is causing trouble at such a time. Seeing that the third Hokage did not retort, Shimura Danzo slowly scanned the room. He continued, in my opinion, we should change the rules of this martial arts exhibition to a knockout format. Whoever holds the arena until the end will win the special Chunin slot, and they will also be able to freely choose a forbidden technique. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, his sharp teeth flashing faintly as his lips parted and closed. He resembled a venomous snake coiling its body, hissing softly. After the incident in the Land of Waves, everyone should agree that Kimura's strength ranks first among all the candidates, right? I propose, let Kimura be the first defender. Beneath the table, the third Hokage's fists were clenched so tightly that veins bulged. He glared at Shimura Danzo. But he did not speak. Because he, like Shimura Danzo, outwardly claimed that the purpose of the martial arts exhibition was to train new talents. In truth, they wanted to gauge the attitudes of Konoha's major clans. While being the first defender isn't hopeless. After all, everyone gets one chance to challenge again. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, offering hypocritical comfort to the third Hokage. He then turned to the others in the conference hall. What do you think of this schedule A? The Ino Shikacho clans, led by the Nara clan and joined by the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans, had taken most of the guard positions after dealing with the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan had always been a dominant force in the village, holding most of the enforcement team positions for a long time. The Inazuka and Aburame clans had remained politically neutral. How many will support you, and how many will support me? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo mentally reviewed the information of each clan present, then sneered inwardly. An eerie silence spread among the attendees. No one wanted to be the first to speak out. Finally, someone could no longer hold back. The head of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Tsum, and the head of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi, exchanged a glance. Inazuka Tsum lightly tapped the table. When everyone looked at her, she said, the Inazuka clan and the Aburame clan abstained from voting. She coughed softly, then stated her position. Humph. So-called neutrals, are they? A cold gleam flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. This world is black and white. There is no such thing as a true neutral. Shimura Danzo gave a quiet snort when no one was paying attention, expressing his displeasure. The Hyuga clan will also not participate in this vote. The familiar white-robed middle-aged man, Hyuga Hayashi, spoke flatly. The Hyuga clan had never liked to involve themselves in the village's trivial affairs or politics. That was why they had chosen to manage the enforcement team. It was a department that often had to go out on missions chasing fugitives and subduing external enemies. Although committing the entire clan to this department also had its own hidden motives for Hayashi. As I expected, these clans will still choose neutrality, as always. Then, the most important part is coming. The Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage's key supporter, the Ino Shikacho clans. Oh no, I should say the Nara clan. What will you choose, Nara Shikaku? As if by agreement, except for Hyuga Hayashi, who indifferently closed his eyes. Everyone's gaze simultaneously fell on Nara Shikaku. Among them, Shimura Danzo's stare was especially intense. Sigh, why me again? Nara Shikaku, feeling the weight of all those eyes, was somewhat helpless. He coughed lightly. He placed his hands on the table, fingers interlaced. His eyes swept across the conference hall. The Ino Shikacho clans. Agree to the proposal. The third Hokage's suspended heart suddenly dropped. Shimura Danzo, on the other hand, could barely restrain a grin, a hint of a smile spreading across his face. Of course he would agree. After all, the special Chunin slot had already been given to the Nara clan. Then out of nowhere, Miyamoto Kimura appeared. Who would be happy about that? Shimura Danzo calculated inwardly. Oh, everything was going according to his plan. How wonderful to see the rift growing between Hiruzen and Shikaku. The more he thought about it, the more Shimura Danzo wanted to laugh. But decades of refinement allowed him to maintain an impassive, serene face at all times. However, on one condition, who takes the first defender position must be decided by lottery. Shimura Danzo's right hand, hidden in his robe, trembled slightly. Since you agreed to my proposal, why go through the trouble of deciding the first defender by lottery? Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. Then he relaxed. Well, as long as the main objective is achieved. The third Hokage cast a grateful look at Nara Shikaku, the declining Hokage, and the ever-strengthening Shimura Danzo. Even a fool could tell which side to lean toward. For the Nara clan, renowned for their intelligence, to make such a decision was no easy feat. Unable to meet the third Hokage's gaze, Nara Shikaku lowered his head. Forgive me, Lord, third Hokage. After all, the Nara clan truly needed that special Chunin slot. Then I propose that this meeting is adjourned. Ignoring the brooding third Hokage beside him, Shimura Danzo with a full smile announced the dissolution of the meeting before anyone else could. I agree. I agree. I agree. Konoha Village. Training Ground No. 2. Originally used for Chunin training, this training ground had been repurposed for the martial arts tournament. Inside the vast and level field, currently 11 young boys and girls were awaiting the start of the tournament. Their respective squad leaders stood under the shade of trees beyond the field watching. As for the heads of each clan and the Hokage, they observed everything from the Hokage's council chamber through a crystal ball. Mu Siyuan yawned slightly, looking lazy and listless. Well, if Ri Xiongning Ci didn't come, then this tournament would be quite boring. Mu Siyuan slowly scanned the crowd, a look of boredom on his face. Damn it, why is that bastard so arrogant? Not far away, Quan Zhongya was grinding his teeth, wearing an extremely displeased expression. Now, calm down. A young man wearing sunglasses and completely shrouded in a cloak lightly patted Quan Zhongya's shoulder. He tried to soothe his easily agitated companion. On his hand, some small black dots could be faintly seen crawling. Mu Siyuan-kun. So handsome. Chu Tian, who had been silently standing beside them, kept staring straight at Mu Siyuan. In front of everyone, she still maintained the demeanor of a refined lady. Except for her somewhat oddly direct gaze, only her cheeks were slightly flushed. So this is Mu Siyuan. He looks very confident and strong. Troublesome. Nai Liang Lu once silently analyzed Mu Siyuan from head to toe. Then he turned his head and saw his two teammates beside him. One was Chiu Daoding Ci, who was oblivious to the world, only focused on eating potato chips. The other was Shanzhong Jingyi, whose face was flushed red, staring fixedly at Mu Siyuan with a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth. What kind of teammates are these? Nai Liang Lu one helplessly rubbed his forehead, unable to stop roaring in his heart. So slow, why hasn't the match started yet? Ming Ren stood beside Mu Siyuan, yawning in boredom along with him. Exactly. These adults are all just like teacher Kakashi. Shouting at it. Beside them, Zhuozhu kept a cold face and remained silent, only occasionally staring at Mu Siyuan's back. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Achu, who's talking about me in broad daylight? Kakashi rubbed his nose with a blank look in his eyes. His eyes were full of complaint. A little farther away, a figure in red and white robes was perched on a tree. Beside him, a full-bearded man was chattering incessantly. Ignoring the chatter of Yuan Fei, a Sima beside him, Shi Rihong's eyes held a hint of resentment and worry. After what happened, Mu Siyuan hadn't come to see her even once. Was it because she had lost her charm? She really wondered if this little guy could smoothly win the championship. After confirming that everyone had arrived, a gust of wind blew. Swoosh. Accompanied by a sound of piercing air, a figure appeared among the young boys and girls, wearing a mask and an umbu uniform. There were several marks on the mask that resembled cat whiskers. It was none other than the Hokage's bodyguard, Xiong. Without any further delay, as soon as Xiong steadied himself, he spoke slowly. With the approval of the Hokage and the heads, the match system has been changed from a duel format to a King of the Hill format. As soon as the words fell, the young boys and girls below couldn't help but break into an uproar. If it were duels, I could still go up and test my level. But if it's King of the Hill, if Mu Siyuan is the first to defend, I might as well give up directly. Xiaoing wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. Teacher Kaka, she is really unreliable, giving false information. If it's King of the Hill, then I'll have to show weakness first. But this is fine too, after all the Zhu Lu Dai families have numbers on their side. Nai Liang Lu Wan frowned, unable to suppress a hint of doubt in his heart. Why did they suddenly change the match system? Could it be because... Lu Wan's heart was full of speculation, but his expression remained unchanged. Because he knew. Most of Konoha's higher-ups were surely watching them from somewhere. So duels changed to a ring format. The teacher's decision was overruled and changed. Was it because of Ji Siyuan Tuan Song? He wondered how many people supported the teacher and how many opposed him. Ignoring the uproar of the young boys and girls. After announcing the news, Umbu Xiong formed hand seals. The ground around them rapidly rose in a huge square shape. After the square arena rose to half a person's height, Umbu Xiong flashed and stood at the center of the arena's edge. He lightly waved his right hand downward. 11 stones marked with different numbers circled in the air. Then they flew toward the young boys and girls. A shout immediately resounded in their ears. Number 1. Come up. Looking at the number 1 tag in his hand, Mu Siyuan's eyes flickered with suspicion. Is my luck really this bad? Or was it this Umbu? But isn't Umbu Xiong the teacher's bodyguard? Without much hesitation, Mu Siyuan jumped straight onto the arena. Looking at the young man on the arena, the third Hokage frowned slightly. Is Mu Siyuan's luck really that bad? It seems this young man's luck is exceptionally bad. Ji Siyuan Tuansong's face was full of schadenfreude, as he couldn't help sneering. Regarding Mu Siyuan, who wanted to become a candidate for Hokage, and the third Hokage who wanted to pave the way for Mu Siyuan, he was showing less and less goodwill. Mu Siyuan. Unlike the confrontational atmosphere among Konoha's higher-ups. Among the squad leaders, Shi Rihong couldn't help clasping her hands together, a look of worry appearing on her face. Is Mu Siyuan's luck really that bad? Nai Liang Lu Wan frowned slightly. Regardless, everyone had only one chance to challenge. Challenging Mu Siyuan now was not a wise decision. Just as the crowd fell into a brief silence, a voice rang out. I request to withdraw from the tournament. Xiaoying helplessly raised her hand. Well, you don't know how terrifying Mu Siyuan is. Bu Xiang nodded slightly, confirming the withdrawal. Hiss. Should I also withdraw? After all, I don't want to fight Mu Siyuan. Shan Zhongjing's heart was in great turmoil. Alas, forget it. The Zhu Lu Dai families always advance and retreat together. With a helpless sigh, Shan Zhongjing Yi gave up the idea of forfeiting. The eerie silence shifted slightly. Looking at Mu Siyuan on the arena, Yiming Rin's Zhu and Luo Kuli were slightly stirred. The decline of the Yuan Fei clan. The departure of Zi Lai Yi and Gang Shou. The defection of De Shiwan. The teacher served as Hokage alone, struggling to keep the entire Konoha village running. Now he was even being sidelined. It must be very hard, right? Let me your student support you. Mu Siyuan stood in the center of the arena, slowly scanning the crowd. Don't bother deciding who goes first. All of you come at once. I want, fight 10 at once. Fight 10 at once. That seems rather arrogant. Although his aura felt overwhelmingly powerful. But facing the top 10 experts of his generation all alone, could he actually pull it off? Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brow slightly. Who does he think he is acting so arrogant? Shimura Danzo, watching through the crystal ball broadcast, let out a cold snort. A mocking smile played on his lips. Mukamura, can he do it? The third Hokage, seated not far away, subtly clenched his fists beneath the table. If Mukamura happened to draw the opening match, based on yesterday's performance, Mukamura should be able to fight all 10 opponents in succession. At the very least, even if he lost once, he could re-challenge and still have a chance to win the championship. But fighting 10 people in a single round, a wave of worry stirred in the third Hokage's heart. So cool. Mukamura-kun. Below the ring, Hinata gazed at the heroic young man. Stars continuously shimmered in her eyes, like a fangirl spotting her idol. Join me. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Sasuke sneered faintly. With a bound, he leaped onto the platform. I know you're strong, but trying to fight 10 people alone, don't you think you're overestimating yourself, eh? Even though he had witnessed Mukamura's terrifying strength himself. But Sasuke disdained and refused to team up with others. He wanted to defeat the powerful foe before him all by himself. A burning flame ignited within Sasuke's eyes. The usually cold and aloof youth always became extraordinarily passionate when it came to battle, because he had purposes that demanded he fight and grow stronger. With both sides standing on the platform, the battle had already begun by default. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Sasuke's hands rapidly formed hand seals, and a scorching fierce aura surged toward him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha's standard opening move. First use the great fireball to gather the surrounding fire elements. Then employ a more advanced fire jutsu. Sasuke gripped his kunai, carefully running through Uchiha tactics in his mind, before comprehending the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's fire release was no empty reputation. Ignoring the silent, motionless Mukamura before him, Sasuke continued rapidly forming hand seals. Clone technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Countless clones popped into existence around Sasuke. Countless great fireballs erupted from the clones' mouths. Getting hotter and hotter, the multitude of fireballs sharply elevated the temperature around them. Sensing the increasingly active fire elements, Sasuke immediately ceased releasing the great fireball. He knew C-rank jutsu would be useless against Mukamura. His only move capable of threatening Mukamura was that one technique. Ta. Sasuke shifted to a different sequence of hand seals. As the seals changed, a bead of cold sweat escaped down Sasuke's forehead, as if this technique consumed enormous stamina. How is it possible, that technique? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock from nearby. He couldn't fathom why Sasuke, merely a genin, could use an A-rank jutsu. Tora. The hand seals finally concluded. As if all his strength had been drained, Sasuke's body trembled slightly. Though his body was nearing its limit, Sasuke's eyes shone exceptionally bright. I don't know why you won't make your move, Mukamura. But it's over. Fire release, Kirin's roar. Ripples violently distorted the air. An invisible force crushed the countless fire elements together. Horns, whiskers, forelegs. Nay, accompanied by a beast's cry somewhere between a horse and an ox. A ferocious Kirin stepping upon blazing flames appeared. The intense heat caused the surrounding air to waver visibly. Even the spectators below felt the oppressive heat, as though their entire bodies were being ignited. TSK. So the Uchiha descendant has this trick up his sleeve. Nara Shikamaru gently wiped the hot sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he hadn't fought the opening match. Otherwise, facing this attack, he would have suffered greatly. He wondered if Mukamura could withstand it. Mukamura-kun. Not far away, the pale-eyed maiden quietly clenched her fists. Watching this, she couldn't help but worry for Mukamura. Can I go next? Mukamura yawned boredly, casually swatting away an incoming great fireball. Well, after all, he was his teammate. Let him show off a few more moves. Seeing Sasuke's trembling body and the newly formed Kirin, Mukamura crossed his arms and stretched upward with all his might. This must be his ultimate technique, right? Well then, here I come, Sasuke. Mukamura stared straight at the charging Kirin, his expression utterly indifferent. Getting closer. Clusters upon clusters of fire clouds appeared before the Kirin. Step by step, the Kirin's pace seemed unhurried, yet was exceptionally swift. Its fierce heat continuously scorched the platform floor. Even though its body never touched the ground, the path it traversed split open with deep cracks, leaving behind a savage, elongated scar. This is too disrespectful. Watching Mukamura, whose entire body exuded laziness and lacked any fighting spirit, Sasuke frowned, dissatisfaction welling in his heart. When the Kirin was merely an inch away from Mukamura, without drawing Amajiri and Tsukiyomi from their scabbards, Mukamura slowly raised his right hand. The massive Kirin suddenly disintegrated, as if a corpse were perfectly dismantled into individual components. For limbs, torso, head, then front paws, lower legs, horns, next kidneys, heart, brain. The entire Kirin was perfectly dismantled by Mukamura into individual parts, displayed across the entire sky. Then Mukamura tightly clenched his right fist. All the components instantly condensed into a visible mass of fire elements. With a casual gesture, that mass of fire elements flew directly toward Mukamura's right hand, like a beloved pet responding to its master's summons. What? Kakashi's eyes widened once again. Isn't this mastery of elemental power? Is this something a Chunin can achieve? Aren't there many Kage-level shinobi who can't do this? A cascade of bewildering questions rushed through Kakashi's mind like alpacas galloping across his thoughts. Excellent, little one. Not far away, Yuhi Kurenai quietly unclenched her previously tight fists. Delight bloomed in her heart. She didn't care about elemental power or A-rank jutsu. She simply didn't want to see her little one hurt. Sarutobi Asuma, standing beside her, furrowed his brow slightly. That's odd. Mukamura isn't Kurenai's student, is he? Why is Kurenai so excited? Asuma couldn't understand, so he also turned his gaze toward the platform. He wanted to properly observe this young man he had never paid attention to before, Miyamoto Mukamura. The tangerine-colored elemental sphere shifted between bluish-green and azure on Mukamura's right hand. Mukamura lightly waved his left hand. A faint sword aura suddenly appeared before Sasuke. With a gentle push, he sent Sasuke, whose body had reached its limit, tumbling off the platform. Mukamura tightly clenched his right fist. Countless crimson specks sparkled around him. Mukamura gazed indifferently at the audience below. So who's next? Sigh. Watching Sasuke fall off the stage, Shikamaru Nara couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. No way. He could even erase someone else's jutsu. What is this thing? His heart pounded with uncertainty. Is it real? I fight Mutsuin. Can I win? Fortunately, this is a tournament, and Mutsuin said we can all attack together. Comforting himself slightly, Shikamaru Nara looked around to see who else he could ally with to jointly confront this big boss Mutsuin. Naruto had originally planned to challenge Mutsuin after Sasuke's match. In his heart, no one could defeat Mutsuin. Not even Sasuke. Not even himself. He just wanted to try and challenge to see where his limits lay. But after witnessing this scene, Naruto's legs trembled. This was bad, very bad. Even Sasuke's terrifying technique was casually erased by Mutsuin. If I go up. Thinking this, Naruto couldn't help but stare at Mutsuin. Just then Mutsuin also glanced at Naruto. Mutsuin slightly curled his lips and raised an eyebrow. Damn it. You don't think I'm a coward, do you? Naruto Uzumaki roared inwardly after seeing Mutsuin's raised eyebrow. A surge of blood rushed from his body to his brain. Let me defeat you, Mutsuin. Naruto leaped up, landing heavily on the ground. Naruto's landing on the stage stirred up rolling dust. His hands formed seals rapidly. Multiple shadow clone technique. Countless Narutos appeared around the stage. It's okay. I have multiple clones. I'll definitely last longer than Sasuke. And I'm not without a chance of winning. Naruto quickly signaled to his clones. Seeing this, his clones also looked enlightened. The multiple clones split into 3 groups. One group continuously performed wind release techniques, stirring up dust from the ground. Another group stood at the 4 corners of the stage, piling on top of each other to form a human ladder. The remaining group used the dust to approach Mutsuin. Using the dust to shroud the entire venue, leaving both sides without vision. Then using multiple shadow clone technique to build a human ladder at the 4 corners overlooking the entire scene from above. Is he using the effect of sharing vision and experience after the clones are dispelled? Mutsuin curled his lips, slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. As expected of you, Naruto. Your combat awareness is truly excellent. But unfortunately, this trick won't work on me. Mutsuin slowly closed his eyes. Countless sword chi shot out from his body. A vast array of sword chi not only cleared all the dust from the stage, but also struck each of Naruto's clones one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto's clones vanished one after another. Damn it. Hidden among the clones, Naruto was momentarily at a loss. Before he could figure out what to do, all the clones were eliminated. The pain of countless clones disappearing at once fed back to him. Naruto's face contorted deeply. Seeing this, Mutsuin waved his hand, slightly gathering all the sword chi that had been away from Naruto's true body. Gently striking Naruto, he pushed him off the stage, sending him next to Sasuke. No way. How did he defeat Naruto so easily? Shikamaru Nara's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Then he let out a bitter smile and shrugged helplessly. Mutsuin had probably discovered Naruto's true body long ago. He just didn't eliminate Naruto immediately. Was he showing off? Or did he want to let Naruto perform a bit longer? Shikamaru slightly relaxed, feeling that this Mutsuin wasn't so aggressive after all. But unfortunately, he'd still have to fight. Hopefully he wouldn't embarrass himself too much. If my father hadn't instructed me, I would have just surrendered. Shikamaru's heart was filled with resignation. Amazing Mutsuin. Yeah, I never knew Mutsuin was this strong. Beside him, his two good teammates were constantly praising Mutsuin. Damn it. How did his strength increase so much since before the trip to the Land of Waves? Shimura Danzo's face darkened slightly. In his intelligence, Mutsuin was only at the level of a Jinin before departing for the Land of Waves. How could he now possess such superb swordsmanship and also control the power of elements? He himself had been honing for decades and had only just begun. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but grip his walking stick tightly. Crack, crack. Faint cracks appeared on the surface of the stick. Oh, it seems my disciple does have some extraordinary qualities after all. The third Hokage stroked the beard on his chin, smiling with narrowed eyes. Gone was his tense demeanor. Now he resembled a transcendent sage who viewed everything in the world with calm detachment. Damn it. Seeing this, Shimura Danzo's face grew even darker. Truly worthy of Mutsuin-kun. I feel like I don't need to help anymore. Hinata silently watched Mutsuin on the stage. A sweet feeling rose in her heart. In her eyes, Mutsuin would surely succeed. Countless nights, she rested while Mutsuin kept training. The swishing sound of his sword practice on the training ground was the best proof of Mutsuin's success. She had always been waiting and hoping to see the moment Mutsuin shone. Finally, she had waited for it. Her eyes stung slightly. You've worked so hard. Mutsuin-kun. Beside Hinata, her teammates exchanged silent glances. Really? This guy is terrifying, isn't he, Shino? Should we forfeit? Kiba and Izuka silently exchanged looks with Shino Aburame. What? How do we know the result without trying? Kiba frowned. Yeah, let's just give up. Shino Aburame nodded slowly. No way, we can't beat him at all, Kiba. Let's give up. The two misunderstood each other's intentions. Before they could clarify, Kiba snorted lightly. As expected of my partner, always encouraging me when I lose confidence. Akamaru. Beside Kiba, a small white dog named Akamaru responded softly. Good. Full of spirit. 4 legs technique. Beast human clone. With a puff of smoke, the small white dog transformed into Kiba's likeness. One man and one dog crouched on the ground baring their teeth, like fierce hounds about to be unleashed. Go! Kiba leaped onto the stage with Akamaru. He knew that with his talent for reconnaissance and frontal combat, if he didn't transform beforehand off stage, he might be blasted off as soon as he got on. Hey Kiba, why did you go up? Seeing his teammate misunderstand his intention, Shino Aburame let out a heavy sigh, then followed. Countless black dots crawled out of his body, slowly accumulating into a writhing dark shadow on the ground. Then it carried Shino Aburame onto the stage. Looking at the snarling Kiba, Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame covered in indescribable insects, Mutsuin furrowed his brow deeply and let out a soft sigh. I really hope my summoning technique isn't so. As if seeing the disdain in Musiyuen's eyes, Quan Zhongya and Unvg Nai's faces twitched with irritation. No. Playing with bugs, riding a dog. Do you think we want to? It's not like we have a choice. This is our family's legacy. They exchanged a helpless smile and a glance. Their faces turned serious. Let's go, partner. Yeah. This time they correctly read each other's eyes. Without hesitation, Quan Zhongya and Chi-Wan, who had transformed into a copy of Quan Zhongya stacked vertically. Chi-Wan below suddenly pushed off with all 4 legs stomping heavily on the ground. The immense force tore cracks into the ground. Chi-Wan used the rebound from the ground, carrying Quan Zhongya as they shot into the sky. Just before Chi-Wan leaped, Unvg Nai waved his right hand lightly. Countless black dots swiftly traveled in a straight line from his feet to conceal themselves on Quan Zhongya's body. A thin black line briefly connected the two. Unless they were very close, it was hard to spot. A gust of foul wind howled toward them. Musiyuen couldn't help wrinkling his nose. He watched Chi-Wan charging at him, and at the moment it reached him, Quan Zhongya quickly leaped off Chi-Wan, leaping behind him. Their identical appearances, sense, and stances. Unlike Ming Ren's multiple shadow clone technique, one could judge by the fluctuations in chakra. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake with Ya and Chi-Wan's technique. But would this be useful? Musiyuen smiled lightly. He intended to use the same move he used against Ming Ren. Chi-Wan and Quan Zhongya attacked from front and back. Unnoticed, some black dots fell from their bodies onto the arena floor. Countless sword chi shot out from Musiyuen again, like a peerless sword emerging. In an instant, sharp and deadly sword chi covered the entire arena. It looks like Musiyuen will win again. Although he felt extremely displeased with the youth before him, Jisiyuen Tuansong couldn't help feeling a hint of admiration and envy toward him. What damn talent, damn swordsmanship. Jisiyuen Tuansong's face darkened slightly. It seemed that Musiyuen would indeed win this time. Not necessarily. Beside him, Quan Zhongya's mother Quan Zhongzhao said calmly. Though she hit it well, a trace of dissatisfaction could be seen on her face. Hell, what difference does discontent make? The small Quan Zhong and UNV clans only know how to play with summoning beasts, don't they? A flicker of disdain passed through Jisiyuen Tuansong's eyes, but he didn't show it. Countless sword chi caused space to tremble. The sword chi struck Chi-Wan and Quan Zhongya fiercely, but it was like a drop of water into the sea. The sword chi that struck them vanished abruptly. Not only that, all the sword chi on the arena was cleared away. Musiyuen narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking closely, he saw countless tiny black dots everywhere in the air and on the ground. Tiny black dots. Musiyuen strained to see more clearly. Countless tiny black insects were constantly breeding, fluttering their wings, and dying from the sword chi. Oh, so this is how they counter. Mu Siyuan nodded slightly, a glint of admiration in his eyes. His sword chi slashes were attacks generated by rapid air movement. Each attack was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, using the ripples to achieve the effect of the attack. And UNV Nai's bugs were like throwing a large number of stones into the pond at the same time. Countless water waves canceling and annihilating my ripples. The more he thought, the more obvious the admiration in his eyes became. Ignoring Mu Siyuan's brief contemplation, Qi Wan and Yin never stopped their offensive. Faster, even faster. They ran toward Mu Siyuan with all their might, front and back. Their swift movements left faint afterimages on the ground. Closer, closer. Seeing Mu Siyuan right before them, Qi Wan and Quan Zhongya stomped the ground hard. Boom. The massive impact made the ground cry out in agony. The two figures leaped up, stacked quickly, and spun wildly. Fong Wolf Fong. The high-speed rotating duo formed a huge spiral, hurtling straight down toward Mu Siyuan. Like a high-speed rotary drill, the surrounding air groaned. An immense pressure rushed toward Mu Siyuan. Mu Siyuan lifted his head, slightly squinting. Really, I don't like looking up at people. Like a sword about to be unsheathed. The aura around Mu Siyuan grew stronger, even seeming to break through the clouds. Feeling the astonishing pressure, they forced their trembling bodies to endure. Qi Wan and Quan Zhongya gritted their teeth and continued rushing downward. Get down here. A shout came from below. Qi Wan and Quan Zhongya's hearts couldn't help trembling. What a terrifying aura. I want to flee. But there was no time to react. A massive sword chi many times larger than before shot straight out from Mu Siyuan. The sword chi collided head-on with Qi Wan and Quan Zhongya in their Fong Wolf Fong state. Zzz. A grating sound spread out. Everyone present frowned upon hearing it. The stalemate didn't last long. The massive sword chi simply knocked Qi Wan and Quan Zhongya away. They were thrown far off the arena. UNV Nai, who had been silently working his tricks at the edge of the arena, widened his eyes. What? How can you have one ultimate move after another? Where are my bugs? Why aren't they working? As the obstruction cleared, the dazzling sunlight once again shone on Mu Siyuan. He raised his right hand slightly to shield his eyes. Mu Siyuan slowly turned his head to look at UNV Nai at the edge of the arena. Well, although using air vibration to counter sword chi was a good idea. But what if I threw not a stone into the pond, but a whole mountain? What would you do then? A slight smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Mu Siyuan stared at the seemingly bewildered UNV Nai. Are you going to forfeit yourself? Or shall I send you down? UNV Nai shrugged helplessly. His face, hidden behind sunglasses, revealed a hint of resignation and relief. He slowly raised his right hand, as if about to surrender. Suddenly, rumble. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a large section of the arena beneath Mu Siyuan's feet suddenly collapsed. Thick, chaotic dust instantly swept across the entire arena, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. UNV Nai's raised right hand slowly moved to his sunglasses. He pushed them up slightly. Yeah, and I never intended to defeat you. That was too unrealistic. In a match on the arena, you don't necessarily have to beat your opponent. Falling off the arena also counts as a loss. I had my children dig deep into the arena's foundation from the very beginning. The usually reserved UNV Nai, upon seeing that he had unexpectedly defeated Mu Siyuan, couldn't help but get a little carried away. Oh, that is indeed impressive. A voice slowly emerged from the dust. Mu Siyuan stood calmly in midair. What? UNV Nai's eyes widened, his mouth agape. The scene before him was almost unbelievable. Mu Siyuan was standing directly in the air without any support. Looking at Mu Siyuan, who hovered in the air like an immortal, UNV Nai couldn't help cursing inwardly. Is this still a ninja? How come it feels like they're not from the same world? Shortly after, without waiting for Mu Siyuan to act, UNV Nai's face hardened, and he leaped straight toward the edge of the arena. Multiple crystal balls placed near the arena continuously broadcast the full view from various angles. Is this flight? Ji Siyuan Tuanzong, who had been staring at the crystal, couldn't help widening his eyes. Looking at the slightly blurry screen, he couldn't help furrowing his brows. You see, ninjas who can fly are rare in the ninja world. The Yi Mu of the Sha country is one. My subordinate Zui Jing is another. I heard that in the Yu country there is a ninja named Tian Shi who can also fly. Now, could Mu Siyuan also fly? Ji Siyuan Tuanzang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Not far from him, the third generation Hua Ying was also frowning. In his own observations and Kakashi's intelligence reports, Mu Siyuan couldn't fly, could he? When did he learn this? At this moment, Mu Siyuan, standing in the air above the center of the arena like a god, was still unaware. At this moment, whether it was the Jonin and elite Jonin present, or the high-ranking officials watching via broadcast from afar, their attention toward him all increased by a level. Few good thing I thought of it on the spot. By rapidly striking downward with multiple slashes, I create a violent shockwave, generating an upward force for myself. Although he had nearly been ambushed by UNV Nai, and Mu Siyuan still wore a calm and composed expression, as if everything was under control. If it's just a contest of ninjutsu, Mu Siyuan has mastered what is called elemental power. Elemental attacks are ineffective against him. If one wishes to use multiple clones to disrupt his vision, Mu Siyuan seems to have an ability to directly discern the real body. and if one tries to use strategy to repeatedly knock him off the stage. Mu Siyuan also appears to be able to fly. Niliang Lunai couldn't help but feel a headache. He gently covered his forehead and couldn't help muttering, "What a monster. How is it that just as I come up with an idea he proves it won't work with facts?" Niliang Luwan slowly scanned the surroundings. Yu Jibo, Zhui Zhuxian, Wa Mingren Unvg Nai Quan Zhongya. All these people had already been eliminated. Except for Chun Ying, who withdrew now on the field, there is only our Inoshikacho team, plus Li Luo, Ku Tian Tian, and Shu Tian. Looking at the green-clad youth not far away shouting about youth and being eager to go up, and the Chinese-style girl desperately pulling him back to prevent him from going on stage. And Rixiang Chu Tian not far away with clenched fists, a face full of pride and admiration. Pride. What the hell? Luwan couldn't help covering his face. Then he glanced at his two teammates beside him. One was constantly shaking an empty bag of chips, trying to conjure another chip. The other was gazing at Mu Siyuan with a love-struck expression like a flower welcoming spring. Luwan couldn't help covering his face even tighter, even lowering his head. Forget it. I'm tired. Let it all burn. This world. Despite some frustration in his heart, Luwan still forced himself to perk up. Well, teammates can't be relied on. I can only rely on myself. Luwan tried his best to analyze their own combat power. Ding Ci with his body expansion technique could confront Mu Siyuan head-on. Probably. Luwan was a bit doubtful. Should be able to resist. For a little while. Dispelling the negative thoughts that arose again, Luwan patted his own cheeks. As for me, my shadow technique can slightly restrict Mu Siyuan's movements. As for Jingyi, looking at Shanzhong Jingyi with a love-struck face, Luwan sighed helplessly. Hope she doesn't defect to the enemy. Niliang Luwan gently clapped his hands, signaling them to look over. Then after they approached, the three formed a small circle. Luwan spoke a few words in a low voice. After Ding Ci and Jingyi nodded slightly. With a flash, the three appeared together above the arena. Oh, finally made up your mind to challenge me. Mu Siyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't interested in Ming Rin's Zhu as well as Quan Zhongya and Unvg Nai. The former because their ninjutsu lacked uniqueness. The latter because their ninjutsu was too. Mu Siyuan didn't like it. But, for the three in front of him, whether it's Qiu Dao Ding Ci's body expansion technique or Niliang Luwan's shadow imitation technique. Even Shanzhong Jing, Ye's mind body switch technique, Mu Siyuan was very interested in all of them. Well, I wonder if I can learn them. Looking at the three before him, looking nervous. Mu Siyuan couldn't help chuckling lightly. With a gentle tap of his right foot, he landed on the arena very lightly. Crack, crack. He twisted his neck left and right, producing crisp sounds. Mu Siyuan stared calmly at the three, and a flat voice resounded in their ears. Come on, let me see what you can achieve. The unusually arrogant words did not surprise Niliang Luwan and the others. On the contrary, the tension made cold sweat uncontrollably break out on their foreheads. Why is Mu Siyuan's aura so terrifying? So this is how it feels to be afraid in front of him. A silent fear washed over the hearts of the three. Qiu Dao Ding Ci couldn't help it, his calves starting to tremble slightly. At the critical moment, Niliang Luwan slightly broke free from the fear. He bit his tongue hard. Stimulated by the blood and sharp pain, his mind cleared a little. Niliang Luwan roared loudly. Follow the original plan. Beside him, Qiu Dao Ding Ci and Shanzhong Jing, Ye's eyes sharpened, breaking free from the state of being intimidated by Mu Siyuan. The two immediately responded with a okay. Qiu Dao Ding Ci quickly stepped in front of Luwan and Jing Yi, activating his clan's secret technique. Body expansion technique. Like a balloon being inflated, his right hand, right chest, head, left foot. Qiu Dao Ding Ci's body abruptly swelled. He plunged his hands deep into the ground, then forcefully lifted a large piece of the arena floor and hurled it fiercely toward Mu Siyuan. The enormous boulder flew toward Mu Siyuan with a howling wind. Without blinking, Mu Siyuan looked indifferently at the incoming boulder. With a thought, a slash shot out and cut it down. The split boulder broke into two. Behind it, countless boulders were continuously flying toward Mu Siyuan. Qiu Dao Ding Ci, like a massive catapult, kept appearing around the arena, constantly digging up the arena floor and violently hurling boulders at Mu Siyuan. Well, this kind of trick is useless against me, Mu Siyuan thought. Countless boulders were cut in response. If this is all you have, then I'll have to send you off stage. Got any other moves? Mu Siyuan looked at Qiu Dao Ding Ci, who only used these three tricks and couldn't help urging him. Seizing the gap, Mu Siyuan checked the system notification. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for learning the ninjutsu body expansion technique. As if to answer Kimura's unspoken question, Akimichi Choji hurled his final massive boulder with all his might. Then he drove his right foot hard into the earth. His body began spinning rapidly. The fiercely rotating form clung tight behind the tumbling stone. Then the swiftly advancing boulder closed in on Kimura. From Kimura's vantage point, it seemed nothing more than an ordinary stone throw. He gave a slight shake of his head, but in that instant his mind stirred, and the boulder split cleanly in twain. There, emerging from behind the rock, was Akimichi Choji's rapidly spinning figure. Witnessing the sudden ambush that burst forth before his eyes, Kimura's countenance remained unmoved. He was about to deliver a severing strike upon Choji when a faint rustling sound of something crawling reached his ears from behind. Kimura's brows lifted slightly. Heart body switch jutsu. A young woman's cry rang out from behind Kimura. Yet her target was not Kimura himself, but rather, Akimichi Choji. Behold, Choji moments ago about to strike Kimura was seized by an eerie force and hurled skyward. His constantly rotating body shot straight into the heavens. At this sight Kimura couldn't help but touch his nose. Wait, what? Is my charm really that great? Suddenly, a sinister sensation crept up from the soles of his feet. Looking down he saw a pitch-black claw already grasping his foot. Its grip climbed over his sole calf thigh. The grotesque black appendage continued its relentless ascent. A numbing paralysis-inducing sensation pulsed upward from below. Ignoring his incapacitated lower body, Kimura slowly raised his head. With a tranquil expression, he watched Akimichi Choji soaring high overhead. So that was their strategy. Choji had been continuously hurling massive stones at him. Under the relentless assault of Aburame Shino and Akimichi Choji, the once intact arena lay in ruins. Kimura gazed upon the battlefield strewn with fractured and colossal stones. His brows rose slightly. Naruto Shikamaru had been using the shadows cast by these scattered stones to stealthily conceal his own shadow throughout the area. Finally bolstered by Yamanaka Ino's diversion, and after deliberately redirecting Choji's assault, they appeared to be attempting to mislead him through feigned errors and internal discord. But in truth they were secretly projecting Choji's shadow beneath his own, preparing to unleash the shadow possession jutsu upon him. Moreover, he sensed an unnatural swapping sensation coursing through his body. Kimura slowly turned to face Yamanaka Ino, who had shifted her release target onto herself. And as the whistling overhead grew louder, a thought struck him. Was this defeat? Kurenai Yuhi, who had been watching the entire battle, could not resist clenching her fists. Her face etched with tension. Kimura trapped between the dual constraints of the shadow possession jutsu and the heart-body switch jutsu, and Choji descending from above. Anxiety churned within Kurenai's heart. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice came from beside her. Come on, Ino Shikicho. Sarutobi Asuma waved his right hand, his face alight with excitement. He had assumed their team stood no chance against Kimura. But witnessing the sudden reversal of fortune, a surge of joy and elation welled up within him. Overcome with excitement, he couldn't help but turn to look at Kurenai. Instead, he was met with a look of distaste and aversion. Aversion. It felt as though a sharp arrow had pierced through the bearded man's chest. What was happening? Even if Kurenai had never been close to him before, she had never worn such a look of distaste and annoyance. Had he been too boisterous? Or did Kurenai find him too frivolous? Asuma found himself sinking into self-doubt. Kurenai ignored the Asuma beside her, whose mood shifted like passing clouds. Kurenai's gaze locked firmly onto Kimura. Her fists clenched. She murmured to herself, fight on, little one. Unlike the team leaders who believed Kimura was on the verge of defeat, on the battlefield Naruto Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino both sensed something amiss. How strange. The effects of the shadow possession jutsu heart-body switch jutsu seemed off. It was as though they had encountered an impenetrable barrier. They could not achieve true control over Kimura. Naruto Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino frowned in unison. Hearing Choji's descent whistling overhead, Kimura slowly rose. He narrowed his eyes. As I said, stop hovering above me. A piercing aura erupted skyward once more. Impossible. How could he be moving despite their control? Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock. Now he finally understood what was wrong. But it was already too late. Dust-severing slash of a single thought, having eliminated all discomfort from his body. Kimura rested his left hand upon his right shoulder. His right arm pivoted from the shoulder joint, leading with the elbow. Moving upward from below, he began to rotate slowly. Then, growing faster and faster. As Choji prepared to land upon Kimura's head, Kimura unleashed a devastating right-handed punch. Crack. Choji's rapidly spinning falling body collided fiercely with Kimura's right fist. The tremendous shockwave sent everything in their vicinity flying. Meanwhile, with the ninja technique broken, Ino, still in her paralyzed state, was struck by a suddenly approaching boulder. She was launched from the arena like a projectile soaring through the air. Naruto Shikamaru, hidden not far away, was also shaken from his hiding spot by the massive shockwave. Kimura's right fist maintained an iron grip on Choji. Before Choji could gather his strength, Kimura's left foot stomped forward forcefully. His left shoulder led the motion, twisting his body around his waist as the axis. Another tremendous surge of power erupted from Kimura's right fist. At that moment, Akimichi Choji attached to Kimura's body was caught in the awkward gap between spent force and renewed strength. This won't do. Choji's expression shifted dramatically. Kimura swung his right fist with all his might. The ferocious blow forcefully shattered Choji's body spiral cannon technique, striking him directly in the abdomen. To onlookers, Akimichi Choji's body, more than 10 times the size of Kimura's, soared high into the air after being struck by that single punch. Then with a loud thud, he landed squarely beneath the arena. That's it. Go Kimura. Seeing Kimura escape danger, Kurenai couldn't help but shout aloud. Thank goodness. She almost called him by the wrong name. Kurenai was startled internally, realizing she had nearly revealed something. Kimura. Asuma, standing beside her, heard the commotion and frowned. Could it be? Kurenai's earlier expression of annoyance wasn't because he was being too loud, and because Kimura was about to lose while he was full of joy. Suddenly Asuma, who had just comforted himself, fell back into self-doubt. After dealing with Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, he took a moment to check the system notification. Notice: congratulations host on learning the ninja technique Body Spiral Cannon. Notice: congratulations host on learning the ninja technique Heart Body Switch. Notice: congratulations host on learning the ninja technique Shadow Possession Jutsu. Kimura slowly turned his gaze toward Nara Shikamaru, who had been hiding nearby. His face was calm and composed. A voice devoid of emotion spoke slowly. Then you're the only one left. What will you do? Damn it. Nara Shikamaru furrowed his brows deeply. He had already cornered Kimura into a dead and just one step away from declaring checkmate. How did he suddenly break free from the stalemate? Why could he break their control? Could it be that he had awakened some exceptionally versatile bloodline limit? A power that could strengthen the body, comprehend ninjutsu, and even nullify and reflect all illusions. Is there no justice in this world? A profound sense of helplessness spread through Shikamaru's heart. He bit his tongue again, using the taste of blood and the sting of pain to force his mind to clear for a moment. What a terrifying opponent. Even his mere presence makes me want to retreat. Staring silently at Kimura, Shikamaru couldn't help feeling perplexed. Refusing to let negative emotions affect him, Nara Shikamaru quietly pondered his next move while stalling for time. Though he couldn't understand why Kimura never struck decisively at the first opportunity. But that suits me just fine. The crystal ball broadcasting the match flickered faintly. Seeing only Nara Shikamaru left on the arena, Shimura Danzo's eyes flashed with disdain. As expected, cattle always travel in herds, only beasts walk alone. Why would one need to ally with so many weaklings? My own strength is enough. Though his eyes held contempt, Shimura Danzo did not let that emotion show. Across from him, the third Hokage silently watched the crystal ball. Under his perception, from the moment Nara Shikamaru stepped onto the arena, chakra had been continuously emanating from his body. Even when Yamanaka Ino and Akimichi Choji were knocked off the stage, even when he was the only one left on the arena, he was still silently emitting chakra. Was there some hidden trick? The third Hokage frowned slightly. At that moment, someone quietly walked to his side. Lord Hokage, I don't mean to target you, but Shikamaru is truly outstanding. Whether in intelligence or talent, I dare say he is the best in the Nara clan's history. My son has the potential to surpass Akage. Not responding to Nara Shikaku, who was inexplicably swelling with pride, the third Hokage snorted inwardly. Surpassing Akage is nothing. My disciple has the potential to become a great emperor. Thinking this, the third Hokage's eyes burned with fervor. Having originally resolved to take no more disciples, he couldn't resist after meeting Kimura and learning of his talent, finally accepting him as his last student. He wondered if he would live to see Kimura surpass him. Then, step into that realm. The realm that only the first Hokage and that man had set foot in for thousands of years. Without a word, the third Hokage squinted and glanced at Nara Shikaku. Well, Nara Shikaku scratched his head awkwardly. Was it because I didn't vote for him? What a petty old man. Then he spoke slowly. Well, just watch and see. Inside the crystal ball, Nara Shikamaru's posture suddenly changed. The two conversing quickly focused their gaze on the arena. Nara Shikamaru took a step to the right, lowered his body into a horse stance, and slowly raised his hands. He brought his hands to chest level, palms open, forming an odd pose with fingertips touching. Domain expansion, Shadow Ninja World. Countless shadows rose from the cracks and corners of the arena. A vast darkness directly shrouded the entire arena. From a distance, the whole stage seemed draped in a hazy black veil. Isn't this the domain that only Kage-level ninjas can touch? The third Hokage's pupils contracted slightly. His right hand holding the pipe tightened involuntarily. As if delighted by the third Hokage's shock, Nara Shikaku smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, our Shikamaru managed to pull off some little trick. Though he hasn't reached Kage level, he can barely create a simplified domain using his improved shadow manipulation technique, right? It's nothing, just some petty tricks. Ignoring Nara Shikaku, who was verbally downplaying it, but practically puffing his nose up to the sky with pride, the third Hokage slowly picked up his pipe, took a light puff, and looked at the crystal ball with anticipation. Well, Kimura, how will you respond? Watching the black veil slowly rise around him, Kimura looked at Nara Shikamaru in surprise. So there's this move? Quite interesting. I wonder if I can learn it. Seeing Kimura staring blankly at him, Nara Shikamaru thought Kimura was stunned by his domain. He shrugged his shoulders, expression flat. Well, one day at home, bored out of my mind. Somehow I just figured it out. Nara Shikamaru pretended to be casual, but in reality their clan had painstakingly researched this domain for a long time. After Shikamaru grew a bit older, the clan, hoping to leverage his intellect, had him study this knowledge and technique intensively from a young age. Even so, he had only recently grasped this simplified domain. Nara Shikamaru looked at Kimura with a teasing expression. Though a domain still can't compare to elemental power, your application of elemental power, which hasn't even reached the entry level, can't match a domain. Relief. Finally having bested Kimura in some aspect, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but exhale deeply. Though he didn't want to stand out, having been repeatedly crushed by you, now he could finally strike back. It felt great. Nara Shikamaru stared straight at Kimura across from him. A secret thrill surged in his heart. Elemental power and domain. Kimura frowned slightly. He had only encountered elemental power yesterday, and now he faced a domain. What was the difference between these two things? The third Hokage hadn't had time to explain these concepts to Kimura, so Kimura often felt puzzled and confused hearing these unfamiliar terms. After all, who could have imagined Kimura's learning ability was so exceptional? The third Hokage, watching the crystal ball, sighed softly. I really need to properly explain things to Kimura sometime. Hearing this, Narashikaku raised an eyebrow. He winked at the third Hokage. It's fine, Lord Hokage. Kimura being able to learn a bit of elemental power at his age is already impressive. After all, our Shikamaru only learned the simplified domain by luck. Don't worry, even if Shikamaru gets the special Chunin slot, our Ino Shikacho clan will still support you and Kimura, suppressing the urge to beat Narashikaku into a pig's head. The third Hokage fought to keep his trembling right hand steady and took several deep drags from his pipe, while Narashikaku was gleefully boasting to the third Hokage. Kimura moved. Kimura slowly extended his left and right hands toward his left waist. Wait. Narashikamaru's eyes widened slowly. At the same time, his mouth unconsciously opened wide. He still hasn't drawn his sword all this time. A sense of unease slowly spread in Shikamaru's heart. Then he saw Kimura holding both swords. It was unlike a sword that had just been unsheathed. The sharp and fierce aura seemed to be withdrawn back into Kimura's body. To outsiders, Kimura appeared as an ordinary gentle youth with no martial prowess. Not good. Not good. To others, Kimura was just an ordinary boy. But in Shikamaru's eyes, he seemed to grow larger and larger until he filled the entire sky. For some reason, Shikamaru's mind inexplicably recalled his favorite words. If you see me as a mortal, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Though distant, you can still reach it. If you reach my realm when you see me, you will be like a mayfly gazing at the blue sky. Beads of cold sweat kept oozing from Shikamaru's forehead, then dripping to the ground. No, I can't find any weakness at all. In Shikamaru's eyes, Kimura, who had previously had some flaws, the moment he picked up both swords, his entire body became like a perfectly rounded innate spirit stone. There was not a single opening to be found anywhere. Not good. Not good. Shikamaru's Adam's apple trembled slightly. The oppressive atmosphere made his heart pound uncontrollably. His hands, which had been about to form seals, began to tremble slightly. He moved. Kimura before Shikamaru moved. Kimura rapidly swung both swords. Countless fierce slashes flew out swiftly. What? He can materialize sword chi. Watching the sword chi that appeared like real flying blades, Shikamaru wore an expression of utter disbelief. No time to think. Shikamaru quickly touched the tips of his 10 fingers together. Plop. 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 As if stones were thrown into a pond, countless black spikes suddenly burst from the ground. They forcefully blocked Kimura's materialized sword chi. The moment countless sword chi slashed into the black spikes, it was as if they had cut into another dimension. They vanished directly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Shikamaru couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief. Good. It seems Kimura's slashes are still within the tolerance of my domain. Scared me to death. Just as Shikamaru slightly relaxed, thinking he was safe, Kimura, not far away, frowned slightly. Is this power still not enough? Holding both swords, he brought them together slightly. Then he swung quickly. Countless materialized slashes flew out in one direction. From a distance, it looked like a roaring, raging wave. Thousandfold overlapping waves. Kimura's hands rapidly brandished both swords. Unceasing sharp sword chi flowed from the blades. Then, it converged into a long river of swords. Seeing this, Shikamaru, who had just relaxed, had his pupils constrict again. He hurriedly gathered all the shadows to one place. Due to Shikamaru's summoning, the black veil became somewhat thin. Those outside could now see the situation inside more clearly. Damn it, I must hold on. Countless shadows converged right in front of Shikamaru. The vague, obscure shadows twisted and stacked together, forming a pitch-black materialized tilted shield. No time to strengthen the defense further. Kimura's slash arrived. Clang. A sharp, piercing sound echoed from the collision of sword chi and shadow shield. Suppressing the urge to cover his ears, Shikamaru stared fixedly at the shadow shield before him. Please, hold on. Shikamaru silently prayed in his heart. As if lacking momentum, the materialized body of the sword chi dimmed slightly, and the power of the slash weakened considerably. Seeing this, Shikamaru breathed a deep sigh of relief. It seemed he had made it through. Just as Shikamaru relaxed, he did not see that opposite him Kimura's brow furrowed a bit tighter. This simple domain does have something to it. But it's still that this sword technique of mine is too weak. Dissatisfied with his own performance, Kimura's right hand suddenly dropped downward, twisting his elbow, flicking his wrist. A sword chi more fierce than before burst out, like the final roar of the sea. This sword chi gathered the scattered sword chi around it from the end of the sword river to the front. It slashed fiercely against Shikamaru's shadow shield. Damn it, no time to react. Following his body's instinctive warning, Shikamaru tilted the shield upward a bit more at the last moment. Crack. The originally solid shadow shield emitted a crisp sound. Then, it shattered into countless black fragments and vanished into the ground. Kimura's final sword chi did not disappear with the shield. It flew straight toward Shikamaru. Fortunately, Shikamaru had tilted the shield upward just now. The sword chi flew diagonally over Shikamaru's head. The hair tied with a band was cut and countless black strands fell like a waterfall onto Shikamaru's face. No time to mourn his hair. Shikamaru clutched his chest, panting heavily, cursing a few profanities in his heart. That was close. I almost died. Does he have to be so ruthless? Terrifying, terrifying, too terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Even my simple domain couldn't hold. Good thing I tilted the shadow shield from the beginning and tilted it further just now. Otherwise, thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru felt a lingering fear. Hiss! On the other side of the crystal ball, Nara Shikaku clenched his fist tightly as he watched the sudden turn of events. Then, after seeing Shikamaru's hair being cut, he suddenly let out a long breath of relief. Good. It was just his hair. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku frowned. What? Why is he almost in danger? And that ANBU elephant still hasn't stepped in. Beside him, the third Hokage also relaxed his right hand, which had been gripping his pipe tightly. Oh, my dear disciple. I know you can definitely beat Shikamaru, but don't accidentally kill him off. He is the only heir of the Nara clan. The third Hokage, taking a slight breath, couldn't help but pat Nara Shikaku on the shoulder. It's fine, Kimura won't kill his comrades. He'll just accidentally slip up. Suppressing the urge to add that, the third Hokage slowly patted Shikaku's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Great. Little one, I knew you could do it. Yuhi Kurenai suppressed her inner excitement, holding back the urge to jump up, trembling slightly from excessive excitement. Beside her, Asuma still wore a mixed expression, now bright, now dark. He was surprised that Shikamaru had learned a domain, even surpassing him. Then he secretly worried whether Kimura's slash after breaking the shadow shield would hurt Shikamaru. His emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. In a place unseen by all, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. He made a slight gesture, sending a signal to the shadowy corner of the Hokage meeting hall. Gasping heavily, Nara Shikamaru stared at Kimura in the distance. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. This monster is just too overpowered. Slowly he raised his right hand, considering surrendering. Then suddenly, he saw Kimura slowly sheathing his sword. What? Could it be that the previous strike had already drained all his strength? Nara Shikamaru let out a faint sigh of relief. So that's it. A terrifying blow like that. Surely a Chunin-level fighter couldn't unleash it endlessly. That must have been his ultimate move, right? Encouraging himself slightly, Shikamaru finally abandoned the thought of surrendering. His eyes fixed intently on Kimura, watching the youth who seemed unwilling to draw his sword again. Shikamaru breathed a little easier. It seemed Kimura had truly reached his limit. Without hesitation, lest delays invite trouble, he resumed the hand seal with his fingers pressed together. The once faint black veil abruptly thickened, though not as dark as before. Yet it exuded an eerie, distorted aura. Countless black spikes burst forth from around Kimura's feet. The whistling wind faintly reached his ears, and Kimura frowned slightly. A domain. A domain. A faint white glow shimmered around him, and streaks of sword chi erupted from his body. Clang. The collision of sword and spikes produced a piercing screech. No. No. Kimura frowned. This isn't right. This isn't a domain. The sword chi that had been shooting out from Kimura suddenly halted, then slowly dissipated into the air. What's happening? Has he reached his limit? Excitement flickered in Shikamaru's eyes. Finally he's running out of steam. Kimura had taken on 7 opponents in a row, the strongest among Konoha's new generation. Shikamaru suppressed his excitement. Good, just wear him down slowly. Believing Kimura had reached his limit, Shikamaru feared a last-ditch counterattack. He silently adopted the same strategy he used when playing shogi with his father in circle and a road. More and more black shadows gradually surrounded Kimura. 5 inches. 4 inches. 3 inches. Closer and closer. The black shadows pressed relentlessly toward Kimura. They compressed his room to dodge and counterattack. Not far from the arena, among the gathered Jonin instructors, Yui Kurenai watched Kimura's shrinking space with worry in her almond-shaped eyes. Her delicate brows were tightly knit and her hands clenched into fists. Well, in the end, he's reached his limit. Kakashi, who had been observing the entire match, let out an involuntary sigh. Just a few days ago he was a genin, though he rapidly rose to chunin and even touched the edge of elemental power. But, taking on multiple opponents of the same level, including Nara Shikamaru, who has learned a rudimentary domain. You've done well, Kimura. Kakashi sighed inwardly. Through the thin black veil, Kakashi could only see Kimura's space being continuously compressed. On the other end of the crystal ball. What's going on? Why did Kimura suddenly stop resisting? Yesterday he was flinging sword techniques like candy, but today he sheathed his sword after one strike. The third Hokage frowned, muttering to himself. Something's wrong, very wrong. Nearby, Nara Shikaku, hearing the Hokage's murmur, dared not speak. He was terrified that Kimura might once again prove him wrong. But, would he really? Watching Kimura's space shrink and Nara Shikamaru's relentless pressure, the scene mirrored his shogi games with Shikamaru. He couldn't help but silently praise his son. So what if it's Kimura? My son has the potential of an emperor. Though he didn't understand the third Hokage's mention of emperor potential, Nara Shikaku felt it sounded impressive. Not far away, Shimura Danzo, gradually edging into the shadows, continued gesturing into the darkness. In unnoticed corners, a gloomy aura spread toward the Shimura clan. Unlike the worried onlookers, Kimura's expression was eerily calm. He occasionally dodged incoming black spikes with unhurried grace. Sometimes he raised a hand to release a sword chi. No, still not right. Kimura frowned. It doesn't feel like a domain. Comparing with Nara Shikamaru's attack, Kimura silently speculated. If the sword chi erupting from my body is like throwing a pebble into a pond. The ripples represent the generation of sword chi. Then, Nara Shikamaru's domain is like turning the entire pond into his own possession. Wherever he wills, ripples can be freely produced. With a mere thought, ripples can emerge anywhere in the pond. In my case, it's sword chi. In Nara Shikaku's words, it's black spikes. Thinking this, Kimura's hands moved slightly. Countless sword quis flickered in the air as if about to manifest. But this time the sword chi did not burst outward from Kimura's body. Instead, they were born naturally, as if innate to this space. What's going on? Nara Shikamaru frowned deeply. Why can't my black spikes hit Kimura? A foreboding sense clung tightly to Shikamaru's heart. An inexplicable irritation made Shikamaru uncomfortable. How? I was so close to a finishing blow. Why can't I land a hit? Shikamaru strained to squeeze out the last of his physical and mental energy. Go, go, go. He clenched his teeth, desperately amplifying his domain's output. For some reason, a feeling gnawed at him. If he didn't give it one more try, victory would slip toward Kimura. Repeatedly thwarted finishing moves shattered Shikamaru's calm. His eyes reddened, fixed on Kimura. I refuse to believe you can break through again. Ignoring the whistling attacks around him, Kimura's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. As if he had found a glimmer of insight. Kimura's mind stirred, and as if responding to a mother's call, a sword chi materialized out of thin air in his right hand. Then a second, a third. Countless sword quis appeared as if conjured from nothing, instantly surrounding Kimura. Like a guardian, countless sword auras firmly occupied the 3-inch radius around Musiyuen, preventing the black spikes from invading. What? The third Hokage's eyes widened. Musiyuen? Did he just comprehend a domain? Nara Lujo beside him also widened his eyes. He opened his mouth wide, doubting his existence. Impossible. This is impossible. We have studied for over a decade and only reached this point. This young man. How did he learn it just by watching for a moment? Ignoring the ashen-faced Nara Lujo, the third Hokage stared intently at Musiyuen inside the crystal ball. In theory, one must have sufficient accumulation of ninjutsu and profound mastery of a particular technique to have a slight chance of comprehending a domain through exceptional intelligence. He was certainly shocked that Nara Luan could learn the domain Shadow Ninja Realm, but not overly surprised. After all, the Nara clan, like other families, was particularly fond of their secret techniques. Prolonged exposure from childhood made it easy for their children to accumulate enough experience with a certain type of ninjutsu. Just like earlier, Uchiha Zuiju immediately launched a barrage of great fireball attacks. This was both a way to fully mobilize the fire element power between heaven and earth and a method of subtly condensing a domain. It was just that Uchiha Zuiju hadn't truly learned to condense a domain yet. The third Hokage nodded while pondering his reasoning. But Musiyuen? He had only been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. No one had ever systematically taught him the way of the sword. How did he comprehend a domain? The third Hokage frowned slightly, completely unaware of the outside reaction. At this moment, Musiyuen was immersed in a strange sensation. He turned his hands over and looked at his palms. Small sword auras were born in his palms, spike-shaped square. Any shape. As long as Musiyuen moved his mind, the sword aura in his palm would change accordingly. How wonderful. Moreover, Musiyuen glanced slightly at the black spikes not far away. A sword aura appeared out of thin air nearby. One slash. With a single light stroke, it cut the hard black spike in two. The severed black spike slowly fell to the ground and then melted away like water droplets. As if obtaining a beloved toy, Musiyuen could not let go of the sword auras around him. One after another, sword auras continuously emerged around Musiyuen. 2 inches. 3 inches. 4 inches. Musiyuen's range of movement grew larger and larger. It was like the capturing and counter-capturing of dragons in the game of Go. Musiyuen made a single move and the entire board came alive. Damn, am I still going to lose? Nara Luan, maintaining a strange posture with his hands, trembled all over. Already at the limit. Not a single drop left. Nara Luan, who had exhausted all his strength, had long depleted his physical and mental energy. His body kept trembling. A dull pain came from his brain. Enough, it's enough. Nara Luan silently comforted himself. Anyway, I never intended to participate in the first place. It's just because Dad insisted, I had no choice but to come. Nara Luan kept reassuring himself in his heart. Anyway, just raise a hand to signal surrender. It's not a big deal. Wasn't it the same before? Just don't do troublesome things. The urge to surrender constantly washed over Luan's strained nerves. His trembling hands could barely maintain that strange posture. Should I surrender? Luan thought. But it's so frustrating. For the first time I want to win so badly. For the first time. I just don't want to lose to anyone. Nara Luan struggled to control his trembling body. His bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Musiyuen. Blood slowly flowed from his nose and eye sockets. Domain. Shadow Ninja Realm. A massive blackness erupted from Luan's body, slowly forming a huge black dragon in front of him. Seeing this, Mu Siyuan put away his lazy expression and looked at Nara Luan seriously. This aura, is he going to risk his life? Nara Luan. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Nara Luan squeezed every ounce of energy from his body. Move. Move. A huge impact spread through his body. Cells that could not provide energy were crushed and torn apart, completely draining every bit of energy. Absolutely. I must not lose. The black shroud covering the entire field suddenly vanished. The originally dark and twisted aura on the field also disappeared. Taking its place was a flood dragon in front of Nara Luan. Claws, whiskers, eyes. A huge black flood dragon appeared vividly before Luan as if painted by a god. Thump. 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 His heart pounded violently. Like thunder and drumbeats, the shocking heartbeat resounded in everyone's ears. Nara Luan spat out a mouthful of blood. The shattered cells moaned. The overexerted brain wailed. He struggled to suppress the pain all over his body. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the young man before him. It's a dead end, Mu Siyuan. The huge flood dragon roared, charging at Mu Siyuan with a massive gust of wind. Frowning slightly, breaking his usual calm, Mu Siyuan looked gravely at the incoming dragon. For a child, a mother can lift a 1,000-pound boulder. And you? To defeat me, you can erupt with such a strong belief. Nara Luan. But you will die. He sighed softly. A blazing fighting spirit ignited in Mu Siyuan's eyes. No matter what. Luan's burning determination. I must reciprocate it. Mu Siyuan slowly closed his eyes. He suddenly gathered all the sword auras around him. His eyes snapped open. Countless sword auras converged instantly. Sharper and sharper. More and more dazzling. Countless sword auras stacked together, forming a piercingly sharp and blinding light. The bright light vaguely revealed the shape of a sword. Mu Siyuan swung his right hand forward. With a swoosh, the light sword swiftly stabbed toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon did not dodge, but lowered its head and charged forward. Boom! The light sword and the flood dragon's head collided violently. A huge shockwave spread outward. Countless boulders on the arena were blown far away. Damn! Beneath the arena, the contestants who had been defeated by Mu Siyuan and those who had not yet fought dodged away. Is this really the strength of a Chunin? The only one who did not dodge but chose to shatter every incoming boulder was Uchiha Zuoju. He was now staring fixedly at the two on the arena. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes reddened as he stared at the stage. A trace of despair and collapse appeared in his heart. He didn't notice. Or rather, he simply didn't want to notice. At this moment, his nails deeply pierced the flesh of his palms. With a thunderous boom, the light sword struck the flood dragon's head. The violent impact left a faint crack visible on its crown. Blood gushed from the wound. A piercing roar erupted as the flood dragon, deeply stung, let out a tragic cry. The crack on its head widened, and more blood streamed forth. Its entire skull was dyed crimson. The inky body and scarlet head made the flood dragon appear exceptionally ferocious. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru, who had been controlling the flood dragon, seemed intimately connected to it. The moment the dragon was injured, Nara Shikamaru's body trembled violently. His skin cracked and blood seeped out. Both man and dragon were now drenched in blood. Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-sensei. A group of young boys and girls below the stage suddenly cried out. The team leaders who had been far from the arena had all gathered at its base. Their expressions without exception were extremely grave. Shikamaru. You who are usually the laziest, why have you suddenly begun to fight with such desperation? Asuma's face was filled with panic as if he wished to rush onto the stage and stop Shikamaru. But now Shikamaru had already immersed himself completely in the domain. If they intervened recklessly, he would have his essence drained and die from blood loss in an instant. Thinking this, Asuma glared resentfully at the Umbu member named Xiong on the stage. Why? Any discerning person could see that Shikamaru had lost. Why not simply declare Kimura the winner? Only you could have stopped them both the moment Shikamaru prepared to risk everything. Why didn't you act? Aren't you the old man's personal guard? Like the panicked Asuma on the other side of the crystal ball. The usually optimistic Nara Shikaku also lost his composure. How could this be? How could my son have such a stubborn side? In his anxiety, he could barely restrain himself from staring at the third Hokage. It's fine, don't panic. He gently comforted Nara Shikaku. But why had Xiong not stopped them just now? He frowned slightly. However, there was no time to ponder further. The third Hokage slowly took a kunai from within his robe. The kunai's exterior showed signs of wear as if it had been used for a long time. And something was faintly visible stuck to the handle. Without further explanation, the third Hokage swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. In a moment, I will use this kunai to teleport all of you near the stage. Relax your minds and do not resist. The kunai began to glow faintly. Those in the Hokage conference room felt a strong pull emanating from it. The entire room seemed to sway slightly, as if space itself was being distorted. With a sudden whoosh, everyone vanished from the Hokage conference room. Except for Shimura Danzo. Tap, tap, tap. He tapped his cane unhurriedly as he walked to the center of the room. To the seat the third Hokage had just occupied. Completely indifferent to the fate of the two on the stage, and unwilling to relax his mind for the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo remained in the conference room. He stared calmly at the crystal ball. Genius. So what? Even with the Hokage backing you, so what? Give it time. Just give it time. Shimura Danzo slowly opened his right hand, making a grasping gesture. His eyes couldn't help but burn with fervor and anticipation. Lord Hokage. Space twisted slightly. Those who had been in the conference room were teleported onto the stage. Seeing this, the Umbu member Xiong, who had been presiding over the match at the center, quickly bowed to the third Hokage. He waved a hand lightly to indicate he understood. The third Hokage slowly scanned behind him, then frowned slightly. Had Shimura Danzo not followed? Without dwelling on it, he slowly raised his hand and placed it on Narashikaku's shoulder. Don't worry. It can't be stopped now. They have already begun their domain clash. Seeing the anxiety in Narashikaku's eyes, the third Hokage quickly added, the moment the domain clash ends, I will intervene. Don't worry too much. After hearing the third Hokage's repeated assurances, Narashikaku's anxious heart eased slightly. He bowed to the Hokage, then stared fixedly at the situation on the stage. The flood dragon descends into the abyss, never to emerge for 10,000 years. Once it leaves the abyss and enters the sea meeting wind and rain, it transforms into a dragon. Rise. Narashikamaru gritted his teeth, staring intently at Kimura. His ferocious face made him look like a demon descending upon the world. His bones groaned, his heart ached, but he ignored all the warnings from his body. In Narashikamaru's eyes there was only Kimura. The entire world left only that one figure. His throat was parched from lack of water, his Adam's apple quivered slightly, and a hoarse voice burst from his mouth. Rise now. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The flood dragon he was controlling also trembled violently. What? Was it about to end? The third Hokage, watching from the side, stared without blinking, ready to dash forward at any moment. The glowing light sword pressed down fiercely on the pitch-black flood dragon, forcing it down toward Narashikamaru and the ground. The crack on its head grew larger. More and more blood gushed out. Inch by inch the flood dragon retreated. Suddenly, the light sword and the flood dragon locked in a stalemate. A thunderous boom echoed and the entire stage shook violently. Amid the flood dragon's mournful cries, its head began to glow faintly. As if reshaping, two golden lights started to grow on its crown. What is this? The third Hokage and Narashikaku widened their eyes, their mouths slightly agape. Was this a domain evolution? Two long dragon horns sprouted from the pitch-black flood dragon's head. At this moment, the fierce flood dragon crossed the sea meeting wind and clouds to transform into a dragon. Roar! 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 As if celebrating its rebirth, the now evolved ink dragon writhed excitedly, letting out jubilant cries. Feeling this powerful pressure, Kimura was about to draw his sunrise and sunset again. Determined to go all out when his pupils suddenly contracted. He rushed forward quickly. The ink dragon, which had just been crying in excitement, suddenly became listless, then slowly dissolved and dissipated into the air. Narashikamaru spat out another mouthful of blood. His body, like a shattered porcelain doll, had skin cracking all over. Blood spurting uncontrollably. Then he slowly pitched forward. Kimura rushed forward and caught Shikamaru's body. What a worthy opponent. I acknowledge you, Narashikamaru. Looking at the nearly unconscious Shikamaru, Kimura said slowly. Acknowledgement. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, and Shikamaru, unable to hold on any longer, closed his eyes. Before losing consciousness in his field of vision, there was only that exceptionally bright light sword, and the pristine white robe, pure as jade, untouched by the dust of the world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several gusts of wind swept past. The third Hokage, Narashikamaru, and others swiftly arrived beside Museyuin and Shikamaru. Heaving a slight sigh of relief, the third Hokage cast an appreciative glance at Museyuin. I am still growing old. Even though I watched intently, my body failed to react in time. Fortunately, my disciple caught Shikamaru, or else. Thinking thus, the third Hokage hurried over to the two. Shikamaru's skin was cracked all over, blood gushing endlessly. Lord Hokage. Dad. Hearing the calls from Narashikaku and his own son Asuma, the third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly and waved a hand, indicating he could handle it. He gently probed a faint stream of chakra into Narashikamaru's body. Many cells within had ruptured. The third Hokage frowned slightly. But fortunately, the internal organs were intact. Could it be a blessing from the domain's transformation? He sensed an immensely powerful energy within Narashikamaru. As if on the verge of awakening, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Narashikaku rushed forward. Lord Hokage, how is he? Is my son all right? Gently soothing Shikaku's anxiety, the third Hokage patted his shoulder. Shikamaru's body is not seriously harmed. He just fainted from exhaustion. And the third Hokage lowered his voice. And your son's simple domain seems to have evolved into a true domain. Perplexity, disbelief, then ecstasy. A myriad of emotions flickered in Narashikaku's eyes. But he did not speak of it. He respectfully cupped his hands to the third Hokage, then cast a complicated glance at Museyuin. He lifted Shikamaru in his arms, intending to take him to the medical division for a thorough examination. What's the situation? Asuma, who had not heard their whispered exchange, asked. His face was tense, clearly fearful that Shikamaru might be in danger. Seeing Narashikaku carry Shikamaru away, Asuma quickly followed to check. Upon seeing Shikamaru drenched in blood, Asuma's pupils constricted slightly. Without asking further, he hurried alongside Shikaku to the medical division. Witnessing this, a murmur arose among the Jonin instructors and the young genin. Frowning slightly, the third Hokage scanned the somewhat noisy surroundings. He raised his hands and clapped once. Instantly, all sound subsided, clearing his throat lightly. He looked toward Hyuga, Hinata, Rock Lee, and Tintin, who had yet to step forward. Do you still wish to challenge Mu Si-Yuen? Hands firmly pressed down on Rock Lee, who was clad in green and exuding fervent fighting spirit. Tintin forced a strained smile. Lord Hokage, we forfeit. She then increased the pressure on Rock Lee, lowering her voice. Don't go up there, Lee. This is not a match we can interfere with. Ignoring the boy's struggles, Tintin dragged Rock Lee firmly off the field. Youth is wonderful. Watching the two depart, the third Hokage squinted and remarked lightly. Then he turned to Hyuga Hinata. The young girl in combat uniform was leaning close to Mu Si-Yuen. Her eyes never left him for a moment. She kept asking him how he felt, if he was all right. Is it like keeping a little dog? The third Hokage's eyelid twitched slightly. Hastily dismissing the strange thought, he cleared his throat again. Hinata, do you still wish to challenge Mu Si-Yuen? Hearing someone call her Hyuga, Hinata frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure rose in her heart. What's this? Can't you read the atmosphere? Don't disturb my chat with Mu Si-Yuen-kun. Then composing herself, she turned around with a calm expression. Facing the third Hokage, she said flatly, Lord Hokage, I also forfeit. While I do want to challenge Mu Si-Yuen-kun, truly, I really want to defeat him thoroughly. And then, Hyuga Hinata slowly lowered her head, her long black hair falling forward, partially veiling her face. And then, in a place no one could see, a heart-shaped glint briefly flashed in Hyuga Hinata's eyes. Seeing her suddenly lower her head, the third Hokage felt a strange sensation. But he said nothing more. He merely muttered inwardly, this girl is certainly odd. Then he walked straight over to Mu Si-Yuen, gently grasping his wrist. Then, the winner is... At this moment, Mu Si-Yuen paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. Sensing the match was about to end, and that his teacher had drawn near, he diverted part of his consciousness to the system. System, open the panel. He murmured in his mind. Prompt. After a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 7 sword power points for you. Gongbin Mu Si-Yuen host. Chakra 5100121000. Dao power 12,100. Agility 12,100. Reputation 10. Talent innate sword body. Sword power 118. Equipment reforge enchant motherchild sword sheath sunrise moonfall special kanai. Skills sword heart passive 1 thought cuts dust passive dual wielding passive elemental power quasi entry sword soul quasi sword domain quasi sword drawing technique space / 1,000 layers of waves. Summoning contract by contract. Mu Si-Yuen frowned slightly. After an entire day, an increase of 7 sword power points was normal, but jumping from 94 to 121. And what is sword soul quasi sword domain quasi? Ignoring the vanished evaluation module, Mu Si-Yuen felt somewhat puzzled. He slowly opened the system's notification page. A cascade of messages unfolded before him. Prompt. Congratulations, host, on awakening the skill sword domain. Prompt. Skill sword soul is about to transform into sword domain. Warning. Host comprehends too fast. Sword power is insufficient. Prompt. Trial triggered. A hidden dragon plunges into the abyss. Only the unyielding can become a dragon. Prompt. Trial 2. An excellent swordsman respects an opponent who gives their all. Crush him with all your might. Your full strength is the highest honor you can bestow. Reward sword power 20. Hiss. A bit dizzy. Shaking his head slightly. This barrage of notifications left Mu Si-Yuen lightheaded. Meaning, I was supposed to reach a certain sword power threshold before I could break through sword soul and comprehend sword domain. But I comprehended it ahead of time. And the extra 20 sword power points were gained from the trial triggered during the battle with Shikamaru. A trial reward. Sorting through the tangled thoughts in his mind, his right hand, guided by the third Hokage, slowly rose. The winner is... His teacher's voice echoed in his ears. The result of the Konoha martial arts tournament was about to be announced. Just then, a sharp shout suddenly came from not far away. Wait! The crowd slowly turned their gaze. They saw a woman, her face contorted with grief and indignation, running toward them while clutching a corpse. I refuse to let a murderer become a special chunin. Before she even reached them, a piercing, mournful cry erupted from the woman's lips. The frantic sprint caused the already petite woman to suddenly collapse onto the ground. The corpse in her grasp was hurled into the air. It landed among the onlookers. What is this? Mukamura focused his eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. Isn't this the man from the other night? Shimura Tanaka. Woo. As if burdened with tremendous grievance, the fallen middle-aged woman choked back sobs as she pulled herself up. Limping painfully, she made her way near Shimura Tanaka. She slowly picked up the corpse from the ground. With gentle hands, she brushed away the dust from the body. The middle-aged woman's eyes were steeped in sorrow and grief. My son. Her low murmurs profoundly moved the gathered crowd, making them feel the heartbreak of this mother. Then her expression shifted to hatred. She turned her head and stared fixedly at Kimura. She clenched her teeth tightly. Every word struggled out of her mouth with difficulty. It's him. He is the murderer. A commotion erupted among the escorting teachers, the Konoha elders, and the young boys and girls. What's going on? How could Kimura suddenly become a murderer? No way. Could such a refined young man lay hands on a villager? The third Hokage prevented the mood from escalating. He clapped his hands forcefully. Silence. He slowly scanned the crowd. The third Hokage frowned, his expression cold as he gazed at the corpse in the woman's arms. Nearby, Yumiko was merely watching Kimura, who had won the championship, silently from within the crowd. While she rejoiced for him in her heart, there was also a touch of melancholy. Compared to Hinata, who could openly stand by Kimura's side and care for him, what could she do? Her position would only drive a greater distance between them. I am his teacher. He is my student. We are far too different. The more she thought this, the more Shi Hong's face darkened, and she was about to turn away silently. At that moment, a cry suddenly reached her ears. When she focused her gaze, she realized the middle-aged woman shouting was holding a corpse. It was none other than Shimura Tanaka, the man whose face bore a centipede-like scar from that night when she slashed him with a kunai. How could this be? A wordless terror seized Yumiko's heart. Her rosy complexion turned pale. I just gave a light slash. That shouldn't have happened. Besides, with a body technique Chunin's abilities, Shimura Tanaka shouldn't have died so easily. Chaotic thoughts assailed Yumiko's mind, making her feel slightly dizzy. Seeing the third Hokage looking at herself and the corpse in her arms, the middle-aged woman hurriedly cried out, Hokage-sama, you must give me justice. My son Tanaka has always been a good boy. He worked so hard to reach the position of deputy captain of the law enforcement squad. Hearing the middle-aged woman's aimless rambling, the third Hokage felt a slight headache. He quickly waved his hand. Let's not dwell on that now. Tell me why you think Kimura is the murderer. The woman abruptly interrupted, paused briefly. She then continued to elaborate. I was already worried about why my son hadn't returned home all night. Before, when he wasn't on missions, he would never do this. Today I've been feeling uneasy all along. Until just now, a villager told me that my son had died, and he even told me where the body was. At first I didn't believe it, but out of worry I still went to take a look. But then, the middle-aged woman's voice hitched again with sobs. She gazed down at her child, her face etched with profound sorrow. The toddler years of babbling. The youthful days when he vowed to make his mother's life better. And now, a parent burying their child. The sorrow on the middle-aged woman's face streamed uncontrollably. She fixed her hateful gaze upon Kimura. My son told me a few days ago. He intervened in a duel between two youths. He wasn't sure if he'd done the right thing. The middle-aged woman choked with sobs. If I hadn't accidentally discovered, I would never have known my son was wounded by a sword. A single wound. Not particularly deep, resembling a hybrid injury caused by both blunt force and a sharp blade. The third Hokage's brows furrowed as he stepped forward. With a violent motion, he tore open Shimura Tanaka's clothing. If his memory served correctly, Kimura had dealt a heavy slash to the abdomen that completely overwhelmed Shimura Tanaka. A body covered in slash marks appeared before everyone's eyes. Most prominent among them was a wound resembling a hybrid injury caused by both blunt force and a sharp blade. The third Hokage's frown deepened. When Kimura sparred with his companions, he indeed angled his sword blade, using only the flat of the blade to strike heavily upon their bodies. Causing such injuries was certainly possible. However, just as the third Hokage wrestled with conflicted thoughts, someone suddenly appeared beside him. Hokage-sama. A figure clad in battle gear and wearing a mask knelt before him, both hands presenting a scroll. Hokage-sama. A scroll came hurtling through the window directly into your office moments ago. My subordinates suspected it was an urgent message and retrieved it immediately for you. Both hands gripping the scroll, the messenger thrust it toward the third Hokage. His previously furrowed brows tightened even further. Nodding together, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. He slowly unrolled the scroll. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from within the scroll. Too late to close it. A series of images flashed before everyone present. Night. Kimura, reeking of alcohol, appearing thoroughly intoxicated. Before him, Shimura Tanaka lunged forward with sudden violence. Kimura staggered unsteadily. He crushed the sake flask in his grip. Then countless sword energy erupted from his body. It struck Shimura Tanaka directly. Countless streams of blood sprayed from the shallow wounds. Shimura Tanaka collapsed to the ground. No good. The third Hokage's pupils contracted sharply. It was already too late. The middle-aged woman seemed to find an opening. A devastating, mournful cry erupted from her throat. That's him. He is the one who killed my son. As though responding to her call, faint voices of accusation emerged from within the crowd. How could he do this? No sense of restraint in his actions. Even if Tanaka attacked you first, you had no right to kill him. Exactly. Look at all those sword marks covering his body. How can anyone deny Kimura did this? One voice, then two, then more and more. Countless condemnations rose from the crowd. The earlier laughter and celebration had shifted entirely to accusations and curses. And then, escalating further, Kimura remained impassive, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. Harsh sunlight pierced through the throng, illuminating the enclosed Kimura. Unrecognizable, they stood bathed in sunlight, perched upon the moral high ground. I cannot see their faces clearly. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the Hokage conference hall, only Shimura Danzo remained. He watched what was happening within the crystal sphere with an unfazed, composed expression. Heh, what a useful pawn Shimura Tanaka. Regarding his own nephew Shimura Danzo did not conceal his appreciation. The corpse was orchestrated by himself. The mother who received the news, Tanaka's mother, was informed by his own people. As for those who helped in the accusations and abuse, naturally they were all arranged by him as well. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, a pleased smile on his face. He stared at the crystal sphere with excitement. What will you do, Hiruzen Sarutobi? If you choose not to support your disciple, on one hand, I lose a competitor. On the other hand, those who support you would think you weak, wouldn't they? But if you choose to support your disciple, it will chill the hearts of those who genuinely uphold the title of Hokage. Shimura Danzo licked his lips, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. No matter what, within these short few days, the one who has lost the people's trust will be killed by me, by us. A trace of reluctance and pain flashed across Shimura Danzo's eyes, then twisted into gloom and resentment. It's all your fault. Why won't you let me become Hokage? Why? Hatred and pain contorted Shimura Danzo's face. Various accusations and curses drifted into his ears. Slowly turning around, the third Hokage gazed at his disciple with a complex expression. Before, when Tsunade wanted to establish a medical ninja corps, everyone had questioned her. She stood alone in the crowd, facing everyone's doubts. I did not help her. She left. This time, could I really let Mukamura face everyone's accusations alone again? Bitterness and pain, the long unfelt discomfort washed over the third Hokage's heart. He raised his hand and pulled down the brim of his hat, bowing his head slightly. Mukamura is a good child I've watched grow up since childhood. He would never do something to harm his comrades. Can you trust me? I will definitely investigate the truth. A helpless, aged voice emerged from his mouth. The people stared blankly at the Hokage before them. At this moment, he no longer seemed like that dominant ruler of the ninja world, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was just a helpless old man worried about and believing in his child. Suddenly, a shout rang out. I. Yugao's pupils flickered slightly. She could see the helplessness etched across her pale face. I checked. The injury Mukamura caused would certainly not be fatal. It can only be. It must have been my kunai strike. Did I cut too deep? Or did I accidentally slice Shimura Tanaka's artery? Yugao strained to recall what had happened that night. However, the details of that night seemed to have long been washed away by the alcohol she had consumed. Faintly, she could only clearly remember that it was Mukamura who had saved her. And it was her who had slashed Shimura Tanaka with her kunai. I killed him. Tears of conflict and sorrow shimmered in Yugao's eyes. She calmed herself slightly and spoke slowly. I am the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with Mukamura. That night, I examined the wound. Mukamura's sword intent only tore through his epidermis. It would never cause massive bleeding, let alone death. It was me. It was me who slashed him with my kunai. It was me who killed Shimura Tanaka. Yugao frowned slightly, her phoenix eyes filled with tears as she cast a vague, lingering gaze toward Mukamura. It's okay. I'll take responsibility. If it weren't for you, if I had truly been assaulted that night, I certainly wouldn't be alive today. Yugao lowered her head. For some reason, after shouldering all the blame for Mukamura, a wave of sudden relief flooded her heart. Then, remembering that she might never see that young man again, a faint sadness crept in. Yugao is the one who killed him. Isn't it, Mukamura? Are you stupid? The sword marks on Shimura Tanaka's body were so shallow. The wound on his stomach was reportedly left when he challenged Mukamura to a duel in the afternoon. In truth, what could have actually caused Shimura Tanaka's death was probably that horrifying scar on his face combined with prolonged blood loss, right? Just as the crowd was buzzing, preparing to shift their accusations toward Yugao, another voice suddenly rang out from within the crowd. The murderer is Mukamura. The murderer is Mukamura. Soon, as if one call summoned 100 responses, more and more voices accusing Mukamura of being the true killer echoed through the crowd. For a moment, most of the onlookers were at a loss. This isn't right, is it? Why are there so many people insisting it was Mukamura's fault? The third Hokage's brows knitted deeply. Beside him, Mukamura finally moved. How noisy. Mukamura's face was cold. Countless waves of sword intent suddenly erupted within the crowd. Mukamura had felt something was strange all along, as if it had been prearranged. The crowd had suddenly burst into a string of accusations against him, even after Yugao voluntarily took full responsibility and while the crowd was preparing to shift their target. Yet again, a string of accusations aimed at him suddenly emerged, attempting to drag him down. He would not admit that he did not want Yugao to bear the blame. Mukamura slowly waved his hand. Countless waves of sword intent struck directly at those who had been cursing and accusing him. Only a few cries of pain could be heard. Several individuals dressed in plain clothes who did not look like team leaders or Konoha's high-ranking officials quickly scrambled out. You. These few glared angrily at Mukamura, ready to fiercely reprimand the young man for pushing them forward. However, upon meeting Mukamura's cold, murderous gaze, they timidly lowered their heads, daring not to say another word. Clenching his fists within his sleeves at this moment, the third Hokage faintly sensed that something was wrong. Carefully observing the attire of these few before him, that uneasy feeling became even more pronounced. You are not from Konoha, are you? Moreover, you are not even from the land of fire. Who are you? Like the wrathful thunder of Vajra, the third Hokage's last words were shouted. He stared dead at the few before him. His fists clenched tighter. Almost his disciple had been given an opening. Who is it? A vague figure began to take shape in his mind. The third Hokage silently restrained his anger, his face turning cold. Wearing white or light-colored clothing with traces of sand faintly visible on your shoes and garments. You are from the land of wind, aren't you? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, his calm expression, revealing no trace of joy, anger, or sorrow. Observing the few who seemed hesitant, as if wanting to refute, the third Hokage wore a calm expression. The residents of the land of fire do not dress like this. And the scent of sand and wind on you is far too strong. Of course, the third Hokage had not actually detected any such scent. He was merely testing them. As if startled, the men trembled. Unaware of the wondrous ninjutsu ninjas might possess, they hastily spilled everything they knew like beans from a bag. We were hired, he said. He said if we just shouted a few phrases, he would give us a large sum of money. As they spoke, they pulled out a wad of cash from their pockets. See, this is the money he gave us. Oh, is there anything else you haven't told us? Watching them shake their heads repeatedly, the third Hokage curled his lips slightly. Spies, I presume. With a single slap to each, he did not kill them, but merely knocked them unconscious. He turned slightly to face the ANBU member named Xiong. Xiong, take these spies to Ibiki and see if you can squeeze out any more clues. He then turned around. Facing the crowd, he declared, this is a deliberate trap set by someone. Give me some time, and I will find the truth. The third Hokage's face was solemn. The crowd hesitated but slowly nodded, for he had been in power for many years. Over the years, they had witnessed Konoha's rise from a state of ruin to its current prosperity. They still held deep respect and affection for the third Hokage. But what about my son? The middle-aged woman who had been holding Shimura Tanaka's corpse burst into tears. Initially, she had believed Kimura was the murderer. Then Yuhi Kurenai. Now she had no idea who had killed her son. She only knew her son was gone, and he would never return. Helpless sobs echoed in everyone's ears. The crowd lowered their heads and turned away, unable to bear the sight of a heartbroken mother. I can find the culprit. A voice cut through the grieving cries. Kimura slowly relaxed his slightly furrowed brow and said in a low voice, I possess a ninjutsu that can temporarily revive the dead. The third Hokage's pupils sharply contracted. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed Kimura, lowering his voice. Is it a forbidden technique? Will it harm your body? Your teacher can perform it for you. Kimura gently patted the third Hokage's arm and gave him a reassuring look. Slowly crouching down, Kimura looked directly into the middle-aged woman's eyes. Trust me, I can help you find the one who killed your son. Staring at the Kimura before her, the middle-aged woman's eyes flickered with complexity. Just moments ago, she had been accusing him. Now she had to rely on him to seek justice for her son. Shame and gratitude filled her heart. Her legs bent, and she was about to kneel. Boom. Kimura frowned slightly and waved his hand, conjuring a sword aura out of thin air. The woman's knees stopped mid-air, unable to fall. Without a word, Kimura grasped Shimura Tanaka's corpse and pulled it from the woman's embrace. He silently recited in his mind. System contract target, Shimura Tanaka. Notice, the target's physical body exists in the present world. Lack of soul. Notice, the target's soul is under imprisonment. Initiating forced capture. Notice, capturing Shimura Tanaka's soul. Contract successful. Just as Kimura activated the system contract, Shimura Danzo, who had been observing through the crystal ball, frowned. How can a dead person be temporarily revived? How does he have so many tricks? I've already imprisoned Shimura Tanaka's soul. Let's see how you revive him. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo stared calmly at the crystal ball. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Looking down, he saw the bandages on his right hand loosen abruptly. A crack opened in his palm, and an eyeball rolled wildly within it. As if being squeezed by something, the eyeball in his palm burst with a wet pop. Blood and some unknown fluid splattered onto his face. Slowly wiping the liquid from his face, Shimura Danzo fixed his gaze on the crystal ball, staring at Miyamoto Kimura inside. Silence reigned, broken only by the sound of his cane tapping the ground. His calm expression grew increasingly dark, and cold anger mixed with killing intent flashed in his eyes. His voice, sharp with fury, seemed to be squeezed through clenched teeth. Miyamoto Kimura. With the successful contract, Shimura Tanaka slowly opened his eyes. Ow, why does my head hurt so much? Like a hangover. And, mother. Yuhi Kurenai. Miyamoto Kimura. Miyamoto Kimura. Upon seeing the familiar face of the young man, Shimura Tanaka's face twisted into a vicious snarl. The centipede scar on his face writhed. It was him, the one who had made him lose all face. It was him, the one who had destroyed his chance to climb higher. Rage and pain surged within him, and he couldn't help but throw a punch at the young man. Warning. The sword slave harbors strong hatred toward the host. The system is now enforcing mandatory sedation. Staring at the calm young man before him, a voice suddenly resounded in Shimura Tanaka's mind, forcing him to halt all movement, unable to advance an inch. Kimura silently commanded make him explain the cause of death, then shut his mouth and gradually spiritualize. He manipulated Shimura Tanaka. As if controlled, Shimura Tanaka stared fixedly at Kimura, the hatred in his eyes slowly fading, his expression calming. He gently touched his own face. I remember that I did not die at the hands of Yuhi Kurenai and Miyamoto Kimura. But Shimura Tanaka's face twisted slightly, as if the surging memories caused him immense pain. It was Shimura Danzo. He killed me. His teeth, his palm. He's not a normal human. Terror and agony flickered across Shimura Tanaka's face. Then his entire form gradually faded, grew pale, and vanished before everyone's eyes. Tanaka. The middle-aged woman, unable to react in time, lunged forward and fell flat on the ground. She knelt there staring blankly at the spot where Shimura Tanaka had disappeared. Watching Shimura Tanaka vanish, the third Hokage felt a surge of anxiety. The timing of his disappearance was too coincidental. Would others think we were faking it? As he feared the onlookers did harbor such suspicions. But this time none of them spoke. Kimura waved his hand lightly, signaling Shimura Tanaka to head toward the Shimura clan. Then with a calm expression he gazed into the distance, toward the Shimura clan's direction. As I suspected, the culprit is indeed Shimura Danzo. So what if the timing of his disappearance was convenient? He had intended to stir the waters even murkier. After all, Danzo would never let him clear his name so easily. Humph. A cold smile curled at the corner of Kimura's mouth. Perhaps you think that Teacher Hiruzen, with the upcoming Chunin exams, wouldn't dare to act rashly. But what does that have to do with me? A chilling coldness and killing intent flashed in Kimura's eyes. This debt, I will collect it. After Shimura Tianzhong's spirit had materialized, the suspicious crowd dared not openly accuse Kimura. Firstly, there was no one left to steer the narrative against him. Secondly, they feared that the youth favored by the third Hokage would wield his authority to exact ruthless vengeance. Thus, they redirected their hostility toward Shiri Hong. Look at her. Beneath that beautiful exterior, who would have thought her heart was so venomous? Exactly. Who would have imagined it was she who carved such a deep gash across Shimura Tianzhong's face? If you ask me, maybe the real murderer is Shiri Hong. How could a person come back to life, even briefly? That must be a ruse cooked up by the third Hokage and Miyamoto Kimura. And why did Miyamoto Kimura defend Shiri Hong that night? Those two must be. Hee. The crowd, which had briefly calmed, erupted into clamor once more. Word by word, they showed no regard for others. They spoke only their own thoughts, as if they knew everything. As if they were the wisest people in the world. With every word that spilled from the crowd, Shiri Hong's heart felt like it was being struck by a hammer. Her already pale face grew even paler. It's okay. When father passed away before, didn't I get through it alone? Don't cry, Shiri Hong. No one will come to help you. Despair and agony gnawed at her mind. Her heart ached. Every nerve in her brain groaned incessantly. But it was so exhausting. Shiri Hong lowered her head, tears uncontrollably welling in her eyes. Shut up. Just as Shiri Hong was on the verge of despair, Kimura coldly strode over and stood beside her. Countless sharp sword chi burst from his body, slashing directly at every slanderer in the crowd. The chi grazed their necks. Streams of blood gushed uncontrollably. Those struck looked at Kimura with terror and fury, hurriedly pressing their hands to the wounds. They tried to staunch the bleeding. Say one more word, and the next wound won't be so shallow. He coldly swept his gaze over the crowd that had vilified Shiri Hong. Kimura stood before Shiri Hong, using his own body to shield her from all eyes. The crowd glared at him with bitter resentment. But they dared not speak further. With a forceful flick of their sleeves, they hurried toward the medical department. As long as the wounds were treated promptly, it would be a minor matter. So warm. He saved me again. The gentle sunlight filtered through the youth's hair, falling upon Hong's face. She no longer had to fear the sunlight, for no one would stand in the light and condemn her from a moral high ground. The youth had blocked all the darkness for her, leaving only the warm sunlight to bathe her. She was wrapped in a cocoon of warmth. Such a strange feeling. Shiri Hong furrowed her brow. Her heart raced. She longed to draw closer to him. She didn't want to let him go. An inexplicable emotion surged through Shiri Hong's heart once more. She clenched her fists, staring blankly at the youth's back. All right. You've gone too far, Kimura. You'll need to write a self-criticism for the teacher later. The third Hokage hurriedly stepped in with a cheerful laugh, trying to smooth things over. Though he too was annoyed by the villagers who loved to gossip. But as the Hokage, he was often constrained and couldn't act as freely as he wished. Especially since he was an old man who should have retired long ago. Watching Kimura strike so fiercely, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of satisfaction. However, thoughts and actions were separate. He still had to put on a show. After the third Hokage laughingly mediated, he put on a stern face and scolded Kimura. Kimura said nothing, merely continuing to stand in front of Shiri Hong. He wore an obedient expression as he accepted the reprimand. After all, he knew the teacher wasn't truly angry. He was just playing the good cop bad cop routine to shield him from negative consequences. His teacher was probably trying to pave the way for him. After playing the bad cop, the third Hokage turned back with a cheerful smile. He lightly clapped his hands and slowly dismissed the crowd. Kakashi, leading Naruto, and the others walked past Kimura. Naruto gently patted Kimura's shoulder. He gave a thumbs up. We all believe you're not the kind of person who would kill a comrade. We'll help you gather evidence. Sakura quickly added, that's right, Kimura. Don't worry. We'll help you. As for Kakashi and Sasuke, they simply looked at Kimura calmly. Only their eyes betrayed their trust and concern for him. Well, that's how it is. Kakashi scratched his cheek as if unsure what to say. Finally, he just reached out and lightly patted Kimura's shoulder. Then he draped an arm around Sasuke and Naruto, turning his face toward Sakura. All right, don't disturb them. Let's go. Hey. Naruto seemed to want to say more, but Kakashi dragged him away. After Kakashi and his team left, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame, Shino bruised and battered from Kimura's beating slowly approached. Without a word, they too gently patted Kimura's shoulder. In their hearts they believed the youth wasn't that kind of person. But since they hadn't known him long, they couldn't fully vouch for him. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Tenten and Rock Lee, who had left earlier, Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, who had gone to accompany the worried Shikamaru. Then, Kimura spotted a girl in the crowd being forcefully dragged away by a middle-aged man in white robes. Hyuga Hinata. Hinata was struggling, her eyes fixed on Kimura and the Shirihong behind him. A deep suspicion painted her face. Seeing Hinata's slightly darkened expression, Kimura couldn't help but shiver. Hiss. Why did he suddenly feel an inexplicable chill? And why did Hinata look like she was about to turn dark? No way. It couldn't be right. After watching Hinata's father Hayashi Hyuga take her away, Kimura silently comforted himself. Finally, no one was left. Sensing the footsteps receding around her, Shirihong stared at Kimura's back, lost in thought. Father, don't go. So many nights Shirihong had struggled in her dreams, waking in pain. How she wished she could go back to that night, the night of the Ninetales rampage, to gently grasp the hem of her father's robe, to make him stay. Don't leave her alone. The youth's silhouette, refracted in the sunlight, faintly overlapped with the image of her father leaving the house. Shirihong reached out slightly, gently grasping the youth's clothes. As if afraid of losing something again, she held on tightly. A few soft coughs escaped his lips. The third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Mutsuin and Yuhi Kurenai, before him muttering inwardly. These young folks nowadays. They don't know how to hide things in front of their elders. Then he mustered a smile, slowly crouching down. Looking at the dazed, bewildered middle-aged woman, a flicker of sorrow and pity passed through the third Hokage's eyes. When the dust of history falls upon an individual, it becomes a mountain. At his advanced age, he had endured too many such partings and grief. But perhaps it was because he was getting older. He found it increasingly difficult to witness these tragedies. Slowly reining in his emotions, he spoke softly. You just saw and heard everything, didn't you? The middle-aged woman's vacant face turned toward the third Hokage, and she nodded slowly with a slight delay. In a single day, too much complex information and emotion had overwhelmed her mind. Seeing this, the third Hokage's eyes betrayed a trace of reluctance. Lowering his voice, he said gently, You saw the deceased Shimura Tanaka just now, didn't you? Please trust me. I will uncover the whole truth. Deceased? Shimura Tanaka. My son. As if her soul had left her body, the middle-aged woman staggered to her feet. Without responding to the third Hokage, she walked straight toward the direction of home. Behind her, the third Hokage Mutsuin and Yuhi Kurenai all watched the woman with complicated expressions. Then the third Hokage slowly turned around, facing Mutsuin and Yuhi Kurenai. He let out a soft sigh. I believe you two are innocent. I will clear your names. He then gently patted Mutsuin on the shoulder with his right hand, his gaze slowly sweeping over the Umbu members nearby. A complex expression crossed his face. After bidding farewell to Mutsuin, he and the Umbu gradually faded from the sight of the two. Inside the Shimura clan compound, Lord Danzo, that woman, a man in a combat uniform wearing a mask with intricate patterns, knelt on one knee. He paid his respects to Shimura Danzo with utmost deference. With a slight wave of his hand, Danzo's face remained expressionless. A cold sentence emerged from his calm visage. Dispose of her. Yes. Without surprise, the masked man responded respectfully and slowly melted into the shadows. Shimura Ri. A cold smirk flickered across Danzo's face. Shimura Ri, the frail woman, Shimura Tanaka's mother. Everyone thought she was Danzo's blood sister. In truth, she was only an adopted daughter taken in by the Shimura clan, had originally intended as a pawn for political marriage or to win over the strong. Unexpectedly, within the first 6 months of her marriage, she lost her husband. But her son had proven quite useful. Perhaps it was his father's genes. After some training, the son had attained the strength of an elite Chunin. Danzo slowly closed his eyes. The entire village of Konoha unfolded before his mind's eye. The neutral wait-and-see Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, whose stance had grown ambiguous and uncertain. The upcoming Chunin exams. The shinobi from various nations already arrived, or soon to come. And your beloved disciple. A faint curl tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if savoring a delightful image. What will you do, Hiruzen Sarutobi? In the pitch-black cold room, the steady tap-tap-tap of fingers on a desk echoed. All right, Yuhi Kurenai-sensei. It's all right now. You don't have to clutch my sleeve anymore. As if coaxing a child, Mutsuin looked helplessly at the woman before him. Call me by my name. Kurenai. A soft, hushed whisper came from near his ear. Yuhi Kurenai lifted her head slightly, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. The tears swirled in her eyes as if they would spill over at any moment. Her aggrieved face stared straight at Mutsuin. Ah, how can she be so adorable? I want to tease her. Mutsuin's heart gave a sudden lurch, its beat accelerating uncontrollably. He breathed deeply in and out, barely suppressing the strange thoughts rising within him. Facing Kurenai, who looked as if she would burst into tears if he didn't call her name, he ventured softly. Kurenai. There was no reply. Instead, Kurenai threw herself straight into Mutsuin's arms. Tears as large as beans rolled down her cheeks. Like a wronged cat finally finding its owner, she buried her head in Mutsuin's chest. Faint muffled sobs came from his embrace. Feeling the warmth and softness against his chest, Mutsuin's body involuntarily stiffened. Then he slowly placed his hand on Kurenai's head. It's okay, Kurenai. I'm here. It's all right. Upon hearing his comfort, the girl's crying did not stop. If anything, it grew more intense. Sensing her escalating emotions, Mutsuin let out a silent sigh. Had she been under too much pressure, he would let her vent. He gently closed his left hand, wrapping it around her shoulder, allowing her to nestle more comfortably into his arms. After what seemed like an endless bout of crying, Kurenai's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly lifted her face from Mutsuin's embrace. At some point, a flush of crimson had crept onto her cheeks. Helplessness glistened in the teary pupils. Kurenai looked at Mutsuin with a pitiful expression. A soft, tender whisper reached the young man's ears again. I'm scared. Tonight. Can you sleep at my place? Her flushed face pressed close to Mutsuin's ear. A wave of heat seemed to draw near, as if her lips might graze his earlobe at any moment. Within the Shimura clan territory, a woman moved like a walking corpse, her body swaying. Her clothes were stained with grass clippings and yellow earth from her falls. Paying no heed to the dirt on her, her right arm cradled an empty space, as if holding a child. She stared at her own arm with a foolish, vacant look. A tender expression filled her face. Silly child, why didn't you tell your mother anything? You always said you didn't want to worry me. Her features grew even more affectionate and warm. She seemed to be walking step by step toward a dusty attic, slowly groping through forgotten memories. You also said. You said you wanted to climb very, very high in this life. You wanted to give your mother so many things. Become someone above others. Live in a big compound. Fulfill the promise your father made before he died. The middle-aged woman slowly extended her left hand, gently stroking the empty air, as if her child were right there in her hand, as if she could reach out and touch him. But your mother doesn't want anything. I only want you to be safe and sound. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. Her left hand fumbled frantically over her body. Finally, she pulled a jade pendant from her bosom. Knock a look. Mother went especially to get this for you. Your name is even engraved on it. She spoke excitedly to the empty curve of her right arm. Suddenly, the woman's face froze. Disbelief, sorrow, agony. A cascade of emotions swept across her features like a storm. Her cradling right arm went slack. The jade pendant fell to the ground. Crack. A sharp sound accompanied a flash of silver light. The middle-aged woman stared blankly at her own headless body. My body. And that person. A figure stood abruptly before her, slowly sheathing a blood-stained longsword. His silhouette. It looked just like the one who had come to notify me of Naka's death today. Darkness closed in. Shimura the middle-aged woman, closed her eyes forever. Nightfall. At the Kimura residence. After finally pacifying Shiri Hong and persuading her to return home, recalling her bashful expression, Kimura's heart still rippled with a faint tremor. What a pity. What a pity that tonight there were more important matters to attend to. A cold glint flashed in Kimura's eyes. Then he slowly closed his eyes. With a flicker of his mind, he gently opened the system panel. Miyamoto Kimura, host chakra 5100-1210 daily 12100 agility 12100 reputation 10 talent innate sword physique sword power 118 equipment reforged enchanted mother-child sword sheath sunrise moonfall special kunai skills sword heart passive 1 thought dust cutter passive dual wielding passive elemental power quasi entry sword soul quasi sword domain quasi sword drawing technique space / 1000 layers of waves summoning contract by contract Ji Suntian contract. Kimura silently analyzed his own strength in his mind. According to what Kakashi-sensei said, a normal adult's chakra daily and agility could reach 300. If any one of chakra daily or agility reached 10 times that of a normal adult, then one was a qualified genin. If any one of chakra daily or agility reached 20 times that of a normal adult, then one was a qualified chunin. If any one of chakra daily or agility reached 40 times that of a normal adult, then one was a qualified jonin. If any one of chakra daily or agility reached 50 times that of a normal adult, then one was a qualified super jonin. If any one of chakra daily or agility reached 100 times that of a normal adult, then one was a qualified Kaga-level powerhouse. Between Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and Super Jonin, their strength would not differ too greatly. Sometimes a little wisdom and strategy could achieve the small, overcoming the great. But when it came to Kaga-level strength, it was different. A qualified Kage was a deity standing above mortals. A 50-fold difference in power allowed most Kage to effortlessly kill Super Jonin. The gap was like a hardened soldier who had spent years mastering combat techniques. Facing an ignorant child just 10 years old, Kimura rubbed his chin with his right hand, pondering slightly. Most ninjas specialized in chakra, that is the cultivation of ninjutsu. Only a very few paid attention to physical training. And someone like himself who cultivated all directions simultaneously was absolutely unique. Even if he had just reached Jonin. With multiple means and some techniques, he should be able to contend with a super Jonin. Kimura slowly nodded. If he remembered correctly, Ji Kunchuin held a tremendous combat force in his hands. Root. For now, Ji Kunchuin's strength should be around Kage level, uncertain whether he had touched the boundary of Super Kage. Kimura silently compared in his heart. After all, Yuanfei-sensei had Super Kage level strength in his youth. But as he aged, his vitality gradually declined, deteriorating step by step into only Kage level strength. Since Ji Kunchuin dared to repeatedly provoke sensei with impunity, then he should at least have Kage level strength. Kimura narrowed his eyes slightly. In Bojigwa, according to Kakashi-sensei's account, those who attacked them were Bing Er, who had Chunin level strength, and Zhao Wu, who had just touched the realm of Super Jonin. In that case, the worst scenario was that Root still had at least 4 Super Jonin level existences. Most likely there was no Kage level person. After all, given Ji Kunchuin's personality, he would not allow someone of similar strength to remain in Root. And besides, a cold sneer crept onto Kimura's face. With his charisma, would any Kage level person be willing to follow him? He slowly rubbed his hands together. An unknown number of Chunin, an unknown number of Jonin, and at least 5 or more Super Jonin. Perhaps some of the high-end combat power might be reduced due to the need to guard Ji Kunchuin. Well, there might still be 3 Super Jonin. I just need to avoid Ji Kunchuin alone. Truly this excites me unbearably. Kimura's tongue slowly traced across the corner of his mouth. A burning battle intent gleamed in his eyes. After all, on the Konoha martial arts arena, he had not exerted his full strength. Heaven knows how much power he had held back to avoid injuring the young ninjas of Konoha. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. A faint killing intent seeped from Kimura's eyes. Ji Kunchuin, since you intend to make a move against me, a gentleman does not let a grudge fester overnight. Tonight will be the last good dream you ever have. Kimura slowly closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the corridor of the entrance hall. The silvery moonlight gently shrouded his closed-eyed face. Under the moonlight, the youth's delicate features grew increasingly divine, like a deity. After an unknown stretch of time, clouds gradually veiled the moon, then piled thicker and thicker, darker and darker. Thick, dark clouds covered the entire sky. A soft pattering sound slowly arose. It was raining. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his heart. Kimura snapped his eyes open. The time has come. Time to kill. A figure in white robes slowly walked from one end of the street toward the Ji clan's direction. The countless falling raindrops and splashing mud did not touch him at all. Thus, with hands clasped behind his back as if entering an unguarded realm, the myriad worldly dusts could not stain his body. Perhaps because it was late. Or perhaps because of the pouring rain, the streets were empty. Training grounds. Streets. Kimura kept pacing, slowly approaching the Ji clan. Suddenly, from the direction of the Ji clan, a figure dashed straight toward Kimura. Not feeling surprised, Kimura remained calm and composed. He opened his fingers, reached out, and directly grasped the head of the flying figure, seeing the hatred flickering in its pupils. Without any unnecessary words, he silently chanted in his heart, refine. The visitor's face twitched convulsively, and the emotions of hatred and pain in its pupils were continuously drawn away. Finally, like a puppet, it floated dully behind Kimura. This person was none other than Ji Tsuentian, whom Kimura had sent to the Ji clan. Originally, I intended to spare your life, but since you still harbor hatred toward me, do not blame me. Ji Tsuentian, like a puppet, stared with a blank face, his mouth opening and closing mechanically like wood. So that's how it is. Outside the village. Kimura nodded slightly. This afternoon he had sent Ji Tsuentian to the Ji clan, to use his spiritual form to help scout and eavesdrop on Ji Kunchuin and his subordinates, thereby finding the headquarters of Root. He slowly turned around. Kimura strode directly toward the Root headquarters. The drizzling rain grew heavier, continuously washing away the mud on the ground. At that moment, a broken jade pendant slid to Kimura's feet under the mud's erosion. He picked it up slowly and examined it closely. Only 2 characters were engraved on the broken jade. Tianzhong. Kimura's pupils contracted sharply. He turned his head slightly and saw not far away under the rain's wash a hand slowly emerging from the soil beneath a large tree. Seeing the familiar clothes, Kimura's expression did not change much. He gently crushed the jade, which scattered into countless dust particles that merged into the mud. Kimura quickened his pace. The rain fell harder and harder. The back of the Hokage stone faces. Outside the village. Drizzling rain and constantly splashing mud. Just as it was about to touch Mutsuin, it was deflected by the sword aura emanating from his body. He narrowed his eyes slightly. An immense, yet somewhat withered ancient tree. On its back, a colossal tree hollow was faintly visible. Mutsuin gazed at the indistinct hollow, which seemed to be sealed with a technique. He sighed inwardly. Behind the brilliant facade lay a darkness deeper than the night. Originally, it was the root rooted in the shadows of Mai. Originally, it was meant to protect the great tree and make the leaves more vigorous. Yet it had turned to darkness. He was lost in thought for a moment. Then he lightly waved his hand. Bai and Shimura Tianzhong, who had been following behind Mutsuin in spiritual form, flew straight toward the distance far away. Watch everything. Don't let a single bug fly out. Mutsuin stared coldly at the great tree. Under the lashing rain, the branches of the great tree swayed like ghostly hands, as if inviting Mutsuin into their feast. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped forward, toward the tree hollow. Mutsuin slowly advanced. 50 inches, 40 inches, 30 inches. When Mutsuin was 30 inches from the tree, whoosh, 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 suddenly sharp sounds of breaking air erupted from the surrounding trees. Countless kunai and shuriken flew straight out from the treetops. Their target was Gongbin Mutsuin. Vaguely numerous figures could be seen on the treetops. They all wore combat uniforms and masks with intricate patterns. No words were exchanged. Anyone who was not brought by Lord Danzo, who entered the territory within 30 inches, all would be killed without mercy. The ninjas on the treetops stared fixedly at Mutsuin, surrounded by countless projectiles. Raindrops struck the masks, revealing a trace of coldness. Beneath the masks, their pupils flickered with killing intent. Creak, 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 completely ignoring the incoming projectiles and the enemies lurking in the shadows. Mutsuin's face remained calm as he stared straight at the tree hollow. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, slowly approaching. Clang, 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 clang. Countless projectiles, just as they were about to reach within an inch of Mutsuin, were suddenly deflected. Numerous sword flashes streaked across the treetops. Grotesque heads flew up abruptly. Countless streams of blood shot toward the treetops. The forest, interwoven with blood and darkness, grew even more eerie and sinister. As if drawn by the blood, faint rustling sounds echoed continuously from the silent forest. Figures flickered among the treetops and bushes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black shadows charged straight at Mutsuin. Not far away, some were rapidly forming hand seals, frantically mobilizing chakra. Unlike ordinary people, every time these individuals mobilized chakra, they seemed to be overdrawing their bodies to the maximum. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. And the bone-chilling killing intent in their eyes. Oh, this chakra fluctuation, are these all chunin? No. There were also some genin who were enhancing their ninjutsu by draining their own lifespan. Looking at the 30 to 40 people scuttling toward him and forming seals, Mutsuin felt a slight shock in his heart. It seemed this root had hidden quite a few talents. To be safe, Mutsuin slowly drew the moonfall from the mother-child sword sheath. The faint sword gleam was barely visible in the dim light, making it very difficult to discern. Neither side spoke. Each maintained silence. Only the sounds of cutting air and the release of ninjutsu drew closer. He moved. Mutsuin twisted his wrists slightly. Countless sword flashes burst from the moonfall. The sharp sword light sliced through every ninjutsu unleashed and every enemy. This time Mutsuin held nothing back. Countless arms and legs flew in all directions under the impact of the sword strikes. Not a single scream was heard because Mutsuin's continuous sword flashes cleanly severed every head. Countless streams of scalding blood gushed out of bodies. The entire ground was strewn with dismembered corpses. Everything was soaked in blood. Monster. Mutsuin frowned slightly and looked over. There by a bush, someone had been hiding, apparently trying to ambush Mutsuin from behind. But in a single exchange, his dozens of comrades had been slaughtered by Mutsuin in an instant. The stench of blood and fear flooded the man's heart. He had no time to think about the consequences of fleeing. When he saw Mutsuin's icy gaze sweep over him, he immediately turned and ran toward the tree hollow. Whoosh! A sword flashed past. He felt his body become light, as if he no longer had a body weighing him down in his escape. The headless corpse slowly fell, and a head rolled into the tree hollow. Mutsuin gazed at the hollow with indifference. Having made it so obvious. Still not coming out. Or did they want to lure him into the tree hollow, into their territory, to fight them? Mutsuin stared coldly at the tree hollow. He waited. He waited to see what decision the remaining root members inside the hollow would make. Blood mixed with the cold rain seeped into the ground. The smell of blood drifted slowly into the tree hollow. The space beneath the hollow was unusually vast, exuding an aura of lifelessness and desolation. Apart from a few people patrolling back and forth, almost no other figures were visible. Suddenly, a figure flashed quickly through the corridor. And no good. It's bad, Lord Aburame Ryoma. A masked man rushed hastily into a large hall. Before him, a man wrapped in a coat sat in the center of the hall, arms crossed, supporting his slightly lowered head. As if deep in thought. Here, call me by my code name. The man frowned slightly, as if annoyed by the interruption. A cold gleam flashed behind the sunglasses on his face, and the purple mark on his face twisted slightly. It was as if a centipede was raised on his face. Under the faint light, the purple mark could be seen writhing. Gulp! The masked man swallowed a dry mouthful of saliva, suppressing the fear in his heart, and hurriedly bowed. Kneeling on one knee, he said respectfully, Lord Jiasi, someone is trying to invade Root. The 40 genin and over 20 chunin dispatched have all been killed. The masked man lowered his head, not daring to look up at Jiasi. Oh, very interesting. As if intrigued, Aburame Ryoma stood up. The purple mark on his face writhed wildly like a bloodthirsty centipede eager to burst out, kill, drink blood, and suck marrow. But Aburame Ryoma slowly sat back down. He frowned. What a nuisance, he muttered under his breath. He suddenly remembered that compared to slaying external enemies, he now had something more important to do. After all, since those few left, Root had been somewhat lacking in high-level personnel. As if losing interest, Aburame Ryoma leaned back in his chair. He waved his hand casually. Let Swajing go. Didn't he say he touched the bottleneck of Jonin? Let him trot. The pitch-black forest was shrouded in an eerie stillness, as if the person within the hollow tree had not sensed the arrival of the enemy. Only the sound of rain pattering against the leaves echoed through the silent woods. The damp scent of rain mingled with a faint trace of blood drifting through the air. Suddenly, Mutsuin caught a whiff of a strange odor. He furrowed his brow slightly. This smell. It's like ink. Rumble. A thunderclap lashed down abruptly. Within Mutsuin's mind a figure suddenly materialized. Zwajing. Countless sword streams converged before him. Boom. 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 The next second, a violent cacophony of explosions erupted around Mutsuin. He saw that within the countless raindrops a thick viscous ink was interwoven. Without careful observation, it was utterly indiscernible. In places invisible to the naked eye, the internal structure of the ink abruptly transformed. A powerful surge of energy emanated from within. Then the ink exploded violently. The splashing raindrops laced with specks of ink landed just an inch from Mutsuin. He raised his head slightly, gazing up at the top of the tree hollow. There, silhouetted against flashes of lightning, stood a figure on the treetop. His face as pale as paper, his frame as gaunt as a paper effigy. No hatred, no killing intent. As if utterly devoid of emotion. Like a paper puppet, he merely stared at Mutsuin with cold, slightly dark pupils. Rustle. 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 The howling wind mingled with rain lashed the forest. Amid the furious storm, faint, eerie sounds could be heard. Mutsuin pricked up his ears. This sound, so disgusting, as if recalling something nauseating. Mutsuin's expression darkened. Just then, countless pitch-black serpents writhed and lunged straight toward him. This disgusting thing again, just as he had feared. Mutsuin frowned deeply. Seeing the countless black wriggling snakes hissing and slowly encircling him, he couldn't help but shudder violently. Unable to bear such grotesque creatures, Mutsuin swung his right hand forcefully. Countless sword streams surged forth once more. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword streams sliced through the writhing ink serpents. The severed serpents seemed to lose their vitality. They writhed on the ground a few times before abruptly ceasing to move. Suddenly, the countless severed ink serpents merged together. A massive ink python formed from the fusion of countless serpents hissed as it extended its tongue. Like a human, it faced Mutsuin, raising its body high. Surrounded by countless ink pythons, Mutsuin watched the scene, a cold bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Is this really not some horror story? Zwajing, whose face was as pale as paper, did not slow his actions despite Mutsuin's momentary hesitation. On the contrary, while Mutsuin was distracted by the ink pythons, he swiftly formed hand seals. Faintly, he seemed to share an inexplicable connection with the clouds above. As his gestures changed rapidly, the dark clouds thickened, and the thunder seemed to grow more furious. The endless rain. The wrathful thunder of heaven. Heaven favors me. Zwajing coldly looked down upon Mutsuin. His face remained utterly expressionless. So disgusting. Suppressing the nausea, Mutsuin slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. With it came the expansion of the sword domain. Within a 3-inch radius around Mutsuin, countless raindrops and debris were pushed back by radiant gleams. Within that brief 3-inch space, it was as if Mutsuin were the sovereign deity of all. What? Zwajing's dark pupils contracted slightly. He too was witnessing this astonishing sight for the first time. A domain. But isn't a domain an ability only achievable at the shadow level? Puzzlement and doubt lingered in his mind. Yet Zwajing's expression remained unchanged. He merely gazed at Mutsuin indifferently. Mutsuin gradually expanded the range of his domain. Raindrops that strayed in, torn asunder, completely obliterated. The ink pythons that came with purpose, sliced to pieces, then minced into molecules finer than fine. Mutsuin strained to control the domain, meticulously shredding every intruding element. You can regenerate and merge, can you? Then I'll utterly destroy you. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The time had come. Zwajing's hands, which had been swiftly forming seals, abruptly halted. His mouth, which had never opened, moved slightly. A voice as faint as a mosquito's was drowned in the rain. Super divine pseudo-painting, Amao Fist. Behind him, 2 towering figures faintly emerged. One glared with fury, eyes wide and bulging, containing boundless rage, holding a large drum with one hand and a massive iron rod with the other. The other had a benevolent countenance, eyes tightly shut, with faint glistening tears near the corners, as if unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. Behind them, a paper banner fluttered noisily. The raging thunder god raised his great hammer and struck the drum with force. Rumble. The oppressive black clouds piled densely, their violent friction producing ear-splitting cracks. As if unwilling to see the world suffer, the closed-eyed wind god's mouth opened and closed. A faint sigh echoed through the entire forest. With it came the ceaseless howling of the wind. A massive thunderbolt descended. Like the wrath of a celestial deity, the thick clouds were torn open, revealing a gap. And its target was none other than Gongbin Mutsuin. The torrential rain, the howling wind, the roaring thunder, the countless ink pythons surging from all directions. In an instant, the youth seemed abandoned by the entire world. Everywhere death lurked. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring straight at the descending thunderbolt. Zhujiang, whose face was as white as paper. And behind him the pretentious thunder god with glaring eyes, and the wind god with closed eyes, both posing like deities. Mutsuin gave a faint snort. His indifferent expression mingled with a hint of impatience. I hate gods the most. And, don't stand above me. I detest it. His right hand swiftly thrust the moonfall into the mother-son scabbard. His right foot stepped forward. He bent slightly, twisting his waist. Rotating his elbow, he subtly moved his wrist. A hidden sword light burst from the scabbard. It collided head-on with the thunderbolt. Then carrying the thunderbolt, it surged straight toward the sky. The fierce sword light slashed into the thick clouds. It carved a massive rift into them. From afar it looked as if the heavens had been violently cut open. Not finished. Mutsuin's left hand suddenly gripped the sunrise in the mother-son scabbard. He bent his elbow, raised his wrist. A scorching sword light shot towards Zhujiang. Before he could react, Zhujiang's eyes widened slightly. The sword light pierced through his body. Along with Zhujiang and the two figures behind him, they were all cleaved in half. The raging storm, like the fury of heaven and earth. The absolute domain into which nothing could intrude within 3 inches. A pristine white robe, still jade-like amid the wind and rain. Like a god, Zhujiang's mouth spurted a gush of blood. His face remained as pale as paper, utterly expressionless. A faint glimmer of will to live slowly faded from his pupils. Kimura clan. Inside a courtyard. Boom. The thunder kept roaring. The rain kept pattering against everything around. Thump. 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 An old man wearing a white kimono with bandages faintly visible wrapped around his body. He sat quietly in the chair behind the office desk. The entire room was plunged into a thick darkness. Only the intermittent flashes of lightning could faintly reveal the interior decorations. Kimura Danzo wore a gloomy expression. Somehow a nameless restlessness and unease stirred in his heart. He tried to calm himself down, but a persistent irritability still chased after him. He gave a gentle clap. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the room. He respectfully bowed to Kimura Danzo, kneeling on one knee with hands clasped in a fist. Lord Danzo, with a light wave of his hand, without even raising his face. Aburame Torian, go check en route. Understood. He wore a black blindfold on his face and carried a tachi on his back. The man, whose body was mostly hidden in a black robe, responded respectfully. He turned around. Creak. He gently pushed the door open and then closed it. Then he slowly disappeared into the night. Kimura Danzo slowly closed his eyes, gradually gathering his thoughts. Somehow, still feeling restless, as if something had slipped out of his control. Creak. Suddenly, the wooden door of the room was pushed open. 2 figures appeared abruptly at the door. Boom. A flash of lightning struck. The thick darkness clashed fiercely with the faint light. One of the figures' faces could be vaguely seen. His countenance was extremely eerie, with a slightly upturned corner of the mouth that looked very sinister. Catching a glimpse of his pupils, they were not ordinary black pupils, but beast-like pupils resembling those of a snake. Kimura Danzo snapped his eyes open. He stared wide-eyed with bloodshot eyes fixedly at the 2 figures entering the door. A hoarse voice burst from his parched throat. You're here. Yuhi Kurenai's house. The fine rustling raindrops tapped against the windowsill. Ah. How could I have dared? Yuhi Kurenai's face was flushed red. She curled up in the futon like a caterpillar. She twisted and turned. Her almond-shaped eyes were brimming with deep tenderness and shyness. Thinking about what she had done today, she actually dared to invite the little guy to stay at her house. The blush on her face involuntarily deepened. But today's Kimura was so handsome. Thinking of the back that had shielded her today, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. It was sweet as if she had eaten honey, and it was a bit dizzying as if she had drunk alcohol. Step by step, as if treading on cotton in the sky, she moved lightly like a deer. Yuhi Kurenai buried her face deeply into the futon. Somehow, after Kimura left, she didn't take this blanket to be washed. She sniffed gently. She could still feel the traces of Kimura having been here. Blush spread from her face to her neck, like a little cat being gently stroked by its owner. Yuhi Kurenai narrowed her eyes with a blissful expression. Suddenly, she gave a violent start. Worry and unease flickered in her eyes. Oh no, would Kimura think I'm an immodest woman? Yuhi Kurenai unconsciously twisted the futon with her hands. The smooth, flat blanket was inevitably wrinkled by her twisting. But I was just a little scared. Yuhi Kurenai gently poked her head out of the futon and took a slow, deep breath. She tried to let the blush fade from her face. Suddenly, boom! A loud thunderclap fell violently. Yuhi Kurenai trembled all over. She quickly stuffed her head back into the futon. How awful. Why is it raining so heavily tonight? Yuhi Kurenai slightly lifted the blanket and looked out the window. A hint of worry showed in her eyes. On such a rainy day, Kimura probably won't go out right. The street was pitch black. The thunder rumbled faintly like a thunder dragon wandering in the sky. She frowned slightly. Yuhi Kurenai placed her hand over her heart. For some reason, she felt vaguely uneasy, as if something would happen tonight. She gently bit her lip. Yuhi Kurenai looked out the window with a worried expression. Just a little longer. Just a little longer. I'll go out when the rain lightens. A fierce slash cut through the sky. The thick clouds parted to both sides. The sky was torn in two. The dark oppressive atmosphere seemed to dissipate. Thud. Sai torn in two fell to the ground. Gushing blood and torn internal organs splattered all over the treetops. Without paying attention to the enemy he had dealt with, Kimura looked indifferently at the tree hollow. The dark, deep tree hollow was like a huge mouth devouring everything. The jagged bark resembled vicious, sharp teeth. The tree hollow now wore a ferocious face waiting for Kimura to enter. Neither rain nor anything else could enter the 3-inch space around Kimura. In the pitch-black forest, a white robe pure as jade. Kimura stared coldly at the tree hollow still waiting. He casually opened the system. A stream of messages flashed before his eyes. Prompt. Congratulations, host, on learning the ninjutsu Super God imitation drawing. Prompt. Congratulations, host, on learning the ninjutsu Super Beast imitation drawing. Prompt. Quest triggered. The jade pendant wishing for the son's safety shattered, and with it the mother's aging heart was broken. How to complain. Repay grievances with justice, repay kindness with kindness. A swordsman should sweep away all resentment and hatred in his heart. Prompt. Quest 2, find the murderer of Shimura Ri. Repay grievances with justice. He closed the system panel and slowly shut his eyes. His mind stirred slightly. Prompt. The target's incomplete flesh exists in the present world. Prompt. The target's soul about to dissipate exists in the present world. Prompt. Reshaping flesh. Prompt. Inserting soul. Character contract successful. Then, as if an invisible pair of hands suddenly scooped up Sai's two halves of the body and violently kneaded them together. The missing internal organs began to regenerate from the gaps. The shattered body was sewn up by invisible threads. The blood was breathing and the heart resumed beating. Sai suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could react, a large hand suddenly covered his head. With an indifferent expression, Kimura placed his left hand over Sai's face. A stream of memories was continuously extracted from Sai's mind and then poured into Kimura's memories. So the underground structure is like this. Kimura curled his lips slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. He stared coldly at the tree hollow. Behind him, corpses were continuously yanked up by an invisible force, then kneaded together. Once again, the same silhouette darted swiftly through the corridor. No, something terrible has happened. A masked figure rushed breathlessly into a grand hall. He knelt on one knee and spoke rapidly. Lord Jiasi. Zhuijing. His Adam's apple trembled slightly, his throat parched and dry, choking on the words. Zhuijing has fallen. Yunu Longma, who had been deep in thought, was abruptly interrupted. He could not help but furrow his brow deeply. Then his brow suddenly relaxed. Yunu Longma's eyes widened. How did this happen? Yunu Longma abruptly rose to his feet, staring fixedly at the subordinate before him. How could it be? Zhuijing, who held the rank of being someone who would be granted a seat above Sin once his chakra reached the level of an elite ninja. Even if he could not win, he should not have been defeated so quickly. Moreover, outside the storm was raging, the perfect environment for him to display his skills. What happened? He possessed strength above that of an elite ninja, who had set their sights on the route. Yunu Longma frowned deeply, a cold smirk curling on his face. The purple mark on his face twisted wildly. A pungent, strange odor suddenly emanated from his body. He stared coldly at the subordinate before him. All of you guard the other exits. I will deal with him myself. Then in a flash he vanished to the doorway. On the chair he had been sitting, in strange tentacles and limbs writhed densely. Mutsuin stood expressionless, staring intently into the hollow tree. He waited long, but no sound emerged from within. If the mountain will not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. He moved. Mutsuin slowly lifted his right foot and strode straight toward the tree hollow. Creak, creak, creak. He stepped lightly on the branches. Then he stomped down hard, crushing them. Mutsuin stood directly before the tree hollow and slowly peered inside. No sound. Not a single figure. He stepped forward. Mutsuin's entire silhouette was gradually swallowed by the pitch-black hollow. Step, 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 step. Once inside, he followed the dark passage downward. Suddenly a faint glimmer appeared. Drawing closer, he saw a vast space hidden beneath the hollow, a huge arched chamber. In the four corners of the room stood thick, sturdy stone pillars. The vast chamber was empty, with only the howling wind and the faint patter of rain. The desolate surroundings stirred a chill in the heart. At the far end of the room was an iron door. Zhuijing's memory told him. This was the training ground, usually bustling with people. Now it was deserted. Had they known I was coming? Mutsuin stared calmly at the iron door. Beyond it lay the mission assignment office and the research lab. Behind these buildings was a hidden escape route. Though he did not know if there were other escape passages, he had already ordered all his contractees to monitor the area within 10 li of the hollow. A cold glint flashed in Mutsuin's eyes. Today not a single insect will fly in. Step, step, step. Mutsuin walked straight toward the only iron door in the training ground. Creak. Before Mutsuin could reach it, the iron door slowly opened. A figure emerged wearing sunglasses and draped in a black robe. Huh, just a brat. A dissatisfied voice came from within the robe. Crackle, 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 as if countless tiny hard objects were colliding. As the black robe slowly writhed, strange sounds emanated from Yunu Lama's body. A bizarre foul stench suddenly assaulted the senses. Mutsuin frowned slightly, a trace of helplessness crossing his face. Why did he keep running into such strange fellows lately? They all seemed to delight in playing with weird things. Without another word, Mutsuin glared and streaks of silver light burst forth around Yunu Longma. What? Caught off guard, Yunu Longma could only tilt his head slightly. The black robe was torn, revealing the writhing dark specks beneath. A sliver of silver light flashed straight past Yunu Longma's neck. A strong warning from his body arose. He leaned back, bending his waist. The silver light sliced across the purple mark on his face, leaving a deep gash. Yunu Longma's eyes widened, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it. Those incompetent fools. They didn't even tell me this kid had a domain. Damn it. Damn it. The rich smell of blood and the pain from his wounds tormented Yunu Longma. The purple mark on his face grew more twisted and grotesque, as if something sealed within was struggling to break free. He raised his right hand and placed it slowly on the purple mark, channeling streams of chakra into it. Yunu Longma stared coldly at the youth before him. Gongbin Mutsuin. I remember he was one of the targets for Jiao Wu's mission to the Bozuguo. But compared to Kakashi, who was to be killed, Gongbin Mutsuin was someone they wanted to recruit. Frowning slightly, he thought. Not only did they fail to recruit him, but they also made an enemy of him. Making an enemy was one thing, but the key was that they hadn't eradicated the root. And this level of strength. Yunu Longma roared inwardly. Worthless, all of you are worthless. You only cause trouble for me. Can't you let me relax for even a moment? Yunu Longma's face twisted, veins bulging faintly at his temples. He gently adjusted his sunglasses. His contorted expression gradually smoothed back to calm. You damn bastard. Don't think that just because you've mastered a domain you can be smug. A tremendous killing intent and a dense foul odor suddenly erupted from Yunu Longma. In an instant, the dampness and oppressive feeling that had filled the training ground was instantly enveloped by an icy, murderous aura. What are you blabbering about? Looking at Yunu Longma, who had been cut by his own sword aura, and then suddenly flew into a rage. Mutsuin slowly furrowed his brow. He raised both hands slightly, and countless sword auras stabbed deeply into Yunu Longma's body. Not finished yet. Wave after wave of sword auras rained down upon Yunu Longma. Such a disgusting smell, and such disgusting things. Mutsuin said coldly, having no fondness for foul odors, insects, or snakes. 2 pieces, 5 pieces, 10 pieces. Countless sword auras pierced Yunu Longma, slicing him apart. In an instant, Yunu Longma was cut into countless chunks. Then, the sword auras continued to hammer the fragments. Blood splattered against the walls and floor. The stench of blood in the training ground grew thicker. Though he did not know what special techniques an elite jonin like you might have, nor what strange tricks you insect tamers possessed, while grinding it to dust should do the trick. Mutsuin stared coldly at the minced flesh being continuously diced on the ground, filtering through Zuijing's information in his mind. The root was short on manpower. Apart from the ever-concealed Jia-san and the always-present Danzo's bodyguards Yunu Shikun and Yamanaka Fu. At present, only Jia-si, Yunu Longma, who was close to elite jonin, remained at the root headquarters. Aside from him, there were no more jonin or above in the root. Just as Mutsuin was pondering beneath the constantly diced flesh of Yunu Longma, a faint purple figure was slowly writhing. His mind stirred slightly. He softly called out to the system. Prompt. The target has not yet been defeated and recognized the host. Prompt. The target cannot be contracted temporarily. Oh. His expression remained unchanged. Mu Siyuan slowly approached the pile of minced flesh of Yunu Longma. Damn it. Damn it. How could this brat be so formidable? Before shadow-level strength, shouldn't he have mastered only a simple domain? A purple centipede wriggled and struggled in the pile of minced flesh. Inside the soul of Yunu Jinai couldn't help trembling all over. Almost. So close. Fortunately, he had just learned this forbidden technique of the Yunu clan. He could transfer his soul onto his life-bound insect before death. A centipede with 100 legs remains stiff but does not die, as long as he was given a chance. Just a tiny chance. He could stage a comeback and return. Thinking of this, Yunu Longma couldn't help feeling a surge of resentment. How could this brat be so cautious? Not only did he chop my corpse into pieces, but he also crushed all the insects of various sizes nurtured inside my body. If only a few insects had survived, then he could have used the surviving insects to reassemble his body. No time to think further. Yunu Longma controlled the purple centipede to quickly crawl aside. Countless sword lights struck it, leaving only shallow white marks on its body. Humph. The life-bound insect I have raised for decades. Its physical strength is far superior to those ordinary mortals. If only I had a little more time. Thinking of this, Yunu Longma's heart twisted with anguish. If only he had, like De Shiwan and De He long ago, left the root and left Ji Cun Tuan Song. Suddenly, thump thump thump, the sound of heavy footsteps slowly approached. Closer, closer. It was Mu Siyuan. Yunu Longma strained to hide his form in the shadows. He won't find me. He shouldn't be able to find me. After all, he already chopped my corpse into pieces. There's no way he would still search the surroundings right. A long-lost fear and unease piled up in his heart. At this moment, Yunu Longma suddenly recalled his childhood. That time as an insect enthusiast, he entered a cave. Narrower and narrower. Just as he marveled at the unprecedented insects and reached the end of the cave when his interest waned and he wanted to return with delight. The floor suddenly collapsed. He fell into an even deeper cave. Countless extremely dangerous insects recorded in the Yu clan's venomous insect catalog suddenly swarmed around him. Humans search for insects, but aren't insects also searching for humans? The purple insect suddenly twisted its body, trying to hide itself more securely. Suddenly, the footsteps that had been consistently sounding abruptly stopped. How could this be? A feeling of unease surged in his heart, but there was no time to react. Mu Siyuan suddenly reached for the scabbard at his waist. Casually, he drew out the rising sun. Twisting his wrist, he swung the sword. Not even a single scream. The purple centipede was cut cleanly in two. Then, countless slashes fell upon it. The intact centipede was finally minced into shreds of meat paste. Isn't it necessary to be this cautious? Harboring this final doubt, Yu Longma completely lost consciousness. Prompt. The target's incomplete physical body exists in the present world. Prompt. The target's fading soul exists in the present world. Prompt. Restoring the physical body. Prompt. Inserting the soul. Character contract successful. Watching Yu Longma stand dazedly beside him, as if deeply puzzled why the dead man had suddenly revived. Giving him no time to react, he casually placed his hand on his head. Extract the consciousness then. Refine. In an instant, all of Yu Longma's autonomous consciousness was erased by Mu Siyuan. He stood there dazed like a marionette waiting for Mu Siyuan's next command. After confirming all of Yu Longma's memories, he gently waved his hand. He ordered Yu Longma to summon all the remaining people. In no time, the remaining dozens of ninjas and researchers from Root appeared uniformly before Mu Siyuan. They looked at Mu Siyuan, who was as immaculate as a celestial being. And beside him was Yu Longma like a loyal servant. A masked person filled with unease approached Yu Longma with trepidation. He whispered, "Lord Jiasi, who is this lord beside you?" No response. Yu Longma looked at Mu Siyuan with an expression of utmost reverence. Now in his world, Mu Siyuan was the supreme deity. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Mu Siyuan lightly clapped his hands. Kill them. The cold words had barely fallen when Yu Longma acted. Countless insects burst forth from his body. Numerous insects stained with Yu Longma's blood moved with astonishing speed. Before the crowd could react, the insects had already entered their bodies. Lord Yu, the masked person closest to Yu Longma, never expected his most revered Lord Longma would betray Root. In the next second, countless insects wrapped around him. Blood gushed violently from his body. Then more and more insects blocked the wounds, gushing blood. More and more blood surged out. Then quickly wriggling blackness covered it again. Fear and screams echoed wantonly throughout the entire training ground. This place, originally where sweat and passion were wielded, had at this moment become a true tangible insect nest, a nightmare. Soon, the screams gradually subsided. The continuous prompts of successful contracts kept refreshing Mu Siyuan's system notification panel. After an unknown amount of time, countless figures crowded densely on the training ground. All of them knelt on one knee, their faces showing reverence as they bowed to the person at the very front. Mu Siyuan sat on a large chair, frowning deeply. Just now, after searching Yu Longma's memories, he discovered that the murderer of Ji Siyuan, Li Hui, didn't seem to be en route. Instead, it was highly likely to be Ji Siyuan, Tuansong's personal guard, Yu Chu Zhen. He furrowed his brows, slightly feeling a sense of distress in his heart. If that were the case, then this triggered trial might not be completed so quickly. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from the entrance of the tree hollow. "Ah, Jiasi, what's going on with you? Why is there no one patrolling outside?" The newcomer scratched his head while walking slowly. The moment he saw Yu Longma, he directly asked. The next second, he saw the youth beside Longma. Isn't this Mu Siyuan? His pupils contracted sharply, a feeling of foreboding filled his heart. Without hesitation, he turned around and prepared to flee. Character contract successful. Prompt. Trial 2 completed. Reward, thoroughly awakened sword heart. Reward, sword power value 20. Mu Siyuan slowly paced out of the tree hollow. Behind him, countless figures showed cold, indifferent expressions. Only when their gaze shifted to Mu Siyuan did a flash of intense reverence appear. Mu Siyuan raised his head, looking at the sky. He murmured to himself, "The dark clouds are about to disperse a little." At the Mutsuan residence, a young boy lay quietly on the bed. Outside the window, the furious rain, once howling with wild wind, gradually softened. A gentle drizzle tapped against the window pane. A faint ray of moonlight slipped in through the window, gently caressing the boy's face. A delicate countenance clad in a robe as white as jade. He seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. Mutsuan sat calmly on the bed, gently massaging his temples with both hands. Was it because he had contracted too many people at once? Or because he had absorbed too many memories from his contractors? Mutsuan's head felt slightly dizzy. He shook his head gently, trying to shake off the vertigo. After these past few days of testing, Mutsuan realized that he knew too little about the spirit contract system. First, he discovered that he could freely extract the memories of his contractors. Then he also found that he could now directly refine the autonomous consciousness of his contractors through the system. Well, although this process more or less reduced the intelligence of the contractors, Mutsuan raised his right hand and scratched his cheek. But the advantage was that it could completely erase all negative emotions of the contractors toward the host. It was like formatting. At this stage, he didn't need any contractors to help him. so losing a bit of intelligence in exchange for absolute loyalty. For him, this was a massive gain. Mutsuin furrowed his brows slightly. If every contractor could submit to him like Bai did. Or, if this function of the system could be slightly improved. Mutsuin gently stroked his chin. After testing with Yu Longma, Mutsuin discovered that an opponent defeated by a contractor could also be contracted by him, and he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. When he gained sword power and his strength surged, it seemed that his contractors also grew stronger. I need to find a time to test this. Mutsuin waved his hand casually and opened the system panel. Tip: after a period of training, the sword mirror has accumulated 7 points of sword power for you. Gongbin Mutsuin host. Chakra 780014,800. Dao power 14,800. Agility 14,800. Reputation 10. Talent innate sword body. Sword power 145. Equipment reforge enchant motherchild sword sheath sunrise sunset special kanai. Skills sword heart passive one thought cuts dust passive dual wield passive elemental power quasi initiate. Mutsuin scratched his head lightly. Considering there won't be much in the next few days, he casually invested the excess 7,000 chakra into the sword mirror, keeping only 800 chakra as reserve. Mutsuin's gaze swept over the spirit contracts. According to Yu Longma, during this period, Jicun Tuansong had recalled all root ninjas, seemingly preparing for some major event. Frowning slightly in Mutsuin's memory, the nearest major events were only the Chunin exam and the subsequent Mu Yi collapse plan. Could it be that Tuansong was also involved in the Mu Yi collapse plan? Unable to figure out the relationship for now, Mutsuin gently shook his head. No matter what Tuansong wanted to do, his order to recall all subordinates happened to benefit Mutsuin. It allowed him to swallow them all in one go instead of slowly devouring them. But this route was too weak. He sighed softly. Excluding the 30 Chunin and 100 Jinin set by the Gu breeding plan, within route, there were only 5 Jonin or above. Excluding the deceased Jia Wu and the missing Jia San, route had only Yu Longma, Yu Tsugen, and Shan Zhongfeng. Then excluding Yu Tsugen and Shan Zhongfeng, who usually stayed by Jicun Tuansong's side as his personal guards. In fact, there was only one quasi-kage en route, Yu Longma, although it was due to the defections of Deshi, one Yujibui Yu, and Tian Zongdehi, causing a large portion of high-end combat power to fall. But this was still too. Mutsuin covered his face slightly, although he valued improving his own strength, and didn't care much about the number or strength of his subordinates. But you were supposed to be Konoha's sharpest blade. This is too weak. Confident in his own strength, Mutsuin had originally planned to thoroughly test his limits tonight. But he never expected that the root, which he thought was a formidable enemy, was actually just a paper tiger. His gaze swept over the skill that had evolved from Sword Soul Quasi to Sword Soul Third Layer. Focusing on the sword power above, Mutsuin scratched his head. Well, I should be able to reach the Quasi-Kage level before the Chunin exam. A Quasi-Kage participating in the Chunin exam. Mutsuin chuckled inwardly. You think I'm an elite Jinin coming to take the Chunin exam? No. Actually, I'm a Quasi-Kage. Thinking of the young boys and girls who had worked hard for at least half a year determined to challenge him, become Chunin, and embark on the path of the strong. Suddenly discovering during the exam that their opponent was a Quasi-Kage, Mutsuin couldn't help but silently mourn for them. Suddenly, tap tap tap, a soft footstep slowly entered Mutsuin's room. Mutsuin's drowsy mind instantly tensed up. Who is it? Was it because of the dizziness that he let his guard down? He forgot to have his contractors scout the surroundings. And hadn't he just wiped out route? Was it someone sent by Tuansong? Mutsuin's calm face showed no change. Only his clenched fist under the blanket faintly revealed a killing intent. He slightly opened his eyelids. Getting closer, closing in. The soft footsteps abruptly stopped as they approached the bed. Mutsuin sprang up suddenly. His left hand shot out quickly, swiftly gripping the intruder's neck. Then his right hand immediately seized the intruder's wrist. With a gentle twist, he pinned it behind the intruder's back. Mutsuin held the intruder's neck with his left hand and pinned the wrist behind their back with his right. He pushed hard, slamming them forcefully onto the bed. Speak. Who sent you? Ow. It hurts. Hearing the familiar coquettish voice, Mutsuin's hands froze abruptly. A faint moonlight poured in from the window. A bright red kimono, a bare half-revealed shoulder, ivory white tempting delicate skin, and those familiar phoenix eyes. Hong. The half-bare shoulder exposed to the moonlight appeared even more porcelain white under its glow. And Yuhi Kurama's figure. Gulps. Kimura couldn't help but swallow hard. His throat was suddenly dry. What are you doing? Dear Kimura. He realized he had almost let slip what he truly meant, having accidentally spoken the affectionate nickname from his heart out loud. Kurama quickly clamped her mouth shut. A blush spread across her face. She leaned back, turning her head to the side with a playful pout. Alluring fragrance, enchanting figure, and atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Kimura's heart pounded rapidly in his chest. Even as a man living his second life, this was the first time he had ever faced such a situation. Struggling to steady his restless heart, Kimura hastily released his grip on Yuhi Kurama's hands. Thump. Losing her balance the moment she was let go, Kurama stumbled straight onto the bed. Ouch! Panicked Kurama flailed her arms about in midair. The instant her hands brushed against Kimura's clothes, she grabbed them as if they were a lifeline. She gripped tightly and pulled downward. Kimura was dragged onto the bed as well, looking at Kurama so close and flushed with shyness, her face carrying both demureness and timidity. Kimura's hands trembled violently. A delicate fragrance mingled with a soft, breathy murmur drifted into his ears. "What are you doing?" Her eyes were half-lidded and hazy as though she were reclining in a sea of floating blossoms, utterly intoxicated. Suppressing the surging impulses within him, Kimura abruptly stood up, his brows furrowed slightly. "Kurama, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Is something wrong?" Kurama's hazy eyes gained a fraction of clarity. More blush spread from her cheeks down her neck. She slowly sat upright on the bed. She didn't get up, remaining seated on the bed. "Oh, why did I have to come out, Kurama? Hurry and think of an excuse. There's no way I could say it was because I missed him. Think of something fast." For some reason her mind went completely blank. Kurama knitted her brows, desperately searching for a reason to have come seeking out Kimura. I came to get back the set of clothes I borrowed last time." Kurama gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Head bowed slightly, speaking in a soft whisper. "The clothes from last time." Kimura's frown deepened. Suddenly, he remembered that outfit he had taken back to his room from Yuhi Kurama's house last time. He hadn't returned it. But Kimura's pupils contracted slightly. He recalled. After finishing his bath last time, it seemed to have been stolen by someone in black. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, although he was puzzled about why that person in black had stolen his clothes in the first place. But the most critical thing right now was, I really hope those clothes of Kurama's aren't important. Like a death sentence being read aloud, Kurama's gentle words struck Kimura's heart like a hammer, striking again and again against his soul. "Kimura, that set of clothes belonged to my father. I just wanted to get it back." Kurama slowly raised her head. Her tender voice lingered in his ears, those large phoenix-shaped eyes glistening with vulnerability. Suddenly, upon seeing Kimura's cold-sweating expression, a terrible foreboding surged within Kurama's heart. You didn't lose it, did you?" Seeing that Kimura, visibly flustered, offered no denial, a bitter sting erupted suddenly from deep within Kurama's heart. Is my belonging not worth cherishing at all?" For no particular reason, she felt overwhelmingly sad. She cared about him so much. She had been afraid something might happen to him late at night, worried someone might harm him. She had specifically come to find him. It hurt. It hurt so much. Kurama's left hand, hidden behind her back, clenched the blanket fiercely. The once slightly rumpled blanket became even more crumpled. Her formerly rosy, radiant cheeks grew pale and dim. Her shimmering eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. She lowered her head slightly. Her once delicate voice took on a fragile weakness. It's fine, Kimura-san. It's just clothes. Nothing particularly important." Yui Kurama kept her head down, her voice growing ever fainter. It was as though something had sliced through the air. Tears glistened faintly on Kurama's face. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, for some reason, Kimura also felt a dull ache in his chest. He gently reached out and embraced Kurama. Yui Kurama trembled slightly, but did not resist. "You might not believe me. I didn't lose the clothes. They were stolen." "Stolen?" Kurama, her heart tangled with shyness and sorrow, paused for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a knock came from the wooden door of the room. "Kimura-san, are you asleep?" A soft, tender voice drifted gently from the other side of the door. "If you're not asleep yet, I'm coming in, okay?" Creak, creak. The heavy wooden door slowly pushed open. Miyamoto Kimura. "Kimura-san." When had she come to know this person? Hyuga Hinata lay quietly in her blanket, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. It must have been when she was very, very young, right? Ever since her younger sister was born a year or two old. Whether it was the gentle fist, father always said my younger sister had greater talent than me. Even though I possessed these eyes, hailed as the purest Byakugan in the clan. But back then I simply didn't want to train. Conflict, frustration, pain. Hyuga Hinata's face contorted slightly. I never wanted to endure any of it. Why? Why could others freely lean into their parents' embrace, while I had to endure various trainings and beatings every day? Hyuga Hinata's face twisted even further. She didn't understand why father seemed to pin every expectation onto her shoulders, as if she were worthless if she couldn't excel in everything. Bitter and miserable, she had no playmates within the clan. The heir lady status, father's strict supervision and demands. They compressed every inch of her living space. Only at night, after all the training tasks were completed, could she catch her breath for a moment. Even so, within her mind, she had never known what entertainment or relaxation meant. She only knew how to throw punches. Even when she left home, the only place she went was the training ground. Unlike the rigorous training within the training ground, Hinata simply swung her fists aimlessly at the wooden dummies, as though venting something inside her. Until that day, the swish, swish, swish sound of sword practice came from one end of the training ground. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The prolonged sword practice aroused Hinata's curiosity and stirred a spark of competitiveness, perhaps because she had repeatedly encountered setbacks during clan training. In this moment, on this training ground, in this small world that belonged solely to her. I don't want to lose, even though I don't know who you are, but I will not be defeated by you. Competing in secret, From that day on, Hinata began watching the wooden dummy earnestly, throwing every ounce of her strength into each punch. Every day, every night. The sound of sword practice always lasted longer than the sound of her punches. Who is it? Doesn't he ever get tired? How can he keep going for so long? Slowly, a mixture of curiosity and admiration took root in Hinata's heart. A relentless desire for victory, vowing to throw punches longer than wielding a sword, drove Hinata Hyuga. Every day, every night, without a single tardiness. Her physique grew stronger and her training results consistently improved. Along with this came a gradual improvement in her father's attitude. Until that day, Hanabi challenged her to a duel, though Hanabi was 5 years younger. Yet Hanabi's superior talent combined with her unremitting diligence pitted against Hinata, who had relaxed for a long period. The two were evenly matched. In the midst of the stalemate, her eyes subtly shifted. Following that came a whisper like an inner demon circling incessantly in her ears. Why persist? How wonderful it would be to give up. Perhaps losing to her sister would allow her to finally relax. Harboring such thoughts, as if walking on the edge of a cliff, she suddenly slipped. Hinata lost to Hanabi, believing she could finally relax. Yet unexpectedly, her father, who had been warming up to her, now cast cold glances, as if viewing her as a burden to the clan. Even within the Hyuga clan, those who once respected her also began to murmur unfavorable words. That night, Hinata ran away from home. The clan did not search for her. Her father did not care. The dripping rain, the pouring blood, and a shattered heart, all were lost that rainy night, lost on the training ground's wooden dummy, until the dawn appeared. A trace of tenderness flickered in Hinata's eyes. It was he who healed her injuries. It was he who made her feel the warmth of a family for the first time. It was also he, a beam of light in her life. From that moment when she recognized the boy in her eyes as the owner of the ceaseless, sword-swinging sound, a light quietly shone into her heart. From that moment on, Hinata never wanted to lose again. No matter who, whether in victory or him, no one could take him away. And he could only be hers forever. Hinata, who had been staring blankly at the ceiling, slowly came back to her senses. Was the rain that night this heavy? I can't quite remember. Should I wait for the rain to ease and then go find Mutsuen? He shouldn't be asleep yet, right? A smile gradually crept up her brows. Hinata slightly curled her lips, looking quite delighted. It doesn't matter if he's asleep. Rather, it's exactly what I want. A faint scent of feminine softness lingered on Mutsuen's clothes. This was like a wooden splinter, piercing her heart, causing great discomfort. She wished she could immediately pin Mutsuen down and ask him what exactly was going on, reigning in her wild thoughts. Hinata slowly let out a sigh. This won't do. In front of Mutsuen, I still have to be that fragile girl from back then. The girl suddenly stood up, climbing out of bed. The suddenly flipped blanket revealed a startling sight. The underside of the blanket was stitched with many male garments. Among them, one set was exactly the clothes Mutsuen had lost not long ago. Well, I'll have to temporarily leave this little nest filled with Mutsuen's scent. Hopefully tonight I can touch Mutsuen. A heart-shaped glint surfaced in her eyes. Beneath the body wrapped tightly in clothes concealed a startling desire. What? Mutsuen slowly lowered his head, his voice low. I don't know either. Upon hearing it was Hinata's voice the moment the wooden door was pushed open. Kurenai Yuhi abruptly pulled Mutsuen into the blanket and hid herself in his arms. The sudden softness of her body pressing close made Mutsuen tremble involuntarily. He had always said that women only slowed down the speed of drawing a sword. He had always said, if you're a brother, you walk the path together. But now he might not be able to keep that promise. Brother sword. Mutsuen was somewhat dazed. Various chaotic thoughts kept surfacing in his mind. Seeing a dazed Mutsuen, Kurenai Yuhi, a little dissatisfied, extended her index finger and gently poked his waist. She softly nuzzled her head against Mutsuen's ear. A unique fragrance of a young girl and her softness seeped into Mutsuen's heart. I don't care. I just don't want Hinata to know I'm here. You go and send her away. A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged within her. As Kurenai Yuhi approached Mutsuen's ear, she suddenly opened her mouth, her silver teeth lightly biting his earlobe. Hiss! Mutsuen felt a numbing sensation throughout his body. He lowered his head slightly. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi's face flushed red, she pressed her body tightly into his arms. What a temptress! A feeling he had never experienced before lingered in his heart. It felt like raising a very clingy cat. Mutsuen smiled bitterly to himself. Tap tap tap. Hinata's footsteps approached slowly. It had been a long time since she last entered Mutsuen's room openly. Hinata raised a delicate eyebrow. Are you asleep, Mutsuen? Well, it's best if he's asleep. That way I can slightly. A smile crept onto her brow. Then suddenly it fell from the corner of her eye. Hinata frowned slightly. What's that smell? Before she could think further, Mutsuen, fearing that Hinata would discover the truth if she came closer, quickly spoke. Pretending to have just woken up, he let out a deep yawn. He was about to sit up when suddenly, two small hands fiercely pinched his waist. Kurenai Yuhi buried her face in Mutsuen's chest, lowering her voice. Don't get up. Was there a strange sound? Hinata frowned slightly, looking at Mutsuen, who seemed about to sit up, but then suddenly lay back down. Her frown suddenly relaxed. Instead, it was replaced by a feeling of sympathy. Mutsuen, you must be exhausted today, right? You were really handsome today on the arena, fighting against many alone. Hinata's face radiated a soft glow. Admiration and pride shone in her eyes. Hiss! A sharp pain came from his waist. 2 fingers were pinching him fiercely. Even without turning back, Mutsuin could feel the strong jealousy and anger behind him. What's the deal? I haven't done anything. A bitter smile crossed his heart. Mutsuin put on a nonchalant expression and looked at Hinata. Ah, it's fine. Hinata, is there something you need from me tonight? Looking at the seemingly exhausted Mutsuin, a hint of doubt rose in Hinata's heart. Wasn't he usually training until this time, or even later? Was he this tired? Moreover, for some reason Mutsuin had rarely gone to the training ground recently. She lightly bit her lip. No, I was worried that you might be uncomfortable after fighting alone in the arena. I thought I'd come and give you a massage once the rain eased. Seeing Mutsuin looking exhausted and unwilling to get up, Hinata felt a pang of sympathy. She lowered her voice and said softly, if you're too tired tonight and want to rest early, I'll go back first. Mutsuin slightly nodded. It wasn't that he didn't want to react more, it was because the 4 fingers gripping him like pincers under the blanket hurt too much. Intense jealousy drenched the entire bed. Kurenai Yuhi was fiercely pinching Mutsuin's waist. It was so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Stop talking. I don't like you talking to girls for so long. Kurenai Yuhi stared straight at Mutsuin's back, seeing him slightly nod with an expression of exhaustion, unable to speak. Then I'll go back first. I'll come find you tomorrow, okay? Hinata slowly turned around, a trace of suspicion flickering on her face. In the past, no matter how tired he was, Mutsuin never refused my requests. Besides, what I said was about his favorite massage. Strange. Very strange. Tap tap tap. As if afraid to disturb Mutsuin, the girl's footsteps toward the wooden door were exceptionally light. Finally, when the sound faded away and could no longer be heard, Mutsuin abruptly threw off the blanket and gently tapped Kurenai Yuhi's hands. What are you doing? Mutsuin looked at Kurenai Yuhi helplessly. Her cheeks were puffed out, looking sulky, just as Mutsuin was about to say something. Suddenly, you two. What are you doing? Hinata stood by the window staring straight at Mutsuin and Kurenai Yuhi. Her face was expressionless. Hinata stared at them with an expressionless face, a faint black aura emanating from behind her. Hinata. Kimura's body gave a sudden jolt. What's going on? Why does it feel so ominous? Extremely ominous. Kimura felt a faint chill creeping up his spine. Suddenly, Yuhi Kurenai, who had been gently pushed aside by Kimura, suddenly lunged forward. She stretched out her hand, slightly bracing it in front of Kimura, her entire posture like a cat guarding its food. Oh. Hinata's brows furrowed deeply and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The gazes of Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata clashed fiercely. Hinata flipped over and leaped into the room. Then she approached the bed. Just as Kimura suspected that the two would immediately come to blows, he remained on high alert, ready to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, Hinata's hands gently rested on Kimura's shoulders. Kimura, how much longer will you stay with this woman? Hinata's previously expressionless face strained into a forced smile. I know, Kimura. It must be this woman. Is it this shameless woman who seduced you? She was supposed to be my homeroom teacher, so why? For the first time, I had someone I could give everything to. For the first time, I had a senior female I could confide in and rely on. These were 2 things that could have intertwined to bring me greater happiness. Why does it have to be like this? Hyuga Hinata's forced smile gradually faded. Her once bright eyes became hollow, as if she had transformed from a living person into a doll devoid of any vitality. Hinata is so scary. Kimura shuddered. Silently, he stood up and slowly took 2 sets of quilts and pillows from the wardrobe in the room. He placed one set at the foot of the bed and gently spread the other on the floor. He lay down on the floor, gently closed his eyes, and pretended to be oblivious to the world. In truth, his ears were perked, keenly aware of the tension between Kurenai and Hinata. I can't let them fight. Kimura clenched his fists slightly. If they really started fighting, he would intervene immediately. Hyuga Hinata stared expressionlessly at Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai did not back down, either furrowing her brows and puffing out her chest, meeting her gaze directly. Oomph. Hinata let out a soft snort. The great battle that Kimura had anticipated did not occur. She's even hogging Kimura's bedding and pillow. Hinata's face turned cold as she abruptly snatched away the quilt and pillow from Yuhi Kurenai. With both hands, she shoved the new bedding and pillow from the foot of the bed toward Kurenai. Without a word, she spread her quilt on Kimura's left side, and then slowly lay down next to him. Creak, creak. The wooden boards beside the bed groaned incessantly. No. My bed. Kimura, pretending to sleep on the floor, felt like crying. Yuhi Kurenai was gripping the wooden board beside the bed fiercely, her eyes blazing with fury. Huff, huff, huff. She took a few deep breaths, glaring at Hinata lying on Kimura's left. Then she snatched up her quilt and pillow with a scowl. She gently spread them on Kimura's right side and slowly lay down. Over Kimura's body, Kurenai's and Hinata's gazes locked fiercely. Why? You know I like Kimura, I came first. Hinata's voice trembled with a hint of guilt, but Kurenai did not yield. So what if you came first? The kid doesn't like you. Their gazes seemed to spark violently. This is so bad. Kimura quickly closed his eyes tight, pretending to be asleep. Humph. Hyuga Hinata slowly withdrew her gaze, staring straight at the ceiling. In the blind spot where neither Kimura nor Kurenai could see, Hinata's pupils glowed with a faint darkness. Well, should I find a chance to kill this woman? Although I do like her as my homeroom teacher. But Kimura alone. He is the only one I will never let go. After seeing Hinata look away, the somewhat guilty Yui Kurenai also slowly averted her gaze. Her body, which had been maintaining a forced calm, suddenly trembled as it relaxed. Really? I don't want to compete with my own student for a man. But her slightly upturned phoenix eyes glanced at Kimura. But I really like the kid. She gently poked her head out from under the covers, slowly inched closer to Kimura, and gave a soft squeeze. Kimura, who had been pretending to sleep, was already drifting off half asleep. In his dazed state, he vaguely felt soft warmth enveloping him from both sides. Daytime. Kimura walked slowly down the streets of Mai. He let out a slight yawn. When he woke up, Kurenai and Hinata were nowhere to be found. The room was left with only two distinct faint fragrances along with a note. Today you can ask Kakashi about the Chunin exam. He scratched the back of his head lightly. So I'm to participate in the Chunin exams 6 days from now as a solo team. They said my strength is too great. No matter which team I join, it would hinder their growth. Recalling the ever-smiling face of his teacher, Kakashi Kimura couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He gave a wry smile. I was hoping to slack off and ride the protagonist's coattails to advance. Now I have to fend for myself. The clear, pleasant sunlight made Kimura feel a bit drowsy. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't that Hiruzen's grandson, Konohamaru? At that moment, Konohamaru was being held tightly by the collar by a boy clad in black, his face painted with oil. The boy hoisted him high. Beside him stood a girl in a short skirt with short yellow twin tails. Near these three, Naruto, Sakura, Haruno, and 2 young children were gathered. Let go of Konohamaru, you big painted black pig. Naruto pointed angrily at the boy in black, repeatedly signaling him to put Konohamaru down. Konohamaru's body trembled, his face turning pale, as if he were being choked and couldn't breathe. Painted face. Big black pig. A cold sneer flickered across the boy's face. It had been a long time since he last heard anyone provoke him. At least in the Sand Village he hadn't been challenged in ages. A mocking smile appeared on his face. He suddenly lifted Konohamaru high above his head, intending to slam the child viciously to the ground. Damn Leaf Village. They even detained our Sand Village villagers. And they still haven't released them. Yesterday, the Leaf Village emissary stationed in the Wind Country came to them crying, claiming that their Sand Village villager had been arrested for shouting a few words in public. To this day, they haven't been released. Humph. Even though the boy in black wasn't there, he knew the complainant had surely hidden many facts. But that didn't stop him from having a very poor impression of the Leaf Village, especially when he was walking down the street today. He had encountered a particularly arrogant brat and a blonde kid with a foul mouth. I really need to teach you a lesson. A cold smile curled at the corner of the boy's mouth. The immense inertia from his descending right hand filled the choking Konohamaru with terror. He squeezed his eyes shut. He dared not look at the ground about to meet him. Suddenly, the girl in the short skirt standing beside the boy cried out, "Watch out." Kankuro. Swish. A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. An invisible sword chi slammed heavily into the black-clad youth Kankuro. The right hand that had been choking Konohamaru suddenly loosened. Bang. A deep trench was carved across the ground. Countless dust particles splashed up. Kankuro was slammed into a tree by the strike. Konohamaru. Nearby, Naruto and Sakura saw Konohamaru about to fall to the ground. A look of panic flickered across their faces. They hurried forward, trying to catch Konohamaru. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation rippled gently through the air. Konohamaru, who had been falling straight down, abruptly halted midair. Tap, tap, tap. A sound came from afar. At the end of the road, a figure in white robes walked slowly forward. He had a handsome face, white hair, and white robes like an immortal descending. Kimura's right hand was held gently up. In the distance, Konohamaru hovered in the air. Kimura strolled slowly to the center of the group. He swept his gaze over Naruto, Sakura, and the 2 children beside them, then squinted slightly at Konohamaru. Then he turned his head slowly and stared coldly at the girl in the short skirt and the dust cloud not far away. If something's wrong, you should tell me, you know. Here. They have no place to act recklessly. So cool. Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with stars. Is this the disciple the old man took in his later years? Konohamaru's heart was filled with excitement. He looked up in admiration as if seeing his idol. Stop, Kankuro. Suddenly the girl in the short skirt cried out in panic. The dust that had been flying was abruptly swept aside by a strong wind, revealing the black-clad youth and the strange wooden puppet in front of him. Are you kidding me? You bunch of meddlers. Kankuro flung his arms wide. Chakra threads shot from his fingertips and stabbed into the puppet. Crow. The puppet called Crow sprang into action at the command. Creak, creak, creak. Its body made eerie sounds like wood rubbing together. Then Crow stomped the ground hard. The flat earth caved in under its feet. A fierce wind roared as it charged toward Kimura. Such speed. Sasuke, who had been sitting on a tree branch watching and preparing to save Konohamaru, was startled. His calm face furrowed into a frown, and his indifferent gaze involuntarily turned serious. If it were me, if I had to face Crow's attack, what should I do? Shocked by Crow's speed, Sasuke thought more and more fearfully. Don't embarrass yourself here. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Sasuke's ear. Who? Sasuke was startled. He quickly pulled a kunai from his belt and turned sharply to the right. There, hanging upside down from a tree, appeared a red-haired youth with the character love carved on his forehead. The youth wore the combat uniform of the hidden sand village with a large gourd strapped to his back. Sasuke stared at him nervously. When did he appear? I didn't sense him at all. Creak. A soft sound of wood rubbing came. Crow stopped in response. Seeing this, Kimura lightly dispersed the sword chi around him. Well, if that wooden puppet had come any closer, I would have cut it down and taken it home for firewood. Kimura said calmly, silently, watching the confrontation between the black-clad youth and the red-haired youth. Kankuro looked at the red-haired youth on the tree branch with terror. Gaara. The fear on his face starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance. He seemed unable to meet Gaara's eyes. His voice unconsciously dropped like a mouse encountering a cat instinctively tucking its tail. Let me explain. Gaara, they started it. And I just wanted to stand up for our people. Kankuro stared at Gaara in terror, hurriedly explaining his actions. Without a word, Gaara, the red-haired youth, simply stared at Kankuro. Then he spoke slowly. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Gaara's expression remained unchanged. His flat tone was as if he were casually inviting Kankuro to dinner, but the thick, tangible, killing intent gripped Kankuro's throat. It made him suffocate. Kankuro trembled all over. Countless cold sweat beads trickled from his forehead. He dared not meet Gaara's eyes. He lowered his head slowly, an indescribable fear spreading in his heart. Sorry. It was my fault. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Large drops of cold sweat soaked his face. The paint on his face seemed to twist into a distorted, crying face. Kankuro stared at the ground, trembling, and kept apologizing. How could this be? Sasuke on the tree frowned tightly. The arrogant Kankuro from moments ago had turned into a mouse seeing a cat. He had tucked his tail completely. Sasuke stared at Gaara in puzzlement and confusion, ignoring everyone's gaze. Gaara, who had been hanging on the tree branch, suddenly vanished. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. Gaara shot through the crowd and stood directly between the girl and the black-clad youth. His flat gaze swept slowly over the two. Though his face showed nothing, his tone hinted at subtle displeasure. Gaara spoke calmly. Let's go. Suddenly stop. Sakura stretched out her arms to block the three, speaking quickly. Judging by their headbands, these three were shinobi from the hidden sand village. Although Konoha and Suna were allied. According to the treaty, shinobi of the two nations could not cross borders freely, since they appeared so openly on the streets of Konoha. And all three were so young. Were they participants in the Chunin exams? 1,000 thoughts flashed through Sakura's mind. But without overthinking, she spread her arms wide and spoke coldly. Apologize. You almost hurt our village's comrade just now. You must apologize. Sakura stood like a stubborn cub, even facing enemies far stronger than herself. She bit down hard and refused to yield. After all, dignity wasn't a gift, it was earned. Yes, apologize. Naruto, afraid Sakura would be bullied, hurried forward to stand beside her. Oh, is that so? Gaara's gaze swept slowly over the group. He saw Sasuke on the tree branch clutching a kunai, as if ready for battle, and Kimura looking lazy and indifferent to everything. A thick, killing intent seeped slowly from within him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As if some monster were sealed inside. The gourd on Gaara's back emitted strange sounds. Prompt. There is a tailed beast near the host that has reached the level of summoning. Kimura's heart suddenly jolted. He had almost forgotten. Inside Gaara's body resided the one-tailed Shikaku. If he couldn't summon the nine tails for now, could he perhaps summon the one tail? A sudden thunderbolt struck within his mind. Kimura narrowed his eyes, slightly growing serious. Whoosh! Sasuke, who had been sitting on the tree, flipped over and landed straight beside Kimura. Holding a kunai in reverse grip, he stared at Gaara with great intensity. Such a powerful aura. Such terrifying killing intent. It was as if thick, viscous blood was slowly crawling over his body. Then it gradually transformed into a scythe of death gently brushing against his neck. Looking at the solemn Sasuke, Kimura's gaze slowly swept over Naruto, who was trembling nearby, Haruno, Sakura, and the two children. He furrowed his brows slightly. A sharp aura emanated from his body, directly dispelling the thick, killing intent. Then, his target was aimed straight at Gaara. Like a sword of Damocles, Gaara felt a sharp pain all over as if bound by countless blades. Oh! His originally lazy gaze slowly focused. He licked his lips lightly, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up. Interesting. He had thought that blonde-haired boy was the threat. After all, there had been a constant, unsettling sensation from within his body. But now it seemed the white-clad youth before him was more challenging. I want to kill. A raging bloodlust ravaged Gaara's heart. His face twisted slightly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sounds from the gourd on his back grew increasingly distinct. Not good. Gaara was truly intent on killing. Kankuro looked in terror at the similarly terrified girl in a short skirt beside him. Temari. Trouble. They couldn't stop a rampaging Gaara. A wave of bitterness washed over the two of them. Were they going to be killed on the very first day in Konoha? Their hearts ached silently. They both prayed in unison. Someone please. Someone stop Gaara. Suddenly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The noise from the gourd gradually subsided. Gaara slowly withdrew his killing intent. His face, which had been somewhat twisted, gradually returned to calm. Well, now was not the time. The grand feast would have to wait until later. Suppressing the surging anticipation and bloodlust within, Gaara abruptly turned around. He spoke flatly. Let's go. Kimura raised an eyebrow slightly. Was he planning to fight again during the Chunin exams? The fighting spirit that had just begun to stir slowly dissipated. Well, it's fine. During the Chunin exams, I'll find an opportunity to fight openly. Kimura's aura faded into the air. But beside him, Sasuke's aura continued to rise. Shame and anger raged within Sasuke's heart. Why? Why did he only focus on Kimura? Why did he completely ignore me? The ingrained pride of the Uchiha clan prevented him from swallowing this insult. He spoke indignantly. My name is Sasuke. Humph. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Gaara's mouth. If it weren't for Kimura, you would have been a worthy opponent. But now, Gaara let out a soft snort and said nothing. He turned and walked away without another word. Temari and Kankuro followed closely behind, but always remained a step behind, as if they were afraid to walk beside Gaara. Just as Sasuke was still fuming over Gaara's attitude, Kimura furrowed his brows slightly. Who's there? Countless sword chi suddenly pierced the treetops not far away. The next moment, Kimura vanished and reappeared on the tree that had been struck. He looked down slightly. A smear of blood stained the branch. Kimura's frown deepened. He had just sensed a strange chakra lingering on this tree. Feeling a cold hostility, Kimura had immediately released a slash toward that spot. Unexpectedly, they escaped. Kimura stood expressionless on the tree, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Damn it. Curses. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance. Their bodies were covered in countless sword wounds. One of them, a strange man wrapped entirely in bandages, was sweating profusely. His face was filled with terror. So close to dying. His 2 companions also wore expressions of horror. Though they did not fear death just now, just a little more. If they had been a moment slower, the merciless slash would have cut straight through their bodies. Instead of merely being grazed by the spreading sword chi, the 3 exchanged terrified glances. It's okay. Our target is Sasuke anyway. It's fine, as long as we avoid this person and go after Sasuke. Their eyes communicated frantically, trying to reignite the dwindling courage within each other. What? I'm going to take the Chunin exams. Haruno Sakura stared in shock at the application form Kimura handed her. It seemed that what Kimura had said was utterly unbelievable to her. Awesome. I'll definitely become a Chunin. Naruto beside her was hopping with excitement, holding his own application form. Humph. Sasuke let out a soft snort, but said nothing, still seemingly immersed in the humiliation of being ignored by Gaara. Ah yes. Kakashi-sensei asked me to give you these 3 application forms when I saw you. Well, he said if you can go, you should. If you really don't want to, you don't have to apply. Kimura slumped lazily, his voice weak. Well, the Chunin exams. If it had been a few days ago, he might have been excited. But now, it felt like going to bully newcomers with a max-level character. Haruno Sakura, who had been somewhat shocked, gradually calmed down. She frowned slightly. Generally, people only apply for the Chunin exams after 5 years of training as a genin. After all, it's an exam where returning students far outnumber fresh graduates. It's extremely rare for rookies to sign up. For Kakashi-sensei to let us sign up, that's just too unreliable. Haruno Sakura's frown deepened, then suddenly relaxed. Well, at least we have Kimura. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to lead us through the Chunin exams, right? Haruno Sakura's eyes sparkled as she looked at Kimura with admiration. Well, I'm going solo. Kimura smiled lightly, raising a finger to point at himself. Suddenly a mischievous thought crossed his mind. So, you'd better pray you don't run into me. Haruno Sakura and Naruto instantly looked terrified. 6 days later, inside the Leaf Village training ground, a small clearing lay hidden among the trees. The ground was scattered with numerous dummies, pierced full of various ninja tools. A girl with her hair tied in a bun, dressed in a pink martial arts uniform, was gently tossing a kunai. Hey, did you hear? The Chunin exam. Seems like there are a lot of new participants this time. I know. Ten. A green-clad youth beside her responded while doing push-ups. Watching the diligent rock, Lee Tenta covered her face in exasperation. Well, Lee, I know you were disappointed about not competing in the last tournament. But, could you ease up on the training intensity a bit? A hint of concern flickered in Tento's pupils. It's fine, Lee replied lightly. This is what youth is all about. He then quickened the pace of his push-ups. He had come to understand later that Tenta had been right to stop him. After all, that tournament had not been a genuine competition. It was merely a political maneuver to distribute resources. Honestly, that was so unyouthful. A flame ignited within Lee's gaze. He took a deep breath and then exhaled sharply. The powerful rush of air echoed loudly. Although he couldn't participate in that previous tournament, but this time no one could stop him from the Chunin exam. A straightforward, pure contest. No one could prevent youth from blooming to its fullest. Watching Lee engulfed in his passionate state, Tentu could only offer a wry smile. Her wrist flicked gently, and the kunai in her hand flew forth in one smooth motion. Perfect score, 10 points. The kunai struck squarely at the target tied to the dummy. And right at the bullseye. Perhaps this too is a matter of destiny. A faint, almost imperceptible voice slowly resonated. However, it's somewhat regrettable for them. Tenta suddenly turned to look at the speaker. A boy with long black hair and pale white eyes. Hyuganiji. 6 days later. The Ninja Academy. Hey, have you heard? What? Has this year's exam content been released? No. I heard there are a ton of rookies signing up for the Chunin exam. How dare they? No. Apparently among these newcomers, there's an overwhelmingly powerful great demon lord. Come on, don't tell me you're scared of some fresh faces. A great demon lord. No matter how strong he is, how powerful could he possibly be? Laughter rippled through the bustling crowd. The ninja who had wanted to discuss intelligence with his companion could only manage a bitter smile. He slowly closed his mouth. Thinking about it carefully, that made sense. How formidable could a single rookie possibly be? I thought we were supposed to go to the third floor. Murakami stroked his chin, staring fixedly at the room number on the door, 201. His gaze slowly swept over the surroundings. A look of suspicion crossed his face. Weren't they supposed to gather on the third floor? What were these people doing? Why were they all standing motionless in front of room 201? Haven't they noticed the genjutsu above? Hey kid, this is not somewhere you should be. Murakami slowly turned his head. A spiky-haired boy covered in bandages spoke coldly. His face was full of disdain and mockery. A face as young as yours, you must be a rookie, right? This is not somewhere you should be. As he spoke, a mocking smile spread across his face. His right hand swept forward, violently striking directly at Murakami. Murakami's brows furrowed slightly. A question mark slowly appeared above his head. Is this guy crazy? Without drawing his sword, Murakami gently pressed his index and middle fingers together and slashed swiftly. Thwack! The spiky-haired boy's outstretched right arm was brutally torn apart. A jet of crimson blood erupted from the wound. The right arm fell straight onto the ground. He had originally intended to severely humiliate these rookies, just as his seniors had once humiliated him. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, his own right arm had been decisively severed. Fear and rage surged to the surface at once. At this moment, the spiky-haired boy desperately wanted to forget his original purpose and fight Murakami to the death with his own body. A chilling gaze slowly swept over Murakami. Strangely, the spiky-haired boy did not lose control. He simply displayed killing intent, silently picked up his severed arm, and then stared coldly at Murakami. Retreat. He then said a word to his companions, and they disappeared from Murakami's sight together. Murakami frowned slightly. Another question mark formed above his head. Wait, this guy really is sick in the head. However, after seeing the killing intent flash in the spiky-haired boy's eyes, a cold glint also flickered in Murakami's eyes. Bang, bang. Accompanied by two puffs of white smoke, the spiky-haired boy and his companion appeared in a corner not far away. The clothing that had been indistinguishable from any ninja village was suddenly torn open, revealing the green uniforms of Leaf Village ninja underneath. Damn it, you damn kid. We were just testing Kakashi's subordinates. Didn't expect. Pain flashed across the spiky-haired boy's eyes as he clutched the wound on his severed arm. His companion looked deeply worried. It's fine, I brought the severed arm back. We just need to go to the medical department to stitch it up. After all, it had only been severed recently, and traces of vitality still remained at the wound site. As much as that was the case, a wave of pain and humiliation flashed through the spiky-haired boy's heart. They were proctors for the Chunin exam. Out of curiosity and ill intent, they had wanted to make things difficult for this year's newcomers. Unexpectedly, one who hunts geese may end up having their eyes pecked. Miyamoto Murakami. Although they had acted on their own initiative to test and bully the newcomers. However, after accidentally kicking an iron plate, the spiky-haired boy did not consider it to be his own fault. Instead, he was tightly overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation and anger. Oh, what did you call me for? Murakami calmly protruded his head from behind them. Without giving the spiky-haired boy and his companion time to react, Murakami maintained a flat expression and swiftly grasped both their heads with his hands. Ruthless sword energy pierced straight into the brains of the spiky-haired boy and his companion, then violently churned. The spiky-haired boy and his companion, who had not yet regained their senses, instantly lost consciousness. While just now he had only severed his right arm because it was in a public place, and he couldn't make a move openly. Murakami's gaze swept coldly over the two corpses. Since the night of the attack en route, Murakami's mentality had subtly changed. Uproot the weeds and dig up the roots. Take revenge without delaying past midnight. It would be best if I never detect your killing intent. A cold glint slowly flashed in Murakami's eyes. System notice target's physical body is intact. System notice the target's dissipating soul still exists in the mortal realm. Character contract successful. System notice target's physical body is intact. System notice the target's dissipating soul still exists in the mortal realm. Character contract successful. I see. Mutsuin's face remained utterly expressionless. Once a defeated opponent of Kakashi-sensei. And now you wish to use your position as examiner to bully and oppress the newcomers. And perhaps cause trouble for Team 7 while you're at it. Heh. Mutsuin curled his lips, slightly, a cold sneer spreading across his face. Behind him, the two men with spiky hair knelt on one knee, bowing their heads deeply with utmost respect. And so the Chunin exam had already begun. He cast a glance at the crowd gathered around the 301 classroom not far away. Mutsuin waved his right hand gently, sending the two spiky-haired men back to their original duties. Then he strode toward the staircase beside him, ascending without hesitation. Tap, tap, tap. He slowly arrived before a classroom. Gazing at the door plate above, 301. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Mutsuen's mouth. The first test of the Chunin exam, Jinjutsu Fundamentals. Originally everyone was to report to classroom 301 for registration. Downstairs a crowd still awaited the exam, did they not? They foolishly believed they had already reached the classroom, still waiting for the examiner to begin registration, didn't they? Unfortunately, they misread the room number. If a ninja lacked a solid foundation in Jinjutsu, they would likely mistake 201 for 301 by now, wouldn't they? What a pity. All that relentless training for today's exam. Mutsuen's lips curled upward, once more, a soft chuckle escaping him. Except for the few who devoted themselves to mastering Kekkei Genkai, or increasing their chakra quantity and quality. A ninja's primary specialization can be broadly divided into three types: ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Among these three, the majority of ninjas focus on ninjutsu. What a pity. If one is unfamiliar with jinjutsu or taijutsu, they can never become a qualified chunin. Mutsuen smiled, lightly pacing into the genuine classroom 301. Swish. He yanked the wooden door open abruptly. Peering inside, the entire classroom held only one person. Marino Ibiki, a middle-aged man in a black trench coat, his face riddled with scars. His cold eyes revealed a mixture of rationality and cruelty. A flicker of surprise passed through his gaze, as if astonished that a candidate had seen through the jinjutsu on the 201 doorplate so quickly, and moreover, dared to go against the tide, coming alone to the real classroom 301. A faint smile twisted his scar-covered face, making it appear exceptionally sinister. The first test of the Chunin exam, the real and fake 301. It tested not only Jinjutsu fundamentals, but also whether a ninja dared to defy the masses and trust their own judgment. As expected of the Lord Hokage's direct disciple, I truly look forward to his performance in the upcoming tests. Ignoring Ibiki's astonished expression, Mutsuen let out a slight yawn. He strode directly to the second-to-last seat by the window. A cool breeze drifted in gently through the window. The wind softly ruffled Mutsuen's white hair. How much longer must I wait? Mutsuen propped his chin on one hand, gazing at the windowsill, his eyes beginning to glaze over in a daze. After an unknown period of time, swish, the wooden door burst open. A flash of pink hair caught Ibiki's eye. Haruno Sakura. This caught Mutsuen somewhat off guard. He hadn't expected that aside from himself, the second person to enter would be Haruno Sakura. Then, Sasuke Naruto. Both Sasuke and Naruto were covered in wounds. Soon more and more people flooded into the classroom. So long. Without paying any attention, Mutsuen continued staring out the window in a daze. If his guess was correct, the wounds on Sasuke and Naruto were likely caused by Rock Lee. His thoughts drifted with the intermittent cool breeze. Rock Lee, the disciple of the Azure Beast. Might Guy? Well, if I could learn the 8 gates, and then combine it with the system's infinite recovery, and if I could apply the 8 gates techniques to swordsmanship. His unfocused gaze gradually sharpened. Well, if I ever get the chance to learn the 8 gates. Before Mutsuen could fully snap out of his reverie, a figure in green attire slowly approached. Mutsuen, I challenge you. Rock Lee, clad in green with his thick eyebrows, stared intently at Mutsuen. His bushy eyebrows shot upward. Speak of the devil, and he appears. I wonder if I can learn the 8 gates just by watching Rock Lee release them. Interesting. A wave of anticipation welled up inside Mutsuen. Well, it seems the Chunin exam isn't just a mere formality after all. He nodded lightly to accept Rock Lee's challenge. Then, he was about to invite Rock Lee to fight right away. But unexpectedly, suddenly, a piercing noise emanated from Ibiki's body. In the distance, scattered ninjas climbed the stairs slowly, making their way toward classroom 301. But the door, which had been repeatedly crossed, slammed shut. Ignoring the hurried footsteps and urgent knocking outside the classroom, Ibiki swept his gaze expressionlessly over the crowd. He spoke coldly. Rookies, congratulations. You have passed the first test. A solid foundation in Jinjutsu helps you see through illusions. But only a ninja who dares to go against the crowd and trust their own judgment can find the truly correct path. Ignoring the furrowed brows and thoughtful expressions of some examinees, Ibiki continued, speaking slowly. Now, proceed immediately to the second test. Listen up, rookies. There are only 4 rules for this exam. First, 1 point deducted for each wrong answer. Second, scores are calculated based on the total of each 3-person team. As he finished speaking, Ibiki cast a subtle glance at Mutsuen. He continued. Third, 2 points deducted each time cheating is discovered. Fourth, if anyone scores 0, the entire team is eliminated. Ibiki's gaze swept coldly over the crowd once more, looking at the terrified faces. His merciless words fell like a heavy verdict hammer. The second test begins. Countless exam papers flew from the podium, landing directly in front of each examinee. Watching Rock Lee, who had already walked away to prepare for the exam, he glanced briefly at the test paper. Mutsuen yawned boredly, then slowly slumped down onto the desk. Wrong answers deduct points, so the optimal strategy for examinees is to only answer questions they are absolutely certain of. The total score is calculated based on the sum of each team member's results. This places certain requirements on each team member's performance. But Mutsuen lifted his head slightly, his gaze scanning across Naruto. A soft chuckle escaped his heart. If every team has such a dullard member, then it's hard to raise the overall score. However, Ibiki had actually hinted at the exam technique. Whether it's the mention of cheating in the third rule, or the opening statement that there are only 4 rules for the exam, all subtly suggest the shortcut to this exam is cheating, but it must be sophisticated cheating that goes undetected by the examiner. However, what does this have to do with me? Mutsuin yawned again. Bored, he rested his head on the desk, gently closing his eyes. Gazing at Kimura, who was sprawled directly on the desk, Ibiki frowned with a hint of displeasure. This was the youth who had first entered the classroom. He had once held expectations, hoping for an impressive performance in the second test. But from the looks of it, he might be disappointed. He said nothing. Marino Ibiki scanned the examinees below with an expressionless face, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Oh, it seemed the situation this year was quite favorable. Many examinees had grasped the hidden implications behind the 4 test rules. He narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the candidates below deploy their diverse talents like a myriad of gods crossing the sea. Some used insects to observe and gauge the breathing rates and heartbeats of other examinees, selecting answers to copy based on their judgment of the other's confidence in certain questions. Others employed the mind-body switch technique to swiftly scan other examinees' answer sheets, analyzing the data to pick the most likely correct responses. Hinata, seated beside Kimura, watched the dozing youth with a worried, furtive gaze. Was he too tired? Or had Kimura-kun not looked at the study materials? It's okay. I'm here, Kimura-kun. A flame blazed in the girl's eyes, as if igniting boundless determination. Then her eyes widened slightly, and veins suddenly bulged around her pupils. The girl swept her gaze intently across the test papers of everyone in the room. It's over, it's over. Only half an hour remained until the exam's end. Could this be the end for me? Due to excessive tension, a middle-aged bald man, with a black ink tattoo on his face, turned pale, his lips faintly blue. Suddenly he stood up abruptly. His lips moved, and the fat on his face trembled. What is this rubbish? A ninja only needs to know how to kill. Why do we need to solve these questions? After speaking, the bald man swept his gaze around fiercely. He tried to find another ally. Get up. Stand up. Don't tell me you all know this. Damn, this was my last chance to register for the Chunin exam. The bald man looked around anxiously, hoping to hear someone echo him. Idiot. Sasuke cast a cold glance. Without paying much attention, he refocused on his own test paper. You. The bald man, who had been about to continue, suddenly flew into the air. As if gripped by an invisible monstrous hand, his neck was tightly squeezed. He was yanked from his seat, legs kicking wildly in the air, hands clawing at the empty space around his neck. The bald man's face turned the color of liver, then grew redder and redder. Bang! His head exploded abruptly. Yellow and red liquids splattered around. Some examinees, spattered with the fluids, shook with terror. K killed. Countless examinees wore expressions of disbelief and fear. Some, pale and trembling, raised their hands to forfeit. Huh. Another illusion, I guess. Probably the same as that spiky-haired leaf examiner who tried to trouble me in the first round. Just a coordinated effort with Marino Ibiki to pressure the examinees. Disturbed from his sleep, Kimura yawned deeply. Well, it's about time to start. Kimura straightened up abruptly, flipping over the test paper on his desk. Many ninjas nearby frowned. Some more sneers. You've slept most of the time, and now there's only half an hour left to answer. What are you pretending for? If you knew the answers, you'd have finished long ago, right? Now that there's no time, you're just putting on a show. You're probably not going to pass this test anyway. All these people projected their malice onto Kimura. Hinata looked at him with concern. Her fingers trembled slightly. Before Kimura, a line of small characters formed from chakra materialized. Kimura-kun, do you need my answers? Kimura's gaze flickered briefly toward Hinata, sitting nearby. He saw the girl gently biting her lip, her cheeks flushed. What an adorable child. Kimura lowered his voice to a level only Hinata could hear. No need, Hinata. Just watch me take first place. Then Kimura focused all his attention on the test paper. He opened the paper and picked up his pen. Like flowing calligraphy, without any pause, he wrote straight down from top to bottom. First question, second, third. Without a moment's halt, his eyes and hands moved in unison, as if all questions were effortlessly handled. While these questions are too easy, any student from China could easily get a perfect score right. Kimura felt a bit bored inwardly from the moment he opened the paper. A fleeting glance at the questions had already revealed all the answers. He hadn't started writing earlier simply out of laziness. And he had been pondering the final bonus question. For him, his goal wasn't just to pass with a high score, but to achieve a perfect score. He glanced briefly at the system notification. Kimura refocused on the exam paper. It was only just now that he had figured out the answer to the bonus question and the examiner's intent behind it. Although Kimura made answering look effortless, as if anyone could do it, the ninjas around him secretly sneered. Some wore expressions of mockery and anticipation of a show. Others, already convinced they would fail, muttered bets to those nearby. How many do you think this rookie will get right? With that fluent writing speed, maybe 2 or 3. Ha, fluent writing. I think he's just scribbling nonsense. I bet he hasn't gotten a single one right. The ninjas around Kimura whispered, discussing endlessly. Then they secretly mocked and ridiculed Kimura. On the podium, Marino Ibiki, who had been watching Kimura, showed disappointment. Earlier he had learned about the youth from the third Hokage. Toward Miyamoto Kimura, who had been praised highly by the Hokage, he had initially felt a slight curiosity. He simply wanted to understand what kind of youth this was. Later, when he saw the youth arrive at the true room 301, long before any other rookie or veteran, a genuine interest stirred in his heart. He wanted to know if this youth could continue to deliver impressive performances in the upcoming tests. So, before distributing the papers, he secretly added a bonus question to each test. This question was not part of the standard Chunin exam print. It was a question he had been seeking an answer to for years as the head of the Leaf Village's Torture and Interrogation Division. But alas, the youth he had high hopes for upon receiving the paper had lain down to sleep the moment he saw it. A feeling of frustration and dashed expectations welled up. Marino Ibiki frowned, deeply glancing at the youth now scribbling furiously. Sigh. It normally takes 2 hours to complete the test. You wait until the last half hour to start. Can you make it? Ignoring the attention of others, Kimura stared straight at the test paper before him. Having finished the 9 main questions, he slowly shifted his gaze to the final bonus question. He slowly scanned the content of this extra question. His fingers lightly brushed over the exam paper. On the extra question, there was a slight warmth accompanied by a faintly moist sensation. Was this question just added? Kimura glanced at Marino Ibiki without a trace. Well, if it weren't for the system's requirement, then casually scoring high and passing would be fine. But, in Kimura's mind, the system's recent notification surfaced. Prompt. Trial triggered. The outcome is still uncertain. Now everyone is a dark horse. Prompt. Trial. I continuously passed multiple tests of the Chunin exam with perfect scores. He slightly furrowed his brows. The first place score. If he only missed one extra question, would it still count as a perfect score? Kimura's gaze lingered on the extra question of the exam paper. Extra question. Should a ninja who cannot perceive others' psychological emotions nor possess abilities like memory deprivation not serve as an interrogator? Cannot perceive others' psychological emotions. Lacks abilities like memory deprivation. Does this mean whether a ninja without any special abilities can serve as an interrogator? In Kimura's mind, all the information regarding Marino Ibiki slowly unfolded. Marino Ibiki, the captain of my interrogation squad, possesses ninjutsu, including summoning technique, mournful dark lightning summoning technique, interrogation house. Lacking any special abilities related to interrogation. Did this lead him to lose confidence in himself and other ordinary ninjas' ability to serve as interrogators? A slight smile curled at the corner of Kimura's mouth. Well, since he had found the examiner's intention, then the subsequent answer would be easy to write. Seeing the young man in front suddenly stop writing and then resume with a smiling face after a while, the watermelon-headed ninja, sitting 2 rows behind Kimura, couldn't help but show a sneer. He deliberately lowered his voice to a level that ninjas near Kimura could hear. Still putting on airs. It's only this last extra question that's easy to write, and yet you stop to think. There's no need to think about this kind of question at all. Without mastering the relevant special abilities, what's the point of being an interrogator? After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. For a moment, the uncontrollable laughter reached Marino Ibiki's ears. Without mastering the relevant special abilities, one cannot be an interrogator. His scarred face twitched a few times, faintly ferocious. Marino Ibiki couldn't help but clench his fist, his heart filled with a surge of anger and bitterness. Indeed. Can I, who has not mastered special abilities, really be a good interrogator? Those subordinates and children who believe in me, will I not harm them? Should I let them all do something else? His eyes dimmed slightly. Ignoring the chattering watermelon-headed ninja, Marino Ibiki stared straight at Kimura. Is he already working on the last extra question? What will you think? Are ordinary ninjas truly inferior to those with special abilities? For some reason, a faint, inexplicable expectation rose in Ibiki's heart. He inexplicably felt that this handsome young man in white could bring him a certain surprise. After pausing for a moment, Kimura picked up his pen again. He set the pen to paper and moved it. This time, without any pause, he wrote the extra question smoothly, like flowing clouds in water. At the moment he stopped writing, dingling, a sharp sound came from Ibiki's body. Without any extra words, Ibiki extended his hands with a cold face. He clenched them suddenly. Countless exam papers flew straight toward his front. From top to bottom, they stacked neatly in piles. Ah, is it over so quickly? I haven't finished writing yet. He coldly scanned the chattering examinees after the exam. Marino Ibiki coldly signaled them to be quiet. Then he graded the papers on the spot. Countless exam papers were divided into 5 batches in front of Marino Ibiki, and he graded them simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The graded papers flew back sharply in front of the examinees. They floated quietly in the air, allowing the examinees to check their scores. Oh, I actually got this question wrong. No way. I clearly saw the standard answer for this question in the textbook. How could it be wrong? My score seems pretty good. Countless cries of despair and faint sounds of joy spread quietly in the classroom. Soon countless exam papers were distributed rapidly. More and more examinees received their papers and saw their scores. Some were happy, some were sad. In no time, only a few exam papers remained in front of Marino Ibiki. Uzumaki Naruto, Miyamoto Kimura, Hyuga Hinata. Marino Ibiki frowned and slowly savored these names in his mouth. Then he looked at their papers. Uzumaki Naruto. First question blank. Second question blank. Third question blank. A vein bulged slightly on his forehead, and Ibiki couldn't help but roar in his heart. What kind of idiot is this? He couldn't even answer the first easy question. Then with a sharp stroke of his right hand, a big 0 appeared on the exam paper. It flew straight toward Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. Ibiki glanced imperceptibly at the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. First question standard answer. Second question standard answer. Completely correct. These 9 consecutive questions were all perfectly correct standard answers. Then, what about the extra question? Marino Ibiki looked expectantly at the last extra question. A ninja without talent should not give up their pursuits. Even the most ordinary ninja with the most ordinary ninjutsu, as long as they have worked hard, they can definitely approach, even surpass those geniuses with special talents. He sighed softly in his heart. Another standard answer. He lightly marked a 9 on the exam paper and then slowly sent the paper to Hyuga Hinata. What? There really is an idiot. Look at this. The score is actually 9 points. Only 1 point away from a perfect score. Countless examinees secretly glanced at others' papers. They quietly observed the scores of their potential rivals. At the moment, they saw Uzumaki Naruto's and Hyuga Hinata's papers. They all let out incredulous exclamations. The former because his score was too poor. He hadn't written a single answer completely blank. The latter because her score was too good. She had a complete grasp of basic knowledge and absolute confidence in her correct answers. The key point was that her answers were entirely based on her own ability. Because aside from Hyuga Hinata, the highest score among those present was Haruno Sakura's 7 points. Ignoring the noisy examinees, Marino Ibiki held his last hope. He slowly cast his gaze upon the final exam paper. Then, what will you answer? Miyamoto Kimura. Marino Ibiki's gaze swiftly swept across Kimura's exam paper. The first question completely correct. The second question completely correct. The third question completely correct. A hint of admiration flickered in Marino Ibiki's eyes. Such elegant calligraphy, such ingenious approaches to answering. And all achieved in merely half an hour. His eyes briefly swept over Kimura. Ibiki couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man was truly exceptional. All 9 previous questions were answered with perfect scores. With a sense of anticipation, Marino Ibiki slowly turned to the final bonus question. Ordinary ninjas cannot compare to genius ninjas with special abilities. Marino Ibiki's expression dimmed slightly. So even Kimura thought this way. His gaze continued downward. But there are always exceptions. Geniuses have their talents. Ordinary people have their own approaches. If you lack special abilities, then use your brain more. If you encounter multiple enemies to interrogate, an ordinary ninja who cannot pry open their minds should use their own mind more. Divide and conquer, break them one by one. United, the enemy is an impregnable fortress, but if we separate them and use verbal suggestions, they will crumble on their own. Those who disclose details early are innocent. The last to confess bears all the guilt. In a closed, incommunicable space, the interrogator's verbal cues and the prisoner's own anxiety and unease. This is the approach of us, ordinary ninjas. The prisoner's dilemma. Remember, there is no real distinction between genius and ordinary person in this world. As long as you are willing to use your brain. The outcome is not yet decided. You and I are both dark horses. Marino Ibiki's pupils continued to descend as he read Kimura's answer. Joy and excitement surged from the depths of his heart. Excellent. The scarred face trembled slightly, and a calm countenance revealed a hint of agitation. He had originally thought that even if Kimura answered the bonus question, it would merely be a superficial discussion about effort. But he had never expected this. Kimura not only rejected the so-called talent theory, but also provided a viable path for ordinary ninjas to become qualified interrogators. Moreover, he had subtly pointed a direction forward for all ordinary ninjas, whether one aspired to be an interrogator or a medical ninja. Geniuses have their talents, ordinary people have their own approaches. A sharp glint flashed in Marino Ibiki's eyes. And the prisoner's dilemma. Growing increasingly eager, Ibiki made a sweeping gesture with his hand. A large character, 10, appeared directly on Kimura's exam paper. Then, as if to make everyone see Kimura's excellence, the exam paper drifted slowly back to Kimura under Ibiki's control. He really finished the exam in half an hour. And he even got a perfect score. Even higher than that Hyuga heiress just now. Beside Kimura, countless examinees stared in shock. Damn! How did he score so high? Behind Kimura, the bowl-cut ninja stared at the approaching exam paper with a mix of shock and envy. Kimura took the paper calmly. Well, just as I expected. The bonus question added on the spot, and the topic intimately tied to the examiner's identity. Kimura breathed a slight sigh of relief. If his guess had been wrong, he would have had to find a time to sneakily knock someone out, using the system to force Marino Ibiki to change his words and give him a perfect score. But if that happened, he wasn't sure if he could complete the trial. Unaware that he had almost been targeted by Kimura, Marino Ibiki suddenly shivered. Strange. Furrowing his brows slightly, Marino Ibiki muttered to himself. Am I too excited? Then with an appreciative glance at Kimura, he slowly swept his gaze over the crowd. His low voice pressed down on the somewhat noisy examination hall. Now all results are out. You can weigh whether your scores can surpass others. If not, I suggest you withdraw. Otherwise, if you fail. Marino Ibiki looked at the gradually grim expressions and continued impassively. You will be barred from taking the Chunin exam for the next 2 years. A burst of complaints erupted from the crowd. Isn't that too strange? Why are there so many new rules this year? Countless examinees complained wildly, while some hurriedly glanced at the scores of those beside them. The entire examination hall suddenly became noisy. Frowning slightly, Marino Ibiki spoke with some dissatisfaction. The official results will be announced in 3 minutes. Please hurry. Then a stick of incense suddenly appeared in his hand, and he lit it casually. Damn. 3 examinees huddled together for a moment, then raised their hands dejectedly. After weighing their total scores, their team felt the chance of passing was too slim, so they reluctantly applied to withdraw. Once there was a first, there was a second. After the beginning, one by one teams of applicants withdrew. Marino Ibiki watched the gradually emptying classroom with an unchanged expression. Suddenly, Kimura, who had remained silent, spoke calmly. The bald-headed examiner who got his head squeezed. Ambiguous exam rules. And the harsh secondary rule after announcing results. This round isn't testing knowledge, is it? What it truly tests is mental fortitude. He had originally not wanted to pay attention to those who gave up. But, seeing the tears and choked sobs that never stopped after they left the room, Kimura's heart softened slightly. He let out a light sigh, deciding to build a good image. After all, given how Master Sarutobi had been paving the way for him, he must have some plan. Kimura stood up, his previously lazy gaze becoming sharp. He stared directly at Marino Ibiki. The admiration in Marino Ibiki's eyes grew even stronger. He had seen through that as well. And, stepping in now to win people over. Very well. Consider this a repayment for answering my long-standing doubts. Marino Ibiki suddenly pinched out the still-burning incense. His cold gaze swept across the examinees. Then the corner of his mouth curled slightly, and the scars on his face twisted grimly. All remaining examinees, pass. Those who had hesitated to withdraw found themselves suddenly passing the exam. One by one, they looked at Kimura with gratitude. They knew that without this young man's insight, they would have already withdrawn. Outside the classroom, a bowl-cut ninja covered his face in pain. Damn, just a moment longer. I should have waited a bit longer before coming out. He stared at Kimura with a complex expression, then turned and walked away dejectedly. Amid the crowd, white hair, gently blown by the wind, paired with a white robe. Kimura stood like a celestial being descending into the mortal world, his expression tranquil. Prompt. Trial: I consecutively passed multiple tests of the Chunin exam with perfect scores. Prompt. Trial progress: Phase 1 completed first test, obtained full marks. Reward: Sword Power X10. Prompt. Trial progress: Phase 2 completed second test, obtained full marks. Reward: Sword Power X30. Reward: Completely activate Sword Soul. Prompt. Sword Soul fully activated. Prompt. Sword Domain officially initiated. Kimura looked at the system notifications that flashed before his eyes. He gently opened his personal panel. Prompt. After a period of training, the Sword Mirror has accumulated 42 sword power points for you. Miyamoto Kimura, host. Chakra 160-002-3000. Physical power 23,000. Agility 23,000. Reputation 10. Talent innate sword body. Sword power 227. Equipment: reforging enchanting motherchild sword sheath sunrise moonset special kunai. Skills: sword heart passive 1 thought slashes dust passive dual sword style passive elemental power quasi-initiated sword domain initiated sword drawing technique spatial / 1000 layers of waves. Summoning contracts by contract Aburame Shino contract Aburame Ryoma contract Shimura Tanaka contract route Chunin X30 contract route Genin X100 contract Konoha Chunin X2 contract. Evaluation after 3 days. Treat with new eyes. Congratulations, young man. With strength at the Quasi-Kage level, you have officially secured a place in the ninja world. Kimura raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, the evaluation that I haven't seen for a long time has appeared again. And according to the standard of Quasi-Kage 50 times an adult, and Kage 100 times an adult, I am now about 0.7 Kage level, right? Kimura propped his chin slightly. Unfortunately, he was still a bit short of the true Kage level. Kimura felt a little anxious. He had to hurry up. He must reach Kage level strength before the battle between Sarutobi-sensei and Orochimaru. Only then could he contend with and restrain Orochimaru. Before the Chunin exam, he had already told Sarutobi-sensei that Orochimaru might attack Konoha again. Although the third Hokage was curious why Kimura knew this information. But he just gave a faint grin and gently patted Kimura's head, telling him not to worry. Although the third Hokage appeared calm and composed in front of Kimura. However, Kimura still saw a hint of conflict and pain in his eyes. But it's useless to dwell on this now. The urgent matter is to quickly improve my strength. Then Kimura's gaze discreetly swept over Gaara. A new plan quietly formed in his mind. He clenched his fist slightly, and a startling surge of power emanated from his body as his sword power increased. He poured all excess chakra into the sword mirror, only reserving a portion for backup. Prompt. Host remaining chakra 300, 023000. Prompt. Sword mirror automatically generates clones. Prompt. The sword mirror currently has 4,000 clones producing 20 sword power points per day. just as Kimura was pondering how to find an opportunity to sneak a hit on Gaara. Suddenly, crash, the window beside him was shattered by a figure crashing through. A tan trench coat striking purple ponytail. A woman who looked energetic at first glance flipped in through the window. She stood on the podium next to Ibiki. She slammed the podium. It's too early to be happy. I am the proctor for the third test, Mitarashi Anko. The next exam awaits you. With that, her gaze swept sharply across the crowd. Then she frowned slightly, looking discontentedly at Marino Ibiki. Ibiki, why are there still 153 people? Your test was too easy, eh? Marino Ibiki glanced helplessly at Kimura and was about to retort. Unexpectedly, Mitarashi Anko had no intention of listening to his rebuttal. Bang! She slammed the podium again. Mitarashi Anko looked around the room again. Candidates who fail to reach the next exam venue, Training Ground 44, within 10 minutes, will be automatically disqualified. The third test begins now. The candidates who had been delighted to pass the second test suddenly felt a wave of anxiety rise in their hearts. Countless candidates rushed through the doors and climbed over windows, dashing straight toward Training Ground 44. Kimura, who had intended to follow the crowd, slowly turned around and was about to walk out through the door. Suddenly, a kunai flew in. Clang! The space twisted slightly. The incoming kunai was violently deflected. Kimura slowly turned sideways, staring expressionlessly at the attacker. Mitarashi Anko raised an eyebrow. Oh, not bad reflexes. I hope you pass the Chunin exam quickly and get promoted to Jonin. Kurenai often mentions you to me. Mitarashi Anko scratched the back of her head, looking helpless. Then her expression turned slightly stern. Kurenai has told me everything. Don't let me catch you bullying Kurenai. Or else. With that, Mitarashi Anko's gaze slowly swept over Hyuga Hinata, who had been standing by Kimura and hadn't left yet. She gave a light snort, then turned and leaped out the window. Marino Ibiki, standing nearby, dared not speak. He felt that this young man he had always admired seemed to have many formidable romantic entanglements. He gave a wry smile, inwardly gently touching the scar on his lower back with his right hand. Romantic debts are the hardest to repay. Kimura-kun, are you okay? Hyuga Hinata beside him looked at him with concern. Inwardly, a hint of gloom flashed through her heart. That wretched woman. What does she mean by not bullying Kurenai? If only I didn't want to reveal my strength in front of Kimura-kun. While Kimura was unaware, Hinata, lowering her head slightly, a pitch-black glint slowly flashed in her pupils. Well, I'm fine. He scratched the back of his head lightly. Mitarashi Anko's rash attack just now allowed him to suddenly discover the true power of the sword domain after its initiation. Well, now he knew how to set up the pieces. In Kimura's mind, he continuously refined the plan that had been swirling in his thoughts for the past few days. Now, this is my first move. Kimura's gaze slowly passed through the window, staring straight at the third exam venue. That is, Training Ground 44. Towering and robust giant trees shot straight into the clouds, as if they had absorbed all the sunlight from the surroundings. The atmosphere was eerie and gloomy. Many examinees stood rigidly outside a rusty wire fence, staring intently at the massive tree within. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared. With a bouncing purple ponytail, Mitarashi Anko stood calmly before the examinees. Clap, clap. Mitarashi Anko lightly clapped her hands, signaling the group to look at her. Then she began to speak slowly. This is the venue for the second test, the 44th Training Ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Well, the rules for the second test are quite simple. Mitarashi Anko swept her cold gaze over the crowd. The corners of her mouth curled sharply, and she grinned. A survival challenge to the extreme. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless scrolls flew out from Mitarashi Anko's body. Half of them bore the character Heaven, and the other half bore the character Earth. There are now 153. Oh no, 154 people left. Mitarashi Anko's gaze flickered briefly toward Kimura. That makes 52 teams. Half of the teams hold the Heaven scroll, and the other half hold the Earth scroll. Mitarashi Anko stretched out her tongue, lightly licked the corner of her mouth, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. What you need to do is collect both scrolls within 5 days. Then reach the tower at the very center of the forest. If you do that, you pass the third test. Before the examinees could react, countless scrolls landed in their hands. Then Mitarashi Anko added coldly. Each team will enter the Forest of Death from different gates in the order they receive their scrolls. The third test begins. A burst of commotion erupted among the examinees. However, it quieted down after a moment. The examinees coldly observed the ninjas from other teams, then slowly paced to different entrances in order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one they slipped into the Forest of Death like fish entering water. Naruto, Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura also entered the forest in sequence. Not far away, a strange man covered in bandages and his 2 companions stared at them intently. Then the bandaged man glanced lightly at Kimura. A look of wariness and fear appeared in his eyes. Thank goodness Miyamoto Kimura isn't in their team. That way we can complete the mission. Many gazes converged on Kimura after the bandaged man looked at him. Gaara, with the character Love engraved on his forehead, showed no restraint in his fierce killing intent and intense battle spirit. In the distance, an androgynous long-tongued grass ninja stared fixedly at Kimura, occasionally extending his tongue to lightly lick his face. A hint of covetousness gleamed in his eyes. Ignoring the stares, Kimura cast a brief glance at Gaara. Well, now he finally had a chance to fight openly. Don't die so easily, Gaara. Kimura slightly curled his lips, a smile appearing on his face. He slowly paced into the forest of death. Kimura walked slowly through the forest. The forest, which had been occasionally filled with insect chirps, suddenly fell into a dead silence. It was as if it sensed the enemy's intrusion and was adjusting its forces, preparing to strike the invaders down. An unknown enemy's combat power. A first-time, unfamiliar environment. Was this intended to test the examinee's adaptability in a strange setting? Kimura slowly closed his eyes. An invisible wave burst from his body. 1 inch, 5 inches, 10 inches, 15 inches. What a... Countless examinees in the forest of death suddenly sensed a powerful wave of energy sweeping over them. Among them, the androgynous, long-tongued grass ninja frowned slightly. He gazed into the distance toward the other side of the forest, a mixture of gravity and covetousness in his eyes. I didn't expect your domain to reach such a level. My dear junior brother Miyamoto Kimura, I truly desire your body. His serpentine tongue shot out like a snake's hiss. But, my target is not you. He narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly into the depths of the forest. Beside him, a massive python emitted a strange gurgling sound. On its belly, 2 bulges resembling human forms were visible. Next to the python, 2 bright smears of blood were smeared on a tree. So the newly acquired domain is this powerful, eh? A trace of surprise flickered in Kimura's heart. Continuous waves spread from his body, radiating outward from him as the epicenter. Suddenly, the waves emanating from Kimura came to an abrupt halt. He licked his lips, slightly excitement gleaming in his eyes. Found you. Gaara. Kimura's figure vanished instantly. Far away on the other side of the forest of death, a red-haired boy with the character Love on his forehead shuddered. He slowly let the sand engulf the 2 enemies he had buried in front of him. He frowned, his face full of gravity. This feeling of being targeted by a beast. Was something coming? On guard, Gaara commanded in a grave tone. Temari and Kankuro, who were beside him, shuddered. Their faces also grew heavy with concern. An enemy that could make Gaara so serious and focused. Who could it be? They hadn't provoked any enemies from the land of wind. Before they could think further, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A white figure kept teleporting closer. Following it, sounds of tearing air echoed from behind. This speed, Gaara's pupils contracted slightly. Was it already surpassing the speed of sound? His expression grew even more solemn, while the battle intent in his eyes burned even brighter. He lightly waved his right hand, signaling Temari and Kankuro to retreat. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. Gaara stared intently at the approaching white-clad figure. As the figure drew near, his already furrowed brow deepened. This person, wasn't it Miyamoto Kimura from Konohagakure? Such a grand display of domain expansion. Was his target me? Interesting, very interesting. For the first time since birth, someone was coming to challenge him. Rustle, rustle. The sand around Gaara seemed to sense its master's excitement, trembling wildly. An icy killing intent and intense battle spirit burst forth from Gaara. When the white-clad figure finally arrived before him, the invisible killing intent and battle spirit reached their peak. Had he come? Miyamoto Kimura. The moment the white robe landed on the ground, without a word, Gaara scowled and swung his right hand fiercely. Shushu. 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 Countless grains of sand, like predators spotting prey, surged straight toward Mu Siyuan. Oh, seeing me instead of fleeing, you charge with battle intent. Mu Siyuan chuckled softly. He snapped his fingers lightly, as if carving out an absolute domain. The countless sands, upon reaching the 3-inch space around Mu Siyuan, were abruptly repelled by an invisible force. Gaara frowned slightly, as if displeased with his own sand. He raised both hands, interlaced his fingers, and suddenly clasped them together. More and more sand from the sky, the ground, and all directions converged to engulf Mu Siyuan. Like a filling wrapped in bread crust, layer upon layer of sand coiled and enveloped Mu Siyuan. Got him. Gaara's eyes sharpened and his clasped hands tightened slowly. Crack, crack. From within the sand came a grating, teeth-chilling sound. It was as if a hydraulic press was mercilessly crushing stubborn metal. Sounds continuously emanated from the sand-encased Mu Siyuan. Suddenly, whoosh, a slash appeared not far from Gaara. The sharp slash flew straight toward Gaara's neck. Clang. As if striking a solid object, a thick sand shield materialized on Gaara's body, barely withstanding the sudden slash. Gaara stared at the sudden slash, and the deep cut on the sand shield, his brow deeply furrowed. So close. Just a little more. If not for the absolute defense. Gazing at Mu Siyuan, tightly surrounded by his sand, Gaara's eyes flickered with ruthlessness and bewilderment. He couldn't understand how Mu Siyuan had transported the slash instantly to his side. Meanwhile, Mu Siyuan, tightly wrapped in sand, slowly closed his eyes. Within his 3-inch space, not a single grain of sand could intrude. All the sand could only surround him, but never penetrate. In fact, even the encirclement occurred only because he chose not to counterattack. Mu Siyuan closed his eyes, gently sensing the domain he had just entered. Within his domain, every living being seemed to have a health bar and a mana bar. He silently perceived Gaara's life data. 2 red bars, 2 blue bars. The particularly long ones must belong to the One-Tail's health and mana right. Sensing the One-Tail's life data, he noticed that the exceptionally long blue bar was slowly, almost imperceptibly decreasing. If this stalemate continues, it would take 3 days and nights to drain the One-Tail's blue bar. Mu Siyuan inwardly marveled at the tailed beast's power. Under his perception, the One-Tail's strength barely touched the threshold of Kage level. However, both its physical and mental energy far exceeded that of an ordinary Kage. Although I don't want to draw too much attention, I suppose I should get a bit more serious. Mu Siyuan's eyes snapped open, a sharp glint shooting forth. His right hand slowly rested on the hilt of Yuo, then he pulled sharply. A faint, barely perceptible sword light burst out. 1, 2, 3. Countless sword lights shot forth. The sand that had tightly bound Mu Siyuan was violently blasted away, revealing the pristine white-robed youth within. Space slash. Before Gaara could react, countless slashes traversed space, as if teleporting, and suddenly appeared before his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Countless grains of sand condensed into iron-like blocks, rapidly stacking into a circular shield staunchly protecting Gaara. Phew. That was close. Gaara looked at the sand shield that had blocked the bizarre slashes, letting out a slight sigh of relief. The slashes left deep cracks on every side of the shield. The sand shield, on the verge of being breached, continuously drew sand from the gourd on Gaara's back and from all directions, endlessly repairing the damaged areas. Break, repair. As if caught in a deadlock, Mu Siyuan stared at the pile of sand with some dissatisfaction and clicked his tongue. What a tough iron turtle shell. Not far behind, Gaara, Temari and Kankuro stood with faces full of shock and worry. This was the first time they had seen Gaara on the losing side in a battle. As the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail from the Land of Wind, Gaara could hold his own against anyone. Moreover, with his self-defensive absolute defense, Sand, a high-ranking official of the Land of Wind, had once claimed that Gaara's ability had reached the level of a rudimentary domain. Even within a 3-inch space, Gaara had already entered the realm of domains. Temari and Kankuro, who had expected Gaara to easily win the Chunin exam, now had deep shock in their eyes. They had never imagined that someone could surpass Gaara in the realm of domains. He was a genius the Land of Wind had seen only once in a century. Kankuro and Temari stared wide-eyed, fixated on every move of Mu Siyuan. Knowing they couldn't help Gaara and would only drag him down, they silently prayed in their hearts. Hang in there, little brother. Their concern for Gaara, bound by blood, and their hope that he would lead the Land of Wind to a new future, far outweighed their fear of Gaara. At this moment, they desperately wished for Gaara to win this battle. But things would not go as they hoped. Mu Siyuan's slightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. He silently felt the wondrous fluctuation between the space slash and his domain. I see. Can it be done to this extent? Following an inner call, Mu Siyuan slowly sheathed Yuelo, then gently rested his hand on the hilt. The connection between the domain and the space slash grew ever stronger in his mind. He suddenly drew Yuelo. Space slash. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he watched the oncoming sword light. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's useless. Your slash can't cut through my absolute defense. Before he finished speaking, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro behind him suddenly showed terror and panic. The space around Gaara shattered like a broken mirror. Crack, crack, crack. The once intact space emitted a series of splintering sounds. Then, as the slash fell, the entire space suddenly tore apart. Along with Gaara's expression of terror and disbelief, the slash cleaved his body in two. Gaara, nearby, Temari and Kankuro's eyes widened in fury, anger, and unspeakable terror flashing across their hearts. How could this be? Gaara, whom they had always feared and taken pride in, had been defeated in such a short time. The shattered space. Gaara cut in half, his body trembling uncontrollably. Temari and Kankuro knew clearly, if Gaara fell, they certainly wouldn't escape. At this moment, Mutsuin furrowed his brows, slightly staring directly at the half Gaara. He clicked his tongue softly. So you are indeed a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. To actually achieve this level, Gaara's face split in two, was drenched in cold sweat. His usually composed expression had never before shown such terror and dread. Just barely. So close. Sand continuously seeped from his wounds as the two halves of his body slowly drew toward the seam. Then they gradually merged back together. Watching this, Temari and Kankuro clenched their fists tightly. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Was this the power of Shikaku? Gaara. They dared not relax their vigilance, their eyes locked firmly on Mutsuin and Gaara. Gaara stared coldly at Mutsuin, cold sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. A ruthless killing intent and violent bestial nature surged from deep within. Well, are you waking up? He slightly sensed the creature within his body. Gaara couldn't help but lower his body like a beast. The sand around him grew increasingly agitated. Some of the sand had even wrapped around his arms and face. Mutsuin raised his eyebrows slightly as he observed Gaara's increasingly bestial appearance and the significant drop in his spiritual energy bar. Gaara's appearance was like a creature possessed by a beast. He had heard of this before, having witnessed Naruto enter this state countless times in his past life. But seeing it with his own eyes was a first. Oh, has Shikaku taken possession? At the other end of the death forest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of tongues flicking in from all directions surrounded Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Their pale faces were etched with fear and worry. Just moments ago, the instant they encountered that androgynous grass ninja, Naruto had been devoured by a summoned giant snake. Now, Sasuke was leading Haruno Sakura as they fled. Damn it, is this really Chunin level strength? Why does it feel even more oppressive than Sensei Kakashi? Fear and powerlessness steadily washed over Sasuke's face. The intense inner turmoil caused a crimson hue to constantly swirl in his eyes. What had once been a shallow single tomo in his pupils gradually transformed into two tomo as the crimson deepened. Gently patting Haruno Sakura beside him, who shared his pale complexion, Sasuke restrained his inner anxiety and dissatisfaction for the first time and spoke softly. It's alright, Sakura, I won't let anything happen to you. Just as Sasuke finished comforting Sakura, he was about to say more. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed her increasingly pallid expression and the deepening terror in her pupils. Wait. Suddenly turning around, he saw countless sinister snakes flicking their tongues hanging from trees and coiling across the ground. From the sky, the ground, the trees. Everywhere, countless snakes watched them with menacing gazes. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. There was nowhere left to run. Not far ahead, a massive snake slowly opened its jaws. With viscous fluid dripping, an androgynous grass ninja emerged from within. He extended a tongue long and serpentine lightly tracing his face. His slit pupils like a serpent's brimmed with lust and greed for Sasuke's body. Found you. The moment the words left his mouth, the grass ninja's head shot forward like a striking snake, its neck elongating unnaturally as it came flying. Its target was precisely Sasuke's neck. Meanwhile, Gaara, enveloped in sand, gradually manifested a six-clawed beast paw on his right hand, while a beast ear emerged on his sand-covered right cheek. Gaara's previously serene face now flickered with feral madness and icy killing intent. The standoff between Mutsuin and Gaara didn't last long, watching his spiritual energy deplete and Gaara's body lower further. Finally, at the moment it reached some critical threshold. As if unable to restrain the raging turmoil within, Gaara's lowered body jerked upward. He charged straight toward Mutsuin. We can win. We will win. Temari and Kankuro watched with tension as Gaara entered his possessed state. They had never seen Gaara in this form suffer defeat. A slight relief washed over them, but then concerns began to surface again. After Gaara defeats their opponent in this possessed state, how would they help him revert? Back in the village, the elders had always been there to help. But now, Kankuro and Temari slowly relaxed their clenched fists, already dreading how they would stop and control Gaara once he entered his possessed state. Mutsuin observed the quarter-depleted spiritual energy bar above Gaara's head and nodded slightly. After all, this was his first attempt to summon a tailed beast. Better to drain the energy bar as much as possible. Why not drain the health bar instead? Partly because depleting the health bar would inevitably force Shikaku to appear, which would attract too much attention. Another reason was that simply draining the spiritual energy would prevent Shikaku from making a grand display. They were doing this quietly without drawing attention. Mutsuin narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Gaara close in. It seemed entering a tailed beast possession state inevitably cost a portion of one's rationality, didn't it? Or perhaps Gaara's coordination with Shikaku was simply insufficient. After all, Naruto in his later stages had far fewer side effects when merging with Kurama. Watching Gaara rely solely on drawing in sand to enhance his presence without using ninjutsu, Mutsuin sighed softly and slowly extended his right palm. A beast is after all just a beast. Deprived of human wisdom, even the sharpest claws and fangs become mere burdens. Countless sword chi suddenly materialized around the advancing Gaara. The razor-sharp sword chi and resilient domain tightly confined the rampaging Gaara within a single inch of space. I thought it would take more effort. But, willingly abandoning human wisdom to let a tailed beast possess you, then borrowing its power. This truly is a gift from heaven. Mutsuin observed with calm detachment as Gaara struggled endlessly within the cage of swords. Massive collision and tearing sounds relentlessly echoed from within the sword cage. Watching the blue bar above Gaara's head continuously decrease, Mutsuin slowly opened the system panel, the Spirit Summon Contract System. Spiritual Communication None. Prompt. There is a tailed beast near the host that has reached the level of spiritual communication. Just as Kimura was checking the Spirit Contract System for any notifications. Behind Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, who had been witnessing the entire process, gradually had their faces filled with fear and disbelief. How could this be? Temari slid to the ground, staring blankly at Gaara imprisoned within the sword cage. Now, anyone could see that Gaara imprisoned in the sword cage was steadily losing his momentum as time passed. A comeback was hopeless. Are we going to lose? Kankuro, standing nearby, suddenly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Originally, they thought that Gaara in his possessed state could easily defeat Kimura. Who would have thought? In just a single exchange, Gaara was defeated. And he was firmly trapped in Kimura's sword cage. Damn it. Kankuro, with a look of unwillingness on his face, bit his lip hard. The blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the unwillingness on his face gradually turned into anger. Kankuro suddenly pulled out the puppet behind him. He said coldly, "Don't be foolish, Temari. It's our turn to act." Dazzling chakra threads suddenly burst from his body and deeply pierced into the puppet. Temari, regaining her composure, slowly rose from the ground, and fiercely pulled out a large fan from behind her back. You're right. Kankuro, little brother. The blood bond that had been suppressed deep in her heart finally overcame her previous fear of the bloodthirsty Gaara. Temari and Kankuro each assumed their ninjutsu hand signs, staring fixedly at Kimura. Then a violent gale suddenly surged from in front of Temari. Accompanying it, Kankuro's puppet crow came flying at high speed. Sensing the two suddenly approaching auras, Kimura slightly turned his head, looking at Temari and Kankuro behind Gaara. Oh, instead of running away you attack me. A slight curl of his lips, a faint smile on his face. Whoosh! Kimura vanished from the spot in an instant. What a... Temari and Kankuro's eyes widened, staring blankly at the empty space where Kimura had been. The violent hurricane and Kankuro's crow viciously struck the ground where Kimura had been standing. Boom! The powerful impact created a huge crater on the ground. Looking for me. Suddenly Kimura appeared beside Temari and Kankuro. Kimura, with a calm expression, smiled slightly. He gently placed his palms on the heads of Temari and Kankuro. With a slight movement of his mind, sharp sword chi instantly pierced through both their heads. Originally, I didn't want to be too cruel. Kimura's eyes dimmed slightly. But, ever since the night I eliminated the Gen division, I understood. Only power can protect oneself and protect the family one wants to protect. Images of Kurenai, Yuhi Hinata, Hyuga, Naruto, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others flashed through Kimura's mind. Then a cold glint flashed through his once dim eyes. His hands holding Temari and Kankuro's heads gave a gentle squeeze. Prompt. The target's incomplete body exists in the mortal world. Prompt. The target's fading soul exists in the mortal world. Prompt. Reconstructing the body. Prompt. Inserting the soul. Character contract successful. Gaara, imprisoned in the sword cage, stared wide-eyed at Kimura, whose hands were on Temari and Kankuro's heads. Two streams of bloody tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. The raging pain and killing intent inside him fiercely tormented Gaara's heart. But he couldn't utter a single complete word. He could only express his anger and pain with indistinct beastly roars. The sand that had been wrapped around his right arm and half of his right face began to spread to other areas. As if being devoured by sand, the previously exposed parts of Gaara's body were gradually covered by sand. Accompanying this, his momentum and intense killing intent continuously increased. Oh! Kimura raised his eyebrows, slightly watching the rapidly decreasing, huge blue bar above Gaara's head, and clicked his tongue lightly. Feels like he's about to unleash a big move, huh? He gently released his hands, holding Temari and Kankuro's heads. Then Temari and Kankuro, expressionless, lowered their heads and slowly retreated behind Kimura. That won't do. Can't let you make too much of a scene. Kimura grinned, slowly extended his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sunrise and sunset from the mother-child sword sheath moved at the sound. They suddenly appeared on both sides of the sword cage. Charging. Thrust. The absolute defense that had been firmly protecting Gaara failed. Sunrise and sunset simultaneously plunged deep into Gaara's body. At this moment, the sand that had been continuously eroding Gaara suddenly halted and slowly dispersed. Blood began to flow slowly from the two sword wounds caused by sunrise and sunset. Crimson blood gradually stained the golden sand. Cough. Gaara suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the beastly nature in his eyes gradually weakened, as if a hint of clarity appeared in his pupils. When Gaara clearly saw the two expressionless figures behind Kimura, his pupils contracted sharply, and a wave of fear and worry surged in his heart. Before he could say anything, the sunrise and sunset that had pierced his body were suddenly pulled out under Kimura's control, then thrust back in fiercely. Kimura stared at the small health bar above Gaara's head that had dropped by more than half, the small blue bar that was completely empty, and the giant blue bar that had stopped dropping after falling halfway, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems he has reached his limit. Kimura, with a cold face, manipulated sunrise and sunset to continuously slice across Gaara's body. Crimson blood gushed out uncontrollably, and the once golden sand was completely dyed red. It's over now, isn't it? One tail. Kimura opened his mouth, and a cold voice suddenly appeared in Gaara's ear. Gaara, who had been somewhat losing consciousness, was startled in his heart. He knows. He knows everything. Miyamoto Kimura. This guy was after the one tail inside him from the very beginning. Damn it. When he first entered the possessed state, he unknowingly used up all his chakra. Gaara clenched his fists, forcing himself to gather the last bit of chakra in his body. Move. Move for me. Rustle. 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 As if exhausting all his strength, the gourd on Gaara's back emitted a rustling sound. The sand struggled out of the gourd feebly. Then a soft sigh sounded in Gaara's ear. Vaguely, Gaara seemed to see a strange woman slowly embracing him. A bloodline tremor from the depths of his bones made him couldn't help but feel sorrow. Mother! Gaara's vision suddenly went dark, and a momentum countless times more powerful burst out from within his body. Has he used the sleep technique again? Gaara! Fierce, beastly roars suddenly sounded from within Gaara's body. Kimura, not far away, frowned slightly. After suffering so many attacks, he still let Gaara release you. One tail. Shikaku. At the edge of the Siwang forest. With a swoosh, a ninja clad in a Mai uniform swiftly darted across the treetops, racing toward the entrance of the Siwang forest. As he approached the entrance and caught sight of the familiar figure, the speeding ninja abruptly halted, shouting before his body had fully stopped. Proctor Anko, something terrible has happened. At that moment, Mitarashi Anko was blissfully chewing on sweet, glutinous rice dumplings. Upon hearing her subordinate's call, her blissfully narrowed eyes tightened slightly. She casually flung the bamboo skewer in her hand toward a nearby tree with immense force. With a piercing sound, the sharp skewer, driven by tremendous power, pierced the tree, completely embedding itself entirely within the trunk. Mitarashi Anko frowned slightly, mildly displeased at having her happy meal interrupted. Yet she understood that her subordinate's sudden arrival meant urgent business. With a cold expression, she spoke in a low voice. "What's the matter?" Seeing the anger on Mitarashi Anko's face, the ninja in the Mai uniform dared not linger and quickly stated, "Multiple examinees' bodies have been found inside the Siwang forest, and their deaths are extremely bizarre. Their faces seem to have been dissolved by a strong acid. Moreover, there are traces of many snakes near the corpses." Mitarashi Anko's pupils contracted sharply. Snakes? But there are no snakes in the Siwang forest. After that incident years ago, she had come to despise snakes, to the point where she had slain every single snake in the Siwang forest without exception. And the faces of the corpses were corroded by acid. An unpleasant sensation surged within her. Mitarashi Anko's already furrowed brow tightened further. She gently patted her hands, brushing off the sugar powder that had accidentally stuck to them. With a gloomy expression and a low voice, she said, "Take me there. Inside the Siwang forest." Damn it. Damn it. Sasuke, his face dark, held his right hand to his neck. Where he pressed a faint black 3-tomo pattern was faintly visible. Beside him, Naruto, who had been swallowed by a giant snake and was now covered in slime, wore a worried expression but seemed unsure of what to say. After a moment, Naruto finally gathered his courage. "Sasuke, are you okay?" At that moment, Sasuke's pupils glowed with an eerie red 2-tomo, and a black 3-tomo pattern faintly appeared on his neck. His cold visage, coupled with a raging murderous intent, made him appear exceptionally terrifying. "I'm fine." Sasuke's cold gaze swept over Naruto, his voice as chilling as the icy waters of the underworld. Seeing Sasuke in pain, clutching his neck, Naruto's eyes showed sorrow and frustration. Damn it. What had that androgynous grass ninja done to him? Naruto clutched his stomach in agony. That grass ninja had suddenly grabbed his belly and whispered, "5 elements seal." Then Naruto felt a strange force invade his body. After sealing the monster within him, it had also sealed all his chakra. Damn it. Damn it. Was this the influence of the monster inside him? Naruto's eyes reflected bitterness and pain. He had wanted so desperately to stand up and protect his comrades. Why at this very moment had all his power been sealed away? Naruto felt an intense hatred for the one who had sealed the monster inside him, and an equally intense hatred for himself. Why did he always fail at crucial moments? He should have gotten rid of this damned monster inside him long ago. Naruto clutched his stomach tightly. The immense pain tormented him, mercilessly forcing him to clench his fists and bite his lips. Crimson blood slowly seeped from his palms and the corners of his mouth, as if drawn by the scent of blood from the grass not far away. 3 pairs of sinister eyes gradually emerged. 3 ninjas, each bearing the symbol of the Sound Village on their foreheads, stared coldly at Sasuke. Among them was the bandaged freak who had been injured earlier by Musi-Yuen. "So they're here. Should we kill the 2 who are in the way?" "Fine, but the main target is Uchiha Sasuke. According to Orochimaru's instructions, we strike at dawn." Low voices exchanged among the 3. At this moment, Sasuke, trapped in agony, Naruto, deprived of combat ability, and the defenseless Haruno Sakura remained unaware. They were at the very bottom of the food chain in this Siwang forest, with powerful hunters targeting them at every moment. On the other side of the Siwang forest, gazing at Gaara, whose entire body was wrapped in sand and had visibly transformed into a beast-like form, Musi-Yuen couldn't help but frown. He had originally intended to deal with the Jinchuriki cleanly and avoid the manifestation of the tailed beast. However, that plan had failed. Was it because the tailed beast automatically emerged when it sensed the Jinchuriki was in danger? Or was it random? Musi-Yuen pondered in his mind, then clicked his tongue softly. Well, at least he had significantly depleted most of the tailed beast's health bar before it appeared. Just then a sharp cry reached Musi-Yuen's ears. "Gaara, how did my energy drop so much?" Gaara, now completely covered in sand, crouched low on the ground like a wild beast, roared incessantly. "Damn it. It took me so long to get out. And you've wasted this much energy." Musi-Yuen frowned slightly, staring coldly at the furious Gaara. "No, now it should be called Shikaku the One-Tail." Shikaku didn't seem particularly large at the moment. A flicker of doubt crossed Musi-Yuen's mind. In his memories from his past life, Shikaku the One-Tail should have been at least 50 or 60 meters tall. But now, before him, Shikaku was at most 5 or 6 meters tall. Musi-Yuen looked at the health bar above Shikaku's head, which was mostly empty, and pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if sensing Musi-Yuen's gaze, the initially agitated Shikaku slowly lowered its head. "Oh, is it because of you that Gaara let me out?" Its beady, pea-sized eyes gleamed with icy, murderous intent. The strange patterns covering its body seemed like countless eerie eyes fixed intently on Musi-Yuen. Shikaku abruptly curled its lips, revealing a gaping mouth as deep as an abyss. Then I must properly thank you. With that, a massive surge of energy began to gather in front of Shikaku's mouth. An oppressive weight pressed down on Mu Siyuan's heart. Mu Siyuan frowned slowly. This feeling. This was a tailed beast ball. Mu Siyuan's eyes widened, and he had no time to escape. A colossal sphere of energy shot forth from Shikaku's mouth, hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Sensing the tailed beast ball hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, Mu Siyuan lightly licked the corner of his mouth, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. This pressure. So this is the power of a tailed beast. Mu Siyuan slowly placed both hands on the hilts of Rixing and Yuao, assuming a dual-wielding stance, as he brought the two swords before him. Then with lightning speed, he swung both swords. Countless slashes accompanied by ripples of spatial distortion struck the tailed beast ball with ferocity. Chi-chi. Like a drop of water, merging into the ocean, the countless slashes were instantly engulfed by the tailed beast ball. Surprise flickered in Mu Siyuan's eyes. This was the first time since he had reached Quasi-Kage level that he had encountered something he could not cut. Before he could react, the tailed beast ball howled toward him, crashing violently into Mu Siyuan. Boom! A thunderous roar and a cloud of yellow dust erupted violently. TCH Gara, do I really have to bother with such a pathetic opponent? Shikaku opened its massive maw, a human-like sneer of disdain spreading across its face. Lifting its head slightly, it glanced around. Well, I need to find some sandy ground to replenish my energy first. Just as Shikaku was about to slowly retreat. Swish! A colossal slash sliced through the dust, hurtling straight toward Shikaku. The dust slowly dispersed. Underestimating humans is not a wise move, you know. Mu Siyuan's voice carried a hint of amusement as the space before him twisted subtly, an invisible force radiating outward, revealing a pristine white robe untouched by a speck of dust and Mu Siyuan's expressionless face. Shikaku frowned slightly, clicking its tongue in dissatisfaction. Is it because of insufficient energy? That tailed beast ball just now couldn't even blast you to death. It seemed dissatisfied with itself. Shikaku slammed its front claws onto the ground with force. The earth trembled violently, leaving two enormous craters. The beast tensed its entire body, exerting itself. The strange patterns on its body seemed to widen like 100 solitary eyes, and a tremendous surge of energy began to coalesce around Shikaku once more. Tailed beast. Before Shikaku could unleash the tailed beast ball, Mu Siyuan's gaze turned icy. He gripped his sword, sheathed it, drew it, and struck. Speed. Unparalleled speed. The sound followed the blade's form. A subtle, almost invisible slash shot forth with the sword-drawing technique. This time Mu Siyuan's slash struck the tailed beast ball before Shikaku could finish charging it. Boom! The tailed beast ball detonated violently. The one tail closest to the explosion was engulfed in the blast. Countless grains of sand mixed with flesh and blood sprayed outward. Damn it! Shikaku's beady eyes blazed with savage fury and bestial rage. If it weren't for being sealed for so long, causing my strength to decline. If it weren't for that brat Gara draining so much of my energy. The cold, killing intent and savage fury in Shikaku's eyes grew ever more intense. But, before Shikaku could make a move, countless slashes rained down upon it. Mu Siyuan coldly surveyed the halted beast. Trying to buy time to recover your strength. I won't give you that chance. Then wielding Rixing and Yueluo in each hand, he sent forth endless slashes from the blades. A shadow of gloom crept across Shikaku's furious face. Sensing the meager energy left within itself, it was indeed trying to stall for time. Casually swatting away and biting through Mu Siyuan's slashes, Shikaku suddenly lunged forward. Boom! 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 Its colossal body sprang up, stomping heavily onto the ground. Shikaku's forelegs pounded the earth, rapidly propelling its entire frame into a charge. Its beady eyes gleamed with icy murder. It opened its massive maw slightly. You damn brat. Even though I've fallen from Kage level to Quasi-Kage. Don't underestimate the physical strength of a tailed beast. Shikaku's enormous body, wrapped in a fierce gale, hurtled toward Mu Siyuan. A roar that shook the soul. An oppressive aura. Mu Siyuan merely watched the charging Shikaku with indifference, narrowing his eyes slightly and snapping his fingers softly. The domain that had been spread wide suddenly contracted, tightly locking in the space around Shikaku. The beast's once swift movements became sluggish. As if weighed down by countless burdens, Shikaku's movements grew agonizingly slow. A soft hiss escaped its maw, and wariness flickered in its beady eyes. What's happening? How can this youth be so powerful? Shikaku, which had initially dismissed Mu Siyuan, now realized the situation was dire. This youth not only managed to withstand a tailed beast ball, even if it was a weakened one, but he could also trap it with his domain. After all, even if greatly weakened, it was still a tailed beast. Even at its weakest, it was a Kage-level tailed beast. The savage beastliness in Shikaku's eyes gradually receded, replaced by a human-like gleam of calculation and doubt. Hiss! Should I escape first? Let me recover my strength, then come back to settle the score. Shikaku was still mulling over its options. But Mu Siyuan, standing not far away, had no intention of waiting any longer. Just as he retracted the domain that had expanded across the entire forest, he suddenly detected a strange fluctuation. and it seemed that this fluctuation had reached the area where Sasuke and the others were. Has the plot begun? A cold glint and murderous intent flashed in Mu Siyuen's eyes. The real target has appeared. Mu Siyuen slowly sheathed Rishin and Yueluo. In response, the domain space, trapping Shikaku, began to shrink. Wait! Shikaku's beady eyes widened in disbelief, and for the first time fear appeared on its face. No! Clang! Rishin and Yueluo slid into their sheaths with a crisp sound. The sword domain, trapping Shikaku, shrank further, and before it could react, like a hydraulic press crushing everything in its path, flesh and golden sand were compressed into a ball, then suddenly scattered, raining down through the air. A thick scent of blood drifted past his nose. Behind him stood Temari and Kankuro, their faces devoid of expression. Mu Siyuen gazed calmly at the bloodstained ground. He lightly tapped the system. Contract. Gara. Prompt. The target's incomplete body exists in the present world. Prompt. The target's fading soul exists in the present world. Prompt. Reconstructing physical form. Prompt. Implanting soul. Character contract successful. Summon. One tail. Prompt. The target's incomplete body exists in the present world. Prompt. The target's fading soul exists in the present world. Prompt. Reconstructing physical form. Prompt. Implanting soul. One tail summoned successfully. Prompt. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, first summoning contract. Prompt. Reward the host with 30 sword power points. Prompt. Reward the host with further domain enhancement. Prompt. Due to the first summoning and contract, the system will enter an upgrade state. Please check back later, host.